Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Widow. A delicate hand, characterized by prominent knuckles and a porcelain-like complexion, gently caressed the rim of a white porcelain teacup. At that moment, it was difficult to ascertain which was whiter. The hand bore faintly swollen veins of a bluish hue, adding an alluring touch to its elegance. Ying Zhao supported her chin with one hand while idly toying with a wine glass in the other, her gaze keenly fixed upon the innkeeper, a captivating woman, as she attended to a newly arrived pair clad in black. "Madam Innkeeper, tea please," called out a strikingly handsome man, adopting the guise of a chivalrous hero, his voice resonating with a deep timbre. Beside him, a woman donned a crisp, short outfit that complemented her exquisite beauty, though her demeanor leaned towards the frosty. Only when she glanced at the man beside her did a flicker of tenderness briefly illuminate her eyes. Jiang Jingyue felt no regret for accompanying Chu Yunque on their nocturnal expedition to infiltrate the lair of the treacherous Zhao bandit, nor for seizing the coveted Longquan sword. However, this audacious act had drawn the relentless pursuit of the bandit's henchmen from the Eastern Factory. After 3 days and nights of hurried travel, they had finally reached the Xixia Pass. Once they crossed the threshold, they would be like mud flowing into the sea, beyond the reach of Chao's schemes. Yet, the harrowing chase had drained both Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue of their strength. Even the most resolute spirit could not endure further. Thus, they had reluctantly chosen to take refuge in this desert inn, despite knowing it had a dubious reputation. After all, it was the only inn within 100 miles. Should they opt against staying here, they would be forced to camp in the wild, a far more perilous prospect. The innkeeper, a ravishing woman clad in a flowing red gown, swayed gracefully as she approached with a steaming pot of tea, her smile radiant. "Esteemed guest, here is the finest Longjing tea." "Thank you, Madam Innkeeper. I can manage on my own," Chu Yunque replied with a frosty demeanor. Ling Huxiang, hearing this, did not insist further, extending her delicate hand to present the purple clay teapot to Chu Yunque. As he reached to accept it, Ling Huxiang feigned a stumble, leaning towards him, causing him to instinctively rise to assist her, only to be intercepted by Jiang Jingyue, who swiftly supported Ling Huxiang. "Madam Innkeeper, do watch your step. Do not disturb our tranquility." Jiang Jingyue's eyes narrowed, her tone laced with a warning. As a fellow woman, she could easily discern the innkeeper's intentions. It was clear that she sought to take advantage of the situation to draw closer to Chu Yunque. Indeed, the notorious widow of Xixia had a reputation for her flirtatious nature. Ling Huxiang, undeterred by Jiang Jingyue's admonition, placed the teapot on the table with a flourish, retrieving a red silk handkerchief from her sleeve to cover her mouth as she giggled. "Surely, dear guest, you jest. I merely stumbled." With that, Ling Huxiang pivoted and seated herself at another table, cracking sunflower seeds, her gaze occasionally darting towards Chu Yunque with unabashed interest, particularly lingering on his lower half, eliciting envious glances from nearby patrons. It was no wonder Ling Huxiang was a vision of beauty, captivating all who passed by, despite her notorious reputation for mischief. Ying Zhao observed this spectacle from a distance, and as she poured tea, she seized the opportunity to inquire with her internal system, 007. "Is this innkeeper my target? She seems to be living quite the carefree life, hardly in need of rescue." Transforming into a round, white orb, 007 fluttered its wings and emerged from Ying Zhao's consciousness, its voice sweetly innocent. "Indeed, that is Ling Huxiang. She becomes embroiled in the conflicts between the protagonists and the Eastern Factory, and her compassion leads her to spare them, resulting in her own demise at the hands of the Eastern Factory's agents. Your task is to ensure she survives and finds happiness." Upon hearing this, Ying Zhao paused, her brows knitting together. Ensuring her survival is not a challenge. But what constitutes this happiness you speak of? As the youngest and most formidable general in the history of the Galactic Federation, Ying Zhao possessed extraordinary combat prowess, and as a Super 3-level alpha, her mental capabilities could quietly extinguish the life of an ordinary person in an instant. However, she was not a bloodthirsty individual and had little interest in indiscriminate slaughter. Only formidable foes could ignite her fighting spirit. It was only after perishing in a battle against the insectoid race, taking down the queen in the process, that she was captured by the so-called supporting character rescue system, 007, and transported to other worlds. According to 007, completing her missions would earn her points to exchange for a chance at resurrection. In truth, Ying Zhao held no particular obsession with being revived while she had died young. She had also lived richly. Aside from her childhood hardships as an orphan, once she had evolved into a Super 3 level alpha, everything she desired was within her grasp. Career, love, wealth, and power, she had savored them all. Her willingness to entertain this little system stemmed from her curiosity about other worlds. The Galactic Federation she hailed from was a realm where technology flourished, yet she had never encountered a system capable of transporting her to different worlds, especially one that had adjusted her state to that of her most vibrant age of 24. All of this piqued Ying Zhao's interest. Now, she found herself in this world, rumored to be an ancient realm, the first of many she would traverse. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, upon realizing she had landed directly beside her target, Ling Huxiang, she refrained from immediate interaction, opting instead to let 007 obscure her presence and observe Ling Huxiang first. As for the protagonists, Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue, she held little interest in them. Her focus was primarily on Ling Huxiang, whose entanglements with them warranted her attention. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Ling Huxiang was extraordinarily beautiful, her every gesture exuding charm, surpassing many of the Omegas Ying Zhao had encountered in the Galactic Federation. In her world, Omegas were naturally more attractive than ordinary Betas due to their differentiation. But in this simpler dichotomy of gender, Ling Huxiang's beauty was truly a rarity. It was no wonder that the men here pursued her relentlessly. While Ying Zhao found her task intriguing due to the allure of her target, she was primarily concerned with the definition of happiness that 007 had mentioned. After all, the term happiness was exceedingly broad. Was she to facilitate a romantic union between Ling Huxiang and Chu Yunque? Chapter 2. The Alluring Poisonous Widow 2. Upon hearing Ying Zhao's inquiry, 007 momentarily faltered, as if momentarily disconnected from power. Then, regaining composure, he earnestly stated, "Happiness, I believe, lies in allowing Ling Huxiang to lead a life devoted to being a virtuous wife and nurturing children. Peacefully and joyfully traversing through life. That's so?" Ying Zhao squinted, her eyes filled with skepticism. From her brief observation, Ling Huxiang's character did not seem one to willingly accept such a life. After clandestinely researching online, 007, feeling somewhat unjustified yet emboldened, retorted, "If not, then what else could it be?" Ying Zhao, lacking a clear notion of happiness herself, responded, "Let us consider it so." Accepting the potential failure of her mission, she did not possess a strong desire for revival. Embracing a laid-back attitude, she thought if she lived, so be it. If she perished, it mattered little. Having given up, she began jesting with 007, who subsequently dispelled the barrier of isolation. Thus, Ying Zhao, towering at an impressive height of 195 m, appeared conspicuously before everyone. Even Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue, seated at the farthest diagonal from Ying Zhao, could not help but cast their gazes upon her, simply because her presence was overwhelmingly striking. Chu Yunque regarded the tall figure across from him with a hint of wariness, observing a man of extraordinary stature, approximately 8 feet tall, with long hair as dark as ink, tied back into a high ponytail with a deep blue ribbon. The man's visage was breathtakingly beautiful, with a face like the bright moon, eyes akin to twinkling stars, a nose resembling a suspended gallbladder, and lips that were naturally rosy. What a captivating beauty, indistinguishable in gender. Even Chu Yunque, often hailed as a paragon of talent and virtue, could not help but feel a twinge of inadequacy in the presence of this individual. Having never encountered a woman of such towering height, Chu Yunque naturally assumed Ying Zhao to be a man. Coupled with her ambiguous aura of both righteousness and seduction, it further muddled his judgment. Conversely, Ying Zhao was quite accustomed to the astonished gazes of others. For her striking appearance had garnered admiration from countless admirers back in the Federation. The change in scenery made little difference. Noticing Chu Yunque scrutinizing her discreetly, Ying Zhao smiled, raising her teacup in a distant salute before slowly sipping from it. Chu Yunque, realizing that Ying Zhao was observing him and even gesturing in return, lifted his own teacup in a respectful acknowledgement. Initially, he harbored some skepticism regarding whether she was a lackey sent by the Eastern Factory, as her pale complexion fit the typical appearance of such operatives. However, after witnessing her natural demeanor and toasting him, he found himself wavering in his certainty. Beside Chu Yunque, Jiang Jingyue, who also found Ing Zhao peculiar, was initially taken aback by her beauty but quickly regained her composure, especially with her beloved seated beside her. "Brother Chu, I find this person rather suspicious," she whispered. Chu Yunque gently patted her hand, replying in a low voice, "Be cautious. Walls have ears." Thereafter, the two fell silent, focusing on their tea and meal, yet they occasionally scanned their surroundings, with Ing Zhao becoming the focal point of their glances. Unbothered by their thoughts, Ing Zhao's gaze remained fixed on the proprietress, Ling Huxiang, with no intention of concealing her interest. Ling Huxiang, who had successfully operated her illicit establishment in the desert for an extended period, was no ordinary woman. She had long since noticed the striking guest before her. Initially believing that Chu Yunque was the pinnacle of youthful talent, she was astonished to discover such a remarkable treasure hidden within her establishment. How could she have no prior impression of this uniquely captivating individual? Unless this person had deliberately concealed their presence from her. A glint of intrigue flickered in Ling Huxiang's eyes before she quickly donned a radiant smile. Rising from her wooden chair and swaying her waist as she approached Ing Zhao under her teasing gaze that, "Oh, this esteemed guest is truly handsome. I wonder if your unwavering gaze upon me signifies some matters you wish to discuss?" With that, Ling Huxiang leaned into Ing Zhao's embrace, sitting directly upon her lap. The patrons nearby erupted in playful banter, jesting, "The proprietress seems smitten with this pretty boy. If you're feeling lonely, why not seek solace with this rugged man?" This remark incited a wave of laughter. Ling Huxiang rolled her eyes dramatically, retorting, "Leave me be. I fancy pretty boys that if you looked as charming as him, I wouldn't have spent all these years in solitude." Ling Huxiang spoke rather unabashedly, all while observing Ing Zhao's reaction, which was notably nonchalant. Ing Zhao continued sipping her tea, wearing an expression akin to that of an audience member at a performance. This left Ling Huxiang feeling somewhat disheartened. Even with her vibrant allure openly displayed, Ing Zhao remained aloof, leading her to wonder if the latter truly lacked interest. While it was plausible that a gentleman like Chu Yunque might look down upon her frivolous behavior, Ing Zhao did not seem to fit that mold. Contemplating this, Ling Huxiang bit her lip, yet her hand wandered toward Ing Zhao's lower body. Just as she was about to reach a critical area, a hand seized her wrist. With elongated fingers and prominent veins on the back of the hand, whose hand could it be but Ing Zhao's? "My dear proprietress, I wouldn't mind indulging in a fleeting romance. But your esteemed guest awaits. We cannot keep them waiting, can we?" Ing Zhao smiled, maintaining a firm grip. Ling Huxiang, hearing this, burst into laughter, saying, "Just so you know, I'll be waiting for you in my chamber tonight. Don't keep me waiting too long, my dear." With that, she gracefully slid off Ing Zhao's lap and sauntered toward Chu Yunque's table. Chu Yunque, with a stern expression, stated, "Proprietress, please prepare 2 private rooms for us." He then tossed a pouch of coins toward Ling Huxiang, seemingly disinterested in excessive interaction with her. Ling Huxiang, unfazed, was accustomed to such disdainful gazes. After all, men were merely diversions in her otherwise mundane life. And only gold held her true affection. After counting the coins within the pouch, she gleefully called toward the kitchen, "All right, Dadu, prepare 2 private rooms for our esteemed guests," as her words faded. An exceedingly unattractive, dwarf-like individual emerged from the kitchen, silently glancing at Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue before stating, "Follow me," and leading them upstairs. Chapter 3. The Alluring Poisonous Widow 3. After Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue departed from the main hall, Ing Zhao remained behind, sipping her tea for a while before rising to Ling Huxiang's side, that a golden leaf flew from her hand directly into Ling Huxiang's embrace. "Please prepare a private room for me as well." Ling Huxiang, initially engrossed in her account book, was taken aback by the sudden golden leaf that captured her attention. She looked up to find none other than the treasure she had set her sights on. Grasping the thin, golden leaf, she brazenly tucked it into her pristine bosom, then teasingly remarked, "Little gentleman, did we not agree that you would join me in my chamber tonight? Why bother with another room? My quarters could hardly accommodate you." Ing Zhao raised an eyebrow at this, responding, "Then I kindly request the proprietress to escort me to my room for a rest." Ling Huxiang, taken aback that this seemingly refined individual was, in fact, rather licentious, thought to herself, "Is he truly seeking a dalliance in broad daylight?" However, her chamber would not house such foul men. They all carry a stench. With this thought, Ling Xiang's expression shifted, and she continued. Never mind, my room may be a tad cramped. It would be more comfortable in a private room. Let us prepare one for the young gentleman, so he can rest. With that, she personally led Ying Zhao upstairs, leaving the patrons in the hall, exchanging bewildered glances. Has this venomous widow truly taken a liking to that pretty boy? One burly man with a scruffy beard slammed his cup down in frustration. Who knows? What's wrong? Zhang Laosan, feeling envious. Another teased that you were just too ugly for the widow to spare a glance. Everyone was well aware of Zhang Laosan's long-standing infatuation with Ling Xiang's beauty. Despite her flirtatious demeanor, she was quite selective. Over the years, the number of her suitors could be counted on one hand. All of them strikingly handsome and tall, the average rugged man was not to her taste. Those who dared offend her had long been dealt with personally. Clearly, today, this extraordinarily tall pretty boy had caught Ling Xiang's eye, and it was likely that he would enjoy a most delightful evening. Yet, as everyone speculated about Ying Zhao's impending enjoyment, she gazed appreciatively at Ling Xiang, who sashayed gracefully before her. This task target was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed a curvaceous figure. It would indeed be a pity if she were to fall into the hands of the Eastern Factory. Before long, Ling Xiang halted before a door, extending her delicate hand to push it open. Turning her head with a smile, she said, "Little gentleman, this will be your room. That be by the way. After all this time, I still don't know your name." Ling Xiang, while leading Ying Zhao inside, tentatively inquired that I asked for the individuals next door. Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue. She needed no confirmation. She was well aware of their identities, having heard the tales of their misdeeds that had spread throughout the martial world. However, the person behind her was a stranger. And Ling Xiang was perplexed by his presence, naturally wishing to probe into his intentions. Ying Zhao, undeterred by Ling Xiang's subtle probing, introduced himself candidly. I am Ying Zhao, with Ying from the dragon and Zhao from the bright sun and moon. May I ask how the esteemed lady prefers to be addressed? Master Ying possesses a fine name, indeed, and shines as brightly as the sun and moon, Ling Xiang replied, feigning admiration while covering her mouth. I am called Ling Xiang, though I must admit, it pales in comparison to your illustrious name. Following this, Ling Xiang continued, please make yourself comfortable, mastering that if you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Our establishment is well stocked with hot water and food. With that, she exited without waiting for a response, even thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Only after Ying Zhao's figure vanished did Ling Xiang's expression turn grave. She had never encountered the name Ying Zhao before, yet she had noticed his silent footsteps and the way he deftly caught her hand, indicating he possessed martial skills. Coupled with his striking appearance and impressive stature, he could not be an unknown figure. Yet, why had she never heard of him? His sudden emergence in her and only heightened her suspicions regarding his identity. Ling Xiang recalled the moment she fell into Ying Zhao's embrace. He bore none of the typical odors associated with men. Instead, there lingered an almost imperceptible fragrance that was enticing. Furthermore, his physique was not the usual rigidness of a man, but rather possessed a certain softness, leaving the cunning Ling Xiang in a state of confusion regarding his gender, prompting her to consider a more intimate exploration of his anatomy. However, her curiosity was thwarted midway by Ying Zhao, leaving her with a sense of regret. Despite her lingering doubts about Ying Zhao's gender, she could not arrive at a definitive conclusion that as for the possibility of him being a eunuch from the Eastern Depot. Ling Xiang dismissed this notion. She had encountered such individuals before, all exuding an effeminate air and carrying a malicious gaze, with a stench that was unbearable, nothing like the radiant and fragrant Ying Zhao. For the first time, the normally discerning Ling Xiang found herself deeply perplexed. Ying Zhao's towering height and a striking blend of handsome features made him exceptionally enigmatic. As Ling Xiang slowly descended the staircase, the wooden steps creaked beneath her. Upon hearing her departure, Ying Zhao turned to the recently reappeared 007 and chuckled. What is that expression on your face? This was prompted by the exaggerated expression displayed on 007's spherical body. Wasn't your task to rescue Ling Xiang? Yet it seems you are rather flirtatious with her, 007 remarked. Ying Zhao, with an innocent demeanor, replied, I am merely familiarizing myself with the task at hand. It is essential to establish rapport with the subject of the mission. Is it not? And as for flirtation, it was merely Ling Xiang's probing. Ying Zhao observed keenly that while Ling Huxiang was initially captivated by his appearance, it was his elusive identity that truly unsettled her. She was a clever and audacious woman, akin to a small wildcat, persistently testing her boundaries. This piqued Ying Zhao's interest in Ling Huxiang further. She had a penchant for beautiful individuals, particularly those with distinct personalities, much like the Omegas and Betas she had previously associated with. The thought of Ling Huxiang seeking to ascertain whether she was male or female amused Ying Zhao, and she found herself curious about the expression on Ling Huxiang's face upon discovering that she possessed both feminine characteristics and male attributes. In this ancient era, the concept of a female alpha did not exist. One could say she was an embodiment of both genders. Nevertheless, Ying Zhao identified primarily with her female traits, had it not been for the slightly constricting nature of the era's skirts. She would not have hesitated to don them in Ling Huxiang's presence as dusk fell. The inn began to fill with more guests, and the once quiet establishment buzzed with life, especially since it was the only inn available. Although her current room was deemed a superior accommodation, it could not compare to her previous lodging experiences, given the tumultuous state of the court and the martial world during this chaotic dynasty, marked by technological and economic decline. Were an ordinary individual to traverse into this realm, survival would likely prove exceedingly difficult, for one moment of tranquility could swiftly lead to peril. Ying Zhao understood why 007 had chosen her. Despite the subpar lodging conditions, with visibly antiquated furniture and walls marred by the scars of blades, she adapted well. After all, she had endured harsher environments while combating the insect tribes. Thus, this modest inn was a compact yet complete refuge. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a knock echoed from her door, rousing her from her contemplation. She anticipated the visitor outside and rose to unfasten the latch, revealing the diminutive innkeeper, referred to by Ling Huxiang as Datu. It was difficult to fathom that this seemingly diminutive figure was a concealed master of the martial arts, willingly serving as Ling Huxiang's attendant. "Come in, thank you," Ying Zhao said, eyeing the food Data carried. Data remained silent, placing the steamed buns and meat upon the table before attempting to depart, but Ying Zhao's next words froze him in place like a bombshell. "How curious it is that a renowned assassin like you would choose to remain hidden as an innkeeper for so long." Ying Zhao mused, her voice melodious and clear. Yet Data took no heed, merely returning to his seat at the wooden table, a smile lingering on his lips. Data finally lifted his bowed head, revealing unmasked intent to kill in his gaze. Yet Ying Zhao remained unfazed, tossing a bun playfully and exhibiting no fear, only mockery. Data shut the door behind him and stepped closer, his right hand stealthily reaching behind him as he finally uttered his first words upon encountering Ying Zhao. "Who exactly are you?" Ying Zhao raised an eyebrow and replied, "I am Ying Zhao, a great benefactor." The term benefactor was one she had deliberated over for some time, as she was no longer a federal general, but rather a good soul seeking to rescue tragic side characters. Not a grand benefactor. If you are a benefactor, then I must be the Bodhisattva of mercy saving the world. Before her words faded, Data drew a dagger from behind his waist and lunged at Ying Zhao. The bloodthirst emanating from him surpassed even that of someone like herself, who had spent years as an assassin, proving he had claimed countless lives, and to call himself a benefactor was nothing short of absurd. Datu, as an assassin, had once suffered a grievous injury during a mission, and it was Ling Huxiang who saved him, allowing him to survive. Since then, he had remained by Ling Huxiang's side, resolutely determined to repay her life-saving grace. Although to Ling Huxiang, it was merely a matter of tossing him a vial of medicine and a water pouch, with Datu having persevered to live on his own. Yet, Datu was resolute in his allegiance to Ling Huxiang. On occasions when she was overwhelmed, he would volunteer to take on the role of innkeeper, and she allowed it. Now, Ying Zhao, a person of uncertain origin, had unwittingly unveiled his past, which posed a latent threat. Any entity that could jeopardize Ling Huxiang must be eliminated immediately, even if this person exuded an air of unfathomable depth. As Datu advanced towards her, Ying Zhao remained motionless, casually picking up a bamboo chopstick and hurling it at Datu. Datu had thought his movements swift enough, but the person before him moved like a specter. By the time he reacted, the chopstick had embedded itself deeply into his shoulder, pinning him firmly against the doorframe. Meanwhile, Ying Zhao remained seated, her posture unchanged. His instincts were correct. He was no match for the person before him. Taking a bite of the soft steamed bun, Ing Zhao leisurely stated, "You should be grateful I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, this chopstick would not have aimed for your shoulder." She continued, "I assure you, I will not harm Ling Huxiang. That I hope your words ring true," Data replied sullenly. After all, he had no choice but to concede to her. As the words fell, Datu, disregarding the injury on his shoulder, resolutely extracted himself and quietly departed, leaving only the bloodstains on the doorframe to signify the events that had transpired here. 007. Data's skills are quite commendable, and his unwavering loyalty to Ling Huxiang makes one wonder how she could meet such a tragic end, Ing Zhao mused, nibbling on a steamed bun. The fragrant meats before her remained untouched. 007 turned his head, pondering before responding. It is indeed a case of fists meeting multiple hands. While Data's martial prowess is impressive, he simply cannot contend against the sheer numbers of the Eastern Depot. I see. Ing Zhao nodded thoughtfully. Most of the narrative she had gathered revolved around Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue, leaving her knowledge of Ling Huxiang rather superficial, compelling her to extract further information from 007. Presently, Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue resided in the two rooms to her left, silent as the night, their dinner similarly delivered by Datu. Ing Zhao speculated that the two were likely seizing the opportunity for rest, having gone 3 days and nights with little sleep. Even with their superior stamina, they could hardly endure the strain, not to mention the relentless pursuers trailing them. The anticipation of the events of the night filled Ing Zhao with excitement. For the Eastern Depot was set to arrive, promising her a first-hand witness to a confrontation between court and the martial world, a spectacle she had only encountered in novels during their interstellar age. Yet now she was on the brink of experiencing it herself. Chapter 5. The alluring poison widow. The night in the desert deepened, shrouded in darkness, as Ing Zhao heard the distant howls of wild wolves and the relentless howl of the wind outside her window. Datu had previously inquired if she wished to bathe, but she had declined. It was not that she did not yearn to wash away the dust of travel, but rather, with a great battle looming, a bath now would be in vain should it disturb her later. It would be far better to indulge in a soothing soak once the tumult subsided. When Ing Zhao next beheld Datu, his shoulder wound had been tended to, concealed beneath a rough cloth garment. This time, she leaned unceremoniously against the table, sipping tea, her posture seemingly careless, yet exuding an effortless charm. Datu found her to be a perplexing enigma, her visage reminiscent of a fair maiden, her prowess unfathomable, and her demeanor so unrestrained. How could someone like Ing Zhao find herself amidst the vast, sandy expanse of the desert? She seemed more suited to the opulence of the capital, where she would be showered with the fragrant blooms and sweet fruits offered by adoring suitors, all received with a gracious smile, while Datu had encountered his fair share of dashing young nobles. None could compare to the allure of the woman before him, her mystery drawing him in, igniting a desire to unravel her facade, but he felt an inexplicable urge to strip away her smiling mask, to see her eyes glisten with unshed tears, or to be ensnared by her gaze, as if she were to consume him whole with her feral intensity. Realizing his wandering thoughts, Datu abruptly shook himself back to reality, forcibly suppressing those bewildering sentiments. How could a man harbor such feelings for another man? A faint flush crept onto his darkened features, and upon hearing Ing Zhao's disinterest in hot water, he hastily exited, his demeanor starkly contrasting his prior interactions with her. Ing Zhao remained oblivious to Data's inner turmoil, her thoughts solely fixated on the impending arrival of the Eastern Depot's forces. Meanwhile, 007 observed Data's every action with keen interest, silently chiding his host for being a source of trouble, seducing those around him wherever he went. Thanks to Alpha's extraordinary senses, Ing Zhao possessed a hearing akin to that of a hawk, easily catching the sound of hooves approaching from several miles away. In stark contrast to the approaching crisis, the tavern's common room was still filled with patrons drinking and feasting, amidst the lively banter of the innkeeper, Ling Huxiang, who was vocally expressing her displeasure. After contemplating her surroundings, Ing Zhao determined that as the Eastern Depot's arrival was still some time away, remaining isolated was rather dull, with Chu Yunque having a beautiful companion to alleviate his concerns. She too would seek some amusement. Thus, Ing Zhao pushed open her door, leisurely playing with a fan, and sauntered over to where the innkeeper was engaged in a game of dice. Perhaps it was her commanding presence or her impressive stature that caused those gathered around Ling Huxiang to instinctively part ways. At that moment, Ling Huxiang was in high spirits, having won several rounds, nearly stripping the men of their pride, her face radiant with joy. A veritable desert rose, igniting passions in those who beheld her. Upon noticing Ying Zhao approaching, Ling Huxiang's eyes sparkled with mischief. Little gentleman, Ying Zhao has graced us with his presence. Care to test your luck? Should you win, a kiss from this humble servant is yours. The crowd erupted in playful jeers. Innkeeper, that's most unfair. Where were such incentives when we won? Ling Huxiang laughed. You ruffians have taken enough advantage of me. Besides, none of you can compare to this young gentleman's charm. Ying Zhao took a seat directly opposite Ling Huxiang, responding to her playful bait with a slight smile. Well, if the innkeeper extends such a gracious invitation, how could I refuse? Ling Huxiang's eyes gleamed with delight. Sensing an opportunity to gauge this handsome figure's depth, grabbing the dice cup, she purred, since young gentleman is partaking in this wager, I must clarify. Should you win, all the silver I possess will be yours. And my previous promise holds. However, should you lose, what say you? Ying Zhao retrieved a handful of golden leaves from her bosom, placing them on the table. Raising her gaze to Ling Huxiang, she replied with a smile. If I lose, these golden leaves become yours, and I shall also grant you one request. Really? Ling Huxiang's eyes narrowed in curiosity. Ying Zhao nodded. A promise once made is not to be broken. Very well. I shall ponder this request carefully, Ling Huxiang mused, her tone playful. Now, how shall we wager? Quite simply, we shall compare the total of our dice. The one with the higher sum wins, best of 3 rounds. Ling Huxiang declared with confidence. Agreed. Please go ahead, dear innkeeper. Ying Zhao replied with gentlemanly grace. Onlookers, initially irked by Ying Zhao's interruption of their flirtation with the innkeeper, found themselves captivated by the sight of 2 beautiful women engaged in a wager. With some even offering unsolicited advice to Ying Zhao. Young brother, you're bound to lose against the innkeeper. Aside from her prowess in the bedroom, she also excels in this game. Indeed, none of us have ever triumphed against the Poison Widow in such contests. Take heed, young brother. You may find yourself at a loss, especially since your stakes far outweigh those of the widow. Despite the seemingly well-meaning advice, Ying Zhao remained resolute. Thank you for your concern, gentlemen, but should I truly lose? A single smile from a beauty is worth the gamble. Others perceived her commanding presence and lavish demeanor. Some began to harbor their own intentions toward her. Yet Ying Zhao remained blissfully unaware. Her gaze fixed on Ling Huxiang. The innkeeper, accustomed to the antics of such ruffians, found amusement in watching how Ying Zhao would navigate this precarious situation. Confident in her dice-rolling skills, honed from a renowned gambler of the martial world, Ling Huxiang had never known defeat. Chapter 6. The alluring Poison Widow. Seeing Ying Zhao allow her to roll first, Ling Huxiang seized the opportunity without hesitation, taking the dice cup and shaking it vigorously. The dice clattered within, accompanied by 007's anxious voice urging, why are you still playing dice with Ling Huxiang? The Eastern Depot is fast approaching. Aren't you worried? You must get her away from this danger. Ying Zhao dismissed the urgency in her mind, assuring, do not fret. I guarantee she will remain unscathed. Perhaps it was due to the raucous atmosphere below that even Chu Yunku and Jiang Jingyue, who had not shown their faces all afternoon, finally emerged from their guest room. Upon learning from bystanders that Ling Huxiang and Ying Zhao had even made a wager, they paused nearby to observe. However, unlike the others, whose gazes were primarily fixed on the spectacle of Ying Zhao, Chu Yunku and Jiang Jingyue were keen to scrutinize Ying Zhao closely, harboring suspicions that she might be a spy sent in advance by the Eastern Bureau. Ying Zhao, fully aware of the myriad complex gazes upon her, remained unfazed, her focus solely on Ling Huxiang, who appeared entranced by her beauty. With only her ears subtly twitching, it was evident that Ling Huxiang possessed some skill in the art of dice throwing. Ying Zhao could discern that she had rolled 2 5s and a 6 purely through her own prowess, which was indeed a considerable score. Ling Huxiang, intending to test the waters, ceased her efforts upon achieving a similar result. Lifting the dice cup to reveal a glaring 16 points before the assembled crowd, the infamous widow truly is formidable. This pretty boy faces a considerable challenge to win this round. With a satisfied smile at her rolled score, Ling Huxiang gestured, My dear young sir, please. Ing Zhao casually accepted the dice cup, idly shook it without any pretense, and unveiled it to reveal a 2, a 4, and a 1, thus laying her results bare before the onlookers. Alas, this total is rather paltry. This round clearly ends in defeat for our young gentleman, lamented one of the bystanders, frowning. Yet, Ing Zhao, the very subject of the game, maintained a composed demeanor and remarked, "It appears I have lost this round. Congratulations to the proprietress." Ling Huxiang feigned humility in response, saying, merely lucked as the second round commenced. The crowd's attention fixated on Ling Huxiang's hand as she rolled the dice, while Ing Zhao, embodying the demeanor of a dapper gentleman, played with a nearby gold leaf, seemingly indifferent to the magnitude of Ling Huxiang's roll. When the dice cup was opened, 2 6s and a 5 emerged, surpassing the previous round's total. Ing Zhao observed with a composed demeanor, stating, "It seems I am destined to lose again in this round." Ling Huxiang covered her face, laughing silently, before passing the dice to Ing Zhao once more. This time, Ing Zhao, instead of her earlier casualness, appeared quite earnest as she shook the cup for an extended period before finally revealing the outcome. Despite knowing the result, the onlookers couldn't help but lean forward, eager to discern the points Ing Zhao had rolled. How is this to be counted? Hearing the incredulous murmurs from the crowd, even the typically composed Jiang Jingyue found herself compelled to uncover the truth behind this remarkably tall and handsome individual's roll. Positioned directly across from Ing Zhao, Ling Huxiang observed with keen clarity as the 3 dice, initially cubical, had now flattened, with all faces revealing their numbers except for the one that lay hidden beneath. Ling Huxiang's vigilance heightened at this sight, for while she had maintained a watchful eye during Ing Zhao's rolling, she had detected no trace of inner energy, yet the dice had transformed in such a manner. How could Ing Zhao achieve such a feat? As the sole individual present possessing mental prowess and employing it to cheat, Ing Zhao exhibited no signs of guilt that if Ling Huxiang could conjure 3 6s using inner strength, it was only fair for her to reciprocate with 60 points using her mental abilities, was it not? Though devoid of inner energy, her mental prowess was far more advantageous, as it was intangible, visible only to herself and 007. Ing Zhao collected the gold leaves from the table and swept up the silver coins in front of Ling Huxiang, feigning bashfulness as she remarked, "Thank you for your generous gift." Proprietress. Ling Huxiang, exasperated, struggled to maintain her smile upon witnessing Ing Zhao's unabashed collection of winnings, retorting, "No need for thanks. It is merely that I am outmatched, and I am not one to resent a loss." Had it not been for Ling Huxiang's tight grip on her handkerchief, Ing Zhao might have genuinely believed her assertion of being able to handle defeat. The woman, clearly avaricious, yet feigning nonchalance, was undoubtedly pleasing to Ing Zhao. The surrounding crowd, astonished that Ing Zhao had truly bested Ling Huxiang, found it hard to believe. However, soon, some began to entertain thoughts of their own. After all, just the gold leaves alone were worth several hundred taels. And with the addition of her winnings from Ling Huxiang, she possessed over 1,000 taels. 2 dubious-looking men exchanged glances before grinning and approaching Ing Zhao, clasping their fists as they said, "Esteemed young sir, you possess an impressive bearing. We feel an instant kinship. Might we have a word in private?" Ing Zhao, noting the glint of avarice in their eyes directed at her bounty, nodded slightly and prepared to follow them outside. Chapter 7. The alluring and treacherous widow Ling Huxiang, observing this development, seized a melon seed and settled into a position of spectator. Meanwhile, Chu Yinku, unable to suppress his chivalrous instincts, attempted to grasp Ing Zhao's shoulder as she passed, only for her to evade him. Nevertheless, she halted, turning to face Chu Yinku. With a furrowed brow, Chu Yinku cautioned, "Young sir, those 2 do not appear to be of good character. You should refrain from accompanying them." Before Ing Zhao could respond, the 2 men rushed forward, cursing at Chu Yinku. "What nonsense are you spouting? We and this young sir have formed a bond. What business is it of yours? Back off, or you'll find us less than courteous." They threatened, brandishing a large knife menacingly. Ing Zhao, ever cooperative, nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, my good fellow, you worry unnecessarily. These 2 gentlemen would not harm me." Chu Yinku, still intent on voicing his concerns, was restrained by Jiang Jingyue, who whispered, "It is futile to reason with the damned. Moreover, Brother Chu, we should avoid unnecessary entanglements while traveling." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunku reluctantly suppressed his urge to further advise. Exhaling a long sigh. Despite his lingering suspicions regarding Ying Zhao's identity, he regarded him as merely a wealthy young man exploring the world, which had prompted his initial intervention. Alas, if this individual truly chose to follow those two rascals, his fate could be dire. Just as Ying Zhao was about to cross the threshold of the inn, she abruptly turned, smiling at her would-be companions. "Gentlemen, I just recalled that the proprietress still owes me a small favor. Might I trouble you to wait a moment?" The two men exchanged knowing glances, recalling Ling Huxiang's earlier remarks. After all, this pretty boy seemed utterly foolish. Allowing him a fleeting moment of indulgence before his demise would only serve to ease their conscience. So they readily acquiesced, winking, "No problem, no problem. Thank you, esteemed gentlemen." With that, Ying Zhao returned to Ling Huxiang's side, a slight smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Proprietress, do you recall our prior wager? I now come to collect." Ling Huxiang could hardly forget her own words that as long as Ying Zhao won, she would be rewarded with a fragrant kiss. After all, Ying Zhao was exceptionally beautiful, and it was not a loss for her. If, by chance, Ying Zhao were to meet her demise at the hands of those two, she would feel a twinge of regret. While her thoughts whirled, Ling Huxiang maintained a composed demeanor, setting aside the sunflower seeds in her hand. With a swift motion, she grasped Ying Zhao's collar, who complied with her actions. Ying Zhao felt a fleeting warmth as if a soft and fragrant jade had embraced her, only to vanish in an instant, leaving behind a vivid imprint of scarlet lips upon her left cheek. Ling Huxiang's audacious gesture elicited a chorus of laughter from those around, while Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue were left astonished. Turning away in disbelief, Jiang Jingyue's face flushed a deep crimson, from her neck to her cheeks, for she had never witnessed such brazen audacity in a woman. It was utterly outrageous. Subsequently, Ling Huxiang playfully pushed Ying Zhao away with a slight force. Jesting, "I keep my promises, consider it settled now." Ying Zhao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the proprietress's words. Thus, she boldly stepped out of the inn, adorned with the mark of a kiss. The two ruffians glanced at the imprint on her face several times. Feigning admiration, "Little brother, you truly are fortunate. We envy you greatly." Ying Zhao replied, "Gentlemen, please do not underestimate yourselves. Surely there are fair maidens who will regard you with favor." Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily bewildered. When had they ever belittled themselves? It was only later they realized that Ying Zhao was indirectly mocking their unattractive appearances. With this revelation, they no longer wished to maintain a friendly fade with Ying Zhao. Having exited the inn, they revealed their true intentions, drawing their daggers with malevolent intent. "Pretty boy, we can no longer indulge in this charade. Hand over your money, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." One of them, gazing at Ying Zhao with a mix of infatuation and madness, added, "However, if you are willing to serve us loyally, we might consider letting you live at this." Zhang Weiliang shot a fierce glare at Lu Xiao, who was entranced by Ying Zhao's beauty, yet refrained from voicing any objections. After all, this pretty boy was indeed striking, rivaling even the alluring proprietress. Even Zhang Weiliang, who had no interest in men, had to admit that this young man was captivating. If this pretty boy would obediently comply, Zhang Weiliang would be willing to relent. However, Ying Zhao's reaction was entirely unanticipated, for she displayed no sign of fear. Rather, there was a hint of regret, with a sigh. Ying Zhao expressed her disappointment. "I had hoped to indulge in this performance a while longer, but it seems you two are rather impatient. Very well, let us resolve this quickly and return to more pressing matters." The moment they heard this, an ominous premonition surged within the two, but with no choice left, they swung their blades at Ying Zhao. In the next heartbeat, they both fell to the ground lifeless. Ying Zhao shrugged slightly and turned to leave. In the distance, a pack of wolves with glowing green eyes eagerly approached the spot where the ominous presence had just departed, ready to feast. The shifting sands gradually concealed the scene, the vast desert. Disposing of bodies was quite convenient. One need not even lift a finger to bury them. Ying Zhao mused leisurely as she fanned herself. Upon returning to the inn, only half a tea's worth of time had passed. Noticing that Ying Zhao returned alone while the two ruffians were nowhere to be seen, Ling Huxiang surmised that they were unlikely to return. This Ying Zhao was certainly no ordinary individual. Possessing formidable skills, Ling Huxiang was aware of the two brothers, Zhang Weiliang and Lu Xiao, who typically resorted to robbery and murder for a living, and were not without their own martial prowess. When Ying Zhao arrived, her hair was neatly arranged, her attire unchanged, showing no signs of disarray or blood, indicating that she had dealt with those two with effortless ease as she had anticipated. Ying Zhao was indeed a formidable character. Yet, to this day, Ling Huxiang had yet to discern Ying Zhao's gender. Chapter 8. The Alluring and Poisonous Widow. When she approached Ying Zhao, she noticed the absence of an Adam's apple, but recalling that some men had less pronounced ones. She deemed it insufficient evidence to determine gender. Ying Zhao's skin was as white as porcelain, even fairer than that of Ling Huxiang herself. Upon closer inspection, her pores were nearly invisible, stirring a tinge of jealousy within Ling Huxiang. Yet, the thought of Ying Zhao demanding her to fulfill her promise in front of everyone was something an ordinary woman would hardly do, nor would she wish to be so frivolously treated by another woman in public. Most women regarded her with disdain, while only men gazed at her with longing. Ironically, Ying Zhao's clear gaze seemed to appreciate her beauty without the vulgar desire that often accompanied such admiration. Contemplating this, Ling Huxiang's gaze toward Ying Zhao became increasingly complex. However, the ancient saying about admiring beauty under the moonlight rang true. As Ying Zhao stood beneath the dim moonlight, one cheek adorned with a striking lip mark. The other half of her face remained partially obscured. The juxtaposition of alluring charm and pristine grace intertwined within her, sparking endless fantasies among onlookers. Among those most pleasantly surprised to see Ying Zhao was Chu Yunque, who had initially feared for her life at the hands of those two ruffians, but he was taken aback to find her return unscathed. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingyue grew more vigilant towards Ying Zhao. She knew her brother, Chu, to be chivalrous and quick to help those in distress. Yet this moon-faced Ying Zhao instilled in her an inexplicable sense of danger. She felt as if Ying Zhao were a slumbering abyssal beast, and once awakened, would wreak havoc. Had Ying Zhao been aware of Jiang Jingyue's perception of her, she would surely marvel at the protagonist's uncanny sensitivity akin to that of a small creature. Nevertheless, her attention was currently fixated on the impending pursuit from the Eastern Depot, as she had already heard the faint sounds of hooves and distant shouts. Presumably, Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue had also heard them. As their expressions shifted dramatically, yet they quickly regained composure, even sitting at a dilapidated wooden table to sip tea. Ying Zhao deduced that they were likely uncertain of the approaching forces' identities. Overly cautious behavior might expose their true selves, so they opted to wait patiently for the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Ling Huxiang, the innkeeper, maintained her usual demeanor, alternating between jest and reprimand, occasionally teasing Ying Zhao. Ying Zhao, adept at countering her provocations, noticed Ling Huxiang had brought over a cup of murky wine. Raising an eyebrow, she regarded Ling Huxiang with amusement. "Young sir, considering we have already shared intimate moments, let this cup of wine be my toast to you. Do not refuse it." With that, Ling Huxiang boldly perched herself upon Ying Zhao's lap, her scarlet-tipped fingers playfully smearing a bit of wine on Ying Zhao's lips, a gesture both audacious and endearing. Ying Zhao did not overlook the fleeting movement of the proprietress. This wine was undoubtedly dubious. However, with the beauty personally feeding her, she could not bear to disregard the sentiment, and thus, she drank the tainted beverage in one go. Guided by Ling Huxiang's delicate hand, to speak frankly, the wine was rather mediocre. Aside from a fleeting spiciness lingering at her throat, Ying Zhao found no notable flavor. However, with Ling Huxiang's company, it was bearable. Observing Ying Zhao genuinely consuming the concocted wine, a glimmer of delight flickered in Ling Huxiang's slightly upturned fox-like eyes. Since Ying Zhao had already won her a substantial amount of silver, she would devise a way to reclaim it, and the key lay within this cup of wine. Anyone daring to take from her, Ling Huxiang, would soon discover whether Ying Zhao possessed the means to survive. Her reputation as a poisonous widow was not unfounded. Meanwhile, a sharp alarm rang in Ying Zhao's mind. "Host, ancestor, you are fully aware that this wine is poisoned. Why would you still drink it? If you perish, the task will remain unfulfilled, and I shall be destroyed." Ying Zhao nonchalantly reassured, "Do not worry. I am not so easily killed, nor will I die here." Although she did not possess an ardent desire for life, she still managed to endure the entirety of this performance. Giving up halfway was simply not in her nature. As for the poison in the wine, it might prove fatal for an ordinary person. But for those of her kind, alphas, endowed with innate physical resilience and a metabolism twice as rapid. It would merely induce a bit of bloodshed, hardly a matter of great concern. Moreover, in this ancient era, the methods of extracting the toxicity of substances were far less advanced than those of the Federation de Asa General. Ying Zhao had grown accustomed to the notion of poisoning. After all, many loved her. Yet an equal number wished for her demise to some extent. She had indeed cultivated a constitution impervious to toxins. This was precisely why she dared to partake of the Ling Xiang wine. Despite her fondness for beauty, she was not foolish enough to sacrifice her life for someone she had only met for a day. Ling Xiang, nestled in Ying Zhao's embrace, gazed upon her exquisite visage. Unable to resist the urge to lift Ying Zhao's chin, her gaze somewhat captivated. With her left hand, she gently traced Ying Zhao's brow, finally pressing her thumb against Ying Zhao's wine-stained lips with a firm touch. Alas, the thought of not having shared a night with such a striking figure left Ling Xiang with a tinge of regret. Yet, who could blame her for losing to someone so unyielding? Throughout her life, aside from her love for beauty, her greatest passion had been wealth. Ying Zhao allowed her free rein, though her eyes harbored desires unbeknownst to herself. For a fleeting moment, the bustling and transformed into an intimate setting for their flirtation. Oblivious to the presence of others, that a long, piercing neigh of a horse shattered the amorous atmosphere, causing all within the inn to instinctively adopt a wary demeanor. This was due to the entrance of a dozen individuals clad in deep blue flying fish garments, each possessing pale complexions and menacing gazes, clearly of notable standing. Led by a notably effeminate figure, that moment, Ling Xiang had already extricated herself from Ying Zhao's embrace. Upon seeing the newcomers, a fleeting glimmer of profound understanding crossed her eyes before it vanished, replaced by a welcoming smile. Today this humble inn is indeed graced by your esteemed presence. Might I inquire whether you gentlemen seek a place to rest or merely a brief respite? Rong Yen first surveyed the room before lifting his gaze to Ling Xiang, casually commanding, "Prepare a private room and bring us some tea and refreshments. Of course, esteemed guests, please take a seat. Your refreshments will be served shortly." Ling Xiang replied, swaying her hips as she made her way to the kitchen. That moment, the atmosphere in the hall had become remarkably tense. Despite the presence of numerous guests, not a single soul dared to utter a word. As for Rong Yen, he remained unfazed that he was in pursuit of Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyu, two individuals who had audaciously absconded with Chao Qianxue's treasured sword. Failing to capture them would be a grave disservice to the support he had received from Chao Qianxue. The desert inn was the only establishment on the road beyond the borders, so he was certain the two little mice would be hiding here. However, a cursory glance revealed no signs of a man and woman among the crowd. Merely a gathering of ruffians to eye in the present circumstances. The court of the great Ming dynasty and the underworld were at odds, and he had no desire to engage in direct conflict with these vagabonds unless absolutely necessary. After exchanging glances with his subordinates, 11 eunuchs seated themselves at 2 tables, their eyes scrutinizing every individual within the inn. Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyu were seated at a table in the corner, their backs turned to Rong Yen, which was why he had not spotted them immediately. Jiang Jingyu, astute as ever, had already switched from her female attire to that of a male, a disguise that proved quite effective. Rong Yan's gaze slithered across each person like a serpent, and when a burly man, unable to tolerate the tension, stood to leave, his companion pressed him back down. Su Xiong. Do not. The frail Zhao Shijie cautioned Su Huai. Though they disdained the eunuch's behavior, Rong Yen was merely observing them and had yet to act. Should Su Huai provoke a confrontation, it would lead to dire consequences. Moreover, Rong Yan's focus was not on them. They had no intention of being embroiled in this mess, especially since it was evident that the eunuchs were after Chu Yunque. Not revealing Chu Yunque's whereabouts was already a show of their benevolence. Before long, Rong Yan's attention shifted to Ying Zhao, the sole individual seemingly unperturbed by the tension, continuing to sip her drink. The ruffians were right to be wary of them, but what accounted for this person's calm demeanor? Rong Yen recalled the rumors of Chu Yunque's extraordinary beauty, making one forget the world upon seeing him. Could this be the elusive Chu Yunque he had been tracking for so long? Yet he did not observe the ever-present Jiang Jingyu beside him. Due to a lack of finesse, Rong Yen, relying solely on rough sketches to identify individuals, approached Ying Zhao with a mindset of better to mistakenly kill than to let escape. Without waiting for her to speak, he seated himself beside her, adopting a disingenuous smile as he clasped his hands. "Good sir, may I inquire your name?" "I am Rong Yin." Ing Zhao caught a faint whiff of a lingering odor, mingled with an overpowering scent of incense, as the eunuch's castration left them needing to mask their natural scent. She set down her cup and, before Rong Yin, let out a resounding sneeze, feigning innocence as she looked at him. "Apologies, but your incense is rather overwhelming. Would you mind stepping back a little?" Rong Yan's expression darkened at her dismissive attitude, revealing his unmasked hostility. "Young brother, we are conversing here, and your demeanor is proving somewhat troublesome." As he spoke, Rong Yin unsheathed his glimmering sword, brushing off non-existent dust from its blade. Chu Yun Kwa, observing closely from the shadows, tightened his grip on his treasured sword upon seeing this, but Jiang Jingyu gently patted his hand, signaling him to hold on. Chu Yunkor realized that Rong Yin likely mistook Ing Zhao for him, that he prided himself on his integrity, feeling a moral obligation not to involve the innocent in his affairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingyu was taken aback. She had never anticipated that a noblewoman from a prestigious family would dare to accompany him in reclaiming General Yu's relics, even enduring a life of hardship without complaint. Chu Yunkor, aware of Jiang Jingyu's feelings, did not dare to respond. His life was precarious, and he could not make any guarantees. Now, seeing Ing Zhao in potential danger because of him weighed heavily on his heart. A man could face death without fear, but he could not allow Jiang Jingyu to perish in such a manner. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ing Zhao remained unfazed by Rong Yan's intimidation, merely shrugging her shoulders. "That I apologize. I tend to speak rather candidly, that if my words offend you, I suggest you find someone else to converse with. As for my name, I shall not change it. I am Ing Zhao." Initially, upon hearing Ing Zhao's words, Rong Yin felt an overwhelming urge to strike, but her name caused him to pause. He discerned that this handsome figure spoke her name with calm composure and sincere eyes, indicating no deceit. Thus, this person was indeed not Chu Yunkwa. However, the earlier affront had left Rong Yin distinctly displeased. With a flourish of his fingers, he continued, "Young brother, how about this? If you bow your head in apology, I shall overlook your previous indiscretions." Ing Zhao chuckled softly, crossing her legs. "And what if I refuse?" "Oh, refuse. Then your exquisite visage and very life may well be forfeit here today." Almost as soon as Rong Yin finished speaking, the eunuchs sprang to their feet, drawing their blades toward Ing Zhao's direction. As the impending conflict loomed, Ling Huxiang, who had been waiting in the kitchen, finally emerged, holding a large bowl of sauce beef. Her demeanor playful. "Oh dear guests, what is the commotion? My humble establishment cannot withstand such upheaval." Yet, Rong Yin paid her no heed, his gaze fixed firmly on Ing Zhao, clearly intent on not letting her escape. Observing Rong Yan's disregard, Ling Huxiang placed the sauce beef on the table and, with a coy tone, remarked, "Guests from afar are indeed welcomed. Let us not allow this fine evening to be marred by discord." If a brawl were to erupt in her establishment, who would compensate her for the damaged tables and chairs? Just then, Rong Yin made his move. He could no longer wait, having long held a disdain for the handsome figure. Since this person had spurned his hospitality, he would make him the first sacrifice. Chapter 10. The enigmatic widow. Simultaneously, Chu Yunkwa sprang into action. Upon witnessing Rong Yan's sword lunging toward Ing Zhaobai's delicate neck, he could no longer restrain himself and drew his gentleman's sword to confront Rong Yan. Although Ing Zhao was somewhat taken aback by Chu Yunkwa's intervention, it was, in truth, entirely within the realm of expectation, given Chu Yunkwa's nature. However, what truly astonished Ing Zhao was that Ling Huxiang also chose to act. This revelation left her genuinely surprised. Just moments prior, Ling Huxiang had attempted to poison her, wishing for her demise. Yet now, she wielded a vibrant red whip, striking directly at Rong Yan's face. As Rong Yan made his move, his subordinates naturally followed suit, and soon the inn was awash with the glimmer of blades and the chaos of battle. Flesh and blood flying in all directions. The guests, unwilling to be embroiled in this conflict, seized the opportunity to flee, fearful of incurring trouble. They were merely commoners of the Jianghu, not the valiant heroes of legend. Nor were they martial arts masters capable of turning the tide. Initially surprised by the whip that slithered from the innkeeper's hand like a serpent, Rong Yin soon found himself confronted by a cold, glimmering sword that appeared from an unexpected angle. Lifting his gaze, he beheld yet another strikingly handsome man. With a light step back and a twist of his waist, Rong Yin deftly evaded the assaults of Ling Huxiang and Chu Yunque. Upon recognizing the sword engraved with the characters for gentlemen, he instantly recognized the true identity of Chu Yunque. The sword was perpetually by his side, and coupled with his age and appearance. There could be no mistake. Rong Yin, seeing this, let out a cold laugh, remarking on Ngongzi's fortunate circumstances. With a lovely companion and the assistance of the gallant Chu, one could not help but feel envy. Ing Zhao smirked, responding graciously, "Who could blame me? After all, my charm is simply too great. It is indeed a burden to bear." With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Ling Huxiang, who merely rolled her eyes in return. Ling Huxiang herself was perplexed as to why she had truly intervened. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating how to eliminate Ing Zhao to reclaim her silver and gold. Yet upon witnessing Rong Yan's intent to kill Ing Zhao, her foremost thought was to protect her. Alas, she found no reason to dwell on it any longer. At this juncture, the only individuals remaining in the Grand Hall were Ling Huxiang, Ing Zhao, Chu Yunque, and Jiang Jingwei, while all others belonged to Rong Yan's faction. Rong Yan had originally come to capture Chu Yunque, although Chao Qiansui had instructed him to capture him alive to avoid greater turmoil. One was often bound by the whims of the Jianghu. Chu Yunque's death would entail little consequence for him, merely a reprimand upon his return. With this group assembled, it saved him the trouble of searching. Rong Yan's gaze fell upon Jiang Jingwei, disguised as a man. Despite being the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, she had been disavowed the moment she fled with Chu Yunque in the merciless world of swords and blades. Her demise here would be justifiable. As for Ing Zhao and the poisonous widow Ling Huxiang, they were no more than two insignificant figures in Rong Yan's eyes, easily dispatched. However, the treasured Longquan sword that Chao Qiansui desired must be retrieved. Currently, with these few individuals surrounded by his men, escape was impossible. Rong Yin felt no urgency, even pouring himself a cup of tea, which he gently blew upon before speaking. "Hero Chu, I advise you to surrender obediently and hand over the Longquan sword. I can guarantee your survival. Otherwise, this shall become your final resting place." Chu Yunque remained unfazed, merely furrowing his brow as he replied, "Rong Yin, our matters have nothing to do with the innkeeper, Ing Zhao or Jingwei. Let them go." Ling Huxiang, hearing this, cast a complex glance at him. She had not anticipated that Chu Yunque would include her in his plea, but it did not render her efforts in sheltering the two in vain. Yet, considering Rong Yan's nature, she doubted he would acquiesce as expected. Rong Yin scoffed mockingly. "Ah, Hero Chu, it seems you truly believe your own heroics to deal you think you can escape. Even if I wish to comply, my brothers would never allow it." Seeing that negotiations were futile, Chu Yunque and Ling Huxiang exchanged glances, resolving to strike first and raise their weapons against Rong Yin once more. At that moment, a slender figure darted from behind Rong Yin like a specter, a poisoned dagger aimed directly at his heart. It was the end descended once more into chaos, illuminated by the glint of weapons. Amidst the turmoil, one figure appeared to be in a desperate flight, but upon closer observation, it was evident that she was merely toying with her pursuers. That it was none other than Ing Zhao. With occasional cries of "Help! Save me!" she wore a smile on her face, displaying no signs of panic. She even took the opportunity to trip some of the eunuchs, granting Chu Yunque and the others a momentary respite. Yet, like a slippery fish, she eluded capture, hiding behind Ling Huxiang. Much to Rong Yin's frustration. 007 watched in exasperation as Ing Zhao played with Rong Yin, unable to fathom why, despite her evident prowess, she chose to remain behind Ling Huxiang. Ing Zhao took a moment to respond. "You wouldn't understand that I asked the pretty face. It's only right for me to give the innkeeper some breathing room. Besides, I've always been the protector. Is it wrong to experience being protected for a change?" 007. As long as you're happy. Ling Huxiang had noticed that Ing Zhao consistently hid behind her, feigning weakness despite possessing martial skills. What could her true intentions be? Moreover, Ing Zhao was quite mischievous, deliberately provoking Rong Yin when there were fewer allies around, thus increasing Ling Huxiang's adversaries. Though Ling Huxiang was no slouch in combat, she found herself somewhat pressed. Fuming with indignation, she shot a glare at the instigator. only to receive a playful look from Ying Zhao, who concealed a glimmer of triumph in her gaze. Ling Huxiang had poisoned her. Surely, a little reciprocation was not too much to ask. As a high-ranking general of the Federation, Ying Zhao had never been one to tolerate grievances lightly done on the other side. Chu Yunque, burdened with the responsibility of protecting Jiang Jingyue, had sustained numerous injuries that it must be said that Ying Zhao's earlier actions had alleviated some of the pressure he faced, though he felt a twinge of guilt for harboring such thoughts. He also felt gratitude toward Ying Zhao and Ling Huxiang. Had it only been he and Jingyue facing Rong Yan, they would have had no hope of survival. Yet, with the assistance of Ling Huxiang and the others, a glimmer of hope remained. Chapter 11. The Enigmatic Widow continued. Chu Yunque's heart was a tumult of emotions. After all, Ying Zhao and her companions were mere strangers, yet they fought valiantly for him and Jiang Jingyue. Should they miraculously survive this encounter, he would ensure he expressed his profound gratitude. Ying Zhao, however, was oblivious to his thoughts. Had she known, she would have scoffed, for her intentions were solely to save Ling Huxiang. With the protagonists Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue escaping the peril of the Desert Inn, they would eventually be rescued and lead a life akin to that of celestial beings in blissful union. Yet, Ling Huxiang, as the supporting character, would forever remain ensnared in the sands of the desert. Such a thorny red rose must not wither here. It ought to bloom across every corner of the Damo dynasty. Crimson droplets of blood slowly dripped from Chu Yunque's abdomen. He had been struck by Rong Yan's sword. Had he not reacted swiftly, the blade would have pierced his heart. Yet, Rong Yan's situation was hardly more favorable. Of the original 12 members of the Eastern Factory, only 6 remained standing, while the other 6 lay lifeless on the dark stone floor that a thick stench of blood filled the modest inn, and scattered furniture had been reduced to mere splinters. Rong Yan pressed his hand against the gaping wound in his shoulder, glaring menacingly at Chu Yunque and his companions, but he had not anticipated that capturing 2 insignificant mice would cost him so many men. And now, he himself was injured, and that detestable dwarf, whatever martial arts he practiced, it had granted him remarkable agility, allowing him to exploit the chaos. Half of Rong Yan's injuries were inflicted by that little fiend. In this dilapidated inn, skilled fighters lay hidden. Rong Yan had underestimated the situation. Blood splattered across his forehead, enhancing the malevolence of his already sinister visage, rendering him a veritable specter of death that Aes's gaze swept over the remaining individuals. It lingered momentarily on Ying Zhao, though no one took note of the fleeting pause. He extended his tongue, tasting the crimson liquid on his fingertips, and a sinister grin spread across his face. Chu Yunque, your luck is remarkable that as you face certain death, help arrives for you. But do you truly believe you can escape from Chao Chinsue's grasp? I forgot to mention, all 9 of your family members are waiting for you in prison. Oh, and your adorable 2-year-old niece. What a pity she must face her demise at such a tender age. Upon hearing Rong Yan's words, Chu Yunque's complexion turned ashen, his robust physique seemingly drained of all vitality, causing him to slump down. Had it not been for Jiang Jingyue supporting him beside, he would have undoubtedly collapsed to the ground. Chu Yunque never anticipated that the treacherous Chao had seized his kin to use as leverage against him. After all, it was he alone who had reclaimed the Longquan sword, with no ties to the Chu family. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth in anger, exclaiming, "Despicable scoundrel! Release my family!" Rong Yan, observing Chu Yunque's horrified expression, couldn't help but chuckle, though he coughed up a significant amount of blood due to internal injuries, that he carelessly wiped the blood from his lips and replied nonchalantly, "As long as you obediently accompany us back, your family shall naturally be spared." Hearing this, Chu Yunque's expression shifted to one of torment, that it was his own impetuousness that had revealed his identity, thereby allowing this gang of eunuchs to exploit his weakness. Despite his estrangement from the Chu family and having traversed the Jianghu alone for years, he never wished for them to be dragged into this mess. Glancing at Jiang Jingyue and then around at Ling Huxiang and Ying Zhao, he took in the state of everyone present at this moment. Aside from Ying Zhao, who appeared relatively unscathed, all others bore visible traces of blood, even though Rong Yan's men had been halved. Chu Yunque feared that further conflict would lead to even more casualties among them. Closing his eyes, his thoughts whirled, and upon reopening them, he spoke with utmost resolve. "Very well, I agree to return with you." But do not harm Madame Boss and release my family." Upon hearing Chu Yunqua's capitulation, Rong Yan's face broke into a smirk of assured victory, his countenance resembling a flower blooming on the banks of the underworld. Yet regrettably, one that remained unappreciated. Ling Huxiang, Jiang Jingyue, and the others furrowed their brows at Chu Yunqua's willingness to surrender, yet none could fathom a solution. After all, with the Chu family in enemy hands, whatever Chu Yunque did would inevitably be constrained. Furthermore, with Chao's cunning and malicious methods, Ling Huxiang did not believe that by yielding and surrendering the Longquan sword, Chao would genuinely spare the Chu family. One must eradicate the roots of the problem. Even a humble innkeeper would know this. How could that cunning eunuch not understand? It was merely a ruse to deceive the naive Chu Yunque, who harbored a sense of justice and trust in humanity. Even the reclusive Jiang Jingyue recognized the folly of this course of action, yet the situation was beyond their control. Ying Zhao observed the unfolding scene with an air of nonchalance, akin to a bystander detached from the fray. In any case, the original timeline dictated that Chu Yunque would follow Rong Yin and be rescued midway by a powerful figure, while his family would be liberated from prison by a band of chivalrous heroes, thus leaving her with no cause for concern. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Ling Huxiang and Dada would, after Rong Yan's departure, face retaliation from him, as he secretly dispatched men to incinerate the entire inn, reducing the daimyo into mere dust, scattered by the winds. Witnessing events unfold precisely as he had anticipated, a hint of derision flickered in Rong Yan's inscrutable eyes. Release them? That is utterly inconceivable. Anyone who stands against Chao Qinsui meets but one fate: death. As for that group of Chu family members, they are indeed of the same stubborn stock as Chu Yunque, each one unwilling to divulge his whereabouts, no matter the torment inflicted. In that case, let me send this family off together, to reunite in the afterlife. Seeing Chu Yunque obediently surrender the Longquan sword, shackled tightly in iron chains, Rong Yin felt a sense of satisfaction at the man's compliance. Ignoring Chu Yunque's protests, Jiang Jingyue insisted on accompanying him, prompting a scoff from Rong Yin, yet he ultimately acquiesced to her wish. Let it be seen as a charitable act, granting this pair of star-crossed lovers their desire. To placate Chu Yunque, Rong Yin, as promised, refrained from immediately attacking Ling Huxiang and the others, instead waving his hand to signal departure. At this moment, the first light of dawn broke, dispelling the dense darkness of the night, allowing them to travel by day without fear of losing their way in the vast desert. Observing that Rong Yin indeed spared Ling Huxiang and the others as previously claimed, a weight slowly lifted from Chu Yunque's heart. Thankfully, he could no longer drag more people into this turmoil. Though he possessed a chivalrous heart, he was not foolish. He understood that he had effectively walked into a trap, yet he had no alternative. Chapter 12. The alluring and toxic widow seeing the once clean and tidy hall transformed into a desolate ruin. Ling Huxiang found herself devoid of energy to tidy up, allowing her body to relax as she slumped against a relatively intact pillar. Her martial prowess paled in comparison to Chu Yunque's, and with Ying Zhao having caused her further trouble, she was indeed at her wit's end. Had Chu Yunque not ultimately relented, she would likely have met her demise here today. As for the myriad of minor injuries adorning her body, Ling Huxiang momentarily set them aside at this moment. The renowned innkeeper finally revealed a hint of fatigue, her usual captivating demeanor momentarily faltering. Ling Huxiang turned her gaze towards Ying Zhao, who stood tall and pristine, untouched by a speck of dust, and an inexplicable sense of embarrassment washed over her. However, recalling the good deeds he had wrought, her ire flared anew, and she mustered her spirits to scold Ying Zhao. "You fool! Why are you still here? Hurry, and get out of my sight." Yet, to her astonishment, the very person she had just reprimanded began to topple toward her. Unfortunately, Ling Huxiang, feeling utterly drained and weak, could barely sit upright, let alone move, and was left with no choice but to awkwardly catch Ying Zhao. With a look of disdain, Ling Huxiang regarded the figure in her arms, only to be taken aback by Ying Zhao's pallid complexion, his lips tinged with purple, a clear sign that he was on the brink of death. It dawned upon her that Ying Zhao had been poisoned by her own hand, and he had somehow managed to endure until now. Blinking her striking fox-like eyes, she felt her mind go blank. The earlier events had caused her to overlook the fact that Ing Zhao had ingested the poison wine. And with her singular focus on retrieving her money, she had neglected his well-being. However, having survived a fierce battle together, she was now reluctant to see him perish, especially not at her hands. Ling Huxiang's complexion paled as she trembled, fumbling for the vial of medicine in her possession, desperately seeking the antidote for the poison, even though she well knew her collection was devoid of any such remedy. After all, these poisons were meant for others, not for saving lives. With trembling hands, she opened the vial, only to find it filled with toxins, no antidote in sight. Gently slapping Ing Zhao's face, she called out, "Hey, are you all right?" Ing Zhao offered no response. Ling Huxiang, licking her dry lips in desperation, glanced up at the silent Dadu, pleading, "Do, hurry and fetch a doctor. Tell them someone is dying." Dadu looked from Ling Huxiang to the poisoning Zhao, nodded, and swiftly departed to fetch a horse. The nearest physician was several miles away, and Dadu had little faith that Ing Zhao could hold on until then. His departure was a means to reassure Ling Huxiang, granting them both a final moment together. Though he was not one for words, he could clearly see that his employer harbored complex feelings towards Ing Zhao. Originally concerned that Ing Zhao would harm Ling Huxiang, he now felt relieved that she would not need to worry any longer. As the sound of Dadu's horse faded into the distance, Ling Huxiang lowered her gaze to Ing Zhao, who, perhaps due to the poison infiltrating his internal organs, suddenly expelled several mouthfuls of black blood, some of which splattered onto Ling Huxiang's chest. With the release of the toxic blood, Ing Zhao regained a semblance of vitality, his eyelids fluttering open. Yet at this moment, the only thought occupying Ling Huxiang's mind was a fleeting glimpse of hope. "You, Ing Zhao, what has happened to you? Do you have anything you wish to say?" Ling Huxiang stammered. Ing Zhao, once fair-skinned and handsome, now appeared even more pallid, resembling a ghostly figure, but he faintly attempted to smile, as if to convey that he was all right, yet the poison rendered him incapable of doing so. With a hazy gaze, he looked at Ling Huxiang and softly inquired, "Madam Boss, may I ask you one question before I die?" Ling Huxiang's expression faltered momentarily before she responded with difficulty, "Very well, ask away." After all, Ing Zhao's impending demise was tied to her. Fulfilling his final wish would be the least she could do. "What do you think happiness means to you?" "Huh. Is that what you wish to ask?" Ling Huxiang was momentarily taken aback, never expecting that Ing Zhao's final question would revolve around such a topic. She had anticipated inquiries about an antidote or reasons for his poisoning. Yet here he was, with an earnest expression, seemingly invested in the matter. "Consider it my last wish. I simply wish to hear your answer." Ing Zhao insisted resolutely to, "Ing Zhao, you great deceiver. Your vital signs are stabilizing, and you are expelling the toxins. How dare you trick me, the supporting character?" In the consciousness of Ing Zhao, 007 has transformed into a pufferfish, albeit one that she has unilaterally chosen to obscure. She deceived Ling Huxiang, yet the fact remains that she was indeed poisoned and had coughed up blood. Furthermore, all her performances were ultimately aimed at whom? Was it not in service of completing her mission? Once she comprehends Ling Huxiang's definition of happiness, she would be able to tailor her approach accordingly, rather than fumbling in the dark. Previously, Ing Zhao even contemplated kidnapping Chu Yunque and presenting him to Ling Huxiang, but it seemed that Ling Huxiang harbored little interest in him, which led Ing Zhao to abandon that notion. She was not a parasite nestled within Ling Huxiang's psyche. Aside from providing a rough outline of the plot, 007 was largely a passive presence, leaving her to devise her own means of uncovering the truth. 007 inwardly lamented. Had it not been for your sudden intrusion, Ling Huxiang would have gradually developed affections for Chu Yunque. Yet, due to you, all of Ling Huxiang's attention has shifted to your person. It would be a wonder if she could still harbor feelings for the male lead. Naturally, 007's musings were lost on Ing Zhao, whose focus was entirely on Ling Huxiang. Noticing Ing Zhao's unwavering fixation on the matter, Ling Huxiang genuinely began to ponder. Happiness? Those two words seemed distant to her. She struggled to unearth some memories, uncertainly concluding that perhaps the happiest moment of her life was when she had just married her late husband. Abandoned as a child, Ling Huxiang was taken in by an elderly beggar who had some skills, and she learned a thing or two from him. Eventually, the beggar fell victim to an enemy's vendetta. And after avenging him, Ling Huxiang found herself adrift and alone, until she encountered Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng was a frail scholar, full of righteous fervor, upon witnessing the ruffians harassing Ling Huxiang, rushed in to protect her, disregarding his lack of martial prowess. Initially, Ling Huxiang intended to whip those scoundrels into submission, only to be interrupted by someone coming to her aid, an unarmed scholar. No less. Ultimately, Zhang Sheng not only failed to disperse the ruffians, but also took a beating, while Ling Huxiang managed to drive them away with the crack of her whip. As a result, the two gradually grew acquainted, or rather, Zhang Sheng doggedly followed Ling Huxiang, motivated by her beauty and her frequent harassment by others. Time and again, he would leap to her defense, only to end up on the receiving end of blows. Over time, having never experienced the warmth of being cared for, Ling Huxiang's heart began to soften, and she eventually wed the impoverished Zhang Sheng, who had only a widowed mother to his name. However, their bliss was short-lived. Zhang Sheng, plagued by repeated failures in his studies and his ill health, passed away merely a year into their marriage, leaving Ling Huxiang alone once more, having already restrained her temperament in deference to Zhang Sheng's mother. Ling Huxiang saw no reason to linger after his departure. Bold and free-spirited by nature, she left some silver coins for Zhang Sheng's mother and set off on her own. Thereafter, she roamed the martial world and unexpectedly rescued the two, ultimately settling in the northern desert where she opened an inn. Thus, when Ling Huxiang first heard Ing Zhao inquire about her concept of happiness, she was momentarily taken aback. She had married Zhang Sheng at the tender age of 16. And now, at 24, 8 years had passed. Those days could indeed be deemed happy. Yet upon reflection, she realized that compared to the ordinary life of raising a family, she preferred the adventures and rivalries of the martial world. It was indeed Zhang Sheng who had led her to temper her nature and assume the role of a devoted wife. Had circumstances been different, she would undoubtedly refuse such a fate. After all, he was merely a man. What merit did he hold that warranted her sacrificing her freedom? Perhaps she was destined for a life of wandering. Ling Huxiang mused, noticing the nostalgic expression on Ling Huxiang's face as she hesitated to respond. Ing Zhao refrained from pressing her, hoping that Ling Huxiang would take her time to offer a thoughtful answer. After all, this response would significantly influence her future plans, and Ing Zhao was not keen on embarking on a fruitless endeavor. Before long, Ling Huxiang regained her composure and articulated her response. I do not know what happiness means to others, but for me, Ling Huxiang, happiness is simply being able to drink when I wish, eat meat when I desire, lash out when I am displeased, and do the same when I am joyous. That in essence, I want to do whatever I please. Ing Zhao smiled, her eyes sparkling as she beheld Ling Huxiang, who, despite her disheveled appearance and blood-streaked face, radiated an invigorating vitality. That moment, Ing Zhao found Ling Huxiang more beautiful than ever, her words a manifestation of her innermost desires. It was no wonder 007 insisted on rescuing this supporting character. Such a woman ought not to meet a tragic end. Ing Zhao cherished not only beauty, but also ambition and desire within a woman. The world often overlooked how exquisitely these attributes could flourish when nurtured. She herself had been cultivated by ambition. Otherwise, how could a mere commoner attain the esteemed position of the youngest general in the Federation upon witnessing Ing Zhao's admiration rather than disdain in response to her answer? Ling Huxiang felt a stir in an uncharted corner of her heart. She cast her gaze downward, then retorted, Do you not find it peculiar? I, a woman, am preoccupied with pursuits that are typically the domain of men, constantly thrusting myself into the limelight. Ing Zhao replied, Do you care about the opinions of others? Ling Huxiang's expression hardened, her disdain evident to know how others perceive me is of no consequence. And so, their conversation fell silent. Initially, Ling Huxiang expected Ing Zhao's vitality to wane. Yet after a prolonged moment, she observed that Ing Zhao, once ashen, appeared to be regaining her strength, even displaying signs of renewed energy. Ling Huxiang felt a flicker of suspicion arise within her. Instinctively, she reached toward Ing Zhao's neck, only to have her hand seized. Boss lady, given your current state, is it truly wise to take advantage of me? Perhaps we should wait until I am fully recovered before discussing matters of spending the night together? Ing Zhao's tone was lighthearted, yet her grip remained firm. She had no intention of exposing her vulnerabilities to anyone, especially not to a woman like Ling Huxiang, who could turn at any moment. Ling Huxiang, initially doubtful of Ing Zhao's intentions, now found clarity that it seemed inviting the two to summon a physician was a futile endeavor. Ing Zhao still had the strength to restrain her and was no longer coughing blood, implying she had a will to live. However, Ling Huxiang could not fathom how Ing Zhao had managed to detoxify herself or why she had adopted such a feigned state of near death merely to pose an absurd question. Ling Huxiang realized she had never fully understood Ing Zhao, nor did she grasp the reasons for her presence in the desert, her strength, or her past. All she could ascertain was that Ing Zhao's extravagant demeanor suggested a commendable lineage. At that moment, Ling Huxiang noticed her own wariness toward Ing Zhao gradually diminishing. The realization sent a chill down her spine. How could the proprietor of a notorious tavern nearly fall prey to another? Resolute, Ling Huxiang pushed Ing Zhao away, ignoring her teasing and coldly stated, "Since you are not dead, let us discuss the compensation for your protection." Compensation? What sum does the boss lady desire? Ing Zhao, still somewhat regretful over being ejected from the embrace of the beauty, was nonetheless taken aback by Ling Huxiang's sudden inquiry regarding compensation. Upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected that in a sense. Ling Huxiang had indeed safeguarded her, and it was only fitting that she offer some form of recompense. Ling Huxiang gazed meaningfully at Ing Zhao and, with a glint in her eye, declared, "I want all the silver you recovered from me, along with every last golden leaf. Surely your life is worth such a price." Upon hearing this, Ing Zhao's interest peaked, her enchanting eyes brimming with mirth. "Indeed, it is worth it." With that, Ing Zhao produced a bag embroidered with golden thread and tossed it into Ling Huxiang's hands, perhaps fearing she would doubt its authenticity, for she slightly lifted her outer garment to demonstrate that she was indeed penniless. Meanwhile, 007, observing from the sidelines, remarked, "Host, you've given all the money I provided you to Ling Huxiang. What will you do next? Your mission remains incomplete. Fear not, I am in good health. Earning money will not be a challenge." Ing Zhao replied, "Suit yourself. Do as you wish, that I shall not concern myself with you," 007 retorted, resigning to the situation. After dismissing the system, Ing Zhao blinked her alluring eyes, casting a pitiful glance at the beaming Ling Huxiang, who was now concealing her golden leaves. "Boss lady, I have given you all my money and have nowhere else to turn. Might I stay at the inn and work a few odd jobs? I only seek food and lodging." Ling Huxiang paused momentarily upon hearing the words, then began to scrutinize Ing Zhao from top to bottom to speak candidly, regardless of whether Ing Zhao was male or female. That visage alone would suffice for the role of a good luck charm at the inn. The moment Ing Zhao stepped through the threshold, all eyes had been drawn to him, a testament to his capabilities. Yet, the enigma of Ing Zhao's origins and that mysterious ability to detoxify, this thought stirred a sense of hesitation within Ling Huxiang. Was it prudent to keep such a person close? Although Ing Zhao had not exhibited any hostility towards him thus far, Ling Huxiang was far from naive and was quite certain that Ing Zhao's presence was deliberate. Initially, he had believed that Ing Zhao might have come in pursuit of the Longquan sword, or perhaps for Chu Yinque. But with Chu Yinque having been whisked away by Rong Yin, the fact that Ing Zhao lingered here indicated ulterior motives. Now, with the intent to remain, was the target not obvious? Ing Zhao did not attempt to disguise her interest in Ling Huxiang, for she was not the type to invest silently. Every sacrifice she made was meant to be acknowledged. Very well. If such a troublesome figure wished to stay, then stay he would. She was curious to unravel the intentions behind this person's actions. With this in mind, Ling Huxiang's lips curled into a smile. Since the young gentleman was inclined to remain, she would naturally extend her welcome. However, it must be stated up front that her establishment only provided food and lodging, but no wages. Naturally, after sharing a knowing glance, both revealed satisfied smiles that a moment later, the sound of hooves echoed from outside once more that, "Oh dear young man, do take it slow, this old body can hardly endure the jostling." An elderly man with a white beard trembled as he was unceremoniously lifted down from a horse. Only upon stepping onto the soft yellow sand did the assailant release him. "Doctor, hurry and save him. Otherwise, he will perish." Datu, taking advantage of the doctor's moment of respite, dragged the man into the hall that he had anticipated seeing a lifeless corpse, but what greeted him was quite another scene. Ing Zhao and Ling Huxiang were tidying up in such perfect harmony, akin to a couple who had shared many years together. Datu's expression turned complex as he observed this tableau, even neglecting the doctor beside him. The old physician wiped the sweat from his brow, finally catching his breath, and looked up to ask in confusion, "Where is the injured one? Weren't you in a hurry? Why have you come and yet remained silent?" At this moment, Ling Huxiang and Ying Zhao heard the commotion and peered out to see Dadu alongside an elderly man, clearly a physician, standing awkwardly below. Ling Huxiang set down the cloth she had been using, cast a fleeting glance at Ying Zhao, who was leisurely cleaning the windows, and then sauntered downstairs to, "Oh dear, Dr. Qi. I sincerely apologize for making you come here for nothing. Please have some tea. Young Ying, why are you so lacking in awareness? Quickly, serve Dr. Qi some tea." Ying Zhao, now addressed as Young Ying, could only respond with a silent sigh. How should she put it? Ling Huxiang had adapted to this shift far more swiftly than she had. Upon hearing this, Dr. Qi, though unclear about the unfolding events, realized that he was no longer needed. He lamented the state of his tired limbs, having been dragged here at such an early hour by that impudent youth. Waving his hand, he said, "No need, there are still patients waiting for me at my clinic. Please have someone escort me back." Had it not been for Datu's grave assertion that someone was on the verge of death at his clinic, he would not have abandoned his patients so readily. Now that all was well, he was eager to return Dada's for tea. He glanced around at the inn, which resembled a wreck, and politely declined. Subsequently, Ling Huxiang instructed Datu to escort the man back once more. "Oh, young brother, could you perhaps take it a bit slower this time? My old bones truly cannot withstand the strain." Dr. Qi's voice faded into the distance, choked by the wind and sand, after a night of fierce battles. Ling Huxiang had lost the desire to flirt with Ying Zhao, and now longed for a hot bath and a deep, uninterrupted slumber. The minor injuries she had sustained were inconsequential. In her room lay a precious ointment worth its weight in gold, capable not only of healing and stopping bleeding, but also of fading scars that a simple application would suffice. Ling Huxiang glanced at Ying Zhao, who appeared to be dutifully tidying up, yawned, and ascended the stairs. Before leaving, she reminded Ying Zhao to have Datu bring up hot water upon his return and to ensure the inn was well kept before resting. She had truly mastered the art of being a demanding mistress. Once Ling Huxiang was out of sight, Ying Zhao feigned arranging the chairs before plopping down in one, pouring herself a cup of cold tea. When Datu entered the hall, he was met with the sight of a striking beauty, exuding grace and poise as she leisurely sipped her tea. Despite the dilapidated surroundings, Ying Zhao possessed an innate ability to divert attention solely to herself, drawing focus away from the environment. "Back already? The innkeeper requests that you tidy up this hall. I shall go prepare hot water for her." Ying Zhao nodded slightly to Datu and confidently headed towards the kitchen. That in truth, what Ying Zhao found most displeasing about this era was the inconvenience of bathing and using the restroom. However, one must bend to the circumstances when under a roof. For a moment, Datu was taken aback, instinctively nodding in agreement as he accepted the broom leaning against the wooden table, dutifully commencing his cleaning. Only after Ying Zhao's figure vanished behind the curtain of the kitchen did he realize why he had followed her instructions. After all, Ling Huxiang was his true employer. Furthermore, Ling Huxiang had always instructed him to bring hot water to her, as she, despite her flirtatious nature, was not particularly keen on men entering her personal quarters. Even during intimate encounters, she had always chosen guest rooms. Why then had she suddenly changed her approach? Chapter 15. The enigmatic widow. Ying Zhao sauntered into the kitchen and, under the guidance of 007, successfully boiled a pot of hot water. It was primarily due to her unfamiliarity with such rustic stoves. In the era of interstellar travel, humanity relied on nutrient solutions, rendering the need for cooking obsolete. Moreover, following the cataclysm, many seeds of vegetables, grains, and fruits had been lost, leading to artificially cultivated produce, the taste of which was another matter altogether. Only a select few could indulge in genuine, steaming hot meals, and Ying Zhao was fortunate if she could partake in such a feast a few times a year, usually relying on nutrient solutions for sustenance. In contrast, the vegetables and meats of this era were untainted and authentic. Perhaps the greatest virtue of this time. Ying Zhao was quite content with the food here, aside from Ling Huxiang's special 10-spice meat. After preparing the hot water, Ying Zhao poured it into a wooden tub and effortlessly carried it upstairs. Ling Huxiang's chamber was at the far end of the second floor. After placing the tub down, she knocked gently on the door. "Innkeeper, the hot water is ready." Hearing this, Ling Huxiang opened the door slightly. "Why are you the one delivering the water? Where is Datu? Has he not returned yet?" Oh, Datu is busy, so I took the liberty of bringing it up first, Ing Zhao replied with calm composure. Ling Huxiang furrowed her brow. Data knew her temperament and should not have allowed Ing Zhao to come. Yet she was indeed eager to bathe. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity. Ling Huxiang opened the door wider. Come in, pour the water, and then be on your way. Ing Zhao entered without a sideways glance, immediately engulfed by the rich fragrance that only a mature woman could exude. She did not stray her gaze and dutifully poured the water into the tub, intending to leave. However, before she could lift her leg to depart, she heard the sound of someone entering the water. This woman was indeed audacious. Ing Zhao's ears perked up, but she made no move to engage. Preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, Ling Huxiang let out a startled gasp, seemingly having slipped, and in a reflex, Ing Zhao turned her head only to be yanked into the tub. She could have evaded it, but in that moment, for reasons unknown, she did not resist, allowing Ling Huxiang to pull her into the tub. Oops, I am dreadfully sorry. It seems I slipped, Ling Huxiang said, her deep crimson bathrobe clinging to her form, revealing her fair shoulders and ample bosom. All exposed to the gently swaying warm water, a sight most tempting. Ing Zhao's gaze deepened. Although she was female, she was still an alpha and could not possibly be unaffected by such an encounter. A smile played on her lips, no harm done, but what is the innkeeper's intention? The parts of them visible above the water appeared friendly, yet beneath the surface a struggle ensued. Ing Zhao had not anticipated that this person would be so bold, using such a method to gain leverage over her. Ling Huxiang's eyes sparkled with triumph as she measured the weight of Ing Zhao in her grasp. It must be said, this individual was indeed tall and imposing, even in that regard possessing remarkable attributes. However, she had finally discerned Ing Zhao's true gender. Yet, when she had initially touched Ing Zhao, it had felt soft and yielding. Could it be that this person was the fabled hermaphrodite? She had never savored the essence of such a person. Were it not for her overwhelming fatigue and the throbbing pain in her head at this moment, Ling Huxiang would not have minded spending a night with Ing Zhaochan. Ling Huxiang released her grasp on the object in hand. Her face, flushed from the steam, feigned weakness as she said, "If I were to claim that I accidentally stumbled upon this, would you believe me?" Ing Zhao was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Her insincerity was so evident that one might question if she appeared foolish. Initially, she had merely intended to inspect the layout of Ling Huxiang's boudoir. For it was in this very chamber that Ling Huxiang was murdered by vile men in the dead of night. Ing Zhao had thought it prudent to scout the area beforehand. Little did she expect Ling Huxiang to orchestrate such a scene that this moment. She still sought to test her resolve. I sincerely hope the proprietress is indeed accidental. Ing Zhao squinted her eyes at that moment. Both women were nestled in the bath, and given Ing Zhao's stature, they were practically flesh to flesh. Ling Huxiang, feeling guilty, averted her gaze from Ing Zhao's eyes, then cleared her throat and declared, "Aren't you going to hurry and leave?" "I wish to bathe." Ing Zhao, already uncomfortable in the cramped tub, was about to exit when Ling Huxiang urged her again, causing her to pause. How could Ling Huxiang expect to pull her in and push her away at will? Observing Ling Huxiang's disdainful expression, Ing Zhao swiftly wrapped her long arms around the woman, drawing her into an embrace. Then, as if to punish her, crushed her crimson lips against Ling Huxiang's. This mouth, often sharp-tongued, possessed a sweet allure. Satisfied, Ing Zhao released her before Ling Huxiang could express her anger, then leaped out of the tub, not bothering to look back as she exited the room, remembering to lock the door behind her. "Ing Zhao, I will chop you into pieces." Ling Huxiang's furious shout echoed behind her. Yet Ing Zhao descended the stairs with a beaming smile, her mood considerably lifted despite the dampness of her clothes. Were it not for the need to deal with the reinforcements sent by Rong Yin tonight and the visible fatigue on Ling Huxiang's face, which bore dark circles, Ing Zhao would not have let her off so easily. Downstairs, the two gazed quizzically at Ing Zhao, who was soaked yet radiated a vibrant springtime spirit as she strolled leisurely down, seemingly unbothered by the chill, fanning herself with a tattered fan, leaving the two utterly perplexed. Was she a fool? In the boudoir, Ling Huxiang, with a flushed complexion, touched her slightly swollen lips, her gaze deep and contemplative that was merely a kiss, yet it had ignited a spark of desire within her. It seemed she was truly feeling a pang of loneliness. Ling Huxiang was no innocent maiden. She was honest about the physiological desires that had arisen within her. However, judging by Ying Zhao's kissing technique, it was evident that she was no novice either, and coupled with her superior appearance, it was likely that she had her share of admirers. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Ling Huxiang shook her head to dispel such thoughts and focused on her bath. What had Ying Zhao's past demeanor to do with her now? At present, she was merely a lowly worker in her establishment, unworthy of such contemplation. Be it men or androgynes, they were merely spices in her life. Ling Huxiang understood herself to be someone who grew weary of novelty. Her interest in Ying Zhao was fleeting, and she was uncertain how long it might last. Perhaps by tomorrow, she would find herself bored with Ying Zhao. As evening fell, having replenished her energy, Ling Huxiang gracefully descended the stairs. Thanks to Datu's efforts and Ying Zhao's laxity, the desert inn had barely regained its former appearance, though most of the wooden tables and chairs were still damaged. Ling Huxiang promptly hung a sign outside, declaring that the inn would not be receiving guests for the next 7 days. After all, refurbishing the furnishings and repairing the mud walls would take time. And following yesterday's chaos, it was unlikely that any patrons would arrive soon. Ling Huxiang reclined with her legs crossed, snacking on sunflower seeds while idly gazing outside, her eyes drifting into the void. Ying Zhao, on the other hand, was engrossed in a book she had unearthed from somewhere. The two continued to silently polish the teapot. Everything seemed to be placid and serene. This tranquility persisted until nightfall. At the third watch of the night, Ying Zhao opened her beautiful peach blossom eyes amidst the inky darkness. They were coming. Perhaps having learned from previous encounters, the individuals dispatched by the Eastern Bureau were considerably more cautious this time. Deliberately choosing the stroke of midnight, one must understand that traversing the desert at night was exponentially more perilous than during the day. To eliminate Ling Huxiang and Datu. Perhaps even her. Their leader Rong Yin was truly going to great lengths. TSK, such a narrow-minded individual, unlike her, who embraced a more open-minded nature. Ying Zhao quietly rose, sliding open her window, and with a nimble flip, ascended to the rooftop. She sat there in silence, blending seamlessly into the darkness, while a playful black panther lay beside her, its furry ears twitching occasionally, and its golden eyes glimmering green in the night, unseen by anyone. Soon, several figures clad in dark garbs stealthily approached the currently silent inn. Rongqi, go investigate that pretty boy's room first. 12, take your men to the 2, and the rest follow me to the poisonous widow. Remember to proceed with caution. If you disrupt Qian's plans again, you all know the consequences. The leader of the black-clad men spoke in a hushed tone. The others, recalling Chao Qian's ruthless methods, displayed a flicker of fear in their eyes and nodded respectfully. The desert inn, shrouded in darkness, lay like a quiet beast, undisturbed by the arrival of new guests, save for the figure atop the roof. Ying Zhao's ears perked up, and with the aid of the evening breeze and her keen hearing, she easily discerned their operational plans that a rather crude and straightforward strategy, but it seemed they regarded her as a defenseless weakling, which was why they had dispatched only one individual to confront her while sending a larger force to Ling Huxiang. This was clearly a plot to ensure Ling Huxiang's demise. Though Ying Zhao appeared leisurely on the rooftop, every muscle in her body was coiled, ready for combat. While she could easily dispatch these men with her psychic abilities, how would she then enhance her favorability in Ling Huxiang's eyes? Moreover, the sudden and inexplicable demise of so many individuals would be difficult to explain. While she did not particularly care how Ling Huxiang perceived her, avoiding unnecessary trouble was always preferable. Observing the more than 20 men below, who had already scattered, Ying Zhao remained poised, while her consciousness, 007, was anxiously urging her to act. Host, they're already closing in on Ling Huxiang's boudoir. Will you not make a move? Just a moment longer. Ling Huxiang's combat capabilities are not to be underestimated. Logically, even if she cannot defeat these eunuchs, she should possess the ability to escape. How could she possibly perish here? Ying Zhao pondered curiously until she witnessed one of the black-clad men draw a small bamboo tube from his waist and pierce through the paper-thin window of Ling Huxiang's chamber, brazenly inserting the tube inside. Rong San was exceedingly confident in the effects of this soporific. Anyone who inhaled the powder would find themselves utterly incapacitated and unable to summon their internal energy, regardless of their martial prowess. Using it on a seductive widow seemed an utter waste of such a fine concoction. Though Rong San was brimming with self-assurance, his cautious nature led him to wait for the effects to reach their peak before taking action. This time, he would ensure that the roots were thoroughly severed. Meanwhile, Rong-Chi, tasked with eliminating Ying Zhao, had been searching room by room. After all, Ying Zhao was merely an afterthought, and having heard she was a delicate flower with no fighting capabilities, he felt a sense of superiority. Were it not for Rong San's sycophantic tendencies towards Qian and Rong Yen, he would not have heeded his words. This operation had clearly been designed to allow him to tackle the so-called Ying Zhao on his own, indicative of a desire to deny him any credit. As Rong-Chi fumed internally, he deftly opened a door and swiftly plunged his blade into the bed. The silvery sword pierced through the soft quilt, and the sensation confirmed that Ying Zhao was not in bed. Rong-Chi proceeded to the next room. Dealing with Ying Zhao required no soporific. She wasn't worthy of such a fine concoction, which had been personally bestowed by Chao Qian. After opening 5 or 6 rooms in succession, Rong-Chi grew increasingly impatient. Where on earth was this pretty boy hiding? How could every single room be empty? Upon opening yet another door, he finally spotted a used teacup in the dim moonlight, confirming that Ying Zhao resided here. The audacity of making him search for so long, wasting precious time, and allowing this pretty boy to live a bit longer, filled Rong-Chi with indignation, and without hesitation, he thrust his sword into the center of the bed. No one was there. In the blink of an eye, Rong-Chi sensed that something was amiss. But it was already too late. He was horrified to find himself turning his head backward, where he beheld the so-called pretty boy he was tasked to assassinate, standing coldly behind him, gazing at him with indifference. Ying Zhao, observing this unfortunate soul whose head had twisted a full 360 degrees, silently walked toward the direction of Ling Huxiang at this moment. The inn had lost its previous tranquility, now filled with the furious shouts of women and the sounds of battle. Ying Zhao paused briefly, a flicker of interest flashing in his eyes, realizing that Ling Huxiang had not completely succumbed to her fate, allowing herself to be slaughtered without resistance, even though she had held her breath. The initial inadvertent inhalation of the sleeping powder had tightened her grip on the long whip, her body gradually weakening. Yet, Ling Huxiang dared not show a hint of vulnerability. If she were to display any sign of weakness now, death would be her only reward. Despite the assailants being clad in dark attire, Ling Huxiang could still detect the distinct odor of eunuchs emanating from them. Gritting her silver teeth, she cursed Rong Yen for being utterly untrustworthy. Within a day, he had dispatched others to eliminate them. Ling Huxiang had already heard the sounds of close combat from Dada's side, but curiously, there was no commotion from Ying Zhao's direction. Was he not marked for assassination? Or had he already met his demise? Chapter 17. The poisonous widow of many charms. Given Rong Yan's vengeful nature, Ling Huxiang found it difficult to believe that he would let Ying Zhao slip away unscathed. Yet, how could such a talented individual simply perish? Ling Huxiang's thoughts shifted to Ying Zhao's enigmatic abilities, and she could not bring herself to believe that such a calamity could truly fall to the hands of these eunuchs. However, at that moment, she had no time to ponder further. Her sole focus was on confronting Rong San. Under the influence of the drug, coupled with the overwhelming number of assailants, Ling Huxiang's strength began to wane, and her injuries multiplied. Rong San, seeing this, was elated, intensifying his assault. He could tell that the poison was taking effect within the widow, and naturally, he sought to seize the opportunity to claim her life. Ling Huxiang bit down hard on her tongue, striving to maintain clarity in her mind, desperately seeking a chance to escape. Her current condition would not allow her to hold out much longer. She was not stubborn enough to stay and fight if she could not win. Stealthily, Ling Huxiang continued to engage with the group, inching closer to the window. Rong San was no fool. He quickly discerned her intentions and shouted, "She is trying to escape. Block her." Instantly, all manner of weapons, knives, swords, and more, were hurled towards Ling Huxiang. With no other option, she had to continue fighting, unable to flee successfully. At this moment, her body felt cold, a sign of excessive blood loss. Her vision blurred, and her limbs grew weak, rendering her unable to summon her inner strength. It seemed that today she would indeed perish here. Ling Huxiang bitterly mused, "Well, living another day is worth something, but I feel somewhat guilty toward Dada that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been dragged into this as for Ying Zhao. He was unfortunate as well. Why did he have to linger in this inn? Now, it seemed he might lose his life too." The light in Ling Huxiang's eyes flickered, which Rong San interpreted as a sign of her impending demise. The glory of slaying the poisonous widow would undoubtedly belong to him. Rong San lunged forward, his sharp sword aimed directly at Ling Huxiang's heart. He could already envision his sword piercing through her skin, shattering her heart, and emerging from her back, while Ling Huxiang, having lost her strength, stood helplessly without even attempting to dodge. Just as Rong San believed his success was assured, Ling Huxiang's lips curled into a strange smile. She hurled something from her bosom, striking Rong San's face. Even if she were to die, she would take one with her. Rong San felt something powdery collide with his face, and then his skin erupted in excruciating pain. The two eyes that came into direct contact with the powder felt as if they had been scalded, and he fell to the ground, howling in agony. From a distance, Ying Zhao instinctively blinked, realizing that the innkeeper had shown her some degree of favor by not using such a substance against her. Meanwhile, Rong San had been transformed into a ghastly sight as the black cloth covering his face began to peel away, revealing his flesh, which emitted a horrifying sizzling sound, with yellowish liquid flowing freely down his face. The onlookers instinctively recoiled from the sight of Rong San's dreadful state, that in the span of just a few blinks, he had been reduced to a puddle of yellow liquid. Ling Huxiang gazed regretfully at the pool, lamenting that had she crafted more than this small vial of bone-dissolving powder, none of these people would have stood a chance against her. Yet, this sudden turn of events caused the remaining dark-clad figures to regard Ling Huxiang, who appeared on the verge of collapse, with trepidation. Who knew whether she still possessed this terrifying powder? What if she tricked them again into falling victim? After all, the sight of Rong San's demise was too horrific and painful. His mournful cries sent chills down their spines. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense and stagnant. However, soon the dark-clad figures resumed their movements. If they could not kill Ling Huxiang, they would face a fate far worse than Rong San's. This time, Ling Huxiang truly had no trump cards left. She shut her eyes, awaiting the descent of the sword before her. As the blade was poised to slice through her neck, at the critical moment, a chipped teacup flew in from afar, colliding violently with the sword, producing a resounding bang. The teacup then sent both the sword and its wielder hurtling away. Ling Huxiang, startled by the noise, opened her eyes and immediately recognized the chipped teacup as belonging to her own inn. She glanced toward the direction from which it had come. The sudden turn of events caused the dark-clad figures to pause, directing their attention to the entrance. Who else could it be but Ying Zhao? Clad in a flowing moon-white robe, Ying Zhao leisurely wiped her hands, having had no other object at hand but the teacup to use in that moment of urgency. Innkeeper, I hope you won't make me pay for using public property in such a crisis. I am utterly penniless, Ying Zhao said, a smile gracing her lips as she approached step by step. Ling Huxiang was momentarily taken aback, and then her expression turned cold as she replied. You need not worry about compensation. Just ensure you slay these individuals, and that will suffice. That seems a rather steep price. Ying Zhao raised an eyebrow in response. Ling Huxiang fell silent, her gaze stubbornly fixed on Ying Zhao, her mind occupied with a single thought. The calamity was indeed still alive. Ying Zhao surveyed the three fallen black-clad figures, casually glancing over the puddle of yellow liquid, her attention shifting to the remaining six. One had to admit that Ling Huxiang was indeed a fierce opponent, managing to take down 4 individuals despite being injured and under the influence of the drug. The title of Poisonous Widow hardly suited her. Ying Zhao felt Fierce Warrior would be more appropriate. The remaining dark-clad figures regarded Ying Zhao with grave concern, their expressions taut with vigilance as they faced this graceful yet enigmatic figure. The one who had just been sent flying was Rong Wu, second in strength only to Rong San, yet he had been defeated by this exquisitely handsome, androgynous man with merely a teacup, and had yet to recover. This individual was not to be underestimated. Rong Jiu recalled the message from their pigeon that spoke of a tall, handsome man mingling with the poisonous widow, suggesting they eliminate them together. Yet this pretty boy was clearly not the defenseless fool described in the letter. In just one exchange, Ying Zhao had intimidated them all with overwhelming prowess. Ying Zhao cast a glance at the injured Ling Huxiang, subtly furrowing her brow. It seemed she had arrived a tad late, and this beauty had sustained far too many injuries, which was decidedly unappealing, though she found Ling Huxiang's battle-worn appearance uniquely captivating. The widow's face was as pale as paper. Were it not for the lingering will to survive, Ying Zhao suspected she would collapse at any moment that in fact, Ling Huxiang was indeed on the verge of doing just that. Chapter 18. The poisonous widow of many charms. Ling Huxiang was inherently strong-willed, particularly unwilling to reveal her vulnerabilities in front of Ying Zhao. She could see that Ying Zhao exuded an air of refinement, appearing as a paragon of virtue, yet beneath that facade lurked a dark undercurrent, not unlike her own. Observing Ling Huxiang's facade of resilience, Ying Zhao sighed softly, then, in a tone of resignation, said, "Very well, I concede defeat to you." That as soon as the words left her lips, Ying Zhao's expression turned cold. A flash of white light enveloped Ling Huxiang, and she lost consciousness, collapsing softly into Ying Zhao's embrace. As for the others, they had long since been reduced to dust, dissipating into the night. Witnessing this spectacle, 007 trembled in fear, realizing it had finally grasped the strength of its host, but never anticipated that Ying Zhao would be this formidable. It could only marvel at her prowess as a Super 3's Genius Alpha. She had managed to condense her mental energy into a tangible force to strangle her enemies. Until now, 007 had merely been a decorative accessory. But suddenly it felt its existence was in peril, for this substantial mental energy could just as easily harm it. Perhaps it was because there had been no significant conflict between them that Ying Zhao had chosen to spare it. I do not perceive 007 as a threat. Rather, I find it intriguing that 007 is capable of traversing the miniature world that Ying Zhao cradled the ethereal Ling Huxiang in her arms. Her expression was shrouded in ambiguity, that it was merely a whimsical impulse that compelled her to use her mental power to save him. And fortunately, Ling Huxiang was spared the sight of how those individuals met their demise. She could never allow Ling Huxiang to witness such horrors, which was why he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Nevertheless, the commotion downstairs remained quite lively. Ying Zhao, 007, do you possess any hemostatic tools or medicine? 007, apologies, host. This system lacks such items. Ying Zhao, you are utterly useless. That in the novels I have read, systems typically come equipped with numerous sophisticated tools. Suddenly, the despondent 007 replied, I am merely an ordinary system. Aside from rescuing supporting characters, I possess no tools. Please, host, take it upon yourself to rescue the female lead. Realizing that she could extract nothing more from 007, Ying Zhao let out a sigh. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of 007, she pricked her fingertip, allowing a few drops of crimson blood to flow forth. She then placed her finger above Ling Huxiang's lips, permitting the red liquid to drip down. Due to her unique constitution and exceptional mental capacity, Ying Zhao's blood had undergone a transformation. Though it could not achieve the effects of reviving the dead, it was indeed effective in treating external wounds. The vibrant liquid emitted an inexplicable fragrance. And even in his unconscious state, Ling Huxiang instinctively licked the coolness from his lips, as if sensing the extraordinary nature of the fluid. After sampling it, his delicate tongue even parted slightly. Ying Zhao gazed intently at the lips stained crimson, her breath momentarily turbulent before settling into tranquility, and she continued to serve as the vessel for the blood. After Ling Huxiang consumed several drops, Ying Zhao disregarded his attempts to retain her finger and withdrew her hand. While her blood was indeed palatable and its effects commendable, it was not without its side effects. Overindulgence would not bode well for Ling Huxiang. At that moment, he appeared much more vibrant than before. Even the creases in his brow had unfurled. Ying Zhao raised her hand, seemingly intending to caress his face, but ultimately settled for a gentle tap on his forehead. Whispering with a soft chuckle, "You owe me for this." After ensuring Ling Huxiang was comfortably settled, she stepped outside, for the noise from downstairs had diminished. Ying Zhao surmised that Datu was nearing the end of his strength. As expected, upon reaching the back kitchen, she encountered Datu, drenched in blood, with his right hand hanging limply by his side and a gaping wound in his abdomen that he resembled a cornered wolf, fiercely fixated on the black-clad man before him. His left hand awkwardly gripping a pitch-black dagger, intent on taking another life. It seemed rather grim. Merely the day prior, he had sustained an injury to his shoulder, and now his abdomen was also wounded. Ying Zhao pondered aimlessly how long it would take him to recover. Upon noticing Ying Zhao's presence, Datu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, "What are you doing here? Have you seen the boss lady?" Previously, he had been able to hear some noise from upstairs, but now, there was complete silence, raising his anxiety about Ling Huxiang's condition. Ing Zhao casually replied, "Don't worry, she is fine, but it appears you may not be." Data fell silent, and together, they engaged in combat against the remaining 7 black-clad assailants. Meanwhile, Rong 12, who had been assigned to eliminate Datu, noticed Ing Zhao's arrival, with Rong San and the others upstairs remaining silent. He darkened in countenance, suspecting that they had likely met with failure. His strength paled in comparison to Rong San's. Were it not for sheer numbers, he would not have been able to injure Datu. Now, seeing Datu with assistance, the thought of retreat began to blossom in his mind. Yet, the impending punishment for failing the mission compelled Rong 12 to muster his resolve and press on. Half a tea's worth of time later, Datu regarded Ing Zhao with a complex expression, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding Ing Zhao's past. What had she done to possess such ruthless methods, rivaling even his former career as an assassin? Now, the black-clad men lay scattered around them, lifeless, some with broken necks, others with severed limbs, all awaiting their fate without the means to resist. Yet, gazing upon Ing Zhao's exquisite profile, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Everyone harbors secrets. If Ing Zhao was unwilling to speak, he would refrain from prying. Ing Zhao held no intention to clarify her actions. She had not anticipated that a mere tug on an arm would result in such brutal dismemberment. Was it her fault for possessing excessive strength? The hunter often becomes the hunted. She was merely retaliating. Thus, having successfully completed the task of saving Ling Huxiang and ensuring her survival, Ing Zhao idly perused the points bestowed upon her by 007. Host: Ing Zhao. Gender: female, alpha physique. 88100. Your physique is exceptionally superior. Stamina: 85,100. Your stamina surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Willpower: 90,100. Your willpower is indomitable. Task 1. Ensure Ling Huxiang evades Rong Yan's pursuit and survives. Completed. Task 2. Ensure Ling Huxiang attains happiness. Incomplete. Points: 10,000. Seeing that Ing Zhao had no intention of engaging with him, Data chose not to linger further and busied himself with tending to his wounds. However, he did take a moment to check on Ling Huxiang, confirming her safety before departing with a sense of relief. Casting one last glance at Ing Zhao, who seemed lost in thought, he made his way back to his own quarters. Had it not been for Ing Zhao, both he and the boss lady might have faced dire consequences today. He owed her a debt of gratitude. Chapter 19. The Alluring Widow. Ing Zhao. 007. I have rescued Ling Huxiang. What of Chu Yinque? 007. A short while ago, he and Jiang Jing Yu were rescued, while Rong Yin lies gravely injured and on the brink of death. Upon receiving news of Chu Yinque, Ing Zhao couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. Truly, the protagonists were favored. Receiving all manner of assistance that it was late at night, and with nothing better to do, she had thought to check on Chu Yinque's situation. To her surprise, he had been whisked away by Rong Yin only to be saved shortly thereafter. The swiftness of it all was astounding, though ultimately, it bore no consequence for her. But as the long night stretched on, she resolved to return to rest, for tomorrow promised to be a splendid day. However, scarcely had Ing Zhao lain down when a charred odor wafted into her nostrils, compelling her to open her eyes in resignation with a sigh. The failure to eradicate the roots of the problem had proven troublesome. It turned out that one of the black-clad men Datu had previously downed had revived after losing consciousness. Once he observed his comrades falling one by one to Datu and Ing Zhao, he feigned unconsciousness, biding his time. At last, when the coast was clear, he unleashed his wrath by setting fire to the inn, intending to incinerate Ling Huxiang and the others within its confines. Alas, the climate in the desert was arid, and the inn lacked the fire-resistant qualities of structures in the Federation. Consequently, what had once been a sturdy establishment soon succumbed to flames. The orange blaze illuminated the dark night, sending waves of heat toward Data's face, who was momentarily choked by the swirling smoke. He stood, dazed, absorbing the scene before him. Though accustomed to a life of wandering, this desert had been the place he and the boss lady had called home for the longest duration. Every surface, every piece of furniture was a testament to his labor, now reduced to mere ashes. Did he still have a place to go? Perhaps sensing his turmoil, Ling Huxiang, who should have remained in a deep slumber, stirred slightly, awakening in Ing Zhao's embrace. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Ing Zhao's fair chin, followed by the sound of crackling flames, prompting her to instinctively turn her head. The sight of flames soaring into the sky was a haunting reminder of the inn she had painstakingly managed. Now reduced to a state of ruin at that moment, Ing Zhao had set Ling Huxiang down, allowing her to grip her arm tightly without uttering a word. Ing Zhao understood that Ling Huxiang's heart must be a tumult of emotions. For the inn had represented her true home. Why? Ling Huxiang gazed at the devastation before her voice strained. There was a survivor who set the fire, but he is dead now, Ing Zhao interjected. Anticipating her inquiry, Ling Huxiang fell silent, her eyes fixed upon the raging inferno until it had consumed all that it could and reluctantly extinguished itself. To be why then, dawn had begun to break. Though her gaze seemed to settle on the remnants of the former inn, her mind wandered to unknown horizons. Filled with confusion, that a sense of disinterest washed over her until a clear voice broke through the haze. What are your plans now? Will you rebuild the inn or seek a new destination? Ling Huxiang turned to face the composed Ing Zhao, contemplating for a moment before shifting the conversation. Now that the inn is gone, you need not follow me any longer. While I do not understand why you insist on remaining by my side, I find myself utterly alone now, with nowhere to go. Having spoken, she did not await Ing Zhao's response, but instead turned to Dadu, stating, "The debt of gratitude you owe me has been repaid, Dadu. You need not accompany me further." Dadu found himself momentarily frozen in place, at a loss for words. Yet, Ing Zhao, unbound by convention, declared, "I have repaid my gratitude for your life-saving intervention, but your kindness towards me remains unreciprocated, and if you are unwilling to allow me to accompany you, let us adopt a different perspective. Consider it an act of gratitude if you follow me instead." Hearing this, Ling Huxiang fixed a steady gaze upon Ing Zhao, who bore an unmistakable smile yet held a seriousness in her eyes. After a heavy sigh, Ling Huxiang retrieved a substantial handful of gold leaves and several silver notes from her bosom, stating, "I cannot repay your life-saving grace. Please accept these gold leaves and silver notes as my only means of recompense." Ing Zhao did not accept them, aware that Ling Huxiang was rejecting her proposal. However, if she did not follow Ling Huxiang, her second task would remain unfulfilled. Ling Huxiang, undeterred, continued to extend her hand, refusing to withdraw it. Datu, now coming to his senses, moved his lips as if to speak, yet ultimately lowered his head, lost in thought. Ling Huxiang truly felt a sense of weariness. When alone, she feared nothing. Death was the worst that could happen. But with Datu and Ing Zhao following her, she would bear a responsibility she wished to avoid. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Ing Zhao ultimately reclaimed her gold leaves, though she refrained from accepting the silver notes. Ling Huxiang, observing her actions, scoffed quietly but said nothing. Placing the silver notes back in her own possession, "Do you intend to seek out Chu Yunque?" Ing Zhao inquired, furrowing her brow. "What would I seek him for?" Ling Huxiang retorted. Although she had initially spared Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue out of a fleeting moment of compassion, now that they had been taken away by Rong Yin, she was not so naive as to believe she could rescue them single-handedly. Ling Huxiang was not so foolish. Chu Yunque was not worth risking her life again. Yet, she found herself uncertain about how to navigate the days ahead. Rebuilding the desert inn. She had considered it but ultimately dismissed the idea. With Rong Yin, or rather, the Eastern Factory, fixated on her, even if she were to reconstruct the inn, it would likely lead to the same unfortunate outcome that in this vast world, there seemed to be no place for Ling Huxiang to find refuge. The image of galloping horses and exploring distant lands was but a figment of her imagination. In this tumultuous era, genuine happiness felt utterly unattainable. Without casting another glance at the two, Ling Huxiang turned and walked away. Her crimson figure gradually shrinking in the distance until it became a mere speck and vanished. Dadu stood there, helpless and at a loss. He contemplated pursuing her, but understood Ling Huxiang's temperament. What good would it do even if he caught up? She no longer wished to bear his company. He did not want to be the cause of her displeasure. Meanwhile, Ing Zhao stood silently in the desert, appearing composed on the surface while her mind was in turmoil. Plagued by the incessant chatter of 007, who lamented her decision not to chase after Ling Huxiang. "She clearly does not want me to follow her. Why should I?" Ing Zhao muttered, exasperated. "Why? I don't care. If you don't stay by Ling Huxiang's side, You complete your mission, and if you fail the mission, I'll be recalled and destroyed. Oh, let them destroy me. What does it matter to me? She retorted, stifling a sob. Ignoring 007, Ing Zhao cast a glance at Datu before resolutely departing. Chapter 20. The Alluring Widow. A month later, Ling Huxiang had spent the past month wandering aimlessly, stopping and starting with no awareness of her whereabouts. Her striking beauty and graceful demeanor had attracted numerous rogues along the way, all of whom she deftly dismissed. She had now arrived at a place called Fuhua Town, a relatively prosperous locale where the townsfolk, though not extravagantly dressed, radiated health and vitality, indicating a good quality of life. After handing her horse to the innkeeper, she seized a hurried passerby, inquiring, "Sir, what is happening ahead? Why is everyone heading that way?" Initially annoyed at being interrupted, the man's irritation dissipated upon seeing the beautiful woman before him, and he responded amiably, "Miss, you must be from out of town. Today marks the day when the wealthiest merchant's daughter, Miss Fu, will toss her embroidered ball to select a husband at the Tonqing building. Everyone is eager to try their luck. Marrying her would guarantee a life of ease." However, upon noticing that the woman in red was even more beautiful than Miss Fu, he reluctantly excused himself, as thoughts of the merchant's vast wealth lingered in his mind. After all, riches often overshadow beauty, and Miss Fu was not lacking in looks either. He hurried off to seize this grand opportunity. Ling Huxiang pondered for a moment. With nothing pressing for her to do, she decided to join the festivities da Fu Huijin, wearing a dispassionate expression as she held the red embroidered ball, surveyed the myriad of hopeful suitors below. Finding it all quite ironic, her father insisted that she marry before he would entrust the family business to her. Otherwise, he would rather hand it over to outsiders. Fu Huijin was deeply resentful. Must she marry simply because she was a woman to engage in business? Clearly, none of the suitors her father favored were her equal. Very well, if it was merely a matter of finding a puppet husband, she would proceed with the selection herself, ensuring it was her choice, not her father's preferred candidates. Thus, she opted to toss the embroidered ball. Among the crowd were individuals she had strategically placed, but she had not yet decided on a specific candidate. All she required was a man of good looks and decent character. As she observed the eager, shining-eyed men below, a scoff escaped her lips. Did they truly believe they could ascend to greatness? They should take a good look at their own appearances first, and if no suitable candidates emerged, she had contingencies in place to sabotage the farce. "Miss, are you truly going to select your future husband in this manner?" Her childhood maid, Nong Yimo, voiced her concerns. "Your talents and beauty are unparalleled, yet you are constrained by your gender, unable to unleash your full potential, and now your father is pressuring you to marry. How can this not distress you?" Fu Huijin offered a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, Nong Yimo, I have my plans. Miss Fu here. Miss Fu, look at me. I have admired you for a long time. Miss Fu, I am Zhang, the eldest son of the Zhang family. Well read since childhood." The clamorous sounds from below filled the air, prompting Nong Yimo to roll her eyes at the sight of such unworthy suitors that if they were beneath her standards, how could they possibly meet the expectations of her pure and noble mistress? Yet, as her lady had assured her that she had her own plans, Nong Yimo chose not to voice her opinions further. Upon arriving, Ling Huxiang noticed the raucous scene that filled the entrance of the Tonqing building. Finding it too noisy for her liking, she distanced herself and glanced up at the woman on the second floor, a striking figure with a fair complexion and an air of scholarly elegance. Entirely different from herself, deciding to take a seat at a nearby stall, Ling Huxiang settled in to watch quietly down on the east side of the Tonqing building, in a guest room by the window. Ing Zhao leisurely sipped tea, occasionally glancing down below, particularly at the vivid red figure. For the past month, she had been secretly following Ling Huxiang, ensuring that she remained undetected. After all, a general of her caliber should possess such skills in stealth. Datu had also been shadowing her, but was now dispatched by Ing Zhao to gather intelligence regarding the Eastern Factory. Along the journey, Rong Yin had sent numerous individuals after them, all of whom Ing Zhao had dealt with discreetly. Eventually, for reasons unknown, no one pursued them any longer, allowing Ing Zhao to relax. Dressed in a flowing black robe adorned with gold thread at the cuffs and hem, Ing Zhao became the center of attention as she entered the inn. However, she strategically chose a private booth to avoid unwanted disturbances, allowing her to enjoy the performance at leisure. Spotting Miss Fu among the crowd, Ying Zhao recognized that Fu Huaijin was no ordinary passerby. She was the original storyline's other beloved of Chu Yunque. Moreover, Fu Huaijin's remarkable business acumen would later prove helpful to Chu Yunque. Yet, Ying Zhao was unaware of Fu Huaijin's intentions to toss the embroidered ball to select a husband. So she settled in to observe the unfolding spectacle. Fu Huaijin scanned the crowd below, failing to find any suitable candidates until her gaze fell upon a striking figure in red, which briefly captivated her attention before she shifted her focus elsewhere. Then, a sharply defined profile with fair skin caught her eye. The individual held a Zisha teacup in one hand, leisurely sipping tea. Upon sensing her gaze, he turned to reveal his handsome face. What a magnificent sight! An exceptionally handsome gentleman. It is quite astonishing that such an extraordinary individual has appeared in their remote Fuhua town. Fu Huaijin glanced around once more, confirming that among the men present, none could compare to this person. Regrettably, this individual was not participating in the contest for the embroidered ball. A flicker of determination passed through Fu Huaijin's eyes as she meticulously instructed Nong Yemo before finally extending her delicate wrist, which held the vibrant red embroidered ball. Upon witnessing Fu Huaijin's action, the crowd below became increasingly agitated, all eagerly craning their necks like animals awaiting sustenance. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Fu Huaijin gently released the embroidered ball, which immediately sent everyone into a frenzy as they surged toward its direction. "Get away! The ball belongs to me." "Nonsense, it is mine." Yet the embroidered ball seemed to possess a will of its own, darting through the crowd before ultimately soaring outside. Ying Zhao had initially been enjoying the spectacle, but to her surprise, the wayward ball came hurtling toward her. Raising an eyebrow, she set down her teacup and deftly swatted the ball away. Ultimately, the red embroidered ball found its way into Linghu Xiang's embrace through a series of unforeseen circumstances. The scene fell into a profound silence. Chapter 21. The enigmatic widow Linghu Xiang had been reclining with her legs crossed, observing the embroidered ball as it danced among the crowd, until it soared toward the second floor. That a familiar profile caught her eye, and before she could fully register the situation, Ying Zhao, that troublemaker, had tossed the ball into her arms. To her astonishment, he even winked at her. Linghu Xiang, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, found the round ball resting in her embrace. The embroidered ball has actually landed in a woman's arms? The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. What could this possibly mean? In the end, it was Fu Yuanwei, with a stern expression, who declared that this round of tossing the embroidered ball was null and void, and that another suitable match for Fu Huaijin would be selected later. Gradually, the throngs of people began to disperse. However, both Linghu Xiang and Ying Zhao, having caught the ball in the midst of the commotion, were invited back to the Fu residence by Fu Yuanwei. Though Fu Yuanwei appeared to be in his 40s, he exuded a prosperous demeanor and treated both individuals with starkly contrasting attitudes. Especially when he beheld Linghu Xiang in her flowing red attire, a vision of elegance, his outward friendliness belied a hint of condescension in his tone. Linghu Xiang had long grown accustomed to the disdain of others, as most women were expected to embody gentility and grace. Unlike her, who boldly flaunted her presence and acted rather frivolously. Consequently, she merely returned the embroidered ball to Fu Yuanwei with indifference and turned her attention to the unfolding drama with Ying Zhao. It was evident to her that Fu Yuanwei had taken a liking to Ying Zhao. After all, Ying Zhao was tall and striking, coupled with an air of distinction that had undoubtedly caught the attention of both father and daughter. Even though Ying Zhao had not actively participated in the ball's toss, he had still ended up with it in his arms. As Linghu Xiang sipped her tea, she anticipated Ying Zhao's response. Ying Zhao, too, discerned Fu Yuanwei's intentions, particularly as the latter scrutinized him from head to toe with a beaming smile, inquiring about his origins, age, family, and marital status. Ying Zhao skillfully dodged the earlier questions, but when the topic of marriage arose, he raised an eyebrow and, with a hint of shyness, replied, "In my earlier years, I married a remarkable woman, and we share a deep affection for one another. I appreciate your concern, but I have yet to inform her of my current situation, which may cause her undue worry." Upon learning that Ying Zhao was already married, Fu Yuanwei's expression shifted to one of disappointment that he had hoped to see this young man wed his daughter and thus secure a beneficial alliance. However, with Ying Zhao already committed, Fu Yuanwei lost interest. His daughter would never be allowed to become a concubine to another family. Subsequently, Fu Yuanwei adopted a dismissive demeanor, instructing the steward to properly entertain his esteemed guests before excusing himself under the pretext of pressing matters. Fu Huaiqin, having seldom had the opportunity to meet outsiders, was eager to show her two distinguished guests around the Fu residence. After exchanging glances with Ling Huxiang, who had nothing pressing to attend to, they both acquiesced. It must be said that while Fu Yuanwei appeared rotund and merchant-like, the residence itself was adorned with great charm. With babbling brooks, pavilions, and towering halls, each corner had its own allure. The rockeries and exotic flowers filled the estate with delightful fragrance. To avoid disturbing the two during their exploration, the maidservant walked slightly ahead, skillfully introducing the sights without prying too deeply into their conversation, allowing them to engage in a silent exchange of glances. "Humph, you are truly a waste of such good looks, gallivanting about while having a virtuous wife at home," Ling Huxiang discreetly conveyed through her inner voice. Ying Zhao turned to her, noticing her frosty expression and the mix of disdain and anger in her gaze, which contradicted her earlier teasing demeanor. Though Ling Huxiang was flamboyant and uninhibited, she could not condone Ying Zhao's actions. After all, he was married yet failed to clarify this, all the while exchanging flirtatious glances with her. Indeed, it seemed all men were fickle, even someone like Ying Zhao, who was of dual gender. Yet, Ying Zhao replied with a light-hearted chuckle, "I have not actually married anyone. My earlier statement was merely a reluctant defense, as I certainly do not wish to be left behind as a son-in-law in the Fu family. However, your interest in my marital status has taken me by surprise." Upon hearing that Ying Zhao had not married, Ling Huxiang felt a surge of delight, soon followed by embarrassment at her excessive concern. Why should it matter to her whether Ying Zhao was married or not? After their tour of the estate concluded, the maidservant led them to a pavilion where Fu Huaiqin awaited with freshly brewed tea. The two took their seats, and Fu Huaiqin exchanged pleasantries with Ling Huxiang before apologizing to Ying Zhao, expressing regret for not knowing about his family background earlier, which had inadvertently caused trouble for them both. Ying Zhao, idly playing with a folding fan, observed as Ling Huxiang and Fu Huaiqin transitioned from cautious politeness to lively conversation, marveling at how they seemed to hit it off so well, as if they were old acquaintances. Later, noticing that the sun was beginning to set, Fu Huaiqin rose to bid farewell to her guests, offering them an extra sum of silver as a token of apology. Ying Zhao weighed the pouch in his hand, noting Fu Huaiqin's generous nature. However, the initial encounter that was meant for Chu Yunque had been unexpectedly intercepted by him, leaving him to ponder how the two might eventually come to know each other. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thought. After all, it was not his concern. Ling Huxiang, having stowed away the silver, turned to Ying Zhao and asked, "I never inquired how you came to be here. Were you following me all along?" From the moment she first spotted Ying Zhao, she had harbored doubts, but the events surrounding the Fu family had kept her silent. Now that they had departed, she felt compelled to seek clarification. Ying Zhao met her gaze earnestly and nodded. "Indeed, I have been following you, along with Dado. Though he has since become preoccupied, my concern for your safety prompted me to do so. Rong Yin is not one to relent easily, and I have thwarted several assassination attempts on your behalf. Fortunately, things have settled down recently." Ling Huxiang had not expected such a candid confession from Ying Zhao, who was known for his evasive nature. His concern for her safety was unexpected, and despite the mention of Rong Yan's threats, she felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her face becoming a radiant shade of crimson under the dim glow of the street lanterns. Ling Huxiang knew her behavior was far from decorous, yet Ying Zhao's words held no superiority. How delightfully brazen! Surely, he must have uttered such sentiments to many women before. Ling Huxiang, lost in her thoughts, blurted out her musings. Ying Zhao paused for a moment, then awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Well, it's not too many, really." Indeed, it seemed he had traversed the floral realms. Ling Huxiang could not quite decipher her feelings, whether they were tinged with bitterness or something else, but she concluded that if this opportunity had presented itself, she ought to relish it, regardless of his intentions. Chapter 22. The enigmatic widow in the dimly lit guest room. Waves of passion surged, with occasional whispers escaping, causing even the moon to shy away. It was not until dawn that the fervent sounds finally ceased. Throughout the night, obscured by metaphorical mosaics, the dialogue continued. "I sent you to save the supporting character, not to end up in bed with her. And you are an alpha. She is merely an ordinary woman. How could she possibly withstand you?" Though still not entirely rested, Ing Zhao felt invigorated and responded cheerfully, "Unless you return me to the Federation. How am I to find an Omega? Besides, you should be grateful I'm not in my sensitive period. Who knows what I might have done? Speaking of which, do you have any suppressants?" 007 shook his head, for there were no inhibitors in sight. Ing Zhao had clearly surmised this, and though she received no answer, she was not disheartened, merely lost in contemplation. Her susceptibility period would commence in half a month, and she hoped that no bystanders would be present at that time. Otherwise, her temperament would be capricious, and her desires would surpass those of the present by thrice. She had no wish to involve innocent parties. As for Ling Huxiang, Ing Zhao turned her gaze towards the enchanting woman sleeping in her embrace, her brow still slightly furrowed, and felt a profound sense of tranquility. This time, it was Ling Huxiang who had taken the initiative. And Ing Zhao was aware that Ling Huxiang might harbor some affection for her, yet the extent of that affection remained uncertain. Both were well aware that their rendezvous was less about romance and more about a tacit agreement to satisfy their respective physiological needs. After all, they were quite satisfied with each other's appearance and skills. However, Ing Zhao had not anticipated Ling Huxiang's keen interest in her petite figure. Initially, she had worried that Ling Huxiang might find her physique peculiar or frightening. Ling Huxiang slept soundly until the afternoon, and when she awakened, she expected to feel utterly exhausted, particularly in her lower regions. That to her surprise, she felt neither fatigue nor discomfort, but rather a refreshing vitality. Were it not for the lingering marks adorning her skin, she might have thought she had merely experienced a vivid dream. What could account for this? It was, of course, Ing Zhao's handiwork. She understood that Ling Huxiang was not an Omega, and due to her exceptional gifts, she had employed her mental prowess to alleviate any potential distress Ling Huxiang might experience, that is, for the possibility of exposing her own anomalies. Ing Zhao was unconcerned. Ling Huxiang propped herself up and glanced at Ing Zhao, who was leisurely absorbed in a book by the bedside. That a flicker of curiosity crossed her eyes, and before she could speak, she noticed Ing Zhao's gaze fixed intently upon her, a depth of meaning in her eyes that simultaneously evoked fear and shyness. Much like the previous night, that it dawned on her that she was entirely unclothed. Upon rising, she inadvertently revealed an expanse of skin to Ing Zhao. Had it not been for her concern for Ling Huxiang's constitution, Ing Zhao would not have minded indulging once more. "Turn away, don't look." Ling Huxiang hastily wrapped herself in the blanket, her face flushed with indignation. Ing Zhao obediently turned her back. After a cup of tea, Ling Huxiang finally called for Ing Zhao to turn around. By then, Ling Huxiang had donned a complete outfit, though it was not bright red but a deep wine hue. She had always favored red, and the garment, meticulously crafted with fine stitching, fit her snugly and comfortably, revealing its quality. That it was a preparation by Ing Zhao. Yet, Ling Huxiang pondered how Ing Zhao could provide such perfectly tailored attire without her ever disclosing her measurements. It seemed the woman's discerning eye was indeed honed by experience. Ling Huxiang shot a fierce glance at Ing Zhao before addressing Dado. Ing Zhao felt unjustly accused by the look Ling Huxiang cast her way, though a twinge of guilt did surface, prompting her to feign indifference as she turned her attention to Dado. "That I know you may not heed my words, but if you wish to follow, then so be it. However, you must not accompany her in any wrongdoing." Though Ling Huxiang directed her admonition towards Dado, it was evident she was referring to Ing Zhao. Dado nodded vigorously, sporting a foolish grin. Ing Zhao observed this exchange with clarity. Although Dado was not particularly handsome, his eyes were strikingly beautiful, filled with sincerity when he looked at Ling Huxiang. That it was no wonder she had chosen to keep him close. A killer possessing such innocent eyes was indeed unexpected. When Dado saw that Ling Huxiang had not dismissed him but rather allowed him to accompany her, he felt immense joy. Yet, upon noticing Ing Zhao's casual demeanor, he frowned and inquired, "What about her?" Historically, Ling Huxiang had treated her guests with indifference, often sending them away the following day or worse. Would she extend the same treatment to Ing Zhao? Ling Huxiang, upon hearing the question, shifted her gaze to Ing Zhao, a look of indecision flickering in her eyes. She had yet to formulate a plan regarding Ing Zhao's presence. Eventually, she sighed in resignation. Let her be. Ing Zhao, possessing remarkable abilities, had latched onto her life. Even if she attempted to send her away repeatedly, it was likely that Ing Zhao would find a way to remain. Moreover, Ing Zhao had previously mentioned assisting her by dealing with several troublesome individuals sent by the Rongyuan faction. Why not utilize a free ally? As for other matters, in any case at present, Ing Zhao remains quite useful. Thus, the trio once again embarked on their journey through the realms. However, as Ling Huxiang had no particular destination in mind, the three of them wandered aimlessly, while Ing Zhao, possessing some unknown means, consistently discovered the finest lodgings in every locale, leading Ling Huxiang to become increasingly reluctant to let her depart. Along the way, Ling Huxiang heard numerous tales concerning Chu Yunque. For instance, after being taken by Rong Yin, he was astonishingly rescued, and the Chu family was also saved by righteous heroes. Subsequently, Chu Yunque pledged himself to the service of Prince Xinyue, fighting valiantly alongside him with the determination to eradicate the eunuchs. Moreover, Chu Yunque found himself entangled with various enchanting women, including the daughter of Prince Xinyue and the daughter of the affluent merchant Fu Chong. Drawing considerable attention, many speculated whether Chu Yunque would merely take a single sip from the vast waters or gather all the beauties under his banner. These rumors were gleaned by 007 during moments of idleness. In contrast to the grand upheaval surrounding Chu Yunque, matters concerning Ing Zhao unfolded with a gentle touch. Despite being frequently interrupted due to their appearances, none proved to be a match for them. They had relished the misty rains of Jiangnan, marveled at the snowy landscapes of the northern realms, galloped across vast grasslands, and gazed upon the cerulean SEAT that time. Ling Huxiang was no longer the youthful beauty she once was. Fine lines had begun to etch the corners of her eyes, and her once raven-black hair was gradually besieged by white strands. The sole exception was Ing Zhao, who remained as resplendent as ever, exuding an aura of grace and charm. Ling Huxiang reclined comfortably in the embrace of the person behind her, gazing at the luminous moon, and finally posed a question that had long lingered in her heart. Ing Zhao, who exactly are you? At that moment, due to the lingering injuries of her youth, Data had already departed from this world, leaving only two individuals seemingly destined to merge at the precipice. Observing Ling Huxiang, though her beauty had faded, her inquisitive and cunning gaze remained unchanged. Ing Zhao smiled gently. I hail from beyond. This was the most she could divulge, as revealing more would be inappropriate. I see. Will we have the opportunity to meet again after this? Ling Huxiang refrained from pressing further. Since Ing Zhao was reluctant to answer, she would not insist as she once did in her youth. After years of companionship, Ling Huxiang had to admit that she had indeed developed feelings for this person. Such a remarkable beauty, devoted solely to him, while others were mere passers-by. How could she, a widow bereaved for so long, not be moved? Yet, she wondered if in her heart, she too was merely a fleeting visitor to him. The thought of Ing Zhao disappearing every 3 months, returning in a less than favorable state each time, left her aware that he harbored many secrets. However, Ling Huxiang had lost the desire to pursue answers. She was nearing death. Datu had passed away, and the tumultuous Chu Yunque and Jiang Jingyue had also recently departed. Now it was her turn. All must eventually face death. Ling Huxiang reflected on the hardships of her earlier years. Now, to pass away peacefully, free from pain, was indeed a satisfactory conclusion. Who could have imagined that she, Ling Huxiang, would experience a serene end? She had always thought her demise would be marked by violence, yet here she was on such a moonlit night. Accompanying her was still her unchanged, beloved husband. Yes, husband, under Dada's witness. She and Ing Zhao had become wedded, truly united as one. Ling Huxiang reached out with her hand, now as frail as tree bark, trembling as she caressed Ing Zhao's face. Ing Zhao, in turn, lowered her head, allowing Ling Huxiang to explore her features. You won't remarry after I'm gone, will you? Before Ing Zhao could respond, Ling Huxiang tugged at her cheek, declaring, If you dare to take another as your wife, I shall haunt you even as a ghost. At these words, a light chuckle escaped Ing Zhao's throat. Rest assured, my dear wife, I shall not. I have come solely for you, and in this world, you are my only spouse. To have another would be beyond my means. Humph. I suppose you are honest. Over the years, her words had consistently managed to placate her. Ling Huxiang gently patted Ing Zhao's cheek before releasing her grasp. As the moon ascended higher, Ing Zhao felt the breath of the person in her arms growing ever fainter. Regardless of the circumstances, thank you, Ing Zhao, for this life of mine has been filled with joy. The faint words drifted away on the night breeze. The person in her embrace became utterly still. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task 2. Points are now being calculated. Chapter 24. The Solitary and Indifferent True Noblewoman. Returning to the familiar pure white space, Ying Zhao felt a lingering sense of loss. Her marriage to Ling Huxiang was born of genuine affection. Otherwise, given her temperament, no one could have compelled her. Yet, Ying Zhao understood clearly that she and Ling Huxiang belonged to different worlds, with the latter existing in a parallel realm. Were it not for 007, she and Ling Huxiang would never have crossed paths. Congratulations, host, for completing Task 1, allowing Ling Huxiang to evade Rong Yan's pursuit and survive, as well as Task 2, granting Ling Huxiang happiness. You have earned a total of 50,000 points. Please check your rewards. Ying Zhao suppressed her unresolved thoughts and examined her information. Host. Ying Zhao gender. Female alpha physique. 88,100. Your physique is exceptionally superior. Stamina. 85,100. Your endurance surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Willpower. 90. 100. Your will is unyielding. Points. 50,000. Ying Zhao recalled that during her previous task of rescuing Ling Huxiang, she had received only 10,000 points. She was astonished that the task of ensuring Ling Huxiang's happiness had yielded a staggering 40,000 points all at once. Ying Zhao speculated that such vaguely defined tasks, seemingly subjective, offered higher points due to their greater difficulty. She had nearly forgotten about this task, as her current world was far more perilous than Ling Huxiang's era. The tranquility of Ling Huxiang's time had provided her with a respite, even easing her past tumultuous emotions. Unexpectedly, she had succeeded in completing the task. With a long sigh, she reflected. 007. Does the host wish to seal the memories of the previous world to avoid impacting subsequent tasks? After a moment of contemplation, Ying Zhao shook her head. No need to seal them. Why would I wish to conceal such beautiful memories? I have not sealed away my terrifying and bloody memories. Seeing Ying Zhao's resolute attitude, 007 did not press further, satisfied with the bounty it had reaped this time. After a while, Ying Zhao seemed to recall something and asked again, will I maintain my current appearance unchanged in every world I visit? Upon hearing Ying Zhao's question, 007 momentarily hesitated before responding. Yes, because each time the host traverses a new world, we implement an identity shielding to prevent detection and expulsion by the world's heavenly path. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhao's expression darkened momentarily before returning to normal. That if that is the case, can my tasks genuinely interfere with those supporting characters? After all, this so-called supporting character rescue system must avoid the heavenly path's interference. Would the heavenly path not restore order after I depart, perhaps even reshaping the timeline? She harbored doubts regarding the true capabilities of this system. Rest assured, host, the heavenly path of each world will not put all its eggs in one basket. For instance, although Chu Yunque was the male lead of the previous world, or the fated child of destiny, he is not the only one favored by the heavenly path. He merely possesses the qualifications. The tasks you have undertaken have not crossed the heavenly path's bottom line, thus they are indeed effective. Sensing Ying Zhao's concerns, 007 added, the heavenly path will not actively adjust the timeline. For it, nurturing a new child of destiny is far simpler than altering the timeline, and the cost is significantly lower that I see. With that, Ying Zhao chuckled softly and ceased her inquiries. Curiosity lingered regarding the heavenly path's limits. Could it be that killing Chu Yunque was the threshold? Initially, she had contemplated this course of action, as Ling Huxiang's peril stemmed from Chu Yunque. Would eliminating him not prevent all subsequent events? However, such a course would be far too mundane, and thus she refrained from acting, only to inadvertently complete all tasks. What is the next world for my mission? Ying Zhao continued to inquire. Do you not need to take a break? After completing a task, there is typically a holiday of 3 to 7 days, allowing the host time to adjust. 007 expressed in surprise that no need. Let's go. I in this stark white space, where only 007 accompanied her. Ying Zhao felt that it would be far more enjoyable to venture into a new world sooner rather than later. After all, this place was undeniably dulled. When Ying Zhao regained consciousness, she found herself in a dilapidated and exceedingly cramped rental apartment. She surveyed her surroundings. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia crossed her eyes. She had lived in such a place during her childhood. This rental unit was approximately 15 square meters, yet it contained a rickety wooden bed, a crooked chair, a wardrobe with a rusted lock, and a small desk that could only stand upright by leaning against the wall, along with a diminutive bathroom. The white walls were already showing signs of mold and peeling, and the floor was merely a bare concrete slab. Were it not for a small iron window that could be opened to let in some sunlight, this room would barely rival a holding cell. Yet, this was Ying Zhao's home in this world. Why have you become so stingy this time, providing me with such a dwelling? In the last world, you generously bestowed upon me so many golden leaves, Ying Zhao teased, raising an eyebrow at 007. 007, with utmost seriousness, explained that was because the last world was your first, and thus there were beginner's benefits. The golden leaves were your starter perks. After the first world, one returns to normal treatment, .so from now on. I shall find myself in a state of utter destitution in every world. Ying Zhao was not foolish. From the tattered clothes she wore, with pants that had been drastically shortened and the soles of her already thin sneakers, it was clear that she was in dire straits. It is due to your previous inquiry regarding your eternal youth that I specifically communicated with the main deity. Furthermore, considering your exceptional performance in the last world, I fabricated a plausible orphan identity for you in this world, which should make it difficult for the heavenly Tao to expel you upon detection. As for your future financial circumstances, I cannot make any guarantees. 007 said, initially with pride, but then with a hint of uncertainty. Just from its slightly elevated demeanor at the start, Ying Zhao could tell that this endeavor was likely not as simple as it seemed. While 007 was still concealing some matters from her, this aspect was certainly advantageous for her. Thank you for your hard work, Ying Zhao said with a smile, gently patting the little white sphere. In the next moment, 007 turned crimson, stammering that no thanks were necessary, before darting away. Someone save it, sob sob, the host is too enchanting and so tender towards it. It feels as though it might just burst. After a considerable interval, 007 returned, prepared to relay the unfolding narrative of this world to Ying Zhao. Chapter 25. The reclusive and indifferent true heiress too. During this time, Ying Zhao took a slight step, attempting to inspect the bathroom, only to realize that the space was indeed quite small for her. With a mere turn, she nearly toppled the wardrobe and almost brushed her forehead against the ceiling's bright lamp. Left with no choice, Ying Zhao had to bend her body and nestle into the cramped wooden bed. As she settled down, the bed creaked under the strain, leading her to suspect that if she turned over, it might very well meet its demise that very day. Fortunately, although the bed was aged, it held together. Finally, Ying Zhao focused her thoughts on comprehending the overarching narrative of this world in this modern world she had traversed to. While the technology could not compare to her interstellar era, it was certainly an improvement over the first world. At the very least, the restroom was no longer an outhouse. This time, 007 had indeed not deceived her. Her life history was verifiable, no longer a mere phantom existence. The records indicated that Ying Zhao had grown up in an orphanage until the age of 15, after which she left the institution to support herself through scholarships and various jobs. Thankfully, she encountered numerous kind-hearted individuals along the way. Coupled with her striking appearance and reliability, many regular patrons would request her for odd jobs, allowing her to scrape by. Yet it was merely survival for the male and female leads of this world. They were quintessential figures in a school romance. The male lead, Gu Yunfan, was the only son of the foremost real estate firm in Yunhai City, characterized by a dark and stubborn disposition, currently 18 years old and still attending high school, with grades that were nothing short of dismal. The female lead, Han Yu, was born in a privilege, possessing both beauty and a lively, outgoing personality, a true princess of the Han family. They had been betrothed since childhood, yet neither held any genuine affection for the other. This dynamic shifted with the emergence of the supporting character, Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan was the genuine heiress of the Han family, whereas Han Yu was the mistakenly adopted false heiress. The male and female leads gradually grew closer due to this revelation and ultimately united. Su Qinghan, however, was regarded as an inconsequential heiress, even though she was the actual victim, enduring public scorn for aspiring to someone beyond her reach. Criticized for being merely bookish, unable to compare to the well-rounded Han Yu, who was deemed the rightful match for Gu Yunfan. In the end, the already reclusive Su Qinghan chose to end her life. For it seemed that no one in the world truly loved her, not even her biological parents, who regarded her with disdain. Yet, she had committed no wrongdoing. Upon reviewing the general plot, Ying Zhao furrowed her elegant brows slightly. She found it difficult to comprehend how Su Qinghan could ultimately choose such a fate, though she understood the importance of respecting her choice. Soon, the system presented her with a pair of tasks, which were much clearer than before. Task 1. Prevent Su Qinghan from taking her own life. Task 2. Assist Su Qinghan in gaining admission to her desired university, liberating her from the Han family. This time, 007's tasks were not as vague as previously, but rather explicit and straightforward. After a cursory glance, Ying Zhao chose not to engage with 007 further, and began to examine her own situation. She could feel that this body was still her own, albeit significantly emaciated. Thankfully, she estimated that the essentials had not diminished, or she would have had to settle accounts with 007 first. The immediate priority was to satiate her hunger. Merely moving slightly caused her head to spin, and her stomach grumbled with hunger, nearly causing her to faint. She certainly did not wish to collapse in her room on the very first day of her traverse. Ying Zhao scanned her surroundings and finally spotted a dented rice cooker and a malfunctioning induction stove in a small corner, alongside a battered yet relatively intact wooden barrel. Presumably, the rice was stored within the barrel. The rice cooker and induction stove were likely not items she had purchased, but rather gifts from other kind souls. However, given her current state, it was impossible for her to rise and prepare rice. With just a glance, she concluded that she was in a state of extreme malnutrition coupled with low blood sugar. Shifting her gaze, she licked her parched lips, pondering where she might locate food. After all, since her past self was also her thought process was likely similar. Moments later, Ying Zhao painstakingly maneuvered her body closer to the bedside, that in such a cramped and narrow place, it was safest to keep everything nearby. Leaning down, she reached beneath the bed. She retrieved a tin box adorned with colorful stickers. Upon opening the box, she found little of value, just a few brightly colored fruit candies, although she felt a twinge of regret for having to rely on such meager sustenance. Ying Zhao unwrapped the slightly sticky candy wrappers without hesitation, popping the saccharine candies into her mouth. The overly sweet flavor flooded her senses, prompting her brain to release a surge of dopamine, significantly elevating her previously dismal mood. Rather than addressing her still grumbling stomach, she picked up the old mobile phone on the desk to check her account balance. Thankfully, she was now 18 years old. Otherwise, she would have had to scour for a savings jar. 658.29 yuan. The bank balance, a rather conspicuous figure before her eyes, indicated that her previous self had indeed lived on a shoestring budget. Moreover, she was aware that this amount included the 300 yuan rent due this month and her living expenses for the next month, in other words, after deducting the rent, she had just over 300 yuan left to survive the remaining half of the month and the entirety of the next month. No wonder she had become so gaunt. Ying Zhao touched her prominently jutting collarbone, silently calculating how long it would take to restore her health. Originally, she was petite, but now she had become alarmingly thin. Glancing at her reflection in a shard of mirror in the corner, she saw a tall, slender figure that resembled a delicate bamboo stalk, one gust of wind seeming sufficient to sweep her away. As for her once proud mental fortitude, Ying Zhao considered her current physical condition and decided against utilizing it for the time being. Even the panther, accustomed to roaming freely, lay dormant within her consciousness. It seemed that acquiring funds was the foremost task at hand. After engaging in a brief soliloquy, Ying Zhao propped herself up to prepare a meal. Simple white rice constituted her only sustenance. As there were no accompanying dishes, the rice barrel was nearly empty, and in her previous state, she lacked the means to purchase vegetables. Ying Zhao managed to cook all the remaining rice in a single pot, barely satiating her hunger. Now, she needed to contemplate the swiftest way to earn some money. Chapter 26. The reclusive and indifferent true heiress 3 drip. The stainless steel faucet leaked a bit of water, a testament to its owner's distraction. For heaven's sake, you wretched girl, are your eyes merely for decoration? You don't pay the water bill, do you? We provide for your food and clothing, yet you prance around with that morose demeanor. It's truly infuriating. Get out of my sight. A middle-aged woman, her face adorned with excess flesh, scolded as she brusquely shoved the girl's frail figure aside, swiftly turning off the faucet and subsequently pushing her out of the kitchen. Your brother wants grapes. Go peel some for him, that if I catch you stealing any, I'll make you regret it. The woman shouted at the girls retreating back. Throughout the ordeal, the girl remained silent, her head bowed as she quietly approached the chubby Su Qinglong. A glass fruit bowl made of exquisite crystal was filled to the brim with purple grapes, glistening with droplets of water from a recent wash, making them all the more tantalizing. The soothing voice of the news anchor drifted into Su Qinghan's ears, announcing that the renowned Gu Group had signed a strategic cooperation agreement worth billions with the XX Group. However, she paid no heed to the broadcast, methodically peeling the translucent grapes like a machine and feeding them to her brother. "Daddy, I don't want to watch this. I want to watch cartoons," Su Qinglong pouted, munching on grapes while playfully seeking his father's attention. That Su Dehai readily acquiesced, for this was a request from his precious son. During this time, Su Qinghan kept her head down, only raising it when her brother was nearly finished with the grapes. That Su Dehai, as if noticing her for the first time, casually remarked, "Your brother is still young and greedy. As his sister, you ought to let him have his fill, but we'll get you more later." Su Qinghan responded with a soft acknowledgement, retreating quietly to her room after her mother, Lu Wan, emerged, scolding and grumbling. Her room was a cramped storage space, the only sanctuary where Su Qinghan could find a moment of peace. She lay on her bed, staring blankly at the electric wires outside the window. Su Qinghan could not comprehend why her parents treated her this way. Was it merely because she was a girl and not a boy? Yet, Lu Wan treated other girls with kindness, while she was met with scorn and blows. As for her father, he had always been indifferent, and as she grew older, she began to perceive the way Su Dehai looked at her, not as a daughter, but as prey. Were other parents like this? No, Su Qinghan answered herself. She had witnessed the harmonious interactions of her classmates with their families. While she felt like a mere clown in comparison, that Su Qinghan pondered how much longer she would have to endure this life. Telling herself that if she could just persevere and get into her dream university, she could escape them. Yet, fate had other plans. Her recent exam scores had plummeted. The cause of this decline was baffling. It stemmed from an accidental collision with Gu Yunfan on her way to school. Consequently, rumors spread that she was attempting to climb the social ladder. Thus, Gu Yunfan's fan club began to harass her, vandalizing her assignments and locking her in the bathroom to miss classes. Employing numerous tactics, coupled with her home situation, Su Qinghan grew increasingly withdrawn, even though teachers attempted to intervene against the bullies to no avail. As she attended an elite school, those who tormented her came from families far superior to hers, and she did not wish to burden the teachers further. Hidden beneath a thick fringe, her dark eyes finally revealed themselves. Yet they held a profound stillness, devoid of the vivacity and energy typical of her age. Years ago, she had been accepted into the elite Light Academy due to her exceptional grades, receiving a full scholarship. Seeking to avoid accruing more debt to the Su family, she had accepted the offer. Initially, life was bearable. Though she faced some gossip and scrutiny regarding her attire, Su Qinghan was unfazed. Her singular goal remained unchanged, to gain admission to Jingbei University and leave Yunhai City. However, everything changed when she unexpectedly encountered Gu Yunfan during her second-year final exams. From that moment on, her life spiraled into a nightmare. Now, her grades had fallen to a point where admission to even the top-tier Jingbei was uncertain, let alone any university. Adding to her woes, the school administration had warned her that if her performance did not improve, she would be expelled. They had admitted her on the premise of her potential to bring prestige to the school. Not as a charity case for the impoverished, where would she belong? Perhaps not in this world. That Su Qinghan raised her arm, shielding her eyes from the glaring sunlight, while the old fan strained to provide her with some semblance of relief. Her white school uniform slipped slightly down her arm, revealing bruises that grotesquely marred her skin. Faint sobs were drowned out by the sound of the fan. The next day, Ying Zhao, clad in her school uniform, boldly bent down to exit her door. Just as she secured the creaky door, a voice called out from behind, "Ahem, little Ying, your aunt knows that as a student, life is not easy for you. But I have my own family to feed." A middle-aged woman, her hair half gray, stammered awkwardly. Ying Zhao turned to face the landlord, whose expression was a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. She nodded, maintaining her composure. "I understand. I'll pay this month's rent tonight." Little Ying, please don't hold it against me for being harsh. I only come to you at the end of the month." After a brief exchange with the landlord, Ying Zhao finally made her escape. With summer vacation in full swing, she intended to seize this opportunity to find a way to earn money and check on the psychological state of her task target. Su Qinghan. According to her mission, Su Qinghan's current mental state was far from favorable, yet the moment of her potential suicide was still some time away, not until the start of her senior year. Thus, Ying Zhao had time to spare. She did not mind assuming the role of a caring older sister, as she had never experienced such a bond herself, and thus was filled with anticipation. However, first, she needed to tend to her own needs. With her bank balance dwindling, Ying Zhao finally experienced a sense of fullness for the first time since arriving in this world. She had less than 600 remaining in her account, making the urgency to earn money palpable. After satisfying her hunger, Ying Zhao wiped her mouth and spent over an hour in contemplation before heading towards a clothing store under the curious gazes of passers-by. Chapter 27. The reclusive and indifferent true heiress for hello. May I ask if you are the owner here? Despite merely wearing a school uniform, her tall stature and striking appearance made Ying Zhao stand out remarkably. She beamed at Chen Yun, who, bored due to the lack of customers, was leisurely watching a variety show in the air-conditioned store. Chen Yun had initially looked up to greet the newcomer upon hearing the door open, but upon seeing Ying Zhao's height, she could only see her chest when looking straight ahead. Stretching her neck, she finally caught sight of Ying Zhao, and the welcome she intended to offer became lodged in her throat. This young lady was simply stunning, a true gem. However, Chen Yun maintained a calm facade, suppressing her excitement, and inquired, "I am the owner. How may I assist you?" Ying Zhao strode confidently towards Chen Yun. "Hello, my name is Ying Zhao. May I ask your name? I would like to discuss a business proposition." Chen Yun, still captivated by Ying Zhao's breathtaking beauty, snapped back to reality upon hearing the word business. "That I'm Chen Yun. What kind of business do you wish to discuss?" "Well, Chen, I have observed that your store primarily sells men's clothing, and while your prices are slightly higher than those of other shops, the quality certainly justifies it. However, in this area, most customers are young individuals with limited funds, so your business may not be thriving as it could." Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, she let out a deep sigh, for Ying Zhao had inadvertently spoken the very thoughts that weighed upon her heart. Chen Yun had recently graduated, hailing from a family that could be considered comfortably well off. However, upon entering the workforce, she encountered harassment from her superior, prompting her family to insist that she return home to run a small shop and earn a modest income, as they were able to support her regardless. Consequently, Chen Yun leased a shop, which provided her with some income and spared her from the shame of being a burden at home. Yet, the business was far from thriving. She was aware that the prices of the clothing she sold were somewhat elevated, especially when compared to nearby stores where garments were priced at mere tens, while hers started at several hundreds. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to sell the cheaper items, as she aspired to offer higher quality apparel. The elevated prices of her men's clothing were a reflection of the high procurement costs that are in stark contrast to the bustling shops next door. It was not uncommon for her store to go 3 to 5 days without a single customer. Hence, her idleness often led her to watch variety shows. "That I am aware that my business is struggling. What exactly do you wish to convey?" Chen Yun inquired. Ying Zhao smiled slightly. "I can assist you in selling your clothing, but I shall require a commission of 20 for each item sold." Chen Yun scrutinized Ying Zhao from head to toe, suddenly exclaiming, "You are still a student, aren't you? Is this your way of seeking employment? Have you even reached adulthood?" Although Ying Zhao's uniform, a product of a prestigious academy, was impeccably crafted, it was nonetheless recognizable as such in response to Chen Yun's questions. Ying Zhao calmly nodded. "Indeed, I am still a student, but I am of age," after producing her identification and student card for Chen Yun to see. Chen Yun noticed the well-worn yet meticulously clean shoes on Ying Zhao's feet, coupled with her summer uniform, leading her to surmise that Ying Zhao was likely in a precarious financial situation. Working during her summer break, initially perceiving her as a confident young woman, Chen Yun now recognized her as a diligent student. Out of a sense of sympathy, Chen Yun waved her hand. "If you can genuinely help sell the clothing, let us do this. For up to 5 pieces, I will grant you a 20 commission. For any over that, you will receive 30. Consider it a good deed on my part." After all, Chen Yun did not believe that a student like Ying Zhao could sell much, and she had already prepared herself for the possibility that not a single item would be sold, that if it came to that, she would simply give Ying Zhao 100 yuan as a token of appreciation for her efforts. After all, beauty is captivating. Upon hearing that Chen Yun had even raised her commission, Ying Zhao's eyes lit up and she slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you, boss. You are very generous, boss. I have a small request. May I change into some clothing from the shop?" Rest assured, I will purchase it, otherwise my current outfit would hardly be convincing. This was indeed a valid point. Although Ying Zhao was clad in a uniform, the design, cut, and quality were significantly superior to the clothing in Chen Yun's shop. If Ying Zhao were to solicit customers while dressed in her uniform, it would not only create a stark contrast, but also lack the persuasive power due to her student status. Ultimately, Chen Yun acquiesced, reasoning that having done a good deed, gifting a set of clothing to the beautiful yet struggling young woman was of little consequence. As for the payment for the clothing Ying Zhao would later transfer to her, Chen Yun had already resolved to return it upon her return. Ying Zhao selected a simple black t-shirt and a pair of lightweight black cargo pants before stepping out, her hair styled high and tousled. Observing how the mere change of attire transformed Ying Zhao into a seemingly different person, Chen Yun marveled at her allure. Were it not for her height, Ying Zhao would undoubtedly be a model, destined for success. Half an hour passed without Ying Zhao's return, and Chen Yun began to worry that she might have fled. An hour later, with still no sign of her, Chen Yun was convinced that the young woman had indeed run away. Another hour and a half elapsed, and as Chen Yun yawned and contemplated what to have for dinner, her eyes widened at the throngs of customers flooding into her shop, nearly causing her to topple off her chair. Meanwhile, Ying Zhao, with a calm and gentle demeanor, was guiding the crowd in an orderly fashion towards Chen Yun's store to purchase clothing. Chen Yun was soon inundated with customers. It was not until after 9 p.m. when she had bid farewell to the last patron that she finally had a moment to sip some water and sink in her chair. As she massaged her aching waist, her curiosity turned to Ying Zhao. "How did you manage to do that?" Ying Zhao, mid-sip, inadvertently let a droplet of water escape from her lips, trailing down her graceful neck and disappearing into her collar. Upon hearing Chen Yun's question, she set down the water bottle and replied with a slight smile. "Oh, it was nothing special, merely good fortune." Seeing that Ying Zhao was unwilling to elaborate, Chen Yun refrained from pressing further. After all, she had made a substantial profit that day, equivalent to her sales over the past 6 months. "Why don't you come to help out in my store regularly? I could offer you a formal salary," Chen Yun proposed. Ying Zhao shook her head, declining. "No, thank you, Boss Chen." The reason she had chosen this line of work was due to her limited initial funds. She needed to first address her basic needs. However, she had no intention of continuing in sales, nor did she plan to remain there. Chapter 28. The solitary and indifferent true heiress. After receiving over 10,000 yuan from Chen Yun, Ying Zhao bid her farewell and departed. Although not a fortune, it would alleviate her financial strain for the time, being that as she walked along the path home, the summer night breeze finally carried a hint of coolness, prompting Ying Zhao to inquire about Su Qinghan's current situation with 007. She had typically engaged in tutoring during the winter and summer breaks, but due to her recent decline in grades, her family had resorted to harsh reprimands. Now, Su Qinghan had to feign a desire to improve her scores to secure a scholarship, allowing her to remain at home without facing punishment. After sighing, 007 remarked, "The Su family is truly intent on squeezing her dry. Their financial situation is not dire, yet they fixate on her scholarship and part-time earnings." Ying Zhao did not respond, but instead asked, "Must I wait until school starts to see her?" "Not necessarily. It's just that what could you accomplish by going now?" 007 inquired curiously. "Nothing in particular," Ying Zhao replied, feeling no urgency. With that, she disregarded 007's probing and continued her walk home. As summer vacation concluded, Ying Zhao donned her school uniform once more and made her way to Light Noble Academy. Upon arriving at the entrance, she was greeted by a row of luxury cars, the school's golden sign, and the stark contrast in how security treated her compared to the privileged students. A sardonic smile crept across her lips. Indeed, class discrimination existed everywhere. That moment, Yang Feifei, having just emerged from her family's Porsche, squinted against the glaring sun, feeling increasingly vexed. Suddenly, a tall and slender figure caught her eye. From her vantage point, she could only see the side profile of the individual, yet it was enough to render her awestruck. When had their school acquired such a stunningly beautiful girl? Surely, she must be a transfer student. Though there had been no announcements or perhaps someone had undergone cosmetic enhancements. Yet, the smooth lines of her profile and the charm of her features did not appear artificially crafted. With these questions swirling in her mind, Yang Feifei found herself following Ying Zhao, eager to uncover the identity of this intriguing newcomer. Upon witnessing her enter Class 3 of the senior year, Yang Feifei was utterly astonished. This individual was in the same class as her. Was it possible that a new transfer student had arrived at such a late hour? Ying Zhao had long been aware of the group trailing behind her, which included not only Yang Feifei but also a few boys. She paid them little mind and, upon entering the classroom, surveyed the entire space, particularly noting the disheveled seat that belonged to Su Qinghan. Class 3 comprised students like Yang Feifei, who fell into a middle-class category, as well as those like Su Qinghan and Ying Zhao, who were specially recruited due to their prior academic excellence. Despite this, the distinction between the two groups was glaringly apparent that as Ying Zhao entered. She observed a slightly overweight boy smearing some unsightly substance on his Su Qinghan's chair. When he noticed Ying Zhao standing silently beside him, Peng Kai, growing impatient, raised his head to inquire about her identity, only to find himself lifted as if he were a mere chick, and she plopped herself into the seat beside him. In bewilderment, Peng Kai gazed at Ying Zhao's actions, and as his eyes met hers, he felt an inexplicable flush creep across his face, stammering softly, "Why, you are Ying Zhao." Ying Zhao nonchalantly nodded in affirmation. "That you've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you," Peng Kai remarked, stealing another glance at Ying Zhao before lowering his gaze once more. "It's normal. Girls undergo a lot of changes," Ying Zhao replied. Ying Zhao casually dismissed the situation with a flick of her wrist, having long grown accustomed to such experiences under the scrutinizing gaze of onlookers. She rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, exuding an effortless charm that left the group of students utterly captivated. The harmonious blend of years spent in a ruthless environment and her innate languor rendered Ying Zhao the focal point of the entire classroom. It was not until the front door swung open once more that a girl entered, slightly hunched, her heavy bangs obscuring her face, making it nearly impossible to discern her features. Isn't that Su Qinghan? You still dare to show up? If I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to step outside, risking everything just to cling to Gu Xiao's coattails. How desperate, sneered a heavily made-up girl in a high-pitched voice. Yet, the protagonist remained unmoved. Su Qinghan silently made her way to her seat, retrieving a cloth to diligently wipe down the grime on her desk and chair as per usual. Ying Zhao's gaze shifted to her. For both she and Peng Kai were tall, placed at the back of the room, allowing them to clearly observe Su Qinghan's every move from her side-front position. Su Qinghan chose a spot next to the trash can. Seeing her maintain her silent demeanor, the heavily made-up girl scoffed in boredom, eventually taking her seat amidst the murmurs of her companions. However, her eyes occasionally darted towards Ying Zhao and Su Qinghan. In Ying Zhao, there was a mix of envy and wariness, while towards Su Qinghan, there was nothing but disdain. Xiao Yusen harbored a particular disdain for two individuals at school, Su Qinghan and Ying Zhao. Both appeared as if they were struggling financially, yet each carried an air of aloofness that irked her. What was so remarkable about their academic achievements? It was hardly impressive enough to warrant her respect. Among them, Ying Zhao, with her towering stature and habit of remaining invisible, was someone Xiao Yusen chose to ignore. However, Su Qinghan's audacity to cling to her beloved Gu Xiao was unforgivable. She had conceded to Han Yu, the daughter of the Han family, knowing that the Han family was far too influential for her to compete against. Besides, Han Yu was friendly, vivacious, and exceptionally capable. Yet, what right did Su Qinghan have to covet Gu Yunfan? She was determined to make Su Qinghan recognize her own insignificance. Thus, under her instigation, a group of Gu Yunfan's admirers began to mock and bully Su Qinghan. Initially, Xiao Yusen had thought Su Qinghan would not return after the start of the term. To her surprise, here was Su Qinghan, undeterred, daring to attend school again. Xiao Yusen resolved to take more severe actions this time. That a fleeting glimmer of malice in her eyes was swiftly caught by Ying Zhao, who chose not to expose it. After all, she was curious about what Su Qinghan might do next. The most animated among them was undoubtedly 007, particularly incensed to witness Su Qinghan helplessly tidying her table and chair, with no one offering assistance, only spectators reveling in the spectacle. "Host, aren't you going to help her? She's being bullied so terribly." Ying Zhao merely shifted her chin to rest on her other hand. "If I help her this time, then what? It's merely a temporary fix." Ying Zhao could discern that Su Qinghan was showing signs of depression, despite her earlier jest about wanting to be a confidant. Ying Zhao was acutely aware that she could never embody the gentle and nurturing persona. She excelled in conflict and confrontation, Yet evidently, such skills were futile in this peaceful realm, while she was confident that she could escape any repercussions. Su Qinghan was still merely a target to her, not worthy of her intervention, unless, of course, she found it intolerable. However, should she be in Su Qinghan's predicament, Ying Zhao would prefer to exact vengeance herself rather than relying on others. The thrill of personal retribution surpassed that of watching someone else enact it. After enduring a tedious morning, lunchtime finally arrived. With her height and long legs, Ying Zhao was the first to reach the cafeteria. True to its reputation as an elite institution, each dish resembled the offerings of a high-end restaurant, much to Ying Zhao's delight. With both protagonists present, she awaited the unfolding of an anticipated spectacle. As predicted, an all-too-familiar trope unfolded. While carrying her tray, Su Qinghan accidentally collided with Gu Yunfan, causing her food to spill all over her. Consequently, her concealed true appearance, hidden beneath her bangs, caught the attention of the faux heiress Han Yu, raising doubts about Su Qinghan's identity. Thus began the intricate entanglement among the three. Ying Zhao raised an eyebrow. These students, though young, were steeped in melodrama. Just as she had anticipated, Su Qinghan found herself in yet another unfortunate encounter with Gu Yunfan, resulting in food splattering over her uniform and hair. While Su Qinghan remained hunched over, the surrounding crowd was filled with disdain and curses, no one offering to help her as they focused solely on Gu Yunfan's well-being. Chastising Su Qinghan for her apparent clumsiness, it was Gu Yunfan, who had been moving too quickly and not watching where he was going. Ying Zhao's heart sank. She had initially thought Su Qinghan was merely unpopular in class. Not realizing that virtually no one in the entire school dared to speak up for her, that it was no wonder she had ultimately chosen a path of despair. While some impoverished students looked on with pity, they were too intimidated by the powerful to intervene, and the privileged offspring were busy fawning over Gu Yunfan that Su Qinghan gingerly touched her side, where she had been struck, feeling a familiar ache. But she was used to it. Struggling to rise from the ground, she was suddenly engulfed by darkness due to low blood sugar. Nearly collapsing once again, Gu Yunfan had endured enough. He recognized that Su Qinghan was the true victim. Yet the crowd's concern was misplaced. Just as he was about to step forward to assist her, someone else beat him to it. Ying Zhao, with her slender and pale arms, swept Su Qinghan into her embrace, unbothered by the dirt smudging her uniform. This unexpected action stunned everyone, including Su Qinghan herself. Su Qinghan emitted a small gasp, instinctively attempting to wriggle free, as she was not fond of being so intimately close to a stranger. But as she inhaled a fragrance she could not quite place and felt the softness against her chest, she realized that the person holding her was, in fact, a girl, through the strands of her hair. Su Qinghan recognized her classmate Ying Zhao. Aside from their shared background as underprivileged students who had been specially recruited for their academic prowess, they had little in common. How daring of her to step forward. Did she not fear retaliation from Xiao Yusin and her gang? "Don't look up. I'll take you to clean up," came Ying Zhao's calm and poised voice from above that Su Qinghan ceased her struggles. Ying Zhao's choice to carry Su Qinghan was strategic, for she noticed Han Yu casting a glance in their direction. Unbeknownst to Su Qinghan, this maneuver would buy them time before Han Yu could piece together the situation. Most importantly, the glimpse of Su Qinghan's beauty revealed beneath her heavy bangs had stirred something within Ying Zhao. She admired beauty and could not bear to see it humiliated in public once more. Perhaps intimidated by Ying Zhao's imposing presence, the crowd parted to create a pathway. Just as Ying Zhao was about to pass by Gu Yunfan, she unexpectedly halted, turning to face the strikingly handsome and cold Gu Yunfan. She remarked, "Have you forgotten something?" Gu Yunfan glanced at the girl in her arms before finally parting his lips to murmur an apology. "Did you accept it?" Ying Zhao inquired. Su Qinghan understood that the question was directed at her, but merely shook her head in response. Seeing this, Ying Zhao dismissed Gu Yunfan entirely, boldly carrying Su Qinghan to the infirmary. "Wow, who is that girl? I think she is even more handsome than Gu Xiao," someone exclaimed. "She seems like just another poor student. Her looks are nothing compared to Gu Xiao." The previously quiet cafeteria erupted into chaos once more. All of this was irrelevant to Ying Zhao, who remained comfortably ensconced in the infirmary, enjoying her midday rest. Since bringing Su Qinghan there, the doctor had taken over, and fortunately, the attending physician was a gentle and warm-hearted woman, putting Ying Zhao at ease as she entrusted Su Qinghan to her care. Observing the frail girl before her, The doctor noted the faded bruises and scabs on her back, thighs, and shoulders, suggesting she had endured significant violence. Unable to contain her concern, the doctor asked, "Have you encountered any difficulties? Do you need me to call the police?" Su Qinghan paused before shaking her head. She had reported before, only to face even harsher beatings in return. "Thank you, doctor. I'm fine that I'll return to class now." "Ah, classmate, why don't you take a moment to rest here? It just so happens to be your lunch break. And besides, it's not easy for you to apply medicine to that bruise on your side alone. Shall I call in a fellow student and ask her to assist you?" "Really, there's no need. Thank you, doctor, that I can tend to my injury myself." That Su Qinghan firmly declined the kind offer of the female doctor. She felt grateful that Ing Zhao had brought her here and did not wish to impose further. Initially, she had no intention of visiting the infirmary. The bruise would heal in a few days. However, the sight of Ing Zhao, pursing her lips without a smile, was rather intimidating, so she kept silent. The girl, with calloused hands, gently tugged at the bed sheet beneath her, pondering how she might express her gratitude to Ing Zhao. After an hour of recuperation, Ing Zhao awoke to the persistent ringing of her phone. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the anxious figure of Su Qinghan, who had lowered her bangs and stood before her. "Thank you, Ing Zhao." The voice, as delicate as a whisper, reached Ing Zhao's ears. She waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, after all. We are classmates." Classmates? Yet the very classmates who had bullied her were also part of this group. Su Qinghan followed Ing Zhao back to the classroom in her hesitant manner. Perhaps because of Ing Zhao's intervention, Xiao Yusin and her associates began to view her as an ally of Su Qinghan. Consequently, Xiao Yusin subtly set traps for Ing Zhao, only to be met with severe retaliation from her. This day, Xiao Yusin remained hospitalized, unable to attend school, with no one able to identify her assailant. Ing Zhao remained hidden, and it would indeed be a wonder if Xiao Yusin could ever catch her ethereal form. Thus, Su Qinghan found herself in a relatively stable situation during this period, with her grades steadily improving. As for the male and female leads, perhaps due to Ing Zhao interrupting the unfolding drama between Su Qinghan and Gu Yunfan, the dynamics between them had also been indirectly affected, resulting in little progress in their relationship. It was Friday again, and the sky was overcast, threatening rain. Just as Gu Yunfan was about to leave the school gate, he caught sight of a few suspicious figures lurking around the corner, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. What were these delinquents doing here? After some deliberation, Gu Yunfan decided to have someone keep an eye on them and did not dwell on it further. Ing Zhao gazed at the steadily falling raindrops, feeling somewhat exasperated that it had been sunny in the morning, yet by the time school ended, it was pouring. Fortunately, she had brought an umbrella. Although a little rain was of no consequence to her gradually recovering body, she had it with her, so she might as well use it. She intended to visit a noodle shop nestled in an alley, reputed to be a century-old establishment with hand-rolled noodles that were exceptionally chewy. And she was quite looking forward to it. The sound of her footsteps was gradually drowned out by the rain. Why had she been followed? She had just heard footsteps moments ago, but now there was silence. Had they left? Su Qinghan bit her lip, daring not to look back, merely pressing forward in trepidation. This small alley was a necessary route home for her. She usually encountered fellow travelers after school, yet today, due to the heavy rain, she had not come across a single soul. "Little sister, don't be afraid. Why are you running? We just want to chat with you." The lewd voice drifted from behind her, and at last, Su Qinghan realized they had not departed but were actually right behind her. Fearful, she did not dare to pause. Instead, she lifted her legs and began to run desperately. She could not be caught. The consequences of capture were too terrifying to contemplate. Run, run. Su Qinghan felt a metallic taste of blood in her throat, and her stomach twisted uncontrollably, yet she dared not stop to rest. The dark blue floral umbrella fell to a corner of the alley, its surface soiled by murky water. The rain intensified. "Hey, 007, didn't you say that noodle shop was right here? I've circled around several times and still haven't seen it. Instead, I've ended up soaked." Ing Zhao's slightly disgruntled voice floated out from the curtain of rain. "Who will come to save her?" Su Qinghan gazed at the 5 figures surrounding her. Their faces twisted with lust, and she could not help but cry out for help. Yet no one came. Despair began to envelop her. Yes, no one had ever been able to save her. Her dream of attending university and escaping Lu Wan and her ilk was merely a fantasy. Never mind. Until she heard a faint, wavering voice, hope flickered within her once more. But why did that voice sound so familiar? It was her. Su Qinghan fell into silence. This caused the five ruffians to grow even more exhilarated. Just moments ago, this girl had struggled fiercely, but now she seemed to have resigned herself to her fate. Boss, this girl looks thin, but her figure is not bad, and her face is even prettier than the school belle next door. We've hit the jackpot, exclaimed a sharp-faced man, rubbing his hands together in excitement. These thugs survived by petty theft and scamming, with the blonde leading them thanks to his cunning that today's business had been arranged by him. The client had promised a generous sum of 50,000 yuan if they taught this girl, named Su Qinghan, a lesson, and captured some compromising photos. 50,000 yuan would keep them entertained for quite a while. And given how simple it seemed, the blonde readily agreed. They had been lying in wait for days and finally found their opportunity today, imagining the chance to indulge in such tender prey. Their excitement surged as they gazed at Su Qinghan, drenched in rain, her figure now revealed. You all seem to be having so much fun. Why not let me join? A sudden female voice pierced through the rain. And the blonde and his gang, already disrobing and preparing to pounce on Su Qinghan, turned to see the newcomer. It was another student in uniform, and strikingly, she was even more beautiful than Su Qinghan. The gang grew even more eager. Though the girl's entrance was bizarre, and she was taller than most men, she was still just one woman, and they were five at what was there to fear. The moment Su Qinghan saw Ying Zhao holding the black umbrella, a surge of strength flooded her. Run! She screamed with all her might. She did not want Ying Zhao to suffer because of her. The thugs were clearly targeting her. At worst, she could sacrifice herself. But she could not bear the thought of Ying Zhao being victimized as well. Hey, little sister, why are you sending her away? She said she wanted to play with us. The blonde grinned mischievously. He stepped forward, intending to grab Ying Zhao's arm, but the next moment he found his eye pierced by her umbrella, letting out a pained scream as he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The sudden turn of events incited fury in the remaining four, who picked up nearby sticks and bricks to launch an attack on Ying Zhao. When the dust settled, Su Qinghan remained in shock. The thugs lay unconscious on the ground, incapacitated, with broken arms and legs, and a shared gruesome detail, a pool of blood between their legs. Ying Zhao had opted for a physical form of retribution. You're not afraid. Su Qinghan hesitated, her words faltering. There are no cameras here, and the police won't trace it back to me. Don't worry, Ying Zhao reassured her, holding the umbrella while comforting the girl draped in her coat. In addition to inflicting physical injuries, Ying Zhao had utilized her mental prowess to obliterate the thugs' consciousness. Even if they regained consciousness, they would be left as imbeciles, unable to provide any information to the police. Ying Zhao brought Su Qinghan back to her new apartment, a spacious two-bedroom unit, a stark contrast to her previous cramped rental. Finally, she no longer had to endure sleeping on a tiny bed. This is the bathroom. The bathrobe and undergarments are brand new. Make do with them for now, and go wash away the chill, she said, guiding Su Qinghan toward the bathroom before closing the door behind her. She thought Su Qinghan needed some space and time to herself. After a hot shower, Su Qinghan emerged from the bathroom, her eyes red-rimmed. All cleaned up? Come, have something to eat, Ying Zhao said, bringing out 2 bowls of noodles from the kitchen. Vibrant green vegetables paired with golden fried eggs, a sight that stirred one's appetite. Seeing Ying Zhao had already begun eating, Su Qinghan picked up her chopsticks and joined in. Although they had only recently become acquainted, it felt as though Ying Zhao had always appeared like a guardian angel during her moments of peril, that if not for their shared gender, Su Qinghan might have doubted whether this was a scene from a romantic drama. As Ying Zhao twirled noodles with her chopsticks, she engaged in conversation with the 007 in her mind. Did I steal Gu Yunfan's chance to rescue Su Qinghan? So, are you going to punish me? 007 replied helplessly. I just wanted to point out that your task was quite clear. Su Qinghan's near misfortune was part of the original plot and did not necessitate your intervention. Moreover, your methods were rather severe. The last part was murmured softly. 007 understood these thugs had it coming, but was concerned that Ying Zhao might be implicated, thus hindering the progression of her mission. Ying Zhao responded indifferently. Was my approach too harsh? I do not believe that, in our domain, any alpha would dare to forcibly mark an omega or humiliate others without consent. Such actions warrant severe consequences, including physical castration or even hanging in egregious cases. As for Su Qinghan's original storyline, was she not here to save Su Qinghan? Is there really a need to adhere to the original plot? Must Su Qinghan develop dependency and trust towards the male lead? Gu Yunfan? She is not foolish. Furthermore, Ying Zhao harbors suspicions about whether Su Qinghan's feelings for Gu Yunfan were genuine affection or merely a result of the misattribution of arousal. Regrettably, no one provides her with answers. Ying Zhao consumes her food swiftly, yet it is not in a rude manner. Considering Su Qinghan's feelings, she washes some seasonal fruits after finishing that at this moment. Su Qinghan has only eaten a small portion of her noodles. Noticing that Ying Zhao has finished and begun on her fruit, she instinctively quickens her pace. There is no need to rush. You may take your time, that I merely eat quickly out of habit. Ying Zhao gently reassures her that Su Qinghan, still in a daze, nods slightly. However, her appetite appears quite modest, with half of her noodles remaining in the bowl. Ying Zhao glances at her frail figure and reflects inwardly. No wonder she feels so light to carry. She eats far too little to at this moment. Su Qinghan is clad in a plush bathrobe, her damp bangs parted to reveal her naturally exquisite face. The lingering anxiety and trepidation in her eyes make her resemble a delicate, vulnerable little rabbit, prompting a fleeting yet peculiar glimmer in Ying Zhao's gaze, which quickly vanishes. This appearance is truly alluring. Ying Zhao sighs wistfully within. After the two of them have tidied the remnants of their meal, Ying Zhao leads Su Qinghan to the living room. The minimalist yet tasteful off-white decor allows Su Qinghan's taut nerves to slightly relax. Though upon closer inspection, her body still trembles involuntarily. Her pale, slender fingers grip the sash of her white bathrobe tightly as she softly expresses, "Thank you, Ying Zhao. You have helped me once again." Ying Zhao comfortably sinks into the sofa, crossing her legs and replies, "No need for thanks. I merely intervene when I see injustice." Although Ying Zhao speaks lightly, Su Qinghan understands well that had it not been for Ying Zhao's apparent martial prowess, their fate tonight would have likely been grim. She feels increasingly indebted to Ying Zhao, yet remains uncertain about how to repay her. In a moment of confusion, Su Qinghan wonders if someone as flawed as she truly deserves salvation. However, before she can dwell too long in her thoughts, Ying Zhao's question pulls her back. "Can you guess who sent those people today?" Su Qinghan falls silent, and then quietly responds, "What difference does it make if I know?" As a powerless student with unloving parents and indifferent relatives, what can she possibly do? She lacks the resources to confront Xiao Yusen. Ying Zhao, however, will not allow her to wallow in self-pity. She reaches out and gently raises Su Qinghan's chin, saying softly, "Do you not wish to retaliate?" Taken aback, Su Qinghan instinctively attempts to pull away, yet for reasons unknown, she halts. She catches a whiff of an inexplicable fragrance emanating from Ying Zhao, intensified by her recent shower. Along with those striking eyes that seem to harbor a multitude of thoughts, yet also appear to be lost in a void, reflecting Su Qinghan's own image. I do think about it. How could I not want revenge?" Su Qinghan mumbles. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhao's lips curve into a smile, drawing closer to Su Qinghan, close enough to feel the warmth of each other's breath. A soft golden light falls upon Ying Zhao's face, accentuating her exquisite features. That Su Qinghan inexplicably recalls the saying, "A beauty under the lamp appears tenfold more enchanting than in daylight." Leaning in closer, Ying Zhao whispers in Su Qinghan's ear, "I can assist you in exacting vengeance on all those who have wronged you." Su Qinghan's delicate earlobes gradually take on a rosy hue. How would you help me? And why would you wish to assist me?" Ying Zhao, satisfied with her handiwork, finally distances herself from Su Qinghan as she observes the blush spreading from her ears to her entire face. "You will know in due time that I asked for why I am helping you. I came here for you. Do you believe me?" Ying Zhao's face bears an unmistakable smile, yet her eyes gleam with mischief, mockery, and confidence, leaving Su Qinghan hesitant to meet her gaze or trust her words. There is an allure coupled with danger. Su Qinghan is reluctant to probe further. Nonetheless, this encounter miraculously dispels the remnants of her anxiety and apprehension. Her mind races with speculation about the veracity of Ying Zhao's claims. Is she truly the target? Yet they had shared a classroom before. Su Qinghan had never perceived any particular reaction from Ying Zhao towards her. Struggling to recall past interactions with Ying Zhao, her memories remain vague, only highlighting her own solitary existence, akin to that of an invisible person. Perhaps the rain has muddled her thoughts. Ying Zhao, meanwhile, rises to return to her room. "That I've tidied the guest room. You can rest easy here tonight. Tomorrow is the weekend. allowing you ample time to recuperate. Of course, if you wish to return home, you may, but considering the torrential rain outside, I would advise you to stay the night. Su Qinghan glances outside, where darkness envelopes the world, and raindrops pelt the glass like relentless artillery, accompanied by howling winds. Should she stay tonight? Chapter 32. The solitary and cold true heiress, Su Qinghan ultimately borrows Ying Zhao's phone to call home. And as expected, she is met with a torrent of harsh insults from the other end. While clutching the corner of her bathrobe, her thoughts drift elsewhere, until the caller unexpectedly inquires, "Which classmate's house are you staying at?" "Ying," she replies. "Oh, got it." The voice on the line mumbles before abruptly hanging up, showing no concern for whether Ying Zhao is male or female, nor why Su Qinghan is staying at a classmate's home. Su Qinghan, with her notably large and dark eyes accentuated by her frail figure, gazes at the floor for a moment before returning the phone to Ying Zhao. Ying Zhao appears relaxed, engrossed in a video game, looking nothing like a senior preparing for college entrance examinations. This is understandable, as Ying Zhao has consistently performed well academically, unlike Su Qinghan, whose grades have plummeted, barely managing to recover a bit now that Xiao Yusin is absent. Su Qinghan is curious about how Ying Zhao, who once faced financial hardship, managed to improve her circumstances so rapidly over the summer, renting an expensive apartment near the school. Yet, she possesses the self-awareness to recognize that this is someone else's privacy, and she will not pry. Ying Zhao glances at Su Qinghan from the corner of her eye and casually remarks, "Finished? Just place it on the bedside table." Following her instructions, Su Qinghan sets down the phone and turns to leave when she suddenly hears Ying Zhao say, "By the way, starting tomorrow, I'll teach you self-defense. You can also ask me any questions you have, whether about studies or anything else that you understand." Su Qinghan bites her lip and softly agrees. From that point forward, Su Qinghan indeed follows Ying Zhao home every day after school, becoming her shadow, much to the astonishment of their classmates that a month later, Xiao Yusin returns from the hospital, as soon as she enters the classroom. Her gaze is filled with malice directed at Su Qinghan, as if she wishes to murder her on the spot. Xiao Yusin is oblivious to how Su Qinghan evaded those ruffians, while she has been summoned by the police several times for questioning, as evidence recovered from the blonde's phone implicated her. Meanwhile, the blonde and his gang have mysteriously become incapacitated, leaving her with no way to defend herself. The families of the blonde and his cohorts have harassed Xiao Yusin's family repeatedly, costing them considerable time and money to resolve the situation. Su Qinghan may have escaped this time, but I refuse to believe she can remain so fortunate every time. Seething with anger, Xiao Yusin is about to confront Su Qinghan. Yet the class bell rings, forcing her to restrain herself. Ying Zhao observes the entire exchange, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Su Qinghan, the one who has bullied you, has just walked right in. What will you do? However, Su Qinghan remains oblivious to Xiao Yusin's glaring demeanor, fully focused on the lesson. After class, Xiao Yusin struts over to Su Qinghan, ready to strike, only to be seized by Su Qinghan's grip. Damn it. What has Su Qinghan been eating lately? How is she so strong? Let go of me. Xiao Yusin demands, her face flushed with rage. Su Qinghan responds in silence, pushing Xiao Yusin away forcefully, causing her to collide painfully with the corner of a desk, leaving her pale with shock. Why you dare hit me? Xiao Yusin exclaims in disbelief as she struggles to rise. That if I'm hitting you, then I'm hitting you. I need to pick a day for that. Su Qinghan coldly replies, her demeanor so starkly different from her previous submissiveness, leaves Xiao Yusin stunned, even as Su Qinghan exits the classroom unnoticed. Regaining her composure, Xiao Yusin feels increasingly humiliated. How dare this wretched Su Qinghan treat her this way? Is she emboldened by the support of Gu Yunfan, thinking she can trample over her? What a pipe dream! Xiao Yusin became increasingly agitated. If Su Qinghan were present, she would likely be torn apart by her rage. 3 days later, Xiao Yusin, with a countenance radiating joy and shyness, eagerly accepted an invitation. To her astonishment, she received a note from her beloved idol, Gu Yunfan, expressing a desire to speak with her and requesting a clandestine meeting in the small grove on campus at noon, cautioning her to remain discreet. Xiao Yusin was instantly overwhelmed with ecstasy, hastily reapplying her makeup and donning false eyelashes, her excitement palpable, even overshadowing her usual disdain for Su Qinghan, her close friends, who often spent time with her, attempted to pry the details from her, but Xiao Yusin remained tight-lipped. This was a private rendezvous with her idol, and she would not allow anyone to intrude. Thus, her companions acquiesced, assuming it must be a fortuitous occasion. However, during the afternoon class, the wailing of an ambulance pierced the tranquility of the campus, and the absence of Xiao Yusin prompted concern among her peers that something might be amiss at AT that moment. The class was engaged in an English lesson, and the teacher's demeanor shifted drastically upon hearing the commotion, as the homeroom teacher rushed in, visibly alarmed. With a stern tone, he instructed the students to refrain from congregating outside and to focus on their studies before hastily departing. "What on earth is happening outside? Why can't we go and see?" some students murmured. Could it be related to Xiao Yusin? She hasn't returned since noon. The chatter escalated. After all, with the teacher absent. They reasoned that discussing the matter was harmless in Class 3. Only two individuals remained unaffected. Ying Zhao, who was dozing off, and Su Qinghan, who was engrossed in her work. It was not until the following day that the students learned the truth behind the ambulance's arrival, which was indeed linked to Xiao Yusin and involved a scandal of significant gravity. Despite the school's and the Xiao family's attempts to suppress the narrative, whispers of the incident circulated widely. "Have you heard? Xiao Yusin got into trouble with someone and had to call for an ambulance," remarked a bespectacled boy, his words laced with innuendo. "I heard she was violated and woke up crying." Claiming someone harmed her, chimed in another. "Wait, I also heard that it involved Gu Yunfan. Apparently, he invited her to the grove," another voice added, as they exchanged furtive glances and laughter. After school, only two figures ambled slowly beneath the dim streetlights. Su Qinghan glanced at Ying Zhao, who walked a step ahead of her, and softly inquired, "Do you think I've gone too far?" Having learned from her classmates about Xiao Yusin's severe injuries and her loss of the ability to bear children, along with the psychological trauma that left her terrified of men, Su Qinghan felt a twinge of unease. Ying Zhao, her ears twitching slightly, replied nonchalantly, "What do you mean? Are you referring to luring Xiao Yusin with her infatuation for Gu Yunfan, or intentionally allowing those lustful, truant young masters to witness her nearly bare form while she was unconscious?" Su Qinghan was confident that no one could pin anything on her. After all, she possessed a genuine talent for imitating others' handwriting, and the note had long since been destroyed. She had navigated the school grounds while avoiding the surveillance cameras and had a solid alibi, as she had been resting in the infirmary during Xiao Yusin's disappearance. After all, who would suspect that a frail girl weighing less than 85 pounds could manage to carry another girl weighing over 100 pounds across the playground to the grove 500 meters away in a mere 5 minutes? She had no motive, nor any suspicion lingering over her, that Su Qinghan maintained her distance from Ying Zhao, her lips moving as she spoke. She was aware that Ying Zhao understood her implication. Nonchalantly, Ying Zhao kicked a pebble aside. Indifferent, "Oh, what does it matter? She taught you self-defense techniques and helped you recuperate, didn't she? Besides, Ying Zhao believed in the principle of an eye for an eye. Xiao Yusin's fate was self-inflicted that if it were her, she would probably have gone even further." When they reached the corner where they would part ways, Ying Zhao suddenly halted, turning to Su Qinghan with an intense gaze, her lips curling into a sly smile that hinted at something sinister. Su Qinghan stared at the imposing figure before her, frozen in place. Ying Zhao leaned closer, brushing aside Su Qinghan's bangs, her thumb gliding from her brow to her nose, finally resting upon her bitten, pale lips. From a distance, they appeared intimately close, shrouded in a languorous atmosphere. But the words whispered in Su Qinghan's ear were as cold as ice. "That Su Qinghan, Xiao Yusin is merely a jester. She is of no consequence. Are you not curious why Lu Wan and Su Dehai treat you the way they do? Do you not harbor any doubts?" With that, Ying Zhao sauntered away, leaving Su Qinghan standing still, her heart pounding like a drum, her complexion drained of color. What did Ying Zhao mean? Su Qinghan recognized that Ying Zhao was not one to speak idly. She must have known something to utter such words, yet the implications were too bizarre to contemplate seriously. Su Qinghan was not foolish. Having observed the disparate treatment from Lu Wan and Su Dehai towards her and other children, she had pondered whether she was not their biological child, yet she dismissed the notion as fanciful. A woman as shrewd as Lu Wan would never adopt a child, would she? Nevertheless, Ying Zhao's words instigated doubts within her. Perhaps she was indeed not Lu Wan's child, that if so, who was she? Why had Lu Wan chosen to raise her? Who were her true biological parents? Had they intentionally abandoned her, or was there another reason? Lost in contemplation, Su Qinghan eventually succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. Host, it seems you have indeed saved Su Qinghan. But I can't shake off the feeling that something is amiss. 007 fluttered its tiny wings and flew in front of Ing Zhao, entangled in thought. After all, Su Qinghan had always been submissive in the past. 007 had never imagined that one day Su Qinghan would reach such a point, even repaying the wrongs that Xia Yusin had inflicted upon her. It felt as if a once fragile little white flower had transformed into a venomous vine, capable of inflicting harm without shedding blood. Ing Zhao was flipping through a comic book, not lifting her head at the remark. At least she was no longer contemplating suicide, which was a positive sign. Wasn't it? Indeed, Su Qinghan's mind was likely preoccupied with her own lineage now, leaving little room for thoughts of self-harm. Perhaps the host was finding a roundabout way to save herself. However, should 007 reveal to the host that she had only completed 50 of her first task? Chapter 34. The reclusive and indifferent true heiress. 11. The humiliation Su Qinghan faced from Huang Mao and others was one of the contributing factors to her suicidal tendencies, compounded by the later rampant rumors circulating within the campus and online. This turmoil escalated further due to the convoluted circumstances surrounding Su Qinghan and Han Yu, ultimately leading her to succumb to the unbearable pressure and leap from the bridge. Although Ing Zhao's intervention had halted everything, the thought that Su Qinghan, who once held high hopes for her biological parents, had her depression deepened by familial disdain, now wishing for release, made 007 feel the weight of the task ahead was still formidable. Ing Zhao remained oblivious to 007's musings, lacking any interest in understanding them. That moment, she was engrossed in a comic depicting a forbidden romance fraught with love and conflict between a stepmother and her stepdaughter. Modern society was indeed preferable, more convenient, with an abundance of enjoyable and delectable experiences, unlike their federation, where spiritual life was dreadfully barren. Aside from battling insect tribes, there seemed to be little else to engage in. 007, somewhat unsettled by Ing Zhao's relaxed demeanor, circled around before alighting in front of her, mischievously inquiring, "Aren't you curious about the current state of Han Yu and Gu Yunfan?" This time, Ing Zhao finally expressed interest, raising her head and leisurely asking, "Well, what is their current situation, the illustrious 007? As she spoke, Ing Zhao reached out to scratch 007's chin. While 007 grumbled in enjoyment, it reluctantly divulged due to family circumstances. Han Yu and Gu Yunfan have met several times over meals, becoming somewhat familiar. However, since both are in their final year of high school, they currently have no thoughts of romance. Gu Yunfan has mentioned that he would consider dating and marrying Han Yu once he enters university. Gu Yunfan appears so aloof. I thought he would never relinquish his freedom to choose a partner. Ing Zhao mused, tapping 007's small head thoughtfully. Well, the Han family is his best option, and he currently has no feelings for anyone else. So it doesn't matter, 007 replied. Are you implying that he once had feelings for Su Qinghan? Ing Zhao quickly picked up on the inconsistency in 007's words, pressing for answers, realizing it had inadvertently let slip too much. 007 hesitated and was unwilling to elaborate further, urging Ing Zhao to continue enjoying her comic before vanishing once again. Thus, was the ultimate reason for Su Qinghan's tragic end intertwined with betrayal from a lover? This was something Ing Zhao had not previously known, as 007 had not shared much about Su Qinghan, primarily relaying the narrative concerning the main couple. Naturally, Ing Zhao had not anticipated that Gu Yunfan had once been captivated by Su Qinghan, only to ultimately fall for Han Yu. What a splendid drama this is. Ing Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, 007, having inadvertently revealed a fragment of the plot, was now lamenting against a wall that it had witnessed the allure of Ing Zhao. In the previous world, Ling Huxiang had been similarly ensnared, rendered almost a bystander to the male lead, Chu Yongqiu, that it was supposed to be a system for saving supporting characters, not one that intertwined Ing Zhao with them. Thus, it had kept that detail concealed, but unexpectedly, it had slipped today. In the original timeline, Gu Yunfan had indeed found himself drawn to Su Qinghan due to her hidden beauty and her cold, stubborn nature after saving her on several occasions that he felt a kinship with her. However, as unforeseen events unfolded, Gu Yunfan ultimately realized that his feelings for Su Qinghan were more about pity and trivial infatuation. while his true affection lay with the optimistic and cheerful Hanyu. Yet, Su Qinghan had fallen deeply for his elusive tenderness and care, only to be met with the news of her crush's engagement to her sister. Indeed, Hanyu was later recognized as a goddaughter by the Han family, fearing she might struggle with the adjustment upon returning to her biological parents due to a drop in living standards, thus remaining in the Han household. Ing Zhao calculated that it was now the end of the first semester of their senior year, with Hanyu's discovery of her true identity not far off. Originally, Hanyu had planned to confront the Han family at the start of the second semester, while Su Qinghan had remained blissfully unaware until being reclaimed by the Han family, still lost in thought. However, things were different now. Su Qinghan would likely be the first to learn of her lineage. Ing Zhao recalled that Su Qinghan had mentioned recently that she intended to halt her self-defense training temporarily to focus on improving her grades. Yet her eyes had betrayed her with their flickering uncertainty, revealing her deception. But Ing Zhao chose not to expose her, that it seemed Su Qinghan was attempting to confirm her biological parents. Coincidentally, the Light Noble Academy had established a wall of outstanding contributions to express gratitude to the entrepreneurs who donated buildings, prominently featuring the photographs of Han Guodong and Fan Jiwen, Su Qinghan's true parents. With a little effort, Su Qinghan would surely discover the truth, especially since she bore a striking resemblance to the renowned former 3 Gold Best Actress. Now Mrs. Han. Su Qinghan lingered beneath this unnoticed wall of contributions for quite some time, to the extent that students passing by began to regard the slender girl with curious glances. Yet, Su Qinghan remained unperturbed, her gaze captivated by the woman in the second row, whose radiant smile exuded warmth and grace, arm in arm with a distinguished-looking middle-aged man who retained his charm despite the years. Su Qinghan tilted her head slightly, fixated on the couple, as if imprinting their features into her mind before finally departing. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Hanyu, uncertain of her own motivations. Hanyu veered her footsteps towards the wall. "Hey, you, didn't we agree to go to the library? Why are you heading that way?" Hanyu turned to her companion with a smile that, "Oh, I suddenly remembered I have something to take care of." "Xiao Wu, you go ahead. I'll catch up in a bit." "All right, I'll wait for you," her friend replied before leaving. Once alone, Hanyu approached the wall of contributions, standing in the same spot where Su Qinghan had been, and mimicked her by tilting her head upward. The most prominent image that immediately caught her eye was that of her beloved parents, Han Guodong and Fan Jiwen. What had Su Qinghan been contemplating just moments ago? Chapter 35. The reclusive and indifferent true heiress 12. After completing her final exam of the semester, Ing Zhao stretched lazily and prepared to venture out in search of food, only to be stopped by Su Qinghan grasping her wrist. "Is there something you need?" Ing Zhao raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Recently, Su Qinghan had been quite busy and seldom sought her out. Seeing her in decent spirits, Ing Zhao had chosen not to pry further. I have something I wish to discuss with you," Su Qinghan replied, biting her lip tightly as she forced the words from her throat. Unsure of whom else to confide in, Su Qinghan felt the weight of her isolation. Despite her intelligence and strength, she was still just an 18-year-old girl, and the only person she thought to turn to was Ing Zhao. Though Ing Zhao appeared both beautiful and dangerous, Su Qinghan felt an inexplicable trust towards her. After a moment's thought, Ing Zhao gently released Su Qinghan's hand. "All right, let us talk over a meal. I'll treat you." Ing Zhao led Su Qinghan to a nearby restaurant known for its light fare, which not only had delicious food but also private booths, making it conducive for conversation. Once seated, Ing Zhao poured herself a cup of hot tea to warm her body, glancing at Su Qinghan, who was nervously fidgeting with her hands, evidently conflicted. She then turned to pour a cup for Su Qinghan as well. The sound of the tea pouring finally caught Su Qinghan's attention, and she glanced up at Ing Zhao. "Thank you, no need for thanks. Just drink some water and eat something. We have plenty of time to talk," Ing Zhao reassured her. Once they had both eaten their fill, or rather, Ing Zhao had indulged while Su Qinghan appeared preoccupied, Ing Zhao leisurely nibbled on an ice cream, waiting for Su Qinghan to speak. Inside the booth, the warmth from the heating had left Ing Zhao feeling slightly dazed, but the refreshing ice cream cleared her mind considerably. That Su Qinghan raised her flushed face, her gentle eyes clouded with a hint of despair. "You've known all along that I am not the biological daughter of Lu Wan and Su Dehai. Haven to you." Ing Zhao licked the cream from her lips and nodded. "Then do you know who my real parents are?" Ing Zhao took a final bite of her cone and wiped her delicate fingers with a napkin. "That don't you already have the answer?" As the words fell, Su Qinghan's entire being trembled, followed by a bitter smile as she remarked, "You truly know, don't you? So, did you deliberately come to witness my misfortune, or do you aspire to be a savior?" Hoping that upon my return to the Han family, I would express my gratitude to you, fulfilling your every whim. Su Qinghan's tone was light and airy, yet her words sent chills down the spine of the observing 007. This was alarming. Su Qinghan was on the brink of becoming darkened by the pressure from her host, radiating an unmistakable aura of a troubled soul that in contrast, Ying Zhao's interest was immediately piqued upon hearing this. Her face adorned with a smile as she gazed at Su Qinghan that if I wished to see a spectacle, I certainly wouldn't extend a helping hand. However, you are correct about one thing. I genuinely hope you return to the Han family. Why? Su Qinghan pressed. Perhaps I am curious to see what amusing events will unfold when the true heiress regains her rightful place. Consider it my guilty pleasure, Ying Zhao replied lazily. That Su Qinghan fell silent, still unable to comprehend Ying Zhao's true intentions. Not only did she teach her self-defense, but she also assisted her with her studies. That Su Qinghan had never considered herself foolish, but upon witnessing how Ying Zhao could effortlessly solve problems that had troubled her for ages in mere seconds, she began to question her own intelligence. Was it truly possible for someone to possess such exceptional skills, both in martial prowess and intellect, coupled with an ethereal beauty that seemed to encapsulate all of heaven's favor? Aside from her turbulent past and lack of family, Ying Zhao seemed to have no flaws that to this. Ying Zhao could only express that, as someone hailing from the interstellar era, arguably from the future, if she could not tackle even the most mundane problems akin to those encountered in middle school, then her years would have been utterly wasted. Merely being adept in combat, without the exercise of intellect would not suffice for a general's position, that a silent tension spread between the two. Just as 007 felt compelled to urge Ying Zhao into action, Su Qinghan moved. The slender girl, now in considerably better shape than before, stood up, her dark eyes fixated on Ying Zhao, filled with determination and seriousness. With a hint of redness around her eyes, that I will uncover the truth about my relationship with Han Yu. I will always remember the assistance you've offered me, but it is best we refrain from contact before the college entrance examination. I do not wish to be distracted. Without waiting for Ying Zhao's response, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and headed for the door. And thank you for your hospitality. With a creak, the door to the private room slowly closed behind her, leaving Ying Zhao alone within .007 flew anxiously before Ying Zhao. What should we do? It seems you've driven Su Qinghan away this time. Yet, Ying Zhao lifted her face from the shadows, a smile gracing her features as she gently stroked 007, that not wanting to maintain contact is not a decision she can simply make. More importantly, I am intrigued by her final remark, not wanting to be distracted. Does that imply her existence influences her emotions and cognitive abilities? Is it a positive or negative impact? I wonder. Ying Zhao pondered with anticipation. Meanwhile, having sent away her bothersome brother and dealt with Lu Wan and Su Dehai, Su Qinghan lay down on her small bed. She gently covered her eyes with her right hand, yet her mind was filled with recollections of her time spent with Ying Zhao. Indeed, upon learning from Ying Zhao that she had long been aware of Su Qinghan's true heritage, a mix of anger and resentment surged within her, accompanied by an indescribable pang of bitterness. She had believed that she and Ying Zhao were somewhat friends. However, would a true friend choose to conceal such monumental truths? No, such friends do not exist. Then Ying Zhao unabashedly admitted her desire to witness the unfolding drama, leaving Su Qinghan at a loss for how to respond to her. She had thought she had finally encountered someone who could rescue her from her plight, only to realize it had all been a figment of her imagination. The only one who could save her had always been herself. Clear, transparent droplets of water slipped slowly through the gaps of the girl's fingers. Observing Su Qinghan's distress, 007 felt a pang of sympathy. However, its oblivious host continued to watch movies and sip cola, living a life of unrestrained happiness. What you said today was rather hurtful. 007 couldn't help but complain to Ying Zhao that that's so. I merely speak with candor. However, if you prefer I weave beautiful, gentle lies for Su Qinghan, I can certainly do so next time. Upon saying this, Ying Zhao realized that 007 had stormed off in a huff. Chapter 36. The isolated and aloof true heiress, why place hope in her? Only what is firmly within one's control can be deemed reliable. Depending on others is an unreliable venture. Ing Zhao sighed softly before returning her focus to the movie. As winter melted into spring, Yang Feifei brimmed with anticipation at the thought of seeing her classmate Ing Zhao, whose beauty seemed to belong to an entirely different realm, in her haste to enter the classroom. She inadvertently collided with a girl ahead who was carrying books. I'm so sorry, wait, what? Yang Feifei looked incredulously at the other girl, who possessed a fair complexion, exquisite features, and an air of cool elegance. Are you a transfer student? You're so stunning, though you seem somewhat familiar, like a celebrity. Goodness, had their school suddenly been engulfed in flames, birthing an abundance of beauties? Su Qinghan glanced at Yang Feifei and replied coolly. No, it wasn't tea, until she heard that familiar voice that Yang Feifei paused for a moment in disbelief, exclaiming, You are Su Qinghan? Su Qinghan nodded helplessly. Wow, I didn't expect you to look so good after changing your hairstyle. Yang Feifei exclaimed excitedly. Previously, Su Qinghan had always kept her head down, and with her thick bangs, Yang Feifei had never truly seen her face. Now, with her hair tied back, Su Qinghan revealed her delicate features. And although her attire remained the same, she appeared much more spirited than before. You should have tied your hair back ages ago. It looks so much better this way, and you wouldn't have to deal with Xiaoyu. Yang Feifei began enthusiastically, but abruptly censored herself. After the incident with Xiao Yusin, the police had indeed come to question Su Qinghan several times. However, given Xiao Yusin's notorious history of bullying, coupled with her alibi and lack of evidence for any wrongdoing, the female officers had gently asked a few questions before allowing her to leave. As they walked, Su Qinghan allowed Yang Feifei to chatter about other topics until they reached the front door of the classroom. Inside, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Ever since Xiao Yusin had withdrawn, her usual entourage had notably quieted, making Su Qinghan's life significantly easier. Wow, beautiful girl. Who are you? Mind if we become friends? The flirtatious Liang Chao whistled. Thinking himself quite dapper, he was swiftly met with a slap from Yang Feifei. What are you doing, Liang Chao? Can't you see this is our classmate Su Qinghan? Liang Chao fell directly off the desk in shock. Wait, she's that country bumpkin Su Qinghan. No, I misspoke. Please forgive me. Su Qinghan, however, was too indifferent to engage with him, instead making her way to Ing Zhao, who had resumed her nap. Ing Zhao felt as though her ears were about to burst from 007's incessant chatter. Having spent the entire winter break in a state of nocturnal disarray, she had yet to adjust to the new school schedule, and upon seeing her desk, she simply laid her head down. Yet 007 insisted on waking her, claiming that Su Qinghan was looking for her. Su Qinghan, didn't she say she didn't want to be in contact? Ing Zhao had indeed not contacted anyone throughout the entire winter vacation. Naturally, she would not admit that she had been so engrossed in playing games that she completely forgot about it, that Su Qinghan gazed at the sleepily oblivious Ing Zhao, unable to suppress a mix of irritation and amusement. While she had been preoccupied with various thoughts over the holiday, Ing Zhao seemed utterly indifferent. With this in mind, Su Qinghan shot Ing Zhao a glare before returning to her seat. This winter break had been quite fruitful for her. Or rather, she had finally grasped the reason for her identity as a child of the Su family, all thanks to her father, Su Dahai, who had a penchant for alcohol. After a few drinks, Su Dahai would be utterly incapacitated, and with a single question from her, he would provide a response that clarified everything, not to mention the glaring results of the paternity test that lay before her. Upon reflection, it was rather mundane, merely a case of Lu Wan being greedy and reckless, combined with a stroke of luck that allowed her to successfully swap children. It was a Clich D scenario. Lu Wan and Fan Juan inadvertently ended up in the same hospital, sharing a ward with their due dates remarkably close. Lu Wan acted first and gave birth to Han Yu, while Fan Juan followed, but due to complications with the baby's position, she took quite some time to regain consciousness. At that time, hospitals lacked the surveillance measures of today, and since both were girls, the newborns bore a striking resemblance to one another, allowing Lu Wan to seize the opportunity for her ruse. Lu Wan believed that her daughter would undoubtedly have a better life in the home of this affluent woman, and should her daughter refuse to acknowledge her in the future, she could leverage this secret for financial gain. Thus, Lu Wan had remained in Yunhai City all these years. It must be said, her calculations were astutely conceived. As for Fan Juan's child, it was already a considerable achievement for her to be raising her. Otherwise, she would have long since abandoned the girl to fend for herself. Yet, owing to the power of the Han family, Luan dared not take such drastic measures, fearing that once Han Guodong and his wife uncovered the truth, they would retaliate fiercely. At this point, Su Qinghan could no longer endure the situation, whether it was the classmates who had once bullied her, the teachers who turned a blind eye, or Lu Wan and Su Dehai. Her current appearance was deliberate. She was aware that many classmates had seen Han Guodong and Fan Jiwen, and her striking resemblance would undoubtedly catch the attention of those who were observant. The Han family would come knocking on her door, as for Han Yu. Su Qinghan was uncertain whether she knew that she was not truly a member of the Han family, but she was undoubtedly the beneficiary, having enjoyed everything that rightfully belonged to Su Qinghan for 18 years. Even if she recognized Han Yu's innocence, it was already a struggle for Su Qinghan to refrain from directing her resentment toward Han Yu. Beyond that, she could muster no more. Su Qinghan's actions had an immediate effect. Anyone who had seen her face felt a sense of deja vu, as if they had encountered her before, until someone pointed out the resemblance to the portrait of Mrs. Han displayed on the wall of outstanding contributors. However, no one dared to voice this revelation, as it could unveil the secrets of the affluent. The other party involved, Han Yu, gleaned the reason from Gu Yunfan's hesitating gaze and the subtle scrutiny of her classmates that afternoon. Yet, rather than shock or panic, she felt a sense of relief. As if a heavy stone had finally been lifted. This day had finally arrived. In truth, she had been awaiting Su Qinghan's next move, contemplating whether to clarify to her parents that she was not their biological daughter. A thought that had been tormenting her. Now, it seemed, it was for the best. Chapter 37. The reclusive and indifferent true heiress Gu Yunfan stood tall as always, but his typically cold expression was now tinged with evident concern. Initially, he had little interest in the engagement with Han Yu. Yet after several encounters, he found himself drawn to this perpetually optimistic and cheerful girl, much like a little son. Thus, he naturally began to harbor expectations regarding their engagement. However, the sudden emergence of a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Aunt Fan, and who was the same age as Yu Yu, was indeed thought-provoking. Although Han Yu was undeniably cute, she did not quite resemble the Han family. And Han Yu herself harbored doubts as to why her parents, who were so attractive, had produced a daughter who seemed less so that to assuage her concerns. Fan Jiwen had comforted her by saying she resembled her late grandmother. Yet upon viewing her grandmother's photograph, Han Yu found little resemblance. Her parents had lavished her with affection, bordering on indulgence, so she had not given it much thought until Su Qinghan's appearance. This unexpected development had set the entire school abuzz. Precisely the outcome Su Qinghan had desired. The following day, neither Su Qinghan nor Han Yu attended school. Ing Zhao had anticipated this, remaining unfazed as she lay down to sleep, her last thought being that Su Qinghan and Han Yu's families were likely congregating. In truth, this was indeed the case. That evening, Han Guodong received a message and promptly arranged for a thorough investigation into Su Qinghan's background, including her birth date, the hospital of her birth, familial circumstances, and more. Lu Wan's subterfuge was clumsily executed, riddled with flaws, yet she had managed to pull it off. Now that the truth lay before Han Guodong, it did not take long for him to piece together the entire situation. Thus, the next morning, Han Guodong, accompanied by a red-eyed Fan Jiwen, visited Lu Wan's home, intending to bring her back with them. Han Guodong, having spent most of his life as a CEO, never imagined he would fall victim to a cunning woman like her, suffering such a tremendous loss, especially when this family had treated his daughter poorly, denying her food and drink while using her as a servant. Han Guodong was incensed and promptly delivered a severe beating to Su Dehai. Once he regained his composure, Han Guodong hesitated, wanting to say something to Su Qinghan to bridge the gap, yet he found her gazing at him as if he were a stranger, with Han Yu beside her radiating warmth and affection. Very well, he thought, they would take their time. After all, it was they who had wronged Su Qinghan that asked for the paternity test. He received the report that afternoon, confirming that Qinghan was indeed their true daughter, while Han Yu, whom they had raised since infancy, belonged to another family. However, Han Yu was still the little bundle he had nurtured, the one who had learned to call him daddy from his very own lips, and whom he had taught to walk. How could she not be his child? Initially, Han Guodong had contemplated sending Lu Wan and her husband to prison, but the thought of Han Yu being labeled the daughter of a criminal was unbearable. Moreover, how could such scum be deemed worthy of being Han Yu's parents? In his frustration, Han Guodong could only keep a close watch on Lu Wan's family, needing to first address the relationship between Han Yu and Qing Han. At the school, efforts were made to keep the situation under wraps, and by now, it had been 4 days since Su Qinghan entered the Han household. She now possessed a bright, youthful room filled with exquisite jewelry and clothing. And even her education was managed at home, with teachers coming to instruct her. Han Guodong and Fan Jiwen regarded her with a mix of guilt and affection, yet whenever she inquired about their plans regarding Han Yu, they either evaded her questions or offered no response at all. Thus, Su Qinghan came to understand their stance. After all, Han Yu had been cultivated by them since childhood, excelling in various skills, while she herself could only read a bit. What else could she offer? Han Yu was sweet-tongued, vivacious, and endearing, whereas Su Qinghan was dark, reclusive, and taciturn. It was only natural that anyone would prefer Han Yu. Host, aren't you at all anxious? Su Qinghan hasn't been to school for several days. 007 urged impatiently. Ying Zhao, however, lazily gazed out the window at the geese flying by, replying, "You're more anxious than the emperor. Su Qinghan will return. Just wait, that I don't believe she will become a model daughter after going to the Han family." Rumors regarding Han Yu and Su Qinghan spread like wildfire at the Light Noble Academy, with whispers circulating about how the two had been intentionally swapped at birth. Su Qinghan was the true heiress of the Han family, while Han Yu was the child of a poor family. Even more alarming to Yang Feifei was the subsequent rumor that the engagement originally between Gu Yunfan and Han Yu was being switched, meaning Gu Yunfan would marry the peculiar Su Qinghan instead. This incited outrage among Gu Yunfan's fans, who saw her as a mere bumpkin relying on her lineage to ascend, yet she could never compare to the kind-hearted, lovable, and helpful Han Yu. At this moment, Yang Feifei felt fortunate that Su Qinghan had not attended school. Otherwise, if those frenzied fans encountered her, it would be difficult for Su Qinghan to escape. Then, Yang Feifei turned her gaze toward the drowsily squinting Ying Zhao, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. She had previously observed Su Qinghan and Ying Zhao walking together several times, suggesting a good relationship. So, was Ying Zhao not the least bit concerned about Su Qinghan? For a full week, Han Yu and Su Qinghan had not attended school, and following their absence, coupled with Gu Yunfan's own leave, his fans became increasingly frenzied, perceiving it as a form of rebellion on his part. In reality, Gu Yunfan was merely suffering from an illness. It was Monday again, and the weather was quite pleasant. Ying Zhao donned a brown athletic ensemble, her forehead adorned with a white headband, her lustrous black hair tied high in a ponytail, radiating vitality. Her remarkable height allowed her to spot a gathering of individuals near the corner of the teaching building, approximately 200 meters away, with what appeared to be a girl at the center. TSK. This wretched school would eventually close its doors originally. Ying Zhao had no intention of intervening, yet a fleeting glance at the girl's profile struck her as somewhat familiar. With her long, slender legs, she made her way over. Su Qinghan, no, it would be more appropriate to call you Han Qinghan, wouldn't it? Miss Han, after evading for so long, you finally make your appearance. As she approached, Ying Zhao caught the faint sounds of derisive remarks being deliberately suppressed. Indeed, she was correct. It was her target, Su Qinghan, whom she had not seen for several days. Even surrounded by a dozen or so hostile individuals, Su Qinghan remained unperturbed, merely raising her chin slightly and coldly inquiring, "Is there something you need? Do you truly believe that being addressed as Miss elevates you to the status of a genuine heiress? Allow me to disabuse you of that notion. Dream on." A girl with cascading waves and a somewhat fair visage, yet marred by a sharp and scornful expression, spat venomously. Nevertheless, the subject of her ire remained impassive, her golden lily brooch glistening under the sun, her gaze reminiscent of a graceful swan observing a gaggle of ugly ducklings. Yet this heiress has managed to forge a marriage contract with your beloved Gu Yunfan. While you can only watch from the sidelines, Su Qinghan's voice dripped with chilling disdain. This provoked not only the wave-haired girl, but also the rest of the crowd, who gradually closed in, their expressions growing increasingly menacing. Su Qinghan clenched her fists, faint crescent-shaped indents appearing in her palms. Just as tensions were about to erupt, a voice cried out in alarm, "Director Ling is here." At that, the crowd scattered in a frenzy, leaving Su Qinghan standing alone. Director Ling was known as the only faculty member bold enough to reprimand students. Her formidable abilities and stubborn character, coupled with her enigmatic background, made most students reluctant to provoke her. "What brings you here?" Su Qinghan calmly asked, her gaze fixed on Ying Zhao, who was half hidden outside the wall. "Just a chance encounter," Ying Zhao replied, brushing off the dust as she stood. "Is that so? You've helped me once again," Su Qinghan remarked nonchalantly. Ying Zhao waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing that if I hadn't come, you would have found a way out, and I just think you didn't need to go that far." The two made their way to the classroom, with Su Qinghan observing the slightly smirking Ying Zhao, a fleeting smile gracing her lips before vanishing. Ying Zhao truly understood her. Indeed, Su Qinghan had intentionally provoked the crowd, hoping to capture more footage. However, upon reflection, she deemed it unworthy of injury at the hands of those infatuated fans. After all, she already had sufficient recordings as for the rumors circulating within the school. Su Qinghan was fully aware of their origins, having deliberately leaked the information herself. Nevertheless, she chose to bide her time, waiting for a more opportune moment. When that time came, she would carefully consider how to deal with Ying Zhao. Her gaze growing increasingly profound. With less than 2 months until the college entrance examination, a sensational expose surfaced online, complete with videos and photographs as evidence. The victims were blurred, and the content encompassed elements of false heiresses, campus bullying, domestic violence, and the swapping of marriage contracts, an amalgamation of melodrama, morality, and legal issues, thoroughly satisfying the curiosity of numerous netizens. "Wow, such a twist of fate occurring right here in Yunhai City. Can you disclose the exact location? I'd love to snap some photos." "Isn't this happening at that academy? My friend's cousin's sister-in-law works there. But wasn't this matter suppressed by the H family? It's audacious for someone to leak it. To the person above, I want details." 123100086. Su Qinghan observed with satisfaction as the topic of the true heiresses are right beside me exploded on social media, before setting her phone aside to focus on her studies. "Since you all wish to maintain the fade of tranquility, allow me to fully unmask this farce." Han Yu had now been taken in as a goddaughter by Han Guodong and Fan Jiwen, still residing in the Han household, albeit one on the 2nd floor and the other on the 3rd. The two rarely crossed paths outside of mealtimes. Han Yu was puzzled as to why Su Qinghan had not adopted the Han surname, while she, for certain reasons, had not reverted to her original name. Although Su Qinghan had returned to the Han family, she remained distant from Fan Jiwen and her husband, despite their numerous attempts at closeness. The distance persisted, and with the gentle and soft Han Yu nearby, the contrast became even more pronounced. Nevertheless, both still harbored feelings of guilt, striving to make amends materially, though their efforts yielded little fruit. Su Qinghan had initially held some expectations for the couple, yet her inherent nature made it difficult for her to express affection or seek comfort. Witnessing the harmonious interactions of Han Yu with Han Guodong and Fan Jiwen only deepened her melancholy. Consequently, she became indifferent to whether she was surnamed Su or Han. In fact, she wished to bear neither name, aspiring instead to leave Yunhai City and the Han household behind, living independently, perhaps adopting her grandmother's surname Wei, the only person who had ever shown her kindness during her childhood. The impact of the online expose was significant, particularly as it touched upon the highly sensitive issue of campus violence. Not only was the Light Noble Academy subjected to an investigation by a central oversight committee, but even the long-expelled Xiao Yusin was summoned. Those involved in the bullying faced severe consequences, expulsions, and disciplinary actions, while the perpetrators were subjected to public scorn, rendered too ashamed to show their faces. With the college entrance examination looming, those with serious offenses found it unlikely that any school would accept them. Now or in the future, for a school's reputation is of utmost importance, that Su Qinghan was quite pleased with this outcome, as every individual who had wronged her received their due retribution. Lu Wan and Su Dehai, in particular, faced imprisonment for charges including child trafficking and abuse. Ying Zhao watched in admiration as Su Qinghan effortlessly resolved so many issues, her eyes brimming with satisfaction and awe. After all, this was a delicate lily she had nurtured, seemingly fragile, yet inherently toxic. Checking the progress of her tasks, she noted that Task 1 had reached completion, while Task 2 would likely be finalized after the college entrance examination. In a buoyant mood, Ying Zhao decided to treat herself to a sweet dessert at noon. Su Qinghan gazed across the round table at the Gu family, her heart tinged with anticipation regarding the purpose of their visit today. Were they here to dissolve the marriage contract? After all, the scandal surrounding the Han family had tarnished their reputation, causing the Gu family stocks to plummet. Surely, Gu Xiangdong will want to cut his losses? Yet, observing Gu Yunfan's unmistakable glances directed at Han Yu, Su Qinghan found her certainty wavering. Su Qinghan acknowledged that she once harbored youthful fantasies about Gu Yunfan, particularly after he had once come to her aid, albeit only because he deemed the obstructive individuals a nuisance. Gu Yunfan, however, had long since forgotten her as time went on, enduring repeated bullying without a word of clarification from him. Su Qinghan's illusions dissipated entirely. Thus, was Gu Yunfan implying that the marriage contract remained intact? Merely with the same candidate, still Han Yu? Han Guodong had initially worried that Gu Xiangdong intended to annul the agreement, yet it appeared the latter had no intention of severing the union between their families. What a delightful surprise this is for the candidates. They remain unchanged in this critical moment. Han Dong cannot afford to consider whether it is Han Yu or Su Qinghan. After all, they are both his daughters. And he desperately needs to rely on the Gu family to rescue the precarious Han family. The Ji Shandong observed the ecstatic Han Dong, a flicker of derision crossing his gaze. Were it not for Yunfan's appeal for assistance, he would hardly pay any attention to the currently plummeting Han family stocks. Meanwhile, the subjects of the conversation, Han Yu and Gu Yunfan, both lowered their heads, their fair faces gradually turning crimson. Only Su Qinghan remained impassive, calmly consuming her meal, exuding an air of indifference. It seemed that Han Dong suddenly realized that his hasty decision regarding the candidates might not be appropriate, that he hesitated and said, "Qinghan, your sister in Yunfan," but was promptly interrupted by Su Qinghan. "I'm full. You may continue, but I have no objections. I don't even recall having a sister." With that, she disregarded the extremely awkward expressions of those present and ascended the stairs. "My sincere apologies for the embarrassment, Mr. Gu." Han Dong hastily apologized with a forced smile. The Ji Xiangdong tugged at the corner of his mouth, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately refrained upon glancing at Gu Yunfan. "Never mind if my son fancies Han Yu. So be it. Over time, that may change." Once back in her room, Su Qinghan closed the door and leaned against it, gazing at the opulent crystal chandelier adorning the ceiling, releasing a slow breath. And no matter how much she tried to convince herself to abandon expectations of her parents, witnessing Han Dong and Fan Jiwen's blatant favoritism towards Han Yu still brought her a twinge of discomfort, especially regarding the so-called sister. How absurd it was that despite Han Yu being born slightly earlier, her charming appearance rendered her more akin to a younger sister, thus solidifying her role as such. After a considerable time, Su Qinghan calmed her emotions and decided to take a bath. The white gown she wore gently slipped from her tender shoulders. Observing her flawless figure in the mirror, devoid of any lingering bruises, Su Qinghan's eyes darkened. At first glance, she indeed seemed to have returned to the life of a privileged young lady. However, the slightly larger knuckles and calluses on her hands served as reminders of her past. A surge of resentment suddenly ignited within her. Reflecting on it now, simply imprisoning Lu Wan and Su Dehai for such a brief period was far too lenient. Yet, as she was still a student, reaching this point was no small feat. The remaining dues could be repaid slowly, including their precious SON.AS for Han Dong and Fan Jiwen. Su Qinghan had resolved that the most she would offer them was a comfortable retirement. Everything else would be forfeit. Regarding Han Yu and Gu Yunfan, Su Qinghan was curious if their bond would endure without the backing of the Gu and Han families. However, such matters would have to wait until after her college entrance examinations, as time was still on her side. The 2 months spent repetitively practicing exam questions flew by swiftly. Finally, the day of the college entrance examination arrived for the students of Class 3. Year 3, if everyone else was filled with nervous anticipation. Then for Ying Zhao, it was a long-awaited end. She truly wished to no longer be a third-year student, as the daily repetition of simplistic questions had become unbearable. The 3 days of examinations passed in the blink of an eye, and as the students exited the examination hall, they discussed plans for graduation trips and potential confessions of love. Ying Zhao leisurely packed her books, gently declining the advances of one after another of her junior classmates. She held no interest in the younger boys, having lived to the age of 70 or 80 in her previous life. Encountering these students felt like a generational gap. Why would she entertain the idea of a romantic relationship with them? She found greater amusement in watching her bank account steadily increase. Her journey to financial independence was thanks to the Federation's unconventional education system. Ever since her classification as an alpha with Super 3S capabilities, knowledge from all fields had been relentlessly poured into her mind, simply because they sought to understand her limits. The result? She had no limits. Whatever she learned, she mastered. Whether it be biological sciences, materials science, finance, investment, or information technology and mechanical design, all were invaluable treasures to Ying Zhao, and she welcomed them all. She understood that once acquired, this knowledge would belong to her, becoming her source of confidence and weaponry. She would not let any opportunity to strengthen herself slip away. Thus, Ying Zhao had already amassed a fortune exceeding billions, yet she diligently continued as a third-year student. Truly commendable in her diligence that, of course, should she choose to, her assets could grow exponentially. However, Ying Zhao believed there was no need, as some overly avant-garde technologies were not applicable to this era. She understood the principle of not hastily forcing growth. Presently, she felt it was sufficient that AS for university. She had long since decided on the archaeology department at Jingbei University. Why archaeology? One might wonder. Simply put, it was a field of her keen interest, even after having traversed the ancient world. However, the historical trajectories of the Daizong dynasty, where Ling Huxiang resided, and this world were entirely unrelated. Ying Zhao yearned to witness the bronze trees, three-eyed masks, and other artifacts with her own eyes, and she longed to experience the sensation of bringing these treasures from the obscurity of the underground to the forefront of contemporary society. Host, it has been quite a while since you last contacted Su Qinghan. Now that the examinations have concluded, can we resume Task 2? Ying Zhao was on her way out when 007 eagerly inquired. Task 2 involved assisting Su Qinghan in gaining admission to her desired university and extricating herself from the Han family. While the first half of the task had been completed, freeing her from the Han family remained unfinished. And 007 couldn't help but feel anxious. The crux of the matter was that Ying Zhao had decided to take a graduation trip for herself, that if she went out to play, how long would it take to fulfill Task 2? Ying Zhao ignored 007, even opting to unilaterally block it. This world was not as perilous as the previous one. There was an abundance of delicious food. Why rush to complete the task? Moreover, liberating Su Qinghan from the Han family was ultimately her own journey. She wasn't entirely neglectful of Su Qinghan. She merely wished to carve out a space and time for herself. Su Qinghan's previous strategy of harming the enemy 1,000 while inflicting 800 upon herself indicated that her feelings toward the Han family were not particularly profound. Yet the bonds of blood were not easily severed. It required an opportunity. Chapter 40. The aloof and indifferent true young lady. This opportunity took Ying Zhao several years to encounter. It all began when Han Dong and his wife secretly transferred numerous assets, including subsidiaries, houses, and cars, to Han Yu, all while concealing it from Su Qinghan. Despite their previous assurances that everything belonging to the Han family would go to Su Qinghan, having acknowledged Han Yu as their goddaughter merely to grant her a title, they swiftly forgot their promises that Su Qinghan's slender fingers incessantly twirled a black pen, her expression calm, yet a hint of derision flickering in her eyes. Over the years, as she distanced herself from Yunhai City to attend university in Jingbei, her biological parents had become increasingly outrageous. Moreover, with Han Yu attending a local university and Gu Yunfan doing the same, the bond between the two grew ever stronger. Consequently, their relationship with Han Dong and his wife also flourished. While Su Qinghan held no interest in the Han family's possessions, given that they had claimed everything as hers, she would not allow them to act without her consent. Xiang, shall we return to Yunhai City? Secretary Xiao Yang inquired with a furrowed brow. Regardless of how many times she looked, she remained awestruck by her boss's beauty, silently marveling. The woman before her donned a well-tailored white suit, her light gray waves cascading lazily over her shoulders, complemented by her exquisite features. Who would suspect that she was merely a fourth-year student? Remarkably, Su Qinghan had not only served as the student council president at Jingbei University for 4 consecutive years, but her exceptional business acumen and remarkable skills had transformed a modest studio into a coveted investment powerhouse. However, Su Qinghan was known for her low profile, often reluctant to attend business events, leaving others unaware of her true identity, except for one person. The thought of that individual made Xiao Yang realize that indeed, a beautiful person's friends are also beautiful, and it seemed that geniuses were drawn to one another. What fortune did she possess to encounter two prodigious talents simultaneously? That person always came and went swiftly, like a dragon appearing only in glimpses, while her own president, as aloof as a snow lotus, only smiled in their presence. Xiaoyang privately indulged in the notion of the two as a couple, though she wondered if her fantasy could ever come true. Xiaoyang, upon hearing Su Qinghan's slightly puzzled inquiry. Xiaoyang realized she had zoned out and quickly responded, "Yes, what can I do for you, Su? Please book me a flight back to Yunhai for tomorrow." "Certainly." Once Xiaoyang exited the office, Su Qinghan's previously erect posture relaxed slightly. She rubbed her aching temples and retrieved her phone. "That's Su Qinghan. Are you coming back?" 10 minutes had passed, yet there was still no response from the other party. That Su Qinghan had grown accustomed to this. Whenever Ying Zhao participated in archaeological projects, she often fell off the grid, as she could very well be hidden away in some remote mountain forest, where lack of signal was a common occurrence. Su Qinghan had not anticipated that someone like Ying Zhao would choose such a field of study as archaeology, which seemed rather incongruous with her entire persona. Yet, oddly enough, Ying Zhao derived immense enjoyment from it. Since entering university, their relationship had progressed beyond what it had been before, perhaps due to both residing in Jingbei. Additionally, given that Ying Zhao had lent her a helping hand, Su Qinghan's feelings towards her were decidedly complex. Their relationship was difficult to define. They could be called friends, yet what kind of close friends ended up in bed together? To label them as lovers seemed inappropriate as well, considering no couple would go 10 days, or even half a month without communication. And the messages exchanged on their phones were limited to arrangements of time and place. They shared a remarkable understanding, devoid of any constraints, merely fulfilling their physiological needs. That Su Qinghan set her phone down. Choosing not to glance at it any further, it was best to let things unfold naturally. Over the years, Su Qinghan had not been without suitors. Both men and women had pursued her, and she had attempted to date others. While she could endure embraces and kisses, she found herself unable to proceed to deeper intimacy. What did her relationship with Ying Zhao amount to, after all? Was she preserving her chastity for someone with whom she had nothing substantial? Su Qinghan let out a self-deprecating laugh, unwilling to delve deeper into her thoughts. The following morning, Su Qinghan boarded a flight back to Yunhai, and by the time she arrived in Yunhai City, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. After a light meal, she hailed a taxi to the headquarters of the Han family. Inside the quiet and comfortable business vehicle, Su Qinghan closed her eyes to rest. Suddenly, the notification sound from her phone shattered the serene atmosphere. Su Qinghan opened her eyes and picked up her phone. Ying Zhao, the day after tomorrow. Su Qinghan. All right, do you need someone to pick you up? Ying Zhao. No need to deal, you have time in the evening. Su Qinghan recognized that this was Ying Zhao's way of inviting her. Every time a gap of about 3 months elapsed, Ying Zhao's desires would intensify significantly, resembling a wild beast in bed. Calculating the time, it seemed about right for this occasion. However, Su Qinghan did not reply immediately. She estimated that if Ying Zhao was returning the day after tomorrow, then her own business in Yunhai would likely be wrapped up by then. Su Qinghan. Sure, my place? Ying Zhao. Okay. After that, their conversation ceased, upon arriving at the company, as Su Qinghan reached the entrance. The receptionist hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, "Miss, you're back. Why didn't we receive any notice from you?" While speaking, she exchanged glances with her colleagues. Su Qinghan chose to ignore it, allowing them to inform Han Guangdong and others, including Han Yu and Gu Yunfan. She had specifically chosen to return today, as it was the day set for discussing the engagement between the Gu and Han families, and as the elder sister, how could she possibly miss it? What? Qinghan is back. Why didn't she tell us in advance? Han Guangdong frowned deeply upon receiving the news. Since Su Qinghan went to Jingbei for university, she rarely returned to Yunhai, only visiting during the holidays, and each time, conflicts arose due to Han Yu. This time, Han Guangdong was aware that he had acted improperly by transferring some assets to Yu without informing Su Qinghan. Yet Han Yu was also their child. Was it not right for them to support her? Moreover, Qinghan had sent Yu's parents to prison. They owed Yu that much. Furthermore, he had heard of Qinghan's remarkable capabilities, which enabled her to rise from nothing without assistance, while Han Yu's business acumen was limited. That if he did not support Han Yu, what would happen if she faced difficulties after marrying into the Gu family? The Gu family would eventually be under Qinghan's dominion, and he had merely supplemented Han Yu privately. Was that truly wrong? Naturally, Fan Jiwen shared the same sentiments. and it was not without reason that they could marry. However, in front of Su Qinghan, Han Guangdong dared not voice such thoughts. Over the years, he had come to understand his daughter's temperament. She appeared cool and aloof like the moon, yet was in fact sensitive and domineering, with a strong sense of independence and possessiveness. Both Han Guangdong and Fan Jiwen found it exhausting to interact with Qinghan, as there were too many considerations to account for. Han Yu was much more agreeable, thoughtful, and filial at times. Han Guangdong even wished that they could have simply let bygones be bygones. Yet gazing upon the increasingly outstanding Su Qinghan, he could not bring himself to do so. One could not have both fish and bear's paw. Upon reaching the conference room, Su Qinghan took her seat amidst the astonished and admiring gazes of those present, apologizing, "I'm late." Han Yu, seeing the strikingly beautiful and poised woman she had not seen in days, forced a smile and called out, "Sister Qinghan." That Su Qinghan feigned ignorance, prompting Gu Yunfan, who was concerned for his fiancée, to darken his expression and say, "Su Qinghan, Yu is greeting you. Can you not see?" Initially taken aback by Su Qinghan's beauty, enhanced by her light blue embroidered qipao, Gu Yunfan quickly recognized her as the long-absent Su Qinghan. His complex emotions further intensified due to her dismissive attitude towards Han Yu. Su Qinghan slightly raised her chin, offering a perfunctory, "Oh," and fell silent thereafter. This only fueled Gu Yunfan's displeasure towards her. Han Guangdong observed Su Qinghan's silence as she merely sipped tea, allowing her to be as she wished, provided she did not cause any trouble. Thus, the two families resumed their fervent discussions regarding the engagement date, venue, guest list, and so forth. That Su Qinghan relished the opportunity to sit back and listen until she suddenly interjected, "Such a momentous occasion, shouldn't we invite Aunt Lu and Uncle Su to join in the discussions?" The room fell into an abrupt silence. Eventually, it was Han Yu who forced a smile and explained, They are quite busy. That's so." Su Qinghan replied, not probing further, which temporarily relieved Han Yu of her anxiety that Su Qinghan might press the issue. Su Qinghan was well aware that the two individuals in question would not be able to attend, for they had divorced after being released from prison a year ago. One had suffered a mental breakdown, and the other did not wish to be burdened with a lunatic spouse. Was it not natural for them to part ways? For Han Yu to marry into the Gu family with dignity meant she had to sever all ties with her notorious and morally bankrupt parents, as the Gu family would not recognize her otherwise. This was the final bottom line, and Han Yu had no choice but to comply. Thus, Han Yu was unaware of Lu Wan and Su Dehai's recent circumstances, and she subconsciously felt relieved, having grown weary of them repeatedly asking for money under the guise of being her biological parents. She was now merely the goddaughter of the Han family. Where would she procure the funds for them? Not to mention that their finances had been squandered on gambling, by the time both the Gu and Han families reached a consensus. It was already past 6 o'clock. Han Guangdong took the initiative to invite, "Since we have completed a joyful occasion today, why not stay for a meal?" Gu Shandong agreed, and the group made their way to a nearby 5-star restaurant. Throughout the meal, Su Qinghan maintained her silence, seemingly content to merely participate in the discussions. Disliking the crowd, Su Qinghan lingered at the back, observing the overly formal interactions between the two families with a bemused smile. The next day, after obtaining what she desired, Su Qinghan made her way to a psychiatric hospital in the suburbs. "Hey, Long Long, come eat an apple. Mommy has cut it for you," a woman, seemingly in her middle years, yet with gray hair and a face adorned with suspicious drool, smiled vacantly at the air, lost in her own world. Moments later, the woman erupted in fury. "You little brat, that chicken leg was left for your brother. How dare you steal it? I'll beat you to death." Su Qinghan observed the woman for an entire afternoon, her eyes deep and contemplative, lost in thought. She had merely sent Lu Wan to prison and used her connections to ensure she was treated well inside. Who could have known that Lu Wan would succumb to madness? Why had she gone insane? She had endured 18 years of abuse without losing her mind. As for Su Dehai, he had always been a thoroughly despicable person. Losing a hand and a leg due to gambling debts was hardly surprising. Su Dehai has gone out to seek women again, and it is said that he has recently contracted a sexually transmitted disease. How pitiable! And then there is her precious younger brother, who at such a tender age has already strayed from the path of education. Rumor has it that he has recently been involved in theft and violence, with several relatives passing the blame back and forth. Such are the gifts she bestows upon the Su family. Upon witnessing Lu Wan unexpectedly begin to pick up chicken and duck droppings from the ground with her bare hands and stuff them in her mouth. Su Qinghan turned away and left it on the third day. Su Qinghan returned to her home in Jingbei City. This was a modest 70-square-meter apartment that she had purchased entirely through her own efforts. The housing prices in Jingbei City far exceed those in Yunhai City, and Su Qinghan was immensely satisfied to have secured her own residence before graduation. Moreover, she did not yearn for a sprawling flat. Rather, she found large spaces to be somewhat empty, and the 70 square meters suited her perfectly. Today also marked Ing Zhao's return. While Su Qinghan was in the kitchen preparing dinner, the doorbell rang, prompting her to set down her knife and answer the door. As soon as she opened the door, a slender waist was seized by her visitor, and an overwhelming scent of iris filled Su Qinghan's nostrils. She felt as though she were enveloped in a sea of irises, and a hoarse yet weary contralto reverberated above her. Finally back. I've missed you so much. What about you? Su Qinghan offered no reply. And Ing Zhao did not seem to mind. Ing Zhao had been in Sichuan City for nearly a month, feeling as if she were marinated in dust and sand. Fortunately, her sensitive period coincided conveniently with her days off, allowing her to hurriedly come to Su Qinghan after a quick shower. With a beauty by her side, why should she trouble herself? Ing Zhao had witnessed all the changes in Su Qinghan over the years. From a tender and fragile girl, she had gradually matured into a capable and composed figure, all through Su Qinghan's relentless hard work. But by the time Ing Zhao finally released Su Qinghan, the latter's once cold visage had taken on a rosy hue, and her typically frosty eyes sparkled as if they contained a pool of spring water, her lips blooming with an enchanting shade. Ing Zhao, feeling somewhat reluctant to withdraw her hand from Su Qinghan's gently rising form, allowed Su Qinghan to cup her face and scrutinize it closely. That you've lost weight and have tanned, Su Qinghan remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Well, I'll go put on a whitening mask later. Please don't despise me for being a shabby wife. Ing Zhao teased playfully that Su Qinghan shot her a disapproving glance and managed to extricate herself from Ing Zhao's embrace. Take a seat. I'll have dinner ready shortly. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Does the dessert from earlier count? Get lost. After dinner, Ing Zhao, displaying admirable discernment, took it upon herself to wash the dishes before lazily collapsing onto the sofa, listening to the latest financial news broadcast on the 80-inch television. Su Qinghan, clad in comfortable loungewear with her soft, wavy hair tied up, was illuminated by the warm, beige light cascading from above, casting a gentle halo around her. This softened Su Qinghan's previously frigid demeanor, allowing a hint of grace and elegance to emerge. Her once skinny frame had gradually filled out, though she remained slender, as her petite frame rendered her almost delicate compared to the tall and robust Ing Zhao. At 1.72 meters, Su Qinghan could be described as a petite beauty. Engrossed in the financial report, Su Qinghan was not oblivious to Ing Zhao's admiring gaze, though she feigned indifference while her ears subtly flushed. Eventually, as Ing Zhao's gaze grew bolder, Su Qinghan could no longer contain herself and turned to face her with a tone tinged with embarrassment. Have you had your fill of looking? Ing Zhao, unabashed, shook her head and sincerely suggested, Actually, I wouldn't mind if you look back. Though I've tanned a bit, I can't be that unattractive, can I? The response to Ing Zhao was a soft, plush cartoon pillow thrown her way. All right, enough teasing. Tell me how you've been lately, Ing Zhao inquired, accepting the pillow. Oh, the same as ever, busy with my thesis and work, and occasionally checking in on the Han family. Su Qinghan replied casually, Did I heard that Han Yu and Gu Yunfan are getting engaged? Su Qinghan nodded, a half-smile gracing her lips as she said, Aren't you busy digging for dirt? Your information network is quite impressive. Ing Zhao shrugged, avoiding a direct answer, then continued, So what are your thoughts on it? Noting Ing Zhao's reluctance to elaborate, Su Qinghan paid it no mind. She was aware that Ing Zhao harbored many secrets that I haven't given it much thought. I don't mind Han Yu marrying Gu Yunfan. Really? I thought you might take action against the Han and Gu family's businesses, Ing Zhao responded, shifting into a more comfortable position. Over the years, Ing Zhao had also learned that Su Qinghan's self-established company was thriving, and her own company had dealings with them, though Su Qinghan was unaware of her connection to the shadowy figure behind it. Despite the Han family's previous scandals causing significant stock depreciation, they were still a formidable entity that Su Qinghan alone could not contend with. Perhaps collaboration would be mutually beneficial. The same applied to the Gu family. Hence, Ing Zhao had tentatively broached the subject, knowing Su Qinghan's pragmatic nature would not allow her to miss an opportunity. She would never let the Han and Gu families expand their enterprises through marriage, especially since Han Guodong had previously gone back on his word. Had he not secretly manipulated matters and truly entrusted everything to Su Qinghan as he claimed? Perhaps Su Qinghan would have considered providing a dowry for Han Yu in light of their elders. But now, it was a different story. While Su Qinghan could choose to give gifts, Han Guodong's covert maneuvers left her with no choice but to act decisively. After discussing some mundane matters of life, the two women tacitly retreated to their rooms. Once inside the bedroom, the desire that Ying Zhao had restrained for so long finally burst forth, releasing a wave of iris fragrance, her pheromones enveloping Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan felt her entire being consumed by the intoxicating scent, her body instinctively responding to Ying Zhao's passionate kiss. She had always been curious about how Ying Zhao's perfume fluctuated in intensity and could change according to one's desires. A familiar, searing sensation coursed from her abdomen, accompanied by Ying Zhao's husky, yet restrained voice whispering in her ear, "Are you resting tomorrow?" The heated breath from Ying Zhao flushed Su Qinghan's entire earlobe. And as she prepared to respond, she realized her own voice had become hoarse. "That I have a client to meet tomorrow afternoon. Oh, please restrain yourself." "All right, I'll try my best." The consequences of a night of indulgence left Su Qinghan waking up to find it was already midday the next day. Though she had been the one to enjoy herself, she was the most exhausted. That in contrast, Ying Zhao, who had put in the most effort, always woke up before her, brimming with energy, resembling a captivating enchantress. Ying Zhao cheerfully assisted Su Qinghan with her morning routine, and after breakfast, drove her to meet her client. Upon arrival, Ying Zhao immediately recognized who Su Qinghan was about to meet. It was none other than her esteemed senior, Imo Jingnan. Ying Zhao greeted Imo Jingnan with composure before driving away. "Qinghan, you're here," Imo Jingnan exclaimed first. Just that simple greeting turned his fair, handsome face a shade of crimson. That Su Qinghan knew that her senior, despite being exceptionally capable and sharp-witted, was inherently introverted and bashful, so she did not take it to heart. She nodded in acknowledgement. "Good afternoon, Senior Imo. I apologize for being late." Today's client was indeed introduced by Imo Jingnan, who was known for his humility and courtesy, treating others with kindness. That Su Qinghan felt honored to have the opportunity to befriend him. "That no worries. I arrived early. That let's go. Mr. Lin is already here." "All right." After successfully concluding the client meeting, Imo Jingnan, inspired by Su Qinghan's graceful and radiant visage, mustered the courage to say, "Qinghan, do you have time for dinner tonight? I would like to treat you." That Su Qinghan's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but she quickly smiled and replied, "Sure, but I should be the one treating you. After all, you've helped me so much. Just call me Qinghan." Okay, just call me Jingnan. There's no need for senior titles," Imo Jingnan stammered. "No, I'd rather call you senior." Su Qinghan smiled as she declined. That a flicker of disappointment crossed Imo Jingnan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and did not press the matter. That on their way to the restaurant, Imo Jingnan insisted on driving, and Su Qinghan acquiesced. Thinking of Ying Zhao, she hesitated for a moment before sending a message to inform her that she would not be home for dinner. Ying Zhao replied with a simple okay, and nothing more. Su Qinghan glanced at her phone and set it aside, pondering what exactly she was hoping for. Until mealtime, as Su Qinghan gazed at Imo Jingnan, whose face was flushed with emotion while he held a grand bouquet of tulips to confess his feelings. Her mind was utterly blank. She had never anticipated that Imo Jingnan harbored such sentiments for her. It was her own dullness that led her to believe his frequent blushes whenever they met were merely a quirk of his character, not realizing the truth behind them. Chapter 43. The Reclusive and Indifferent True Heiress. "I'm sorry, Senior." Su Qinghan instinctively sought to decline, only to be halted by Imo Jingnan. "Well, Qinghan, please don't feel pressured. That I simply wish for you to understand my feelings. There is no need for an immediate response. You may take your time to ponder. I am serious about wanting to date you with marriage as the ultimate goal." Imo Jingnan, anxious and sweating in the chill of winter, even called her junior again. In the end, Su Qinghan hesitated, her lips trembling, and did not outright refuse. However, she ultimately did not take the bouquet of tulips home. She lingered in the downstairs garage for a long while before returning to her own residence. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the familiar darkness. That Su Qinghan switched on the light, hung up her coat, and turned around only to discover someone seated on the sofa. She was startled and expressed her annoyance. "What are you doing here? Why haven't you turned on the lights?" Ying Zhao slowly lifted her gaze towards Su Qinghan, Did you enjoy dinner? Su Qinghan slightly furrowed her brow. It was fine. Did you eat? Ying Zhao's face fell. Alas, I'm the only solitary soul at home. How can I eat? Unlike you, Su, who has a handsome companion to share meals with. Su Qinghan took off her coat and turned on the heating, stepping closer to ask, what exactly do you want to say? Ying Zhao quickly regained her usual demeanor and smirked. Did he not say anything else besides asking you out for dinner today? Su Qinghan hesitated for a moment before swiftly masking her uncertainty. It was just dinner. What else could there be to discuss? Ah, Qinghan, you hesitated. That lad must have confessed, right? Ying Zhao declared confidently to Tio her surprise. Su Qinghan retorted, so what? Does it concern you? Ying Zhao paused and shrugged. Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. Perhaps due to having consumed some alcohol that evening, Su Qinghan felt a surge of frustration upon hearing Ying Zhao's words. She approached Ying Zhao, grasping her collar, squinting her eyes, and stated from her elevated position, yes, it has nothing to do with you. So, can Miss Ying go back to her own home from now on? Furthermore, aside from being classmates and friends, there is no need to sustain any other relationship. Although Su Qinghan's words were harsh, a flicker of confusion, helplessness, and pain crossed her eyes, ultimately transforming into silence. While she and Ying Zhao were no longer complete strangers, the aura Ying Zhao exuded always felt like a distant cloud, mysterious and fleeting. She lacked the certainty to grasp this cloud, despite contemplating countless ways to engage with Ying Zhao, even dark or unlawful ones. Yet, in the end, she could not bear to let go, nor did she possess the confidence, fearing that if they truly ventured to a dead end, she would lose everything. As friends, at least she could still see Ying Zhao. Ying Zhao was too radiant. This brilliance stemmed not only from her beauty, but also from the innate charm she radiated, coupled with her carefree nature, which Su Qinghan clearly recognized. Could Ying Zhao genuinely accompany her for a lifetime? Su Qinghan was uncertain. Upon hearing Su Qinghan finally voice her desire to end their distorted relationship, Ying Zhao adopted a serious demeanor. She stared at Su Qinghan for a long moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, reaching out to touch the rim of Su Qinghan's eyes. Why are you crying? Didn't you say we were ending this? At that moment, Su Qinghan realized she had indeed shed tears. Ignoring it, she insisted with reddened eyes, yes, I said we're ending it. Now, you may leave. Su Qinghan released Ying Zhao's collar, casually wiping away her tears. Restoring her usual cool and detached demeanor, Ying Zhao stood up, remained silent for a while, and eventually replied softly, all right. Almost at the instant Ying Zhao spoke, Su Qinghan turned away, biting her lower lip fiercely. Yet she maintained the posture of seeing her off. She could no longer muster the energy to discern whether Ying Zhao had truly departed. She was engulfed in her thoughts. Their relationship had begun with her initiative. At that time, she was naive and fragile, while Ying Zhao was powerful and captivating. It was only natural for her to be drawn to Ying Zhao, ultimately leading to a half-hearted agreement on Ying Zhao's part. Yet Su Qinghan did not regret her decision back then. Her feelings for Ying Zhao were genuine. However, her desire to end things was equally sincere. She no longer wished to live in trepidation due to this ambiguous relationship, fearing that one day Ying Zhao would tire of her and leave. Ying Zhao had never given her a clear response to her unintentional tests, and Su Qinghan was exhausted. What she did not anticipate was how calmly Ying Zhao accepted the situation, showing not a hint of doubt or reluctance. Was she the only one who had become ensnared in this entanglement? Su Qinghan was unwilling to entertain such thoughts, yet Ying Zhao's reaction undeniably wounded her. Only by taking the initiative to end things could she perhaps retain a shred of dignity. The door gently closed. Su Qinghan could not help but crouch down, softly weeping. You were the one who said to end it. Yet here you are crying so pitifully that a somewhat resigned female voice suddenly echoed in the air. Su Qinghan turned in surprise. You haven't left. Ying Zhao pulled her up from the floor and even took out a tissue, intending to wipe Su Qinghan's tears. However, seeing Su Qinghan's defiant demeanor, Ying Zhao had no choice but to halt in her tracks and say, yes, I haven't finished my words yet. Naturally, I must complete them before I can leave. Then please speak now, Su Qinghan said, taking the tissue and wiping her own tears. Su Qinghan, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Ying Zhao. I am 23 years old, in good health, with no bad habits. I own 6 companies and my net worth should be around 100 billion. May I ask if you would consider dating me? Upon finishing, Ying Zhao stood tall, her gaze fixed intently on Su Qinghan. That Su Qinghan, momentarily frozen, paused her tear-wiping motion, her mouth slightly agape, staring blankly at Ying Zhao. Unable to speak, that it took her a while to respond. "Are you confessing to me?" Ying Zhao smiled and nodded, her demeanor lacking the usual casualness, appearing considerably more earnest. "Are you serious?" Su Qinghan continued to inquire. Ying Zhao nodded again. She was well aware of her feelings for Su Qinghan. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to be with her in the first place. She would never take such steps with someone she did not care for. However, over the years, both had been preoccupied, spending little time together. Ying Zhao had worried that Su Qinghan's feelings might merely be a fleeting infatuation from her youth, and she had refrained from saying much. Throughout these years, she had sensed that Su Qinghan's feelings were genuine, not just a vague dependence born from admiration. She was no saint. If she liked someone, she would simply pursue it. Living in the moment was the supreme truth she adhered to. Chapter 44. The reclusive and indifferent true heiress noticing Su Qinghan's lingering skepticism. Ying Zhao pondered briefly before adding, "I understand you have many doubts about me, but please forgive me for not being able to disclose everything due to certain reasons that I assure you, those matters are not illegal or improper. If you can accept this side of me, then let us be together. You need not give me an answer immediately. Take your time to consider that I admit that compared to Mo Jingnan, I may not provide the same sense of security or the prospect of a family. Nor can I offer you children. However, I, Ying Zhao, am not someone who flits from one person to another in this world. If we are truly meant to be together, it can only be with you. I apologize for intruding today. I'll take my leave now." With that, Ying Zhao turned and departed. Ying Zhao had been gone for some time, yet Su Qinghan remained rooted to the spot. Within a single day, she had received 2 confessions, compounded by the influence of alcohol, leaving her mind in a chaotic whirl. One was someone who liked her, and the other was the one she liked, who had also expressed her feelings. It seemed there was no need for conflict. Yet Su Qinghan found herself torn with uncertainty. She could not discern whether Ying Zhao's confession was a reaction to Mo Jingnan's declaration, driven by possessiveness to assert her claim. After all, Ying Zhao had never shown any overt affection toward her before, and the timing of her confession today raised suspicions, particularly with someone like Ying Zhao. Could she genuinely develop feelings for her? After all, Ying Zhao had witnessed all her vulnerable moments and had personally pulled her from despair. That Su Qinghan struggled with her self-doubt. In the past, Su Qinghan had looked down on those who lacked confidence in love. She never imagined she would find herself in a similar predicament. Exhaling softly, she resolved to take a shower and then get some rest before contemplating these matters further. Walking home, 007 expressed incredulously, "Host, are you serious? You really confessed to the female lead?" Ying Zhao shrugged. "Of course you heard it, didn't you? Could it possibly be fake?" 007 replied, "Well, now you've not only stolen the scenes between Su Qinghan and Gu Yunfan, but even the ambiguous moments." Ying Zhao grinned. "I've been stealing them for a while now." Haven Ti, as graduation approaches, Ying Zhao finds herself liberated from the demands of the project, affording her ample time to prepare her graduation work. For a continuous fortnight, Su Qinghan has not reached out to her to end this vulnerable period. Ying Zhao chooses to endure the silence, accustomed as she is to the strain. The absence of communication does not leave her particularly disheartened. At least she has not received any rejection, which is a positive sign. Of course, should Su Qinghan indeed choose to decline her, Ying Zhao would not be entirely taken aback. After all, Su Qinghan's temperament is markedly different from that of Ling Huxiang from her previous life, more reserved and cautious. While Ling Huxiang, shaped by past experiences, was more extroverted, spontaneous, and somewhat reckless. Although her confession had been somewhat hasty and impulsive, Ying Zhao harbors no regrets. She despises the notion of unfulfilled longing even more than the prospect of failure. She would rather face a disappointing outcome than look back and lament not having spoken her truth. She has made her effort that Su Qinghan, during these past 2 weeks, has not intentionally neglected Ying Zhao. She has simply been overwhelmed with responsibilities. The collaboration with a client introduced by Mo Jingnan is at a critical juncture. Her graduation project demands her attention, and she must also keep an eye on the matters concerning the Han and Gu families. Thus, she has naturally overlooked these personal connections, especially since neither Mo Jingnan nor Ying Zhao has pressed her for updates. That is only upon returning home, as she is about to succumb to slumber. That the faint scent of irises lingering on her pillow jolts her into a moment of realization. She has not contacted Ying Zhao in quite some time, before she drifts off into sleep. The next encounter with Ying Zhao occurs at a business gala that Su Qinghan is invited to attend and soon spots Ying Zhao, who stands out amidst the crowd, surrounded by admirers, clad in a gown of platinum and white. Ying Zhao's demeanor appears unusual, marked by a certain aloofness. Holding a glass of champagne, she engages listlessly with those around her. This version of Ying Zhao is unprecedented for Su Qinghan, due to her physique. Ying Zhao rarely dons form-fitting attire, yet today she wears a fitted off-shoulder gown. Her hair cascades simply over her shoulders, adorned only by a delicate golden chain, with no earrings to speak of, yet she exudes an air of nobility and elegance akin to that of a swan. A flicker of astonishment crosses Su Qinghan's eyes. She had long known that Ying Zhao possessed an enviable figure, and this gown accentuates her attributes exquisitely. Initially, Ying Zhao finds the subtle probing by those around her regarding her relationship status rather tiresome. Had it not been for her desire to see Su Qinghan, she would not have attended this gathering. Just as she considers leaving with a frown, the person she longs to see finally appears. Su Qinghan, in a sky-blue mermaid gown, showcases her curves beautifully with its V-neck design, subtly hinting at a lure that perfectly aligns with her essence. Ying Zhao steps away from the throng to greet Su Qinghan, exchanging pleasantries. "Long time no see. You look stunning today," that Su Qinghan nods, replying, "Thank you, you too." The two engage in casual conversation, tacitly avoiding the topic from half a month prior to as the gala concludes. Neither finds an opportunity to converse further. Su Qinghan departs first, while Ying Zhao, situated on the second-floor balcony discussing company matters with her vice president, happens to spot the person there to pick up Su Qinghan, none other than Mo Jingnan. With his handsome demeanor and gentlemanly conduct, he appears quite well matched with Su Qinghan, embodying the essence of a golden boy and a jade maiden. Su Qinghan bends to enter his vehicle, causing Ying Zhao to momentarily halt her conversation. "What is the matter, Miss Ying?" her vice president inquires, puzzled. Ying Zhao snaps back to reality, shaking her head slightly. "Nothing, just need to discuss the contract price with XX Corporation after concluding her business." Ying Zhao returns home. The luxurious Maybach gracefully merges into the flow of traffic, disappearing from sight, in the back seat. Ying Zhao lightly taps her fingers against her thigh, pondering whether Su Qinghan has indeed made her decision. Has she accepted Mo Jingnan's confession? A flicker of shadow passes through Ying Zhao's deep-set eyes. She had suggested that Su Qinghan contemplate the matter, yet she has no intention of relinquishing her hold. The delicate flower she has nurtured with care has blossomed. How could she allow another to pluck it? Her inherent possessiveness rivals that of Su Qinghan's, or else how could she have cultivated such an exceptional student? Ding, a message from Ying Zhao. "So, you ultimately chose him, didn't you?" Chapter 45. The solitary and indifferent true rich girl, Su Qinghan, is engaged in a discussion with Mo Jingnan about the latest collaboration dynamics when she notices Ying Zhao's message. Her expression shifts momentarily before returning to normal. Mo Jingnan, preoccupied with driving, remains oblivious to her reaction. Upon arriving at Su Qinghan's residential complex, Mo Jingnan steps out of the car, slightly awkward as he addresses her. Qinghan, what I mentioned previously was sincere. Have you made a decision? I'm not rushing you. I simply wish to understand your thoughts. Whatever the outcome, I can accept it. Please don't feel pressured. That Su Qinghan gazes deeply at Mo Jingnan, her demeanor tinged with guilt. That I'm sorry, Senior, that I've thought long and hard, but I still cannot accept it. You are a wonderful person and will surely find someone more suitable. That Mo Jingnan's face pales instantly, and he murmurs, "Is it because of Ying Zhao?" Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan furrows her brow but quickly relaxes. "It's unrelated. This is a matter between you and me." Mo Jingnan opens his mouth, as if to say more, but ultimately refrains. Forcing a smile, "I understand. That I apologize for intruding today. That I'll head back now. Please rest well." Su Qinghan nods wearily. "Thank you for your trouble today, Senior. Drive safely on your way back." "Not at all. After all, we may not become a couple, but we remain senior and junior. This small favor is nothing," Mo Jingnan replies. Once Mo Jingnan departs, Su Qinghan slowly drags her exhausted body back home. Having Mo Jingnan pick her up today was unexpected. Her secretary, Xiao Yang, was on leave, and since the venue for the gala was somewhat remote, Mo Jingnan kindly offered to drive her, Su Qinghan initially declined, but unable to withstand his persistent offers, she eventually relented. She had intended to take this opportunity to clarify her feelings with Mo Jingnan. She considered it for a long time. While Mo Jingnan is indeed a good person, she does not harbor romantic feelings for him and does not wish to hold him back. After changing into comfortable attire, she sinks into her sofa, still unresponsive to the message from Ying Zhao. Truth be told, she feels a sense of joy upon seeing Ying Zhao after such a long time. Yet Ying Zhao's cool demeanor leaves her somewhat uncertain. Was it truly Ying Zhao who proposed a relationship half a month ago? Only upon seeing Ying Zhao's message does she realize that she likely misinterpreted the situation due to her encounter with Mo Jingnan today. Taking a deep breath, Su Qinghan exhales slowly, contemplating the attention-grabbing individual from earlier, and suddenly feels her internal conflict is rather unnecessary. She is still young, having encountered someone she likes who reciprocates her feelings. Why not give it a try? Especially since Ying Zhao is so exceptional. Su Qinghan cannot overlook the fact that many affluent young men and women had gathered around Ying Zhao at the gala, all engaging in lively conversation, and Ying Zhao seemed to revel in it. Su Qinghan recalls their high school days when Ying Zhao's sudden transformation had resulted in numerous confessions from admirers across various classes and grades, young and old alike. She even caught a young teacher inquiring about Ying Zhao's contact information, only to be gently declined. At University, despite attending different schools, Ying Zhao's name resonates widely among the elite of Jingbei. This is due not only to her consistent top scores but also because she is cherished by her professors. Embodying both the campus heartthrob and goddess, Su Qinghan has witnessed numerous suitors pursuing Ying Zhao. For she is tall, strikingly beautiful, and possesses an enviable figure. Su Qinghan is well aware that Ying Zhao's slender physique belies a layer of muscle beneath, capable of effortlessly carrying her for an hour without breaking a sweat. Lost in thought, a faint blush creeps onto Su Qinghan's fair cheeks. After all, she has nothing to lose. Once she comes to a decision, Su Qinghan replies to the message and awaits Ying Zhao's arrival. Upon receiving Su Qinghan's response, Ying Zhao raises an intrigued eyebrow, turning to instruct the driver to head towards Su Qinghan's complex. Why now? It is already past 8 in the evening. Ying Zhao observes the woman before her, who appears slightly slimmer than before, and a smile graces her lips. Good evening, my girlfriend, Miss Su Qinghan. Upon hearing that title, Su Qinghan's neck flushes crimson, and she shoots a playful glare at her. You certainly arrived quickly. With a swift stride, Ying Zhao closes the distance, enveloping the delicate figure in her arms once more. Leaning close to Su Qinghan's neck, she playfully nudges her, if you don't hurry. I might fear you'll escape. Su Qinghan was rather taken aback to discover that this person could utter such sweet nothings. Typically, she wore an expression of amusement, often with a sharp tongue, and had her own set of strategies when it came to romance. In the midst of the night, and enveloped in such an atmosphere, anything was indeed possible. Su Qinghan had not anticipated that she would be led to bed by someone. Her lower abdomen aflame with a familiar heat. The very thought of that left her feeling both embarrassed and astonished, recalling how she had clumsily endeavored to seduce Ying Zhao, emulating what she had observed in films. Who would have imagined that Ying Zhao was a rare intersex individual? When she first laid eyes on the imposing figure before her, her mind went blank, and she even found herself reaching out to touch Ying Zhao's chest. Foolishly inquiring whether Ying Zhao was male or female, Su Qinghan had even entertained thoughts of certain individuals from neighboring countries who had undergone hormone treatments since childhood, yet Ying Zhao hardly resembled them. It must be said that at that moment, Ying Zhao harbored no such intentions towards Su Qinghan, but why would one turn down an opportunity that presented itself? After all, she was neither a paragon of virtue nor an altruist. Noticing Su Qinghan's momentary distraction, Ying Zhao squinted slightly, realizing perhaps she had not been diligent enough. Consequently, Su Qinghan would soon learn just how challenging it was to satiate Ying Zhao's desires when she truly set her mind to it. The following day, a rejuvenated Ying Zhao tenderly kissed Su Qinghan's forehead before rising to order takeout. As they enjoyed their lunch, the two exchanged affectionate banter, savoring this rare atmosphere. What are your plans after graduation? Su Qinghan inquired first. Ying Zhao pondered for a moment before replying, perhaps to be kept by a wealthy woman as a trophy partner. Having already tasted the joys of archaeology and with no pressing financial concerns, along with a girlfriend by her side, there was no need for her to endure the vulnerabilities of solitude. What about your company? Su Qinghan pressed on. Well, actually, I've hired professionals to manage it for me. Overseeing everything alone would be too exhausting, that I merely need to steer the overall direction. Besides, aren't you here now? May I ask, the esteemed Miss Su Qinghan, would you be willing to take on more responsibilities and act as the lady boss of the company? Su Qinghan, being an ambitious individual by nature, would not let such an opportunity slip by, especially with Ing Zhao's unwavering support. Thus, upon graduation, Su Qinghan elegantly stepped into her new role, with Ing Zhao's backing. She swiftly acquired the companies of the Han and Gu families, and within less than a year, the enterprises of both families underwent a complete transformation. Vanishing from Yunhai City, that Su Qinghan also officially changed her name to Wei Qinghan. Notably, the originally engaged Han Yu and Gu Yunfan ended their relationship due to financial issues. Without material stability as a foundation, neither could tolerate the other, as for Han Guodong and Fan Jiwen. Wei Qinghan ensured that she sent alimony every month, for despite any bias, they remained her biological parents as long as their demands were reasonable. She would turn a blind eye. Ing Zhao, meanwhile, fully embraced a life of leisure. Indulging in video games and movies, or accompanying Wei Qinghan at her company, leading a life of utmost comfort. Observing this, 007 felt a twinge of envy, reminiscing about its former master who had once been so astute. In response, Ing Zhao chose to ignore it. She wasn't an old workhorse. If she could rest, why not? Besides, her current lifestyle was the result of her own efforts, rendering any objections from 007 irrelevant. Later, Ing Zhao encountered Chen Yun. Someone she had previously assisted in selling clothes. It was Chen Yun who recognized her first, and upon learning that Ing Zhao was just visiting Yunhai occasionally and had settled in Jingbei, she congratulated her. By the way, I've always been curious about how you managed to attract so many customers back then. Chen Yun casually asked that, it's nothing special, that I merely told them that anyone who bought clothes from your store would receive a little magic trick from me, along with a group photo and a hug. After all, with her psychic abilities, performing such whimsical tricks was effortless, though difficult for others to replicate. Chen Yun, upon understanding, nodded in slight disappointment. Such tricks were beyond her grasp, especially without Ing Zhao's looks or any magical skills in this world. Ing Zhao accompanied Wei Qinghan through the trials of college entrance examinations, graduation, their wedding, and even the passage of time into old age and death. Upon returning to the system space, a sense of melancholy washed over her, but she quickly regained her composure and examined her points. Host: Ing Zhao. Gender: female, alpha physique, 88100. Your physique is exceptionally superior. Stamina: 85,100. Your stamina surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Willpower: 90100. Your will is unyielding. Points: 100000. The last time she completed a mission, she had amassed 50,000 points, and now, after finishing 2 more tasks, her points had reached 100,000. Now, was it possible that the points awarded for each mission were fixed? Seeing this, 007 flew out to explain. Not quite. Points are awarded based on the host's performance in each task. Since you achieved perfection in the previous 2, you received the maximum points, which just happened to be 50,000. Alright then. What type of world awaits me next? Ing Zhao inquired further. Noticing that Ing Zhao had not taken a break after 2 consecutive worlds, 007 advised, Host, do you really not wish to rest? Ing Zhao shook her head, fully aware of her own condition. As a superior alpha, her mental capacity far exceeded that of the average person, and she excelled at preserving memories, ensuring that her past experiences would not overly impact her. It was as if her brain functioned as an expansive storage unit, categorizing memories in a corner, allowing her to retrieve and revisit them whenever she wished. After confirming Ing Zhao's state, 007 ceased its attempts to persuade her. If the host felt capable, then so be it. In a narrow, dim cave, a small white-furred fox stared with round eyes, its delicate paws silently touching the ground, completely focused on the imposing black creature before it. All it had wanted was to venture out and find some prey. Yet upon returning home, it discovered its dwelling had been claimed by another beast, one larger than itself, whose muscular build and sharp claws indicated it was not to be trifled with, although the creature merely glanced at her with its golden eyes before losing interest. The little fox remained highly vigilant. It pondered how to evict this unwelcome intruder from its nest. This cave had been a hard-won find, conveniently located neither too close nor too far from its original tribe's territory, allowing the fox to catch wild rabbits without encroaching on others' lands. Ing Zhao observed the young fox cub before her, its golden eyes betraying a clear interest, while the black, sturdy leopard tail flicked about erratically. This was her first experience of embodying a Beast.007. So my mission objective this time is this little cub before me. Ing Zhao spoke languidly. Yes, indeed. This time, the supporting character is the little fox. By host, I have transmitted the World S storyline to you. Please receive it. 007 chirped gleefully, fluttering its wings. This time, Ing Zhao would not appear in human form, and she wondered what it would feel like to transform into a Black Panther. She began reviewing the storyline. This world was one inhabited by beastmen, meaning its creatures could embody both animal and human forms. The male protagonist was a tiger in beast form, a young man destined to be the future leader of the neighboring Lin tribe. Named Ban. The female protagonist, in her beast form, was a mountain sparrow named Yu. The two, having accidentally fallen into a ravine, transitioned from mutual disdain to cooperation, eventually warming to one another and becoming partners. The unfortunate side character was the very little fox cub before her, Bai, who due to never having transformed into human form, was perceived as prey by the male lead and met her demise at his claws. How unfortunate that her cave had caught the male protagonist's eye. Though the cave was small, it could still accommodate two beasts, which was why Ing Zhao had been able to find it and boldly claim it as her own. Thus, the poor little fox cub returned to find its den usurped that it was far too small to contest with other beastmen for territory, so it could only remain in its little cave. Inevitably wishing to drive out this uninvited guest out of course, it had observed the situation before daring to approach. If the intruder had been as temperamental as Lai, it wouldn't have dared to confront them. Ing Zhao crossed her paws and shifted her posture to relieve her slightly sore body, asking, "So what is my task this time?" Before long, the tasks appeared. Task 1. Help Bai evade Ban's hunt and survive. Task 2. Assist Bai in successfully transforming. Once again, 2 tasks. The first task was within Ing Zhao's expectations, but the second, did this little cub face difficulties in transformation? According to the received storyline, every beast could automatically transition to human form upon reaching adulthood. With minimal difficulty, was this little cub an exception? Ing Zhao pondered for a moment, yet Bai was utterly oblivious to her recent distraction, for her small mind was entirely preoccupied with the thought of whether this Black Panther would remain in her home indefinitely. Observing the petite white cub before her, who regarded her with a wary gaze while occasionally casting envious looks at her panther form, Ing Zhao surmised that the cub's intellect might not be particularly high, certainly not on par with Wei Qinghan's cunning nature. As the twilight deepened outside, and Ing Zhao had yet to partake of any sustenance, she found herself in this primitive society and needed to devise a means to procure some cooked food. She had no desire to subsist on raw flesh. However, as she surveyed the cave, the only semblance of furniture was a makeshift nest of dried grass, and she could find nothing suitable for kindling a fire. It seemed that this little fox was accustomed to a beastly existence, likely consuming raw fare without the need for pots or utensils, but that would not suffice for her. After some contemplation, she decided to transform into her human form, acknowledging that maintaining her current guise was rather inconvenient. With a mere thought, the agile Black Panther enveloped herself in a radiant white light, and moments later, a wild beauty with bronze skin, modestly draped in tattered cloth, appeared before the little fox that a flicker of astonishment danced in the round, gleaming eyes of the fox as it beheld the striking figure of Ing Zhao, who appeared even taller than Lai, her well-defined muscles accentuating her form. Upon seeing Ing Zhao's face, the fox's fluffy visage flushed a delicate shade of pink. This sister was undeniably stunning. Ing Zhao gazed in wonder at her transformed skin, surprised to discover that this time 007 had altered her complexion as well. Although she favored her fair complexion, the darker hue was not without its charm. After examining her physical condition, she took a few steps toward the little fox. Startled by her approach, the fox recoiled, its white fur bristling and baring its teeth as it emitted a threatening growl. Ing Zhao promptly halted, then with keen interest inquired, "Can you understand me?" Seeing no sign of hostility from Ing Zhao, the little fox hesitated for a moment before retracting its tiny fangs and giving a cautious nod. "Good, as long as you can understand that my name is Ing Zhao. and I will be residing here for the foreseeable future. What is your name? Although she already knew the little fox's name from the storyline, Ying Zhao felt it prudent to engage in this formality. After a prolonged gaze at Ying Zhao, the little fox finally responded with a soft, delicate yip. Ying Zhao then realized she could actually comprehend the language of beasts, likely due to her own beastly form. This was certainly advantageous for communication. The little fox introduced itself as Bai, stating that it had discovered this cave and requested Ying Zhao not to take it from her. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhao smiled broadly. But what if I have taken a liking to your cave? If you do not welcome me, I may have no choice but to claim it as my own. 007 regarded Ying Zhao with a hint of disdain, surprised that she would bully even a small fox cub. What a wretched human. The little fox, taken aback by Ying Zhao's words, could hardly believe that someone who appeared so human could act like a bandit, attempting to usurp the den of a mere cub. Yet, she was too weak and small to contend with the Black Panther, ultimately conceding that Ying Zhao could stay. Achieving her objective, Ying Zhao then asked, "Do you know if there are any prey nearby? I intend to catch some food, and you can accompany me. Rest assured, I shall not make you work for nothing. You shall receive your share of the catch." The little fox's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it nodded eagerly. "I know where to find some. Follow me." Without a second thought, the little fox dashed ahead, completely trusting that Ying Zhao would not deceive her. Ying Zhao followed closely behind, a smile gracing her features as she observed the nimble little fox darting ahead. After approximately half an hour of running, the little fox finally came to a halt, hiding its entire body among the reeds and gracefully gesturing toward a small wetland ahead. Bai had not eaten wild chicken since venturing out on her own from the tribe. Being so small, her hunting skills were still lacking, limiting her to catching only squirrels and small rabbits to stave off hunger. In fact, these small creatures were a rare delicacy. Most of the time, she had to rely on wild fruits and insects to fill her belly. Ying Zhao also paused, her acute hearing detecting the movement of wild chickens in the wetland, but dealing with chickens was rather troublesome, requiring plucking feathers. Given the cave's current lack of provisions and the encroaching darkness, she was disinclined to pursue them. Instead, she contemplated the possibility of catching fish from the wetland. However, seeing the little fox's eager expression, she decided to catch one for the sake of nourishing the cub. After all, she had noted the location and could return for wild chickens later without difficulty. What followed was a scene that would remain etched in the little fox's memory for a lifetime. She was baffled by how the Black Panther managed it. All she saw was Ying Zhao standing on a distant branch, doing nothing, when suddenly a wild chicken bolted from the wetland and crashed directly beneath the tree where the panther stood. Fish from the wetland even leapt out of the water, landing near the massive tree. The little fox's eyes sparkled with astonishment and envy as they turned to Ying Zhao. She wanted to learn. Observing the little fox's expression, Ying Zhao coldly declared, "You cannot learn this." She had employed her mental power, something the little fox was unlikely to grasp. Additionally, she wished to test whether her mental abilities were still intact. To her surprise, they were indeed functional, though the original manifestation of her mental entity, the Black Panther, had vanished. Ying Zhao surmised this was due to her ability to transform into the panther's form. Nevertheless, having only fish without any tools for preparation or seasonings like ginger, garlic, or scallions would complicate matters. To avoid shortchanging herself, Ying Zhao inquired whether the little fox had encountered such plants to her delight. The little fox had indeed seen the very plants Ying Zhao described, and they were located near the cave she had chosen. Satisfied with this revelation, Ying Zhao used grass roots to carry her haul of fish back, while the wild chicken was clutched in the fox's mouth. Along the way, Ying Zhao collected some stones and branches of varying thickness, all intended for grilling the fish. On her return, she passed a small creek and silently marked its location in her mind. Chapter 48. The Delicate and Innocent Little Beast Man. 3. Considering she did not know how long she would reside in this place, and the necessity of replenishing her water supply, Ying Zhao also asked the little fox if there were any edible wild fruits nearby. Filtering clean water was still somewhat challenging, so she had to rely on wild fruits for hydration. Fortunately, although the little fox was not adept at hunting, it had a keen memory for the locations of wild fruits. Thus, under the little fox's guidance, Ying Zhao gathered some fruits to bring back. By this time, the little fox was urging her to hurry home, as it had already reached its limit carrying a wild chicken that was nearly its own size. Ying Zhao, seeing that she had managed to gather the essentials for the day, finally set off on her journey back to the cave. At this point, the little fox was happily gnawing on the wild chicken. Ying Zhao, meanwhile, was busy cleaning the fish. Using a thin stone shard she had painstakingly found, she scraped off the scales, and after finishing, she used the stone to slice open the fish's belly. Removing the entrails. After a laborious task, she went to the creek to wash her catch and strung the fish onto branches stripped of bark. Then, she attempted to create fire using the ancient technique of friction, laboring for a good part of the day until she finally coaxed a flicker of flame to life. Meanwhile, the sun had set, and the moon gradually ascended into the sky. After much effort, Ying Zhao managed to enjoy a meal, but the surroundings had descended into darkness, the chorus of cicadas filling the air. This meal is far too troublesome. I must find a way to reach the tribe. She mused with a furrowed brow. After all, she was not a true beast man, but rather a human from a highly advanced interstellar world, ill-equipped to endure such an inconvenient lifestyle. Even the ancient world was more convenient than this primitive existence. Ying Zhao had barely managed to fill her stomach, for although she had found a substitute for ginger, the absence of salt, chili, and other seasonings rendered the grilled fish's flavor utterly bland. After reluctantly consuming a single fish, she found herself unable to eat any more. It is indeed difficult to transition from luxury to frugality. After a silent sigh of contemplation, Ying Zhao finally rose to return to the cave. In her previous life, she could readily consume the saccharine-tasting nutrient liquid, but having been nurtured by two worlds, she had grown unaccustomed to such tasteless fare. Upon her return to the cave, she was greeted by the sight of a small fox, soundly asleep, even snoring softly. The little creature's pristine, white belly rose and fell rhythmically, while its black, moist nose occasionally wrinkled, leading Ying Zhao to feel an inexplicable sense of having acquired a pet. Moreover, this little fox seemed rather unwary. Having merely gifted it a wild chicken, it had fallen asleep without a hint of caution, seemingly unafraid of being devoured. It was no wonder that this little fox ultimately met a tragic fate at the hands of the male protagonist. Exhibiting such a lack of vigilance, given the absence of any bedding in the cave for her to rest upon, Ying Zhao ultimately transformed into her beast form and slept on the ground. She enjoyed a peaceful night as slumbered, as dawn broke. The air around the cave was filled with the cheerful chirping of birds. The little fox, its belly full from last night's meal, awoke to find the sleek black panther sleeping not far from it. Initially startled, it soon realized that this was the same panther that had gifted it the wild chicken, and not a foe. Glancing at the peacefully slumbering panther, the little fox turned its head, deciding to venture out in search of some wild fruits. Having observed the panther's fondness for these fruits the previous day, and feeling a desire to reciprocate the kindness shown to it, the little fox completely forgot that the fruits were, in fact, a compensation for Ying Zhao's occupation of its lair. After grooming its slightly disheveled fur with a lick, the little fox exited the cave. It bounded and leaped until it finally arrived at the fruit tree. Unfamiliar with the type of fruit, the little fox had only followed the birds that were pecking at the yellow-orange fruits. The fruits had a flavor that was 3 parts sour and 7 parts sweet. The little fox, feeling quite hungry, had come to eat them, albeit it preferred sweeter fruits over the sour ones. However, since the panther had appeared to enjoy these fruits, it thought to bring some back. The little fox swiftly climbed the tree and shook down several fruits, returning to the cave with a few clutched in its mouth. When Ying Zhao awoke, she was greeted by 6 yellow fruits, still glistening with the little fox's saliva, laid out before her. It wasn't that the little fox had not wished to bring back more fruits, but rather that it could only carry so much. Being a fox unable to assume human form, 0.6 fruits were indeed its limit. Stretching languorously, Ying Zhao transformed back into her human form, bent down to pick up the wild fruits, and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Are these for me?" The little fox nodded enthusiastically. "Thank you." With that, Ying Zhao quickly peeled away the skin of the fruits and consumed them. Seeing her eat, the little fox took it as an acceptance of its goodwill, unilaterally believing they had become good friends. After finishing the fruits, Ying Zhao looked at the little fox, which still bore remnants of leaves on its fur, and approached to brush the foliage away, casually inquiring, "Why does a young one like you live alone outside? Where are your parents?" The little fox, its tail wagging joyfully, suddenly stopped, lowering its head and responding despondently, "They are no longer here. That I recall there being a tribe nearby." Have you not considered seeking refuge with them? Ying Zhao probed further. The little fox stole a furtive glance at Ying Zhao, confirming that her curiosity was genuine and unaware that it had actually run away from the tribe. Cautiously replying, I do not wish to live with them. Why not? Do they bully you? The little fox nodded, then shook its head. Ever since its parents had perished during a hunt, many of the cubs in the tribe had taken to bullying it. Aided by adults, while it had no one to defend it, forced to endure in silence that I, in particular, Lai had taken to treating it as prey, chasing and biting it, claiming it was merely play, yet the little fox detested such a manner of amusement. Each time Lai grew tired and departed, the little fox would be left with numerous wounds, which were quite painful. Lai's parents deemed such play normal, insisting that every cub had gone through similar experiences. The little fox, however, felt weak and small, not resembling a true beastman cub at all. Beastmen were supposed to be brave and formidable. White tears streamed down its face in sorrow. Why must beastmen always be brave? It simply wished to be a little fox, cheerful and content, as long as it had enough to eat. It did not enjoy fighting. However, such a disposition rendered it fundamentally out of place in this world of beastmen. Chapter 49. The delicate and innocent little beastman observing the little fox, which seemed to say nothing yet conveyed everything. Ying Zhao pondered for a moment before reaching out to gently stroke the cub's head. It must be said that the soft, silky fur of the fox felt delightful to the touch. Initially intending to offer comfort to the little creature, Ying Zhao inexplicably found herself enamored with the sensation of petting the fox. It was not until the little fox's fur became tousled and it gazed at her with reproachful eyes that Ying Zhao reluctantly withdrew her hand. And no wonder everyone adored raising fluffy little pets. Once one began to pet them, it was easy to become entranced. Even though she knew the little fox was, in fact, a beastman, Ying Zhao occasionally overlooked this fact, momentarily treating the little fox as a mere pet. Furthermore, it was worth noting that the little fox was only 10 years old, genuinely a cub, and had it reached maturity, Ying Zhao would have felt quite hesitant to engage in such playful antics. But that was contingent upon the little white fox surviving to adulthood. Watching the little fox walk ahead, enthusiastically introducing her to various familiar and unfamiliar flora and fauna, Ying Zhao felt remarkably relaxed. The little fox had been living alone for nearly 3 months, thoroughly familiarizing itself with its surroundings. Except for areas a bit further afield that it dared not venture alone, it could recount the details of its environment with ease. As it trailed behind her, taking strides that matched her own, the little fox's eyes sparkled with admiration for the tall woman before it longed to transform into human form as well. But it was still too young. Once it grew up, it was certain it would be as tall and beautiful as this Black Panther. Indeed, although the little fox is still quite young, she possesses the ability to discern beauty from ugliness. Initially, she believed that Ji from the tribe was the most beautiful female orc, but ever since she laid her eyes upon the Black Panther, she has come to regard it as the epitome of beauty. Moreover, the Black Panther is tall, its entire physique adorned with gracefully defined muscles, which left the little fox quite enamored. As her thoughts wandered in a chaotic manner, she momentarily failed to notice a verdant creature quietly observing her from a distance. Its small, white paws delicately touched the tender blades of grass, staining the fox's claws with a vivid green hue, yet the little fox paid it no mind. She had encountered such situations numerous times before. In the past, her parents would always clean her paws when she returned home and would even use fragrant, large leaves to groom her fur. However, now, there was no one to care for her. The memories of her parents, who had perished tragically while accompanying the hunting party, cast a shadow over her previously cheerful demeanor. Ying Zhao, walking behind her, observed how the little fox's once exuberant tail had suddenly drooped. And her voice had grown subdued, and it was evident to her that the little creature was likely recalling something sorrowful. Yet, before long, that fluffy, white tail began to wag once more. Ying Zhao found it quite amusing. The little fox's emotions were so transparent, all expressed through her tail. The little fox was now pointing at a plant with slender leaves, attempting to explain it to Ying Zhao, although her words were somewhat stammered and clearly stemmed from rote memorization. Upon seeing Ying Zhao's attentive expression, she proudly puffed out her chest. Meanwhile, Ying Zhao was multitasking, engaging with the little fox while perusing a list of 100 essential parenting tips that 007 had gathered for her. One of the tips emphasized the importance of appropriately acknowledging a child's efforts to cultivate their self-esteem, a principle that Ing Zhao felt she was currently embodying. After all, her previous interactions had been with adult characters, whose life experiences and knowledge far surpassed those of the little fox. However, this little fox was different. She was far too young, and, being an orc, it was impossible for Ing Zhao to treat her as one would a mere pet. Suddenly, 007 had a brilliant idea. Ing Zhao should genuinely nurture the little fox as if she were her child. This presented a novel experience for Ing Zhao. Not only had she never been a parent before, but she had also never interacted with a child of such tender age, especially one whose innocence was so apparent. Most individuals in her vicinity were astute and self-serving, but this little fox, having known her for merely a day, had already begun to view her as a confidant, readily sharing the locations of many treasures without a hint of concern that Ing Zhao might dismiss her or cast her aside. This was somewhat understandable, as the little fox had endured prolonged solitude. Although she was aware that she must remain vigilant in the future, it was her first encounter with a significantly older orc who did not disdain her, even going so far as to feed her wild chicken. Thus, the little fox was easily moved. Now, she had a companion, an older sister who was both beautiful and remarkably capable. As they journeyed, the little fox would dig into squirrel burrows, raiding their food stores, and upon satiating her appetite, would return the squirrels unharmed. Ing Zhao, however, firmly declined the nuts offered by the little fox, unwilling to compete for snacks with a mere cub. Unfazed by Ing Zhao's refusal, the little fox happily munched on her own, her cheeks puffed out. The sound of her crunching echoed, and upon catching Ing Zhao's teasing gaze, the little fox shyly turned away. However, an unexpected incident occurred. After finishing her nut, the little fox felt a sharp sting in her paw, only to see a small, green snake swiftly slither away. In alarm, she glanced down at her left hind paw, where a small bruise was oozing blood. Shocked, the little fox was ready to chase after the snake for revenge, but Ing Zhao swiftly grasped her by the nape. The tiny white fox instinctively curled up, whimpering softly. "Sister Ing Zhao, please let me go. I must avenge myself on that foul snake," she pleaded. Yet, Ing Zhao did not heed her words. Her brows furrowed slightly, recognizing that the snake was clearly venomous. "Can you cure yourself of the poison by chasing it?" she retorted. Almost as soon as she spoke, the little fox's paw began to swell alarmingly, resembling an oversized pig's trotter. Witnessing this, the little fox's eyes quickly filled with tears as she gazed sorrowfully at Ing Zhao. "Sister Ing Zhao, what should I do? I feel like I'm going to die." The little fox realized she should focus on detoxifying herself rather than pursuing the snake, but her memory offered no knowledge on the matter. She had mostly retained information about food, which her mother had ingrained into her with treats. Was she truly destined to meet an untimely demise? Chapter 50. The delicate and innocent young orc, seeing Ing Zhao's lack of immediate response and her serious demeanor. The little fox naturally assumed she was beyond saving, and she let out a wail, crying piteously. Yet soon, her fearful sobs transformed into cries of pain, as the venom surged more violently through her system, amplifying her reaction. Ing Zhao watched as the little fox tenderly blew on her injured paw, attempting to alleviate the pain, and her facade of seriousness crumbled. Indeed, her earlier display had been feigned. After all, the little fox had been so absorbed in her nuts that she had overlooked her surroundings. Perhaps it was because of Ing Zhao's presence that the little fox had unwittingly let her guard down, leading to her being bitten by the bamboo viper. Fortunately, it was only a bamboo viper and not a more lethal serpent like a cobra. Otherwise, the little fox would have suffered greatly. Unlike more venomous snakes, the bamboo viper's bite would cause swelling and intolerable pain, but its venom was not overwhelmingly potent, and common antidotal herbs would suffice. Coincidentally, Ing Zhao had been toying with such a plant just moments ago. Clearing her throat, Ing Zhao refrained from mentioning that she had been aware of the snake trailing them for quite some time, since it had remained still and the little fox had failed to notice it. Ing Zhao chose not to intervene, curious to see when the little fox would realize that she had caught the snake's attention. Alas, the little creature had been completely oblivious to it, resulting in her predicament. Now, the herb that had been so carelessly handled was about to prove its worth. The little fox had indeed seen the antidote earlier, but had mistaken it for an idle plant that Ing Zhao was merely playing with. Not deeming it worthy of her attention, that it was only when Ing Zhao presented the herb, her tone tinged with a hint of amusement, that the little fox comprehended its purpose. This herb can help detoxify you. But first, you must expel the toxic blood, then chew the herb and apply it to the wound, and in a few days, you shall recover. The little fox gazed at the unrecognizable, greenish mass of pulp, then at her severely swollen wound, and tears began to cascade down her face. Must she truly force the toxic blood from her own body? Oh, how she feared the pain. The wound already throbbed excruciatingly, and the thought of squeezing it made her heart sink. Yet, observing Ying Zhao's demeanor, which conveyed that offering the herb was a kind gesture with no alternative, the little fox, tearfully, accepted the green mush. Her moist, soft tongue inadvertently brushed against Ying Zhao's dry palm, prompting Ying Zhao to instinctively withdraw her hand, though she lingered in contemplation for a moment. She was not entirely accustomed to such intimacy. The little fox, her eyes brimming with tears, struggled to apply pressure to the wound on her hind leg, but her efforts proved futile. Reluctantly, she turned to Ying Zhao for assistance. At that moment, Ying Zhao was on the verge of losing her patience with 007, who was chastising her for not actively helping the little fox expel the venom. She was deemed overly cold-hearted, not behaving like a nurturing parent, especially considering that the little fox was only 10 years old. Furthermore, the little fox was undeniably adorable, making it all the harder for Ying Zhao to remain unmoved. Nevertheless, Ying Zhao stood firm in her resolve. This was a world inhabited by orcs, where danger far exceeded that of the modern realm. The little fox was still quite young and naive. Should anything happen to her while Ying Zhao was absent, she could not rely on others indefinitely. Even the bamboo viper was not particularly fast. Had the little fox been a tad more cautious, she would have evaded its bite. Ultimately, however, Ying Zhao found herself succumbing to the little fox's clear, pleading gaze. Fine, I'll help. Ying Zhao lowered her body and first tended to the wounds of the little fox. Once everything was taken care of, the little fox affectionately nuzzled against Ying Zhao's arm. Given that the fox cub had sustained an injury on its left hind leg, allowing it to walk on its own would inevitably affect the wound. Therefore, after consulting the little fox, Ying Zhao cradled the cub in her arms and proceeded forward. Xiaobai lay comfortably in Ying Zhao's embrace, inhaling the delightful fragrance that emanated from her. It had been a long time since anyone had held her, especially since the passing of her parents. The little fox thoroughly relished this rare moment. Moreover, the rhythmic cadence of Ying Zhao's movements resembled that of a cradle, lulling the injured cub into a gentle slumber. Ying Zhao observed the little creature sprawled with its belly exposed and 4 paws in the air, 2 of its front paws clinging tightly to her arm, and she raised an eyebrow slightly. Yet, she refrained from waking the little fox and continued to wander through the vast primordial forest while holding her. Thus, Ying Zhao unexpectedly encountered the hunting team of the Baishur tribe in the woods. Lei, the captain of the Baishur tribe's hunting team, was currently on a summer hunt, a time of abundance with lush water and grass and plentiful game. He aimed to take advantage of this season to gather sufficient prey to ensure the tribe's survival through the harsh winter. This time, over 20 beast men from their hunting team had mobilized. While they sought to hunt large game such as deer and antelope, they also had another mission, to bring the little girl back home. After all, Bai's parents had perished during a hunt, and being so young, they could not simply abandon her alone in the wilderness. However, as he looked at the well-protected young cubs in the center of the team, especially the strongest and most temperamental Lei felt that this task might prove to be quite challenging. Lai was the chieftain's son, endowed with immense strength and an untamed spirit. Despite knowing that he had bullied Bai on several occasions under the pretense of play, the tribe could only watch in silence. After all, Lai was likely to be the next chieftain, and his strength would only bolster the tribe's power. As for Bai, what could a little fox cub, orphaned and alone, possibly do? Her worth could not compare to that of Lai. Besides, had they not all endured similar trials in their youth? It was merely that Lai was somewhat harsher in his approach. But as long as Bai was willing to submit, he would not persist in his bullying. Why did that little fox cub insist on standing up to him? The dark-skinned, robust man pondered for a long while without arriving at a solution, deciding instead to take things one step at a time. Little did he know that he would soon encounter a woman who was of similar height to him, with dark skin and an exceptionally striking appearance. He had not heard a sound of footsteps, and to Lei's astonishment, the woman was cradling the unconscious fox cub, who could only be Bai. Chapter 51. The delicate and innocent young beastman Lei immediately drew his stone spear, regarding the newcomer with suspicion. "Who are you?" "Put Xiao Bai down." The hunting team members behind Lei, seeing their captain's demeanor, swiftly unsheathed their weapons, glaring menacingly at Ying Zhao. Ying Zhao regarded the muscular beastmen before her, their chests bare, muscles bulging, and skin dark, all exuding a primal charm that would be captivating in the modern world. Her expression remained unchanged. However, when she heard the stout beastman, who was the tallest among them and comparable to her, mention Bai's name, a flicker of thought crossed her eyes. It seemed this group was indeed from the same tribe as the little fox. Otherwise, he would not have recognized her with just a glance. Ying Zhao boldly positioned herself directly in front of Lei, her hands gently stroking the little fox's white fur, and asked in a calm tone, "Who are you?" Lei glanced at Bai, who remained motionless in the woman's arms, and his gaze grew increasingly hostile. As the captain of the hunting team and a beastman, he possessed an animalistic instinct. The woman before him struck him as far more terrifying than any colossal mammoth. She appeared completely unguarded, yet the aura she radiated was undeniably formidable. What troubled Lei more was that his instincts, which had saved him in multiple perilous situations, incessantly warned him to flee. However, upon seeing the frail little fox, he suppressed his urge. At least for now, the woman did not exhibit any overt malice, and thus they could negotiate. After hearing Ying Zhao's inquiry, Lei mustered the courage to explain the origins of his group and pointed to Bai, clarifying her identity. Just then, the group of cubs that had been protected in the center overheard Bai's name and were puzzled by the sudden halt of their team's movements, which had turned defensive. Several audacious young beast men darted to the front. Lei sprinted ahead, immediately spotting the unconscious little fox. "What is your connection to this worthless Bai?" A youthful voice, filled with arrogance, interrupted Lei's discourse. Upon seeing that it was the headstrong Lei who had rushed over, Lei instinctively furrowed his brow and shouted, "Lei, go back!" He was unsure whether this individual was friend or foe, and what their strength might be. Why did the cub have to recklessly rush to the forefront? More importantly, if anything were to happen to Lei here, how would he explain it to the chieftain? After all, this was the chieftain's most cherished son. Upon hearing the name Lei from the robust man, Ying Zhao's attention was piqued. She became curious about who this Lei was, the one who frequently bullied the little fox. When she finally laid eyes on him, her curiosity was satisfied. Lei possessed a mane of golden fur, exuding an imposing and majestic presence, resembling a robust and domineering young lion. However, his gaze was decidedly unfriendly, and upon noticing the little fox cradled in Ying Zhao's arms, a trace of disdain flickered in his brown, beastly eyes. Given his derogatory reference to the little fox, it seemed the little fox's previous claims had indeed been accurate. Lei and the little fox were not on good terms. Meanwhile, the exhausted and injured little fox, having drifted into a deep slumber, was either stirred awake by the commotion around her or some other cause. Suddenly, she blinked her eyes open to find Lei glaring at her with an unfriendly expression. His sharp fangs bared in a menacing snarl. Startled by the sight, the little fox instinctively trembled and attempted to flee, but Ying Zhao's strength held her firmly in place, forcing her to meet Lei's gaze from an elevated position. Lei had previously assumed that Bai had been devoured by some large beast after sneaking out of the tribe. He never expected her to still be alive. Moreover, it appeared that she was faring quite well. He did not miss the sight of Bai's slightly protruding belly, indicating that she had been well fed. Upon seeing Bai awake in Ying Zhao's arms, Lei felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as she was alive, that was sufficient. For a long time, Lei had wished to venture out and search for her, for Bai's parents had once been his friends, and he could not bear to let their orphaned child be lost in the wilderness. However, due to various reasons, he had been unable to find the right opportunity until today, when the chieftain had gone to visit another tribe. This allowed him to gather all the hunting team members to search for Bai while hunting. To his surprise, he had actually found her. The little fox was equally astonished to awaken and find herself face to face with Lei, as well as Uncle Lei and other familiar or unfamiliar tribe members. However, before she could utter a word, Lei interjected, "You're still alive, little waste. Is this your new guardian? She doesn't seem weak. You must have relied on her to survive, right? Forever depending on others. You're a waste." "Lei, be quiet." Lei, who had been delighted by Bai's survival, immediately scolded, his expression turning stern. The little fox, upon hearing this, was infuriated and attempted to leap down to confront Lai, but Ing Zhao firmly grasped the scruff of her neck, preventing her from doing so. Nevertheless, she was determined to retort. "Nonsense, you, with your foul yellow fur. I just met yesterday." The little fox had not finished her sentence before Ing Zhao covered her mouth with her hand. Initially, the little fox had intended to bite the hand that silenced her, but remembering that it was Ing Zhao's hand, who had saved her, she ultimately refrained. Bai is not a little waste. In my eyes, she holds far greater value than you, Ing Zhao remarked leisurely, then completely ignored Lai, returning her attention to Lei and resuming their previous conversation. The reason Ing Zhao restrained the little fox was simple. She did not wish for their recent encounter to be revealed, as it would complicate her desire to visit the Baishir tribe. Such tribes would not easily permit a stranger to enter. However, if she were seen as a beast man who had lived with the little fox for a considerable time, her chances would improve. Her motivations for visiting the tribe were equally straightforward. She needed spices, clean water, and most importantly, salt. While it was not impossible for her to find these resources on her own, it would certainly require a significant investment of time and effort. Ing Zhao preferred to avoid trouble, thus opting for the most convenient approach. Why not simply obtain what she needed from a tribe? The Baishir tribe, conveniently located, would serve as an ideal destination. Moreover, it is only by venturing into the tribe that she can assist the little fox in standing up against the bullies. Otherwise, wouldn't the fox cub be subjected to unwarranted torment? The little fox is now under her protection. However, Li, after all, is still an underage cub, and the decision-making power currently rests with Lei. Caught in a dilemma, compounded by the imposing threat of Ing Zhao's formidable strength, Lei ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 52. The Delicate and Innocent Little Beastman 7. As for the nature of this threat, it was quite simple. Ing Zhao had merely struck down a tree that required the combined effort of 4 or 5 individuals to embrace. And Lei had agreed. His face paled. He felt relieved that his earlier instincts were correct. The female beastman before him, whose true form was a mystery, possessed terrifying strength. Thankfully, despite his vigilance towards Ing Zhao, he had not antagonized her. Yet, observing Li scurrying back to the group with a dejected demeanor and the fierce glare he had cast before leaving, Lei felt a twinge of unease that he hoped that this little cub would comprehend the gravity of the situation. Some individuals were not to be trifled with, even if he was the chieftain's son. Ing Zhao, unabashedly cradling the little fox, walked at the rear of the group. The little fox hesitated, gazing at the composed woman, and after a moment's contemplation, finally spoke. "Sister, why do we have to go to the Baishir tribe?" Ing Zhao casually replied, "Oh, because I wish to see what the Baishir tribe is truly like." The little fox lowered her head, mumbling, "Then sister, can I not go?" She had fled from the tribe, uncertain of the scorn she would face upon her return, and Li's glare had instilled fear within her. Upon hearing the little fox's words, Ing Zhao lifted her up, locking eyes with her. "Are you afraid?" The little fox was reluctant to admit it, but eventually nodded slightly. Even though Sister Ing Zhao was formidable, they had only known each other for less than 2 days. It was unreasonable to expect her to always protect her. Moreover, even if Ing Zhao were willing, she could not be by her side at all times, especially since those who bullied her were also cubs. Sister was an adult now and ought not to interfere, lest the chieftain and his kin turn against her. She could bear the bullying herself, but did not wish for her sister to suffer the same fate. Contemplating this, the little fox added, "Sister, actually, if you wish to join a tribe, you don't necessarily have to go to the Baishir tribe, but there's another tribe nearby, the Lin tribe, which is stronger than Baishir. With your prowess, you would surely be welcome there." The little fox's eyes glistened with sincerity. Ing Zhao affectionately ruffled the fox's head before contentedly saying, "Rest assured, I am well aware of my choices to at the forefront of the group." Lei, although he had consented to Ing Zhao's joining, still harbored a degree of wariness. Thus, he instructed the other beastmen to keep an eye on her movements. They observed Ing Zhao conversing with Bai, but the specifics of their dialogue remained unclear, and they dared not approach her closely. The display of her power earlier had left a lingering sense of intimidation. As they watched Ing Zhao engaging in light-hearted banter with Bai, a perceived weakling, while their companions gazed at her with a mix of admiration and trepidation, Li felt a surge of frustration. He could not fathom what made Bai so special that such a powerful female beastman would align herself with her. Clearly, he was the most gifted and formidable among this generation of little beastmen. His venomous gaze occasionally darted toward Bai, while he cast furtive glances at Ying Zhao, afraid to linger too long for fear of drawing her attention. Completely oblivious to the fact that she was attentively observing his every move. How envious I am of Bai, to be cradled by Lady Ying Zhao. I too wish to be so close to her. One of the cubs lamented dreamily. Although these little cubs usually followed Li in his reckless antics, their innate admiration for strength was undeniable, especially upon witnessing the respect that the once mighty Lei held for Lady Ying Zhao. Compounded by the spectacle of the fallen tree, which instantly tinted their perception of her with a lens of reverence, Li, hearing this, turned and bared his teeth at them. That little weakling is merely fortunate. Just wait, I will defeat this woman and prove who the true Beastman is. He concluded his tirade with a dismissive tone, inciting a few already skeptical female beast cubs to glare at him indignantly. Li, on what grounds do you make such claims? Female beastmen are quite formidable. The hunters, Leah and my sister, are all female beastmen. Who says they can only bear offspring? The speaker was me, whose sister was the second most powerful in the hunting team after Lei. Naturally, she was displeased with Li's disparaging remarks that I glanced up to see the fiery gaze of the little wolf cub and, mindful of the prowess of Mi's family, recalled his father's repeated warnings against inciting their ire. Particularly as wolves were fiercely protective of their kin. He could only shoot me a resentful glare, refraining from uttering anything more inflammatory. The primary reason for his silence was the realization that the female beastmen surrounding them had overheard his words. Their discontent evident in their glances that he dared not continue. Although Ying Zhao had fallen to the back of the group, she had caught wind of Li's offensive remarks, for her hearing was sharp. Such a foolish and arrogant little cub was undoubtedly a nuisance. Lei led the group with methodical precision in pursuit of their quarry. Point one could not deny the advantage of numbers, and with their collective experience. They were reaping substantial rewards. However, an unexpected encounter awaited them on their return journey that by sheer happenstance. They stumbled upon a herd of mammoths. If it had been but a single mammoth, Lei would have been overjoyed. For one mammoth could sustain the tribe for quite some time. Yet they faced not one, but a multitude of mammoths. At this juncture, thoughts of hunting the mammoths were irrelevant. Survival was the paramount concern. Run, Lei shouted. All the beastmen instantly transformed into their beast forms, fleeing frantically to AT this moment. Those on two legs could not outpace those on four. Their beastly forms naturally allowed for swifter escape. Ying Zhao, meanwhile, observed Lei's beast form, a brown bear. Upon witnessing the transformation of the other beastmen, Ying Zhao felt as though she had stepped into in stark contrast to the panicked beastmen. Ying Zhao remained remarkably composed. Cradling Bai and standing her ground, Lei rushed past, glancing at the little fox in her embrace. He yelled amidst his flight, transform and escape. Ying Zhao, however, remained unfazed, while the little fox in her arms urged her anxiously to take action. Li, witnessing this scene, scoffed derisively in his heart. Is this female beast man completely daft? She's not even running from the mammoths. But this is fine. It would be best if she and that weakling perished beneath the mammoth's hooves. Yet, in the next moment, a shocking spectacle unfolded before all the beastmen. Chapter 53. The delicate and innocent little beastman ate for reasons unknown, as the mammoths were about to collide with Ying Zhao. They inexplicably veered away to either side, allowing her to stand unharmed amidst the herd. The scene Li had envisioned, of the woman and little fox being trampled into a pulp, did not materialize. Instead, it was they, those slower beastmen, who were nearly overtaken by the mammoths. Once they narrowly escaped the pursuit of the mammoths and regrouped, all present bore a disheveled appearance, save for Ying Zhao. Following this encounter, those little beastmen who had already held her in high esteem now gazed at her with wide, gleaming eyes, though they remained rooted in place, unsure how to approach her. The members of the hunting team shared the same sentiment. If the earlier display of the fallen tree had instilled in them an impression of her strength, the mammoth's unusual behavior only enhanced her aura of the extraordinary. Only those shamans in the great tribes could achieve such feats. It was said that some could even conjure fire or water, individuals endowed with miraculous powers, gifts from the divine, and the strikingly beautiful female beastman before them was also a shaman, Ying Zhao. Oblivious to the fact that her manipulation of mental energy had caused the mammoths to divert, would not have minded even if she had known. Perhaps garnering the reverence of these bloodthirsty beastmen was not such a bad thing after all. Thus, she received even greater respect from Lei and the other members of the hunting team to this moment. The sentiment among all the beastmen was one of exhilaration, even though they had lost the hard-won spoils of their hunt in their desperate bid for survival. They had discovered a wild shaman. Moreover, this shaman must visit their tribe, and with the white creature cradled in her arms, it is conceivable that she may choose to remain among them, granting their tribe the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of a great tribe. Who is unaware that a shaman is a quintessential element of any grand tribe? Although not all great tribes possess a shaman, it is universally acknowledged among all tribes in this land that any tribe with a shaman is indeed a great tribe. Furthermore, the shaman enjoys preferential treatment from all the orcs. Whenever something valuable emerges within the tribe, it is the shaman who is the first to indulge. After all, not every orc has the privilege of becoming a shaman. At this moment, the only one consumed by intense resentment is Lai, who never anticipated that this useless creature would actually find such a significant ally, a leg as sturdy as this. Even his father, as the chief, would pale in comparison before a shaman. Nonetheless, it remains uncertain whether this female orc will ultimately stay in the tribe. Moreover, he does not believe that this shaman will forever favor Bai. This utterly useless being. Lai concedes that Bai is indeed adorable, with her soft, white fur and decent looks among the cubs, but she will grow, and one cannot rely solely on cuteness for survival. No male orc would find such a weakling, who can only be cute, appealing, let alone Bai's temperament. She cries at the slightest injury. After turning 5, he ceased crying. Is it not normal for orcs to bleed and sustain injuries? However, Lai understands that he is currently no match for Ying Zhao, yet he will grow stronger, and the shaman will age as well. When Ying Zhao arrives at the tribe with the hunting team, the disdain in her eyes is unmistakable. She had imagined the so-called tribe to be a grand place, but it turns out to be little more than a collection of sparse huts barely worthy of being called grass houses. In such a primitive world, how much hope could she possibly hold for their technology? Merely surviving is already a feat. Lei, accompanied by Ying Zhao, prepares to meet Chief Yu, but upon seeing the small fox in her arms, he hesitates before speaking. My lady, you have been holding Xiao Bai for quite some time. Might she need a moment to rest? Since nearing the tribe, the little fox has buried itself in Ying Zhao's embrace, with only its ears occasionally twitching, unwilling to show itself. Ying Zhao senses that after Lei's remark, the little fox's claws tightened around her hand, clearly anxious, likely fearing being left alone. Ying Zhao declines without hesitation. It's fine, take me to your chief. The tribe is situated near a white stone peak, which Ying Zhao surmises may also be the origin of the tribe's name. The news of Lei's return had long spread throughout the tribe, including the discovery of a shaman, which had been eagerly relayed by the excited hunters. Thus, when Ying Zhao and Lei appear in the tribe, nearly all the orcs rush to see them. The younger orcs, upon catching sight of Ying Zhao, flush with excitement, their dark faces turning red, their gazes fervent. Some bolder orcs even gather unknown flowers to present to her, all of which she graciously declines, despite the tribe's technological backwardness and its economic underdevelopment. Their aesthetic sense remains intact. They have not lacked exposure to attractive orcs, but they have never encountered a female orc of such beauty, especially one who is a shaman. Ying Zhao does not mind the idea of a romance with an orc. But the reality is that both the female and male orcs here often appear unkempt, with a pronounced body odor. While she does not possess a cleanliness obsession, she cannot tolerate everything. Ying Zhao understands this, as the primitive world cannot be compared to the modern or ancient ones. Fortunately, the little fox in her arms lacks any unpleasant odor and even carries a faint, pleasant fragrance. Otherwise, she would certainly refuse to hold this fox cub. As Lei observes the orcs captivated by Ying Zhao's beauty, he feels a growing sense of dread. Ying Zhao is not known for her patience, and it would be a loss to their tribe if these young orcs offend her. Thus, Lei shoos away the reluctant orcs and, once he confirms that Chief Yu has returned, leads Ying Zhao to him. That Yu's hut is larger than those of other orcs and appears somewhat more imposing. Yet this does not alter the fact that it is still a grass house. Ying Zhao enters with the little fox in her arms, unabashedly. From a distance, Xiao watches this scene with an unwavering determination. Having reached adulthood some time ago, His family has been pressuring him to find a female orc to mate with and produce offspring. Yet he has no interest in the frail females. He seeks a formidable partner. Initially, he had set his sights on Jiao from the hunting team, but she had treated him with indifference, leading him to turn his attention to Ye, who also ignores him. Now, with the emergence of the stronger Ing Zhao, a shaman no less, he believes such a female orc is worthy of him. Had he not been tasked with guarding the chief today, he would have been the one to encounter the shaman. How could Lei possibly steal such a monumental achievement? Chapter 54. The delicate and naive little orc Nine gazes at the exceptionally tall female orc before him and at Bai, who is staring at him intently from her embrace, that a fleeting emotion crosses his eyes before he puts on a smile, saying, "I have heard that you are a shaman, my lady. Might I request another demonstration?" Ing Zhao regards this middle-aged man, whose appearance is unremarkable save for the occasional glint of intelligence in his eyes, and responds with a playful smile, "Are you suggesting that I am deceiving you?" "Chief Yu, that is not my intention," Yu stammers. However, it is evident from his demeanor that unless Ing Zhao showcases her abilities, he likely will not believe her. Ordinarily, Ing Zhao would not mind displaying her prowess. But facing Yu's overt skepticism and unfriendliness, she finds herself disinclined. Ignoring Yu's request, she turns to leave with Bai. She has already learned that besides the Whitestone tribe, there exists a Lin tribe where the male protagonist resides, which is even more powerful. Since she is not welcomed here, she sees no reason to stay. Seeing this, Lei grows anxious and hurriedly chases after her, calling out, "My lady, wait." However, Ing Zhao has already exited the hut and is heading outside. Yu remains indifferent, his expression cold, while Lei's dark face reddens with suppressed frustration. "Chief, that is a shaman. Her power is evident to all of us. Why must you insist that she demonstrate again?" Yu casts a glance at the agitated Lei, coldly replying, "She is merely an outsider. I have also heard from Lai that this female orc cannot summon the winds or rain. She is simply fortunate enough not to have been trampled by a mammoth. Such abilities do not qualify her as a shaman." "But, Chief, enough, Lei. You need not say more. This matter ends here." With that, Yu dismisses Lei. Left with no choice, Lei departs in resignation. Ing Zhao cradles Bai and strides out of the Whitestone tribe, only to be confronted by a young male orc just as she is about to leave. This male orc possesses an appealing physique and features, his muscles well-defined, a standard V-shaped build. However, his words utterly undermine his good looks. "I am Xiao, 19 years old, and I wish for you to be my mate. Only a female orc of your caliber is worthy of me." Xiao had been quietly observing Ing Zhao and the others, particularly when he saw them emerge from the chief's dwelling, and with Lei appearing exasperated, he deduced that the conversation likely went poorly. If Ing Zhao were truly a shaman, the chief would not allow such a distinguished guest to leave so unceremoniously. The only explanation is that this female orc is not a shaman at all. Nevertheless, Xiao has set his sights on Ing Zhao and eagerly steps forward. Ing Zhao surveys the self-proclaimed Xiao from head to toe. He mistakenly believes she is interested in him and is almost eager to flaunt his physique for her. Meanwhile, the little fox in Ing Zhao's arms has wriggled free, its eyes darting and its small fangs bared at Xiao in defiance. She despises him. After all, Xiao often mocks her, claiming her mother must have been blind to choose her father, a male orc who boasts nothing but looks, over the robust chief. Ing Zhao gently ruffles the little fox's fur, tilting her head with a smile. "You wish for me to be your mate? But you are far too weak. I cannot possibly be attracted to such a frail orc." Zhao's eyes widen in indignation as he protests. "I am not weak. Aside from Lei, there is no other orc in the Whitestone tribe who can defeat me." "Is that so? Shall we have a contest to see?" Ing Zhao replies with a smirk. "Are you certain? If you lose, you shall become my mate." Xiao raises his chin, his tone brimming with confidence. "Very well." Upon receiving Ing Zhao's affirmative response, Xiao immediately charges at her, showing no concern for the fact that she is still holding by. Ing Zhao remains unmoved, merely lifting a leg, sending the robust young male orc flying. Completely unprepared for the fact that he was outmatched by this female orc, Zhao's frustration mounts, and in a fit of anger, he exclaims, "I was merely careless before. Now I will be serious." Upon finishing her words, she immediately transformed into a beastly form, resembling a single-horned rhinoceros, and charged towards Ing Zhao. Unfortunately, Zhao's fate remained unchanged, and it was even more tragic than before. Solely because Ying Zhao effortlessly grasped his horn with a single hand, rendering him unable to advance. What kind of monstrous strength does this female beast woman possess? Despite Xiao exerting all his might, he found himself firmly restrained by Ying Zhao. Realizing he could not inflict any harm upon her, Xiao feigned retreat. Yet in the next moment, he unexpectedly charged towards Bai. This was due to the fact that Bai had, moments before the contest, leapt forward to avoid interfering with Ying Zhao. Now spectating from the sidelines, completely unaware of Zhao's sudden assault, that Zhao's thought process was simple. This female beast woman cared greatly for Bai. Thus Bai represented her vulnerability, and an opportunity for him that he was determined to make this female beast woman his mate. Ying Zhao coldly observed this scene, then scoffed softly, slightly moving her finger. Just as Zhao's sharp horn was about to pierce Bai, he suddenly experienced a sharp, intense pain in his head, and then he knew nothing more. The little fox stared blankly as the massive rhinoceros seemed poised to collide with her, only for its head to burst apart, splattering her with crimson and ivory remnants. Xiao was dead. The little fox's heart raced, her once lively eyes now dulled in shock, seemingly unable to process the horror. A piercing scream shattered the eerie silence. Initially, the little fox believed she was the source of that sound, but upon seeing the lion emerge from the bushes, trembling in fear, she abruptly realized there were others present. That familiar lion could only be Lai. He had stealthily followed Xiao out, originally hoping to witness Bai's embarrassment, never anticipating the shocking scene of Zhao's demise. The impact was overwhelming, causing him to cry out in fright and inadvertently reveal himself. Upon noticing Ying Zhao's cold, merciless gaze upon him, Lai trembled in fear, his body shaking uncontrollably, an acrid scent of urine emanating from him. "Please spare me. I saw nothing." Lai cowered, quaking as he pleaded for mercy. Chapter 55. The delicate and innocent little beast woman 10. Initially, the little fox was genuinely frightened, but upon witnessing the once arrogant Lai now reduced to a pitiful state, she inexplicably regained her composure. So he could be afraid too. Ying Zhao fixed her gaze upon the trembling cub, who dared not even look at her, her heart remaining untouched by his plight. The reason for her decision to kill Xiao was quite straightforward. She killed when she wished to, especially since he had dared to harm the little fox. Though the fox was weak, she was under Ying Zhao's protection, and to harm her was akin to slapping Ying Zhao's own face. She was certainly not one to be trifled with. As for the lion, Ying Zhao narrowed her eyes and softly inquired, "Did you truly see nothing? What if your father were to ask you?" Hearing Ying Zhao's question, Lai felt a slight sense of relief and swallowed hard. Yes, Xiao accidentally encountered another beastman and was killed in a dispute over prey. Such a death was quite common in this world, as prey was also a resource, and resources were limited, inevitably leading to competition. Ying Zhao appeared satisfied and nodded. "Very well. You may leave." Lai immediately fled, his legs trembling, fearing that Ying Zhao might change her mind at any moment. As for his earlier statements, they were all fabrications. Ying Zhao would not simply let their tribe's people go, especially with Bai lingering around. Sooner or later he would. The golden-maned lion lay at the tribe's entrance, the light in his eyes gradually extinguishing. Ying Zhao retracted the minute trace of her mental energy she had released, then turned her gaze towards the filthy little fox, her brow furrowing deeply. "So dirty, I do not wish to hold you." The little fox was momentarily bewildered. In the blink of an eye, Xiao was dead, and Lai was gone as well. Everything had transpired in an instant. The little fox now looked at Ying Zhao with a hint of trepidation. Ying Zhao met the little fox's gaze directly, standing there with her arms crossed, arching an eyebrow. "What? Are you afraid?" The little fox initially wished to shake her head, but ultimately nodded in honesty. Although she understood that Sister Ying Zhao was formidable, she had not anticipated her power to such an extent. Moreover, she acted decisively and ruthlessly. Observing the little fox's admission, Ying Zhao smirked and teased. "Then you must obediently follow my instructions. Otherwise, I might just kill you too." The little fox nodded vigorously. 007. "You deceived the young cubs. Where is your conscience?" "Ying Zhao, you actually think I possess a conscience?" "Thank you for the compliment." 007, infuriated, retreated back into Ying Zhao's consciousness. Afterwards, the little fox limped along, following Ying Zhao to the stream to wash off the bloodstains from her fur. Fortunately, the weather was warm, allowing her fur to dry quickly. Sister Ing Zhao, where are we going now? The little fox inquired tentatively after being held again, the Tio Lin tribe. Ing Zhao had been busy all day without a proper meal. So it was a perfect opportunity to bring her gift, the freshly hunted wild boar, to visit Lin tribe and simultaneously check in on the male lead Ban. The little fox had no objections. She had come to realize that if Sister Ing Zhao truly wished to kill her, it would have been effortless for her to do so earlier, and she would not be treating her so kindly. Thus, she concluded that Sister Ing Zhao genuinely liked her and would not harm her. Moreover, Sister Ing Zhao had even avenged her, which filled the little fox with immense joy, even if it was merely an incidental act. This did not diminish her good mood in the slightest. Meanwhile, at Bai Shi tribe, the beastmen mournfully retrieved Zhao's lifeless body, while Lai's corpse was tightly cradled in Yu's embrace. That Yu's face had turned a ghastly white. His eyes filled with pain and hatred. Find out where that woman named Ing Zhao is gone, and also I will ensure they accompany Lai in death. Lei moved his lips as if to say something, but was stopped by his friend Axe. Once everyone had dispersed, Lei finally spoke up. Axe, why didn't you let me speak just now? No one witnessed who the true culprit was, yet the chief has already deemed Ing Zhao and Bai as the murderers. Setting aside Ing Zhao, can that little cub Bai possibly have killed Xiao and Lai? Axe patted his friend's shoulder. Today, they were the only ones who visited the tribe, and coincidentally, Xiao and Lai met with misfortune upon their departure. Do you think the culprit could be anyone else? I know Bai is innocent, which leaves only the Ing Zhao you mentioned. Furthermore, you said Ing Zhao is a shaman, right? Zhao's death was so brutal that only she could have done it. Bai was merely collateral damage, especially since it was Lai who perished, the chief's son whom he held in high regard. His son is a son. Do others' parents not count as parents? If it weren't for him, Zhu and Yun would not have died. Bai would not have become an orphan at such a young age. Lei shouted in anger. Lei, keep your voice down. I understand that you and Zhu and Yun grew up together, and they were also my good friends. Their death saddened me, but the chief is still the chief. What evidence do you possess to prove that you intentionally harmed them? Axe advised helplessly, if it wasn't intentional. Then why did he choose to send Zhu and others to hunt the sky-eating python when I was away? He was inherently weak and could not possibly be a match for the sky-eating python. And Yun only intervened to save Zhu, which ultimately led to, as he spoke, the robust man's eyes turned red, but he had failed to protect their only child by forcing him to flee the tribe at such a tender age. Axe noticed Lei's eyes reddening and his throat choking, and no matter how much he tried to convince himself that Yu was the chief, they had to obey his orders. The doubts and resentment towards Yu still lingered deep within their hearts. After all, it was their close friends who had perished. Axe, being slightly more composed than Lei, took a deep breath before attempting to comfort him. Lei, let's not discuss this matter any further. Tell me more about this Ing Zhao. All right. Lei proceeded to recount his encounters with Ing Zhao in detail, including how she effortlessly pushed down a large tree and stood unscathed amidst the herd of mammoths, captivating Axe with his story. If what you're saying is true, then this Ing Zhao should indeed be a shaman. Of course. Old Lei, never tell lies, Lei retorted, displeased that in that case, you will surely not allow her to remain, Axe stated with certainty. Why not? Shamans are rare, and Ing Zhao is incredibly powerful. She would be of great assistance to the tribe. Lei scratched his forehead, somewhat perplexed by Axe's reasoning. Axe said no more, instead steering the conversation to a different topic, trying to divert Lei's attention. Meanwhile, the central figure of the discussion, Ing Zhao, curiously observed the tree houses suspended in the trees, her enthusiasm bubbling over. Chapter 56. The delicate and innocent little beast woman. 11. Who are you? Where did you come from? A young orc, draped in the hide of some beast, clutched a wooden spear, eyeing Ing Zhao with vigilant suspicion. The young orc nimbly descended from the towering trees, halting approximately 20 meters away from Ing Zhao. Besides him, several other younger orcs began to emerge from the trees, and numerous curious yet cautious faces peeked out from various treehouses, all regarding her with a mix of intrigue and wariness. Standing still, Ing Zhao surveyed the encircling orcs before declaring, I am Ing Zhao, a shaman, and I seek an audience with your chieftain. And no sooner had she spoken than an elder orc, appearing slightly more mature than the rest, stepped forward from the crowd, his brows furrowed in skepticism. You claim to be a shaman? Can you prove your identity? His inquiry was not unfounded. Shamans were revered figures of great rarity, seldom venturing out alone. especially not while cradling a youngling. Shamans typically journeyed with a retinue of fierce warriors to safeguard them, and while this female orc exuded an impressive aura, her mere assertion of being a shaman, along with her inexplicable request to meet the chieftain, only deepened their collective wariness. Without further ado, Ing Zhao merely twitched her fingers, and the elder orc suddenly found himself suspended in midair, his limbs completely beyond his control. The surrounding orcs gasped in astonishment, their gazes upon Ing Zhao ablaze with fervor and exhilaration. This female orc truly was a shaman. Furthermore, it appeared she was a wild shaman without a tribe, igniting hopes that perhaps the Lin tribe could persuade her to stay. Before Ing Zhao could lower the elder, an orc cried out, "Chieftain, come quickly! A shaman has arrived, a wild shaman." This shout resonated throughout the Lin tribe, prompting orcs, whether busy or tending to younglings, to scramble down from their tree houses, eager to catch a glimpse of the revered shaman. Thus, Ing Zhao found herself encircled by a throng of orcs, both young and old. In her arms, Bai, seeing so many unfamiliar faces, nestled anxiously against Ing Zhao, hesitant to look up. Meanwhile, the tribe's leader, Li, who happened to be the male protagonist's father, also heard the calls of his kin and paused his meeting. Emerging from his treehouse alongside other orcs, "Chieftain, you must see this. A shaman has come." "It is my first time witnessing a shaman," exclaimed a rather simple-minded orc with palpable excitement. Upon hearing the words "wild shaman," Li's heart leapt. Though he quickly tempered his emotions to "As chieftain," he maintained a steadier demeanor than the others, understanding that the true nature of the situation would only be revealed upon meeting her. He pondered whether this shaman had come to them with any specific demands, that if she were indeed a wild shaman, he would consider fulfilling her requests, provided they posed no threat to his tribe, even if it meant stepping down from his leadership role. The significance of a shaman far outweighed that of a chieftain. After all, it was no secret that tribes like the Haitu and Shahai had flourished due to their possession of shamans capable of healing and foretelling events. Thus, Ing Zhao was escorted to the largest treehouse of the Lin tribe, welcomed with the utmost reverence. As she observed the stout middle-aged orc and the imposing figures surrounding him, she settled comfortably into the highest seat. "It seems being a shaman has its perks. I shall embrace this role in this world," she mused, savoring the carefully prepared delicacies while playfully engaging with Bai and conversing with Li and the others. At the entrance of the treehouse, a small tiger cub named Ban, curious about the arrival of the shaman, whom he had never seen before, decided to sneak a peek that he hoped to glean knowledge of what a shaman favored, believing that perhaps she might impart her formidable skills to him. However, just as Ban leaned in closer to overhear, he was suddenly lifted off the ground. "Hey, you little rascal, what are you doing hiding here?" Yin teased, gripping her younger brother by the scruff of his neck. Ban, aware of his sister's playful nature, curled his tail and obediently replied, "Sister, I was watching the esteemed shaman." "Humph, you little brat. What business do you have here? Go train." With that, she nonchalantly tossed the small tiger down, seemingly indifferent to the possibility of him getting hurt. Ban quickly twisted midair, landing gracefully on his paws, and after making a face at his brother, he scampered off. Yin paid him no mind, turning back to the treehouse. She had just returned from hunting and was eager to hear about the shaman's arrival, having no time to distribute her catch. Initially, Ing Zhao found herself drowsy from Li's lengthy explanations about the tribes, disinterested as she was merely seeking a place to rest. However, Li's excessive enthusiasm compelled her to listen attentively. Just then, another orc entered the treehouse. Standing slightly over 1.8 meters tall, his long, raven-black hair was casually braided in several small sections, while most flowed freely down his back. This youthful orc, with sun-kissed skin, deep-set features, and striking blue eyes, bore a high nose and thin lips, adorned with sharp, beastly teeth, and his muscular physique exuded an intoxicating blend of wild allure and innocent charm, drawing Ing Zhao's full attention. "Chieftain, I have returned," the wild beauty announced to Li as he halted in his tracks. In public, he addressed him as chieftain, but in private, within their family, he would call him Father Dada. "You have returned. This is Lady Ing Zhao, a highly esteemed shaman." "Lady Ing Zhao, this is my eldest son," Tai Li introduced, his expression radiating satisfaction, clearly indicating that Tai was not only handsome, but also possessed remarkable abilities. Tai immediately lifted his gaze to Ing Zhao, his eyes brimming with curiosity and admiration. Ying Zhao smiled warmly. Gesturing to an empty seat, "Please, take a seat." Tai complied without hesitation, listening intently as they conversed. Chapter 57. The delicate and innocent young orcs. Once Ying Zhao's place was settled, the others departed with contentment. This was undeniably a windfall for the Lin tribe. Not only had they gained a shaman, but one of exceptional beauty at that. Moreover, the shaman was currently unwed. Should she take a liking to one of their young men, she might very well decide to remain, possibly even bearing offspring endowed with shamanic abilities. What a stroke of luck! As he contemplated the audacity of the neighboring Baishur tribe, who dared to question the powers of a shaman and forsook such a distinguished individual. A smirk crept upon his lips. Truly, they were regressing, treating a shaman with such disrespect that it was high time to consider absorbing the Baishur tribe into their own, especially since he had long harbored such intentions. Besides, the Baishur tribe had always sought to engulf the Lin tribe. If they failed to seize the opportunity, they had no one to blame but themselves. That Li's peripheral vision caught sight of his eldest son, who stood quietly by his side, exuding a humble demeanor that left him somewhat speechless. He could not fathom why, despite both him and his wife being rather rough around the edges, their eldest son exhibited such a contrasting character, shy and reserved. Were it not for the fierce hunting instincts he displayed, one might even suspect he was not their biological child, but if only the temperaments of his two sons could find some middle ground. The eldest was excessively modest and polite, while the youngest was incorrigibly mischievous. The thought of this conundrum gave him a headache, especially considering the lack of progress in finding a suitable mate for his eldest. Though he was undeniably attractive and among the most capable of their generation, his social ineptitude had left him in this predicament. Ultimately, however, there was little point in his worry. It was crucial that his children found their own paths. With Ying Zhao now welcomed into their midst, he intended to seize the opportunity to further develop the tribe. Yet he realized he must keep this matter under wraps for a while. If other tribes without shamans learned of their possession of one, they might attempt to snatch her away. Thus, he resolved to ponder this situation more thoroughly. Tai, glancing at his father, perceived a mixture of exasperation and concern on his face, and with a smile, he ambled away, feeling somewhat bewildered as he followed his father from their home Dada. But it was no longer solely their home. It now belonged to the shaman, who truly deserved such an honor, had circumstances allowed. They would have rushed to construct a tree house immediately, but Ying Zhao had intervened. Now, Tai watched as his father, uncles, and other relatives vied to offer their tree houses to the shaman. To be chosen by her would be an immense honor. Ultimately, his father garnered unanimous approval from the tribe by asserting that the shaman should rightfully possess the largest tree house in the settlement. Thus, at this moment, Ying Zhao had no need to venture outside. She merely had to remain within the treehouse, where those precious provisions and fruits would be promptly delivered by Li's subordinates. At last, she could indulge in a proper meal. However, upon taking her first bite, Ying Zhao furrowed her brow. She had indeed overestimated the culinary skills of this era. Aside from coarse salt, they were completely unfamiliar with any other seasonings, resulting in a bowl of meat that offered nothing but saltiness and bitterness. With an overpowering fishy odor, it seemed she would have to introduce them to the basics of scallions, ginger, and garlic, as well as teach them how to refine salt and procure sugar. With this in mind, she sighed, recognizing the formidable challenge ahead. The usually lively little fox, after consuming a modest amount of meat, curled up on the makeshift bed woven from vines, appearing somewhat listless. Ying Zhao paid her no heed. Assuming the little fox was merely fatigued after a long day filled with myriad experiences, Bai huddled her body, gnawing on her own paws, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Sister Ying Zhao was so remarkable. It was only natural that so many beast men held her in high regard. Sister Ying Zhao had come of age. She would undoubtedly seek a mate. And what would become of Bai then? Surely, she could not cling to her forever. The mere thought of Ying Zhao potentially favoring another beast man over her, and no longer offering her support, filled Bai with sorrow. She felt so weak, utterly unable to assist Ying Zhao in any meaningful way. It was only to be expected that Sister Ying Zhao might like someone else. Lost in her musings, the little fox eventually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Ying Zhao sipped water infused with honey. Knowing that the luxury of brewing tea was an impossibility here, the conditions simply did not allow for a .007. You never mentioned that Ban has an older brother. She remarked .007 fidgeted nervously, responding, well, now you see him. Don't you? Ing Zhao squinted and inquired further. So, did Li and Tai perish afterward? Did they die before Ban fell from the cliff? Otherwise, how could the male lead have ended up in such dire straits? Falling off a cliff and nearly losing his sanity from hunger, to the point of contemplating eating the little fox. From her initial encounters with Li and Tai, she had gathered that these two beastmen were not the type to abandon Ban to his fate. Moreover, Ban had only fallen from the cliff due to unbearable hunger, driven to capture a mouse. The only explanation seemed to be that Li, Tai, and Ban's mother were no longer present, leaving the young Ban to fend for himself, which accounted for his emaciated state. That it was indeed absurd for a formidable tiger to tumble off a cliff in pursuit of a mere mouse. Yet it had transpired. Ultimately, under Ing Zhao's relentless questioning, 007 divulged part of the narrative that in the previous world, the Lin tribe and the Bai Shi tribe maintained an outward semblance of tranquility, despite ongoing friction, as both harbored desires to absorb the other. Ultimately, the Bai Shi tribe prevailed, aided by an internal traitor within the Lin tribe, who facilitated the downfall of the Li family. Ban had witnessed his father, mother, and brother fighting valiantly to protect him while he escaped. However, the Lin tribe had become the Yu tribe. This world of beastmen was both simple and brutal, governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. After witnessing Li and Tai's defeat by Yu, the tribesmen had all submitted to Yu's authority. Only a powerful chief could lead the tribe toward greater prosperity. This foreshadowed Ban's quest for vengeance against Yu, aiming to reclaim the position of chief of the Lin tribe. After listening absently, Ing Zhao gently tapped her long, slender fingers against the wooden bowl, her mind already calculating her next moves. When she turned her attention back to the little fox, she found her softly breathing, her belly rising and falling as she purred in slumber. Ing Zhao glanced outside, realizing that night had fallen in the treehouse. The use of torches for illumination was out of the question, as a single misstep could ignite their dwelling. And this era offered no other forms of entertainment. There was but one course of action available. Suddenly, Ing Zhao felt that her acute hearing was more of a burden than a blessing, as various intimate sounds drifted from all directions, causing a warm flush to creep up her neck. The rich scent of iris filled the air. She had entered her heat. Chapter 58. The delicate and innocent little beast man at that moment. Ing Zhao was flushed with embarrassment, her eyes glimmering with a desire so potent it seemed capable of consuming everything in its path, though she was still exerting restraint. What she had not anticipated was the onset of her heat, occurring earlier than expected. While influenced by her surroundings, the intensity of this moment should not have triggered such a response. Gritting her teeth, she forcefully dragged 007 from her consciousness, demanding, "What is going on? Explain yourself clearly." Seeing Ing Zhao's fierce determination to extract the truth, 007 realized it could no longer withhold information and quickly responded, "It has nothing to do with us. It's simply because you are now a beast man, naturally susceptible to their influences. Moreover, this season is when beastmen engage in mating. Hence you are involuntarily experiencing your heat." Ing Zhao scrutinized 007 for a long moment, ensuring it was not lying, before finally releasing it. However, the moment 007 touched ground, it hastily flew away, not daring to approach Ing Zhao again. She resembled an overinflated balloon, one poke away from bursting, and 007 had no desire to provoke her to that moment. Ing Zhao felt somewhat relieved that the little fox was asleep. Otherwise, her current state might have frightened the young creature into unconsciousness. Nevertheless, Ing Zhao was not one to suffer in silence. Since her heat had arrived unexpectedly, leaving her unprepared, the most sensible course of action was to seek companionship to navigate through it. Casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering little fox, she lowered her gaze and exited the treehouse. In the darkness of the night, a lithe black panther raced through the forest. Ing Zhao, tormented by the sudden onset of her heat, felt her sanity gradually slipping away. Her only recourse was to rely on her memories to find the creek the little fox had previously shown her, hoping to cool off in its waters that a low growl echoed from nearby. Halting Ing Zhao in her tracks, her golden beastly eyes shone brightly against the night. Was it a wild beast or a beast man? Initially, she had no intention of investigating, but the realization that the treehouse housed only the little fox, while the beast men were engrossed in mating, prompted her to consider the potential threat of an enemy attack. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to move toward the source of the growl. under the silvery moonlight. A large black and yellow striped beast was rolling in a pool of water. Its fierce gaze held a hint of pain. Upon arriving at the water's edge, Ying Zhao was met with this startling sight. Her presence seemed to disturb the beast, which abruptly rose from the water, revealing a distinctive pattern on its forehead that marked its identity, that it was a strong and youthful tiger. Who? Kimelo. Wary voice. Ying Zhao's eyes glimmered. It appeared to be a beast man. Coupled with the familiar tone and distinctive beastly form, the identity of the individual became clear. It was Tai. Recently matured, Tai was still without a mate, making him particularly vulnerable to the seasonal influences. The cacophony of mating sounds from the tribe had driven him into the night for respite. However, as he sought relief in the cool water, he sensed movement nearby. Tai knew that, apart from him, most others of his age in the tribe had already found mates, rendering it unlikely that anyone would be out at this hour. Who could be approaching? Could it be an ambush from the Baishur tribe? The thought sent a chill through Tai's spine, his large, beastly eyes fixated on the shadows, wary of missing any hint of the intruder's presence. Yet, the newcomer had no intention of concealing their approach. Stepping gracefully into view, the it was a sleek black panther, its body larger than that of an ordinary panther, nearly matching Tai's own size, its powerful muscles rippling with movement. Tai tensed, preparing to defend himself, that he did not recognize this black panther, nor could he assume it belonged to his tribe, that he asked for the possibility of it being the shaman who had just arrived. Tai found that unlikely. After a long day, would a shaman truly venture out at such an hour? Nonetheless, exercising caution, Tai maintained his guard while demanding, "Who are you? Why have you come to our territory?" Yet, Ying Zhao remained silent, pacing gracefully along the shore, her steps light and her figure exquisite. The faint moonlight cast a silvery halo around her form. Seeing that the other party was merely gazing at him in silence, Tai could no longer contain himself. Realizing that the individual before him was certainly not a shaman, he let out a fierce roar and leapt from the water to charge at the Black Panther. Upon witnessing Tai's advance, Ying Zhao's eyes ignited with a fierce fighting spirit. She was overflowing with energy and decided to experience firsthand what it felt like to battle a tiger in the guise of a Black Panther. Thus, the two formidable beasts engaged in combat by the waterside. As the fight progressed, Tai grew increasingly alarmed. Initially, he managed to dominate the encounter with his seasoned combat skills, as the panther's responses were reminiscent of an inexperienced cub, unfamiliar with its own strength. However, the panther seemed to evolve before his very eyes, its movements becoming astonishingly familiar. It dawned on him that this Black Panther was learning his fighting techniques, while he had previously been able to injure the panther with his prowess. The tables had now turned, and he found himself on the receiving end of the blows. The panther, already endowed with formidable strength, gained an overwhelming advantage after adapting to his style. Gradually, wounds began to mar Tai's body. A sense of despair settled in Tai's heart. If the battle continued in this manner, he was likely to face defeat. Since his maturation, he had never encountered such a tenacious adversary, aside from his father. The realization that this Black Panther could potentially be an enemy compelled Tai to remain vigilant as he wrestled with the creature. His singular objective was to stall the panther. His earlier roar was not merely for intimidation. It was also a call for the beastmen of the tribe to rally, that if they arrived in time, they could surely capture the panther and uncover its origins. That it must be noted that Tai had indeed devised a prudent strategy in a short span of time. And the beastmen of Lin tribe, having heard his warning, hurriedly approached. However, by the time they arrived, their expressions were somewhat unnatural, as if they felt they might have intruded upon a shaman's intimate moment. Chapter 59. The delicate and innocent young beastman at the very least. When Li arrived, witnessing his eldest son pinned against a great tree by the shaman, the intimate nature of their actions caused his expression to change dramatically. The middle-aged man's smile revealed his pride and delight. To avoid disturbing the pair, Li quickly stifled his exaggerated expressions, cleared his throat, and called out ahem, "Everyone, look away and return home." After all, his son had finally attracted the attention of a shaman. He must not be interrupted. Oh, how he longed for the day he could hold his grandchildren. He had waited far too long for this moment, while other beastmen his age were already surrounded by numerous grandchildren. Poor Li, despite being the tribe leader, had been fretting over his son's selection of a mate. "Father, Tai stammered, attempting to reclaim his father's attention, but for reasons unknown, his father fled even faster. Although his son appeared to be the one in a precarious situation, Li was entirely unconcerned, believing it perfectly natural for the shaman to be positioned above. Others would give anything for such an opportunity. As Li ambled home, whistling and shaking his legs, he dismissed the envious remarks from old companions. Hey, these old fellows should take a good look at their own children. Can they possibly compare to my Tai? The shaman is so stunning. Naturally, she deserves an equally handsome mate. I need to ponder what names to bestow upon my future grandchildren. Although I am a bit anxious, preparation is essential, especially for children who will inherit the shaman's bloodline. After Li and his entourage departed, Tai was engulfed in despair. His handsome visage flushed crimson, and he dared not meet Ying Zhao's gaze. He never anticipated that in the heat of battle, the Black Panther would transform just as his father arrived, and he too would revert to human form, instinctively following suit. Thus, the scene his father witnessed unfolded. At that moment, Ying Zhao's hand rested upon his well-defined chest that a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of an unknown flower, wafted from her, and with her proximity, coupled with the adrenaline of their earlier skirmish, the young man found himself stirred. Tai's demeanor grew, increasingly flustered. He silently thanked the knight for concealing his embarrassment from Ying Zhao. Otherwise, it would have been utterly mortifying, though he was unaware of the source of his emotions. He was determined to avoid any humiliation before her. Little did he know, Ying Zhao possessed night vision that rivaled her daytime sight, and every nuance of his behavior was distinctly observed as Ying Zhao gazed at Tai's rugged yet innocent countenance. She suddenly felt no need to suppress herself any longer. Having sought to channel her energy through combat, the presence of such a captivating figure beneath her made it seem a disservice not to indulge. Moreover, this young tiger's physique was impressive, with well-defined pectoral and abdominal muscles, offering a delightful tactile experience. The sight of Tai, whose heart raced and breath quickened, too shy to meet her gaze, ignited a fire within Ying Zhao. Gradually, she inched closer to Tai, their distance dwindling to a mere breath away, just as a youthful voice called out from behind, "Sister Ying Zhao." Ying Zhao halted, her lips mere moments from Tai's, and turned to see a white fox cub staring at her. Eyes filled with hesitation and fear. Bai had been roused by Tai's roar and subsequently startled by the commotion within the tribe. Upon awakening to find herself alone in the treehouse, panic set in, and she struggled to descend with her injured leg. However, due to her diminutive size and the darkness of the night, she fell to the back of the group, unnoticed as the others returned. Thus, Bai arrived just in time to witness Ying Zhao poised to kiss Tai. Despite her youth, Bai was not oblivious to the implications of the scene before her. Unable to contain herself at the moment Ying Zhao was about to lean in, she called out, fearing that her sister would no longer want her if she found a mate. Even though she recognized her feelings were selfish, Bai acted on them. She wished for Ying Zhao to focus solely on her, to disregard anyone else who might draw her attention away. That moment, the little fox was unaware that what she felt was jealousy, a sentiment she would only comprehend in maturity. Returning to the present, upon seeing Bai and the faint trickle of blood seeping from her injured leg, Ying Zhao's thoughts shifted entirely. She released Tai. Tai, sensing the change, murmured, "Shaman, I will take my leave," before vanishing into the night. On the journey back, Ying Zhao cradled the little fox, her expression grim and her silence unnerving Bai. Unable to endure the tense atmosphere, Bai stole a glance at Ying Zhao and tentatively spoke. "I am sorry, Sister Ying Zhao. Did I interrupt you?" Ying Zhao cast a cold glance down at the fox cub, her tone clipped. No, her sensitivity had not yet subsided. Much of her mental energy was consumed by self-restraint, exacerbated by her torment, leaving her in a less than cheerful disposition. As for Bai's concern about interruption, she hardly registered it. Regarding Tai, she maintained a nonchalant attitude, showing no particular fixation, though she discerned that Tai had indeed developed feelings. The timing was regrettably unsuitable. Observing Ying Zhao's sharply defined profile and her unusually indifferent demeanor, Bai lowered her head despondently. So, Sister Ying Zhao did care about being interrupted during her moment with Tai. How unfair. Even though Ying Zhao treated her with such kindness, she had inadvertently obstructed her sister's happiness. The pursuit of a mate was a significant event in a beastman's life, and with Ying Zhao's exceptional qualities, she surely had many admirers. Could she prevent one, only to stop the next? More importantly, What right did she have to interfere? Once back at the treehouse, Ing Zhao compelled Bai to remain inside, insisting she would return by dawn. Ignoring Bai's pleas, she left the treehouse once more. Ing Zhao sought a secluded place to endure this sensitive period. Otherwise, she feared her primal instincts might overwhelm her and endanger the little fox. Little Bai could only watch helplessly as Ing Zhao disappeared once again, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Was it possible that Sister Ing Zhao despised her? No one is willing to stay with her anymore. Sob, 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 Chapter 60. The delicate and innocent little beastman 15. The next day, Ing Zhao returned, adorned with morning dew. Fortunately, it was summer, and the nights were not too cold. Otherwise, she might have caught a chill. Back at the treehouse, Ing Zhao cradled the fox cub and intended to venture out for breakfast. Of course, she had to prepare this meal herself, as the Lin tribe did not have a custom of breakfast. The inhabitants only dined twice a day, at noon and in the evening. However, Ing Zhao had perused the essential 100 things to know about parenting, and while there were many tasks she might struggle with, ensuring the cub's nourishment was well within her capabilities. What Ing Zhao did not anticipate was that upon stepping outside, she would be surrounded by the tribe's beastmen, both big and small. Some greeted her, while others inquired if she was seeking a partner. The speech and thoughts of these beastmen were straightforward and unrefined. Anyone with a modicum of shyness would likely feel embarrassed enough to seek refuge in the ground. However, Ing Zhao was no ordinary individual. Her right hand gently stroked the white fur of the cub as she lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the surrounding beastmen. All the young beastmen who met her gaze flexed their muscles, eager to display their chiseled abs and chest, resembling peacocks flaunting their feathers in courtship. Among this group was Tai, who did not make a special effort to showcase his physique, yet the admiration in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. At that moment, the previously boisterous beastling cubs fell silent, their eyes wide with curiosity about whom the revered shaman would choose as a mate. Tai was the most handsome and powerful. Surely, she would select him? Yet Jiao was also impressive, robust in build, and the most proactive among all present. He had a chance as well. All the beastmen eagerly anticipated Ing Zhao's choice, their faces alight with excitement. Even those who already had partners were drawn to the spectacle. The only one who appeared discontent was the little fox in Ing Zhao's arms, which was currently tucked away, its head hidden. Yet its ears perked up, occasionally twitching with agitation, after surveying the eager young beastmen. Ing Zhao finally smiled and languidly remarked, "At present, I indeed have no mate, but the criteria to become my partner are rather high." Upon hearing this, Jiao abruptly shoved aside the beastman next to him, exclaiming in a deep voice, "Revered shaman, what requirements do you have?" "I, Jiao, will fulfill them all." Tai, gritting his teeth, echoed him softly. After all, he had finally encountered a female beastman that captivated him, a powerful and mysterious shaman. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, no matter how shy he felt. Ing Zhao regarded the two most outstanding candidates among the beastmen, shrugged, and candidly stated, "First, one must possess an admirable physique." Tai and Jiao immediately inspected themselves, approvingly noting their well-defined chests and abs, meeting the shaman's requirements. Ing Zhao observed their actions with keen interest before continuing. The second point is one must have an appealing appearance. In this regard, Tai was confident. He was the most handsome in the tribe, while although Jiao was more robust, he could not rival Tai's looks. Jiao glanced at Tai and then at himself, his face betraying a hint of regret. However, he quickly reconsidered. Perhaps the shaman preferred his rugged appearance. "Lastly, you must be someone I like." That as soon as Ing Zhao uttered this, the impatient Jiao hastily inquired. Then, "Revered shaman, do you like me?" The little fox tensed up at this question. The entire scene fell into a profound silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Ing Zhao looked at the towering, muscular figure of Jiao, paused for a moment, and then replied, "Not really." With those words, not only did Tai breathe a sigh of relief, but even the little fox felt a wave of relaxation wash over it. Thankfully, Sister Ing Zhao did not favor Jiao. The only one now heartbroken was Jiu. That I end the next moment, shocking words emerged from Tai's lips. Then, "Esteemed shaman, what are your feelings towards me?" Who would have thought that the typically reticent Tai would display such boldness? Truly, the shaman possessed an irresistible charm. If it weren't for the fact that many of them already had partners, they too would undoubtedly join the pursuit of the shaman. without even mentioning the shaman's capabilities. Merely gazing upon her visage was enough to leave one spellbound. Ing Zhao's full attention was now focused on Tai. Though his expression was shy, his gaze was resolute and earnest. "You? Not bad," Ing Zhao replied with a smile. This was no exaggeration. At least Tai's looks aligned with her aesthetic preferences, and he represented a type she had not frequently encountered, igniting a desire for conquest within her. Tai's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing her words. Although the shaman did not explicitly declare her affection, her favorable impression offered him hope. As soon as this was spoken, the surrounding beast men regarded Tai with envious glances, after offering Ing Zhao a gesture of submission. Tai retreated back into the crowd with a foolish grin. That moment, the little white fox was in distress. Its once pristine white fur seemed to be shrouded in shadows. The little fox began to worry. Sister Ing Zhao had not mentioned the disruption it caused the previous night, but this only implied that she was indifferent to the matter, and to it. Thinking of this made the little fox's eyes redden. But it held back its tears. It was half an hour later when Ing Zhao finally emerged from the throng of beastmen, having gathered a few wild fruits to serve as a meager breakfast for herself and the little fox. However, for some reason, the little fox appeared rather downcast. When asked, it merely shook its head and claimed nothing was wrong. Ing Zhao chose not to press further, assuming it was merely a child's tantrum. Currently, Ing Zhao longed for the sweet taste of rice, but when she inquired, the little fox had never seen rice plants. The beastmen here had no habit of consuming carbohydrates. Their diet consisted solely of meat. This prompted Ing Zhao to resolve to seek out grains like wheat or rice. Although she too was a beastman, she was accustomed to eating rice, and subsisting solely on meat was simply untenable. Ing Zhao had many ambitions, yet many tasks were inefficient when relying solely on herself. The only way to expedite progress was to increase the tribe's population. She had no desire to advance technology in this era. Her motivations were purely to enhance her living conditions. Additionally, there was a need to elevate the cultural level of this group of beastmen. Otherwise, she would struggle to communicate many concepts effectively. Moreover, each beastman had their own method of record-keeping. They lacked a written language and instead inscribed symbols on animal bones and bamboo slips. As for what these symbols depicted, Ing Zhao was clueless, as the symbols varied widely between different tribes. Now, Ing Zhao resolved to focus on what she could accomplish promptly, which was to annex the Baishur tribe. Chapter 61. The delicate and innocent little beastman. 16. A week later, Li appeared to be physically present in the treehouse. Yet his expression was somewhat dazed. He had simply gathered the tribe's old comrades to discuss significant matters as instructed by Ing Zhao. Who could have anticipated that she would propose annihilating the neighboring Baishur tribe and relocating their kin to the Lin tribe? He had always harbored such dreams, but why did it sound as if she were casually commenting on the pleasant weather? Although the Baishur tribe was slightly weaker and had fewer beastmen than the Lin tribe. Such matters were not easily resolved. Li gazed at the composed Ing Zhao and could not help but ask, "Then, esteemed shaman, when do you plan to attack the Baishur tribe? I need to select personnel and make preparations." Ing Zhao glanced at the weather outside, and then at the group of bumbling middle-aged men beneath her, casually replied, "This afternoon." "What? Isn't that a bit too soon? The hunting team hasn't returned yet." Li furrowed his brow and spoke cautiously. The other beastmen wore worried expressions, and their disapproval was evident, albeit tempered by the shaman's status, preventing them from expressing it overtly. Ing Zhao, however, appeared puzzled and asked, "What does the hunting team have to do with this?" Li patiently explained, "The beastmen in the hunting team are exceptional hunters. Without their participation, we cannot defeat the Baishur tribe." Ing Zhao smirked, "Who said you all needed to fight? I will handle the battle. You just need to take care of the aftermath." "What does aftermath entail?" Li asked, his eyes wide with confusion. "That it means you simply need to ensure that the Baishur tribe members do not escape. The rest is not your concern." Ing Zhao thought to herself, the literacy campaign is urgently needed. But esteemed shaman, that is far too dangerous. Moreover, if you go alone, it's not that we doubt your abilities. But it would be better for us to join you. With a stern expression, Li spoke seriously, that he understood that Master Wu was no ordinary person. Yet it was unprecedented for a shaman to venture alone to attack a tribe. The larger tribes had never permitted a shaman to act independently. They would prefer the shaman to remain within the tribe, as any injury to them would constitute a grave loss that no tribe could afford. Upon hearing Ing Zhao's words, not only did Li disagree, But the other orcs also appeared increasingly anxious, scratching their heads and wringing their hands, eager to dissuade Ing Zhao from her intentions. Ing Zhao, uninterested in debating with them, opted for the most straightforward method to demonstrate why she dared to go alone, that a magnificent surge of spiritual energy emanated from her, and the 12 burly orcs were effortlessly controlled and lowered to the ground from the treehouse. Li, upon landing, was momentarily taken aback. What had just transpired? Hadn't he been in the treehouse? How had he ended up outside? Other orcs shared his bewilderment that it wasn't until Ing Zhao communicated with them telepathically that they began to grasp the situation. If you still doubt my words, I wouldn't mind transporting you directly to the forest and back to Da. This is the doing of Master Ing Zhao. Truly, she is a shaman, indeed chosen by the divine, cried one bald orc, overwhelmed with excitement, even dropping to his knees in reverence. The other orcs quickly followed suit, kneeling as well, leaving Ing Zhao bemused yet indifferent. Hidden beside a tree, Ban observed this scene with some confusion and turned to his companion. Jing, what is happening with my father and the others? Jing pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps they are too excited upon meeting a shaman. He too was puzzled by the elder's behavior, yet today was indeed a day to praise the shamans. Although Ing Zhao had claimed she could handle the situation alone, upon setting out and encountering Bai's anxious gaze, along with Li's equally concerned expression, she ultimately relented. Fine, if you wish to accompany me. You may, but aside from Bai, only 3 of you can come. Otherwise, the target will be too conspicuous and easily detected. Ing Zhao conceded with exasperation that I must accompany you, Master Shaman. The orcs clamored in unison. In the end, Li leveraged his status as chief to assert himself, adding himself to the group, selecting 2 experienced and capable orcs to join them. Ing Zhao, with a small fox perched upon her shoulder, set forth without carrying any equipment. While Li and the others trusted Ing Zhao, they nonetheless armed themselves with spears and bows, determined to protect the shaman, even if they could not conquer the Baishur tribe. They must ensure her safety. Meanwhile, you sat within a grass hut, discussing winter plans with the orcs. Every winter, numerous orcs perished from the cold. Although it was still summer, it was prudent to prepare in advance. Our tribe's reserves of food and furs are dwindling, and with the neighboring Lin tribe occupying a significant portion of territory, the hunting parties are returning with increasingly meager catches. The Lin tribe is growing stronger, and our Baishur tribe is in peril, remarked one orc adorned with beast bones. Indeed, I fear a day will come when the Lin tribe will invade and consume us whole. You, who had remained silent until then, appeared exceedingly grim, his eyes flashing with intense hatred. Then we shall strike down the Lin tribe first. I understand that since Li's death, you have been troubled, seeking vengeance against the Lin tribe through Ing Zhao. But attacking a tribe is no simple matter, cautioned an orc clad in animal skins. You, however, fixed him with a penetrating gaze, speaking only after the other averted his eyes. Rest assured, I have made arrangements. We will conquer the Lin tribe without fail. Previously, he had unexpectedly saved an orc from the Lin tribe, who happened to have a vendetta against Li, having lost to him in a contest for the chieftaincy. Now he offered to assist in eliminating Li, promising to help the other ascend to the position of chief of the Lin tribe, and the orc eagerly accepted that, of course, he will kill Li, but as for the position of chief of the Lin tribe, that fool can forget it. Ing Zhao has arrived. Just as the discussions were underway, a heart-wrenching scream drew everyone's attention. Chapter 62. The Fragile and Innocent Little Orc. The members of the Baishur tribe had all witnessed the tragic death of Xiao and the inexplicable demise of Lai. Especially knowing that it was all orchestrated by Ing Zhao alone, they felt both hatred and fear towards her. Thus, when Ing Zhao suddenly reappeared in the tribe, the fortunate orc screamed in terror, inciting chaos throughout the Baishur tribe. Ing Zhao had initially intended to act discreetly, but as soon as she appeared, the sight of her sent others fleeing, their cries alerting the entire Baishur tribe. This is bad, Master Shaman. They've spotted us. Perhaps we should. Li's words were cut short by Ing Zhao. It's fine. If they discover us, so be it. The outcome remains unchanged. With that, Ing Zhao boldly carried the small fox and strode out, while the remaining orcs emerged, weapons drawn, surrounding her completely. Yu was among them, brandishing a spear, his eyes burning with palpable hatred. Ing Zhao, how dare you return? Ing Zhao cast a casual glance in his direction, showing no intention of responding, instead murmuring to herself, Well, with everyone gathered here, it will be more convenient to deal with them. Ying Zhao, answer me. Did you kill Lai? As you noticed her indifference, his fury escalated, especially recalling his son's death, compelling him to advance towards Ying Zhao with murderous intent. Veins bulged on Yu's hands, his eyes frighteningly red, resembling a vengeful spirit. Your son? Yes, I killed him. What of it? Ying Zhao responded, surprisingly calm at the mention of Lai. Upon hearing her confession, Yu's eyes widened in fury, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar, charging at her. He was so young. You killed him, you monster. I will kill you today. Under Yu's lead, although the orcs of the Baishur tribe feared Ying Zhao's inscrutable powers, they rallied, reasoning that they were many and that Ying Zhao had only brought 3 companions, effectively walking into death's embrace. Master Shaman, be careful. Just as Li and the others' warnings fell, an astonishing spectacle unfolded, leaving everyone speechless. Ying Zhao merely raised her right arm, her fingers lightly tapping, causing the members of the Baishur tribe to abruptly freeze in place. Unable to move, their faces etched with terror as they were flung away. The sheer magnitude of her spiritual power was vividly displayed in that moment. This is the power of the divine, Li exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for Ying Zhao's composure. He was not alone in his sentiments. The other orcs shared his awe. The orcs of the Lin tribe gazed at Ying Zhao with even greater reverence, wishing to kneel in homage. Ying Zhao paid no mind to those who, upon landing, cowered back in fear at her approach. Instead, she strolled leisurely towards you. His expression was a vivid tapestry of terror, regret, and hatred, intertwined like colors on a palette. You. Ying Zhao looked down upon you, placing her foot upon his chest, speaking in a tranquil tone, submit or die. You gritted his teeth, attempting to rise and transform into his beast form. Yet he was inexplicably restrained by her immense strength, unable to rise or shift. This woman had slain his most beloved son and demanded his submission. Such a dream was impossible. I will not submit unless you perish. As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Zhao pressed down hard once more. Blood and fragments erupted from Yu's mouth. Without a second glance, Ying Zhao turned to leave. Since you refuse to submit, then perish. This scene left not only the orcs of the Baishur tribe dumbstruck, but also rendered Li and the others utterly astounded. Who would have imagined that Master Ying Zhao would strike down without mercy? The little fox on her shoulder observed as the light in the eyes of the one responsible for her parents' demise gradually dimmed. She found herself at a loss for words regarding her feelings. Ying Zhao approached Lei, maintaining her enigmatic smile, showing no signs of remorse for Yu's death. Lei, gazing at this strikingly beautiful yet fearsome female orc, ultimately bowed his head, placing his right hand upon his chest. Lei is willing to submit to Master Ying Zhao. The gesture of placing a hand upon the chest was a universal sign of submission among orcs of this era. Seeing him so compliant, Ying Zhao nodded slightly and then turned her gaze to the other orcs of the Baishur tribe. In unison, they mimicked Lei's gesture, declaring, "We are willing to submit to Master Ying Zhao." Ying Zhao surveyed her newfound followers with satisfaction before leisurely returning to Li and the others. I leave them in your care. Should any issues arise, seek me out. Understood, Master Ying Zhao. Your efforts are appreciated. Li and the others quickly responded. After that, Ying Zhao took the little fox and left at Li, and the others gazed in reverence until Ying Zhao's figure disappeared from sight before turning to face the orcs of the Whitestone tribe. Or rather, the future orcs belonging to the Lin tribe. Chief, how should we deal with them? Li pondered for a moment, deciding to keep them here for now. The primary reason being that their party was small, and managing so many orcs posed a challenge. Furthermore, the tree houses on the Lin tribe side were still under construction, and bringing them back would leave them with no place to settle, not to mention the risks involved. These orcs were willing to submit due to the formidable presence of Lord Ying Zhao, fundamentally lacking any sense of belonging to the Lin tribe. All in all, matters must be approached gradually. Li looked at the robust young orcs and couldn't help but marvel again. Indeed, Lord Ying Zhao was remarkable, effortlessly conquering such a large tribe. That moment, Ying Zhao was wandering leisurely in the forest with the little fox, or rather, searching for the plants she remembered. The little fox perched on Ying Zhao's shoulder, its bright eyes filled with stars as it gazed intently at her. What's wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? Ying Zhao asked, sensing the intensity of the little fox's gaze. Sister Ying Zhao. Are you really a deity? If so, can you bring my parents back to life? The little fox asked with an expectant expression. I am not, Ing Zhao replied, but chiefly said you possess divine powers. The little fox persisted, still unwilling to give up. Are you foolish, or is he? Ing Zhao remarked with an unmistakable hint of disdain. Upon hearing this, the little fox's expression fell. But what you just did, only you can accomplish. The other orcs could never do that. Well, that's because I'm exceptional, Ing Zhao replied dismissively. Can I also become that powerful? The little fox inquired once more, lifting its head. You cannot. Chapter 63, The Innocent and Naive Little Orc, but I really want to be as strong as Sister Ing Zhao. So no one would dare bully me, the little fox said softly. Hearing this, Ing Zhao shifted her attention back to the little fox, lifted it from her shoulder, and looked directly into its eyes. Then from this moment on, you must work hard. Although you may not become as powerful as I am, you can at least become a formidable orc. With that, Ing Zhao placed the little fox back on her shoulder. Work hard? I can do it. At that moment, in one of the most remote tree houses of the Lin tribe, a frail middle-aged man with triangular eyes paced anxiously within his home. Jiao, having met you from the Whitestone tribe by chance, had conspired to kill Li and seize the position of chief in the Lin tribe. However, today he learned from other orcs that Ing Zhao had taken Li and the others out, reportedly to conquer the Whitestone tribe. Jiao did not believe that a Mir which along with Li and his companions could take down the Whitestone tribe. After all, he was not easily dealt with. Yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He even skipped today as hunt, eager to receive news about Li and the others. Ideally, he wished for all of them to perish in the Whitestone tribe, thus allowing him to seize control of the Lin tribe. Jiao thought to himself that as for Tai, he was just a mere child. What could he possibly contest with? And that little brat band was even less of a concern. Merely crying for his parents, as dusk approached, and Li and the others still had not returned, Jiao's mood brightened. Perhaps they truly met their end at Yu's hands, and he had unnecessarily worried about his plans with Yu being exposed. Finally, at night, he received news about Li and the others, stating that Ing Zhao had mysteriously vanished, and Li and his companions were gravely injured. Although Jiao sensed something odd about the entire situation, he could not afford to wait. He decided to act that very night. Otherwise, once Li recovered and Ing Zhao returned, he would lose this golden opportunity. Thus, in the dead of night, Jiao gritted his teeth and left the treehouse. Gathering several of his close allies and some orcs he had managed to recruit, intending to kill Li, Tai, and Ban, subsequently claiming the position of chief. However, as they stealthily surrounded Li's home, what awaited them was Ing Zhao's gaze filled with amusement. They had fallen into a trap. Ing Zhao had never truly gone missing, and Li's injuries were likely a ruse. This was Jiao's immediate thought. Before he could utter a word of defense, a stone arrow flew from a distance and struck Jiao squarely in the back of his head. His body collapsed suddenly to the ground, blood pooling around him. Ing Zhao turned to see the orc with the bow approaching. Who else could it be but Tai? Impressive aim, Ing Zhao remarked, a smirk playing on her lips. Tai bashfully scratched his head, but upon turning to see Jiao and the few remaining terrified orcs, his expression hardened. That moment, Li emerged from the treehouse, greeted Ing Zhao, and praised her foresight before formally addressing the remaining orcs who had conspired with Jiao. Ing Zhao returned to the treehouse first, with the little fox following closely behind. Sister Ing Zhao, how did you know there were bad people in the tribe? I guess that's still quite impressive. I never imagined there were really bad people who wanted to kill Chief Li. The little fox's fluffy face puffed up in indignation. Ing Zhao had indeed guessed. Given that the Lin tribe was stronger than the Whitestone tribe, yet ultimately Yu had triumphed, having killed Li and Tai. She could think of no other reason than that there were traitors within the tribe. Thus, she seized the opportunity to test this theory, not expecting it to yield such results. Jiao had acted too rashly. She had just disseminated the information, and he promptly came knocking at her door, which was rather predictable. Now, having completed one aspect of her plan, she could gradually unfold the next steps. 8 years later, Ing Zhao, as usual, intended to check on the fruit wine she had brewed, coincidentally passing by as Tai was training his men. Over the years, the Lin tribe had grown into a super tribe, transitioning from tree houses to building earthen homes, all thanks to Ing Zhao's guidance. The tribe's leadership had also changed hands, with Tai now serving as chief, while he had chosen to retire and enjoy his later years, caring for the younger ones. Ying Zhao's reputation had spread throughout the orc world, primarily due to her unparalleled record in battles. More importantly, she possessed a wealth of miraculous knowledge unknown to the orcs, such as using plants that resembled white flowers to make clothing, what she referred to as cotton. With cotton, no orc had perished from the cold in winter since. Besides cotton, Ying Zhao also taught them how to refine salt, eliminating the need to consume the pungent blood of beasts for salt intake. She even educated them on farming. Who would have thought that those inconspicuous weeds could yield such delicious rice? Today marked yet another day of praise for Ying Zhao. Upon seeing her approach, Tai instructed the orcs to continue training while he presented her with the latest tribal management plan. This was also something Ying Zhao had taught them. Now, most orcs in the Lin tribe could recognize some characters, with Tai and the others in management knowing even more. After briefly reviewing the plan and adding a few missing points, Ying Zhao intended to leave. But Tai mentioned he had something to discuss. Thus, Ying Zhao followed Tai to the meeting room. Although dubbed a meeting room, it was merely a larger earthen house. After pouring herself a glass of water, Ying Zhao turned to Tai and asked, "What is it, milady? I wanted to ask on behalf of my brother regarding Bai's plans for a mate." Ying Zhao was taken aback. She set down her cup and furrowed her brows slightly. "Ban likes Bai?" Tai nodded. Perhaps due to her intervention, and with the Whitestone tribe being consumed by her first, Ban had avoided the fate of falling off a cliff, and Bai had naturally survived as well. However, Ban and the female lead you had met, and Ying Zhao had initially thought Ban would develop feelings for you. Why, all of a sudden, did he like Bai? Bai had yet to transform into human form. Did Ban not mind? Tai shook his head that I asked Ban. He said he doesn't mind and is willing to wait for Bai. Even if Bai never transforms, he would still be accepting. All right, I understand, but these matters must be discussed with Bai's consent. I am merely conveying the message. Thank you, milady. Seeing that Tai had not yet left, Ying Zhao inquired in confusion, "Is there anything else?" Tai gritted his teeth, clenched his hands, knelt on one knee, and looked at Ying Zhao. "Milady, do I now have the qualifications to become your partner?" Chapter 64. The delicate and innocent little orc 19 Tai's face was a mixture of reverence and anxiety, clearly indicating that his decision had not been made on a whim, but rather after considerable contemplation that in light of Tai's sudden declaration. Ying Zhao appeared somewhat taken aback, but soon arched an eyebrow, extending her finger to lift Tai's chin. Her scarlet lips parted softly, after all these years. "You should be quite aware of my true identity." Ying Zhao gently caressed Tai's delicate lips with her thumb, a gesture that seemed intimate, yet her gaze was filled with detachment. She had never regarded Tai as a potential partner, even though he had stood by her through numerous vulnerable moments. Ying Zhao was not one to compromise her own desires, having found Tai's physique and visage appealing, and with Tai himself willing. Why should she not indulge in her desires? In an instant, Tai comprehended Ying Zhao's meaning that he hastily grasped her wrist, his expression rife with urgency. "That I understand, but master, I do not mind. Even if I never bear offspring. As long as I can remain by your side, I shall be content." Although he had been initially startled to discover that Ying Zhao possessed both male and female attributes, he quickly came to accept it. After all, she was a sorceress, a deity. Was it not natural for a divine being to embody both genders? Upon hearing Tai's words, Ying Zhao finally adopted a serious demeanor, her gaze gradually shifting from the young man's forehead to the lips she held captive. "Can you accept a lifetime of such intimacy? I mean in bed, always beneath me." Upon hearing this, Tai's ears flushed crimson. Sometimes, the master's words were so blunt they left him bashful. Yet he nodded earnestly and resolutely. Observing this, Ying Zhao narrowed her eyes. "Very well. I shall consider this matter you've mentioned. Now, you may return to your duties." "Yes." Tai rose, his face alight with joy as he exited the room, that as long as Ying Zhao was willing to contemplate their relationship seriously. There was a glimmer of hope for him. Over the years, countless individuals had gravitated toward Ying Zhao, men and women of all ages and appearances, but only he had been granted the privilege to remain by her side until now. Apart from himself, Tai could hardly fathom who Ying Zhao might choose as a partner. For her sake, he had endured his father's urgings, waiting patiently until this moment. Now, it seemed his wishes were within reach. Once Tai departed, Ying Zhao tapped her fingers lightly against the table, producing a delicate, melodic sound. "Come forth." Shortly thereafter, a pure white fox emerged from a large cabinet in the corner of the conference room. Its fluffy, pristine fur fluttered in the breeze, and its dark eyes fixated intently on Ying Zhao before it leapt into her embrace. Ying Zhao furrowed her brow slightly, stroking the soft fur of the fox before setting the now considerably larger creature aside. "You heard everything Tai just said, did you not? What are your thoughts on Ban?" The fox, with its hind legs curled and forelegs propped up, replied in a sultry voice, "Sister, I do not like Ban." Ying Zhao cast a glance at Bai. "Very well, I understand this matter. Now, let us discuss your transformation. Can you not yet take on human form?" At the mention of this topic, Bai lowered her head, her tone filled with dejection. "Sister, I apologize for causing you worry." Bai was perplexed as to why her peers had all transitioned into human forms upon reaching maturity, while she remained unable to do so despite having been an adult for several months. Rumors about her in the tribe had been rampant, some even questioning whether she had regressed. Fearing she might one day become a mindless beast, Bai was terrified. She did not want to become a beast. She yearned to transform, for only then could she compete with Tai. 8 years had provided ample time for her to discern her feelings for Ying Zhao, yet she felt too small and too weak to be worthy of her. Thus, she persisted in her efforts. Although her physique paled in comparison to that of other orcs, her quick wit ensured that she never returned empty-handed from hunts alongside her team. Bai had once eagerly anticipated her coming-of-age day. But when she witnessed her companions transforming, while she remained stagnant, despair enveloped her. Why was she the only one unable to transform? What compounded her anguish was the day she saw Tai emerge from Ying Zhao's quarters, adorned with unmistakable signs of intimacy. Now aware of what that entailed, Bai's resentment toward her inability to transform deepened. That in her childhood, she had once obstructed their union, yet ultimately Tai still chose to be with her sister. Yet, the reason for their lack of an official partnership only fueled a flicker of hope within Bai. Though she was consumed with jealousy towards Tai, as long as they remained unbound, she still had a chance. Thus, she clung to Ying Zhao at every opportunity. Yet it seemed Ying Zhao regarded her merely as a sister, and the affectionate gestures of her youth had long since waned. Bai was unwilling to be relegated to the role of Ying Zhao's sister. Despite her repeated calls of sister, today's encounter with Tai and Ying Zhao's courtship was entirely unexpected. She had merely sought refuge in a cabinet for a nap, only to overhear their conversation. Had it not been for her desire to avoid leaving a poor impression on Ying Zhao, she might have jumped out in excitement. Yet, Bai had not anticipated that Ying Zhao would discover her presence regardless. It was only natural. After all, Ying Zhao was astute enough to notice her. Having confirmed Bai's thoughts, Ying Zhao prepared to rise and leave. However, the little fox instinctively reached out a paw to press against her hand. Softly inquiring, "Sister, will you agree to Tai?" Ying Zhao lazily lifted her eyelids, responding nonchalantly. Perhaps she found Tai rather appealing, intelligent, understanding, and pleasing in both physique and countenance. Choosing him would not be a poor decision. Yet upon receiving Ying Zhao's answer, Bai felt an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over her. She yearned to voice her thoughts, but found her throat constricted, unable to utter the words, "Then sister, could you not?" Ultimately, Bai could not articulate her desire for Ying Zhao to reject Tai. What right did she have? Ying Zhao did not hear Bai's unfinished words and paid little mind as she withdrew her hand from beneath Bai's paw and exited the conference room. Only Bai remained behind. "Sister, I like you too. Could you not agree to Tai?" Her murmured words faded into the air, unheard by anyone but herself. Bai raised her head, disappointment etched across her features as she gazed at the door. Her once clear fox eyes now brimming with tears that fell upon the yellow earth, leaving deep imprints behind. Chapter 65. The delicate and innocent little orc 20 Ying Zhao was oblivious to this scene. But 007 had witnessed everything unfold, ultimately letting out a sigh of resignation as it retreated. Time and again, 007 had grown accustomed to the fact that the flirtations between the supporting female and the male lead were invariably overshadowed by Ying Zhao's presence. Every supporting character she had rescued seemed to fall in love with her. IT acknowledged that Ying Zhao was indeed exceptional. Her beauty was unparalleled, her physique enviable, and her charisma so immense that she could not help but captivate any crowd. Indeed, if it were in its place, 007 would likely not escape the clutches of her charm. However, the next character who was tasked with saving was male, and surely he could not fall for Ying Zhao as well. Yet, contemplating Tai and his companions made 007 uncertain once more. Forget it. As long as Ying Zhao completed her mission, it had no say in the matter. Now, Ying Zhao had accomplished Task 1, leaving only Task 2, assisting Bai in her transformation. However, this task had stagnated for some time. Yet, Ying Zhao seemed unperturbed, which left 007 in a state of agitation that it was desperate, yet too timid to urge Ying Zhao. Ying Zhao was also acutely aware of Bai's long-standing struggles with this issue, but had never voiced her concerns to Bai, treating her with the same consistent demeanor. Reflecting on this, 007 felt compelled to light a candle for Bai, for Ying Zhao truly regarded Bai as a cherished pet and a young cub, never considering any other implications. After all, no matter how flirtatious Ying Zhao might be, it was impossible for her to harbor any peculiar thoughts about a child she had raised since infancy. Alas, Bai did the poor little fox. If only she had encountered Ying Zhao at a more mature age. Moreover, in the interstellar age in which Ying Zhao lived, there were stringent regulations protecting younglings, and Ying Zhao had adhered to the standards of the Galactic Federation in her treatment of the little fox. Ying Zhao's declaration that she would consider Tai was not a mere platitude to placate Bai. She was genuinely contemplating the matter. She could sense Tai's affections for her, and given his steadfast nature, Ying Zhao would not dismiss him lightly. Despite her playful demeanor, she had no desire to toy with the emotions of others, particularly not those as earnest as Tai. Greetings, esteemed sorceress. Good day, Lady Ying Zhao. As Ying Zhao ambled along, she nodded in acknowledgement to the surrounding orcs. Before long, she arrived at a cellar, a space she had specially requested to be excavated by the tribe. While not expansive, it was perfectly adequate for her to brew some fruit wine. The tea here was rather unpalatable, prompting Ying Zhao to consider wine. Although she cherished tea, she found alcohol quite agreeable as well. Furthermore, she was no longer a general of the Federation, no longer needing to restrain herself. She could indulge in whatever she desired, be it food or drink. After retrieving a jar of wine from the cellar, she ascended the mountain, blissfully unaware of a small shadow trailing her from a distance to this moment. She could be considered the most leisurely individual in the entire tribe, and Tai managed the tribe exceptionally well. And the orcs were obedient, following her commands without question. She had little to worry about. It was the perfect opportunity to stroll in the mountains, sip some wine, and contemplate matters concerning Tai. The season was late spring, early summer, and the mountain-ness temperature was slightly cooler than that of the tribe. Yet, the lush greenery surrounding her uplifted Ying Zhao's spirits. Suddenly, a sea of purple flowers appeared before her, an unexpected discovery. These purple blossoms resembled lavender, and being amidst them, she was enveloped by their intoxicating fragrance. Ying Zhao casually found a spot, sat cross-legged, and began to indulge in her wine. She remained there from afternoon until sunset. Having emptied the jar of fruit wine, the orange glow of the setting sun bathed the purple flower field, casting its warm light upon her as well. Her profile, perfectly sculpted, became a vision to behold. Concealed within the grass, a figure gazed at Ying Zhao in rapture until she finally rose to descend the mountain, at which point the figure followed suit. They made their way down. Ying Zhao's ears twitched slightly, and a subtle smile graced her lips, though she did not turn back. Upon returning to her dwelling, Tai personally brought her dinner, observing the young man before her. Now more composed and with sharper facial features than in his youth, Ying Zhao smiled. Please sit. I need to discuss Ban and Bai with you. Tai complied and took a seat. You may speak. Convince Ban to abandon this notion. Bai is not interested in him, Ying Zhao stated after sipping her soup. Understood, Tai replied. With that, Ying Zhao focused intently on her meal, and Tai sat quietly in her company. Once she had satisfied her hunger, she lifted her gaze to Tai. Regarding what you mentioned, Suddenly, the door to her home was forcefully flung open. Both Ying Zhao and Tai turned to look, and a white figure burst into view. None other than Bai. Bai's expression was particularly complex. Her eyes reddened and fixed on Tai in a fierce glare. Tai, bewildered, could not fathom what had transpired. Tai, you should step outside, Ying Zhao said calmly. Very well, after Tai exited. Ying Zhao lifted her eyelids and, with a hint of a smile, asked, What's the matter? Couldn't he resist following me for half a day? Bai, who had been seething with anger, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. Speaking in a soft, almost whiny voice, you knew? Oh, I'm not foolish so. What else with your peculiar behavior today? Is it that you dislike Tai? Ying Zhao crossed her arms, her tone direct. Bai nodded. Yes, that oh, so what? Just because you dislike him. You wish to restrict my interactions with him? Ying Zhao's demeanor remained placid, leaving Bai momentarily at a loss for her true feelings, that in a moment of impulsivity, she had acted, yet she felt no regret. Having sensed Ying Zhao's inclination to accept Tai's courtship, hence her interruption, that I'm not, Bai attempted to explain, but found her words feeble. She simply could not bear to witness Ying Zhao and Tai together. Noticing Bai's silence, Ying Zhao pressed on. Then can you provide me with a reason for your aversion to Tai? Bai opened her mouth, but ultimately lowered her head, remaining silent. Observing her, Ying Zhao suddenly lost interest. Very well, you may leave. The matters between Tai and me are not for you to meddle in. Perhaps due to a lack of care from Ying Zhao, Bai had grown noticeably more reticent. In her youth, she would share secrets with her. But now, those moments had vanished. Sighing inwardly, Ying Zhao reflected on how the cub she had raised had indeed lost some of its childhood charm. However, in the next moment, Bai transformed before Ying Zhao's eyes. A flash of white light revealed that the over 2-meter-long fox had instantaneously morphed into a slender, enchanting woman. The woman possessed an innate beauty. Her slightly upturned fox-like eyes exuding both allure and an air of navet tinged with sadness. This sudden turn of events astonished not only Ying Zhao, but Bai herself as well. The words "the matters between you and Tai are not for you to meddle in" echoed in her mind, filling her with grief and indignation that if she could transform, would she not have a chance? Perhaps sensing her urgency and longing, a surge of energy coursed through Bai, and she realized her perspective had risen. Glancing at her now dainty fingers, previously paws, and touching her face, she finally comprehended that she had truly become human. No longer was she merely a fox, helplessly watching Ying Zhao and Tai grow closer. Bai lifted her gaze to Ying Zhao, tears welling in her eyes, and exclaimed, Sister Ying Zhao, I can transform. Ying Zhao smiled and nodded. Congratulations. Before Ying Zhao could utter another word, Bai leaped into her embrace, that an exquisite fragrance, unique to women, enveloped Ying Zhao as Bai pressed against her. Considering she had already resolved to accept Tai, this intimacy felt somewhat inappropriate. Ying Zhao gently pushed Bai's shoulders, yet Bai, perhaps fearing rejection, tightened her grip. That's enough. Let go of me, Bai. Ying Zhao's tone cooled. Bai, fearing her actions might provoke Ying Zhao's ire, reluctantly released her hold. Now that you have transformed, it is indeed a joyous occasion. Did I ask there anything you desire? I can gift you something. Ying Zhao addressed Bai. Bai bit her lip shyly, casting a bashful glance at Ying Zhao. Sister, can I ask for anything? Ying Zhao nodded. Having raised this cub to maturity, she was not so miserly as to withhold a gift. Bai inhaled deeply, seemingly gathering her courage, closed her eyes, and stated earnestly, Then I want you, Sister Ying Zhao. The room fell into a profound silence. Waiting for a response, Bai grew increasingly anxious. Unable to contain herself, she peeked through her eyelids only to find Ying Zhao gazing at her with a playful smile. Remaining silent, observing Bai's anxious yet hopeful demeanor, Ying Zhao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Did Bai truly not recognize what she was saying? Could it be that her method of raising her cub had gone awry, resulting in this unexpected affection? Supporting her chin with one hand, Ying Zhao teased, Do you comprehend what you're saying? Bai nodded earnestly, still shy but determined. Sister Ying Zhao, I truly want you. Will you agree? Ying Zhao did not reply immediately, but turned to inquire, Do you like me? Bai nodded again. Yes. I have liked you since childhood, and I still do. Thus, your disdain for Tai and your discomfort with my closeness to him stems from this? Upon mentioning Tai, Bai bristled. Yes, I do not like him, nor do I wish for you to accept his courtship, that I want you all to myself. Bai pouted, her demeanor fierce. You may like me, but I do not share your sentiments. Ying Zhao replied, tilting her head, her words causing Bai's previously flushed face to pale. After a moment of silently savoring Bai's expression, Ying Zhao waved her hand. It is getting late. You should return. I will pretend I did not hear what was said today, and I will arrange for a gift to be sent to you. Bai felt a surge of urgency. Ying Zhao's words clearly indicated she intended to dismiss her, and perhaps announce her acceptance of Tai as courtship the next day. This was unacceptable. But how could she win Ying Zhao's affection after being told she was not liked? Moreover, she was unwilling to depart. To remain, she resorted to cunning tactics, by transformed once more into her fox form, leaping into Ying Zhao's embrace. Previously, Ying Zhao had taken great pleasure in stroking her fur, but as Bai grew older, shyness had caused her to shy away from such affection. However, now she had cast aside her reservations. One must admit, this ploy was indeed effective, for Ying Zhao had a genuine fondness for petting foxes. And Bai's fur was the softest among all the fluffy cubs she had encountered. Ying Zhao's slender fingers glided from the fox's head down its body, reveling in the velvety texture beneath her touch. "Little fox, you seem to have turned a bit naughty, learning to play tricks," Ying Zhao remarked. Bai lifted her head to nuzzle Ying Zhao's chin. "Sister, do you truly not like me? Then what do you like about Tai? I'll learn it. Please prefer me over Tai, if you would." Upon hearing Bai's candid inquiry, Ying Zhao raised an eyebrow, teasingly replying, "Perhaps it's because Tai is more obedient than you." There was a grain of truth to this. For Tai was the kind of individual who would comply with her every word, whereas Bai, despite her innocent demeanor, carried the inherent cleverness of a fox, often delighting in mischief. That in the past, Bai had no one to rely on and had to temper her temperament. Yet since Ying Zhao's arrival, her somewhat mischievous side had gradually emerged, albeit without disapproval from Ying Zhao. Hearing Ying Zhao praise Tai, Bai felt a twinge of discontent, but in adherence to her own words. She stubbornly retorted, "I am obedient too, even more so than Tai." Ying Zhao playfully pinched the fox's ears and asked with a smile, "Is that so? If I let you go, why do you still linger here? Is this your idea of obedience?" "This doesn't count," Bai argued defiantly. Ying Zhao, feeling disinclined to continue the debate, sighed, "All right, enough of this. You ought to return." Observing Ying Zhao's insistence on sending her away, Bai's eyes twinkled mischievously as she leaned closer. "If you want me to leave, then may I request a kiss from you? Consider it my coming-of-age gift." Seeing Bai's pitiable yet stubborn expression, Ying Zhao sighed internally. After all, she had raised this cub herself. She leaned in towards Bai's forehead, just as Bai unexpectedly transformed back into human form, swiftly elevating her chin. Their soft, rosy lips emanated, as Ying Zhao sensed that Bai might push her away, Bai resolutely grasped Ying Zhao's hand and placed it upon her chest. The warm, smooth sensation radiating from her palm. Ying Zhao's eyes momentarily widened in astonishment before they deepened with intensity. "Little fox, do you understand what you are doing?" Bai's ears flushed crimson, yet her expression remained resolute. "I do, and I also know that Sister Ying Zhao is unlike other female beast folk." Upon hearing this, Ying Zhao's gaze turned dangerously sharp. "Do you dare to act this way knowing that?" Bai boldly placed both of Ying Zhao's hands upon her chest, inching closer as if fearful that her advantage might slip away. "Yes, I've said it before. I like you, sister, and I wish to be with you. That if you can mate with Tai, then why can't you with me?" Bai boldly uttered words that even 007 would find audacious. Whatever happened to that innocent, adorable little fox? She must have been led astray by Ying Zhao. Ying Zhao chuckled softly. "As you wish." She was neither a saint nor devoid of desire. And considering Bai's proactive approach, coupled with her alluring figure and intentional seduction, Ying Zhao acknowledged that she felt a stirring of want. Leaning down, Ying Zhao kissed Bai, and moments later, Bai's previously rosy lips became swollen. The atmosphere in the room thickened with intimacy. Soon, sounds of both pleasure and pain filled the air, continuing until the first light of dawn, when the heart-racing commotion finally subsided. The next afternoon, upon finding Bai still asleep, Ying Zhao left some lunch for her before stepping outside. At this hour, many beast folk were still dining, so there were not many who noticed Ying Zhao. She intended to seek out Tai to clarify matters. Last night, the little fox had pestered her relentlessly, demanding a definitive answer. Ying Zhao had experienced the allure of a fox spirit for the first time, although Bai was not precisely a fox spirit. She was close enough. Yet, Ying Zhao did not regret agreeing to Bai's wishes. Her feelings for Tai, while genuine, paled in comparison to the bond she shared with the cub she had raised from infancy. She was satisfied with Tai's physique and appearance, but that was the extent of her feelings. Otherwise, she would not have taken so long to respond to him. That a lack of feeling simply meant there was a void. 007 observed silently, finally breaking the silence with a rather sarcastic remark. "Host, don't you think your actions are a bit heartless?" Ying Zhao glanced at it dismissively. "I thought you knew that already." She had never adhered to the notion of being a devoted partner. She was simply one who sought to enjoy life as it came, that if she had wished to, maintaining relationships with several partners simultaneously would not have posed a challenge for her. She simply did not desire such a lifestyle. She held a pragmatic view of relationships. If one was willing to accept her nature, they could be together. If not, they could part amicably. Upon arriving at Ty's residence, she fortuitously found Ban at home. "Milady, are you here to see my brother? He has gone to the back mountain." "I shall fetch him for you," Ban said respectfully to No need. "I shall find him myself." "Very well, milady, take care." After walking a little further, she reached the back mountain and found Ty organizing a training drill with the personnel. She refrained from interrupting until Ty spotted her and approached with surprise. "Milady, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. "I wish to discuss something with you." "Please, milady," Ty replied eagerly. Ing Zhao regarded him with a calm demeanor. "I'm afraid I cannot agree to be your mate." Ty stood frozen, taken aback, and after a moment, managed to croak out, "Is it because of Bai? What does Bai have to do with this?" Ing Zhao replied that I heard everything last night. Tai said with a bitter smile that he had always been attentive to Ing Zhao, and living in close proximity meant he had caught wind of the commotion, albeit unintentionally. Ing Zhao felt no embarrassment upon hearing this. Rather, she was irritated. She had no intention of providing a live broadcast of her private life, and resolved to be more discreet in the future, particularly regarding soundproofing. "Initially, I did intend to accept you, as you are indeed the most suitable companion in the tribe and have been my longest bed partner." Ing Zhao paused before continuing. "However, sustaining a relationship solely based on physical intimacy is insufficient. I cannot envision a future where we live together daily that I do not wish to deceive you. This is my honest sentiment. Moreover, your constant waiting for me has become a burden to me." Upon hearing Ing Zhao refer to herself as a burden, Ty's expression clouded with disbelief. That "Why is it a burden?" he stammered, struggling to comprehend. Ing Zhao gazed at him with a hint of pity and chose to speak truthfully. "You should recall our first encounter, shouldn't you?" Tai clearly remembered that night, when he had purposely seduced her during a vulnerable moment. Since then, they had maintained that relationship, despite Ing Zhao repeatedly expressing that she could not give him what he desired and urging him to find a mate. Yet he remained reluctant, nurturing hope that one day she would recognize his sincerity and determination. Ing Zhao continued, "At that time, I needed someone to accompany me, and you happened to appear, looking quite appealing, so I did not refuse. Yet, regrettably, I still cannot offer you what you seek. That my prior consideration to agree was born from a sense of guilt towards you, but if I were to accept you now, it would be irresponsible. I do not love you, Tai. Your expectations weigh heavily on me, and it is time for us to part ways." Ing Zhao looked at Tai, her expression sincere, devoid of the usual relaxed demeanor she wore. After leaving the back mountain, 007 observed Ing Zhao with a look of hesitation. "If you have something to say, just say it." Eventually, 007 could not restrain itself. "You are truly heartless. I couldn't bear to see Tai in such a broken state." Ing Zhao's expression remained unchanged. "Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged suffering. That I erred in dragging this out for so long, giving him unwarranted hope." She was not the type to compromise her own happiness for the sake of others. If love was unattainable, then it simply was not meant to be. She acknowledged that her attraction to Tai was purely physical. 007, aware of Ing Zhao's resolute nature, knew it could not sway her. It then inquired about Bai. "So, what are your thoughts on Bai?" Ing Zhao paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. "At the very least, I do not dislike her. As for what the future holds, we shall see." Though last night with Bai exceeded her expectations, she was not one to be overly rigid. With the situation as it was, Bai was no longer the same little rascal in her eyes. She needed to have a serious conversation with Bai and clarify how Bai had suddenly transformed into human form. Chapter 68. The delicate and innocent little beast man as she journeyed along the road. Ing Zhao observed the orderly rows of small earthen houses and the well-maintained dirt path, a surge of accomplishment blossoming within her. These were the fruits of her and everyone's hard work. Although they still paled in comparison to the living standards of other worlds, the improvements were nonetheless significant. While returning, Ing Zhao engaged in casual banter with 007. "Ing Zhao, I came here to save the supporting characters. Yet it feels as though I am now saving the world." This was no exaggeration, for the mere discovery of cotton was enough to earn the gratitude of the orcs who knew her. Had she not firmly rejected their elaborate welcoming ceremonies, she would have faced such scenes wherever she went. That moment, 007 emerged, commenting, "Indeed, this world is remarkably backward. Even the slightest advancement could significantly elevate their technology and economy. By the way, what is the current situation with Ban and you?" Ing Zhao inquired casually. Upon mentioning this, 007 suddenly fell silent, then awkwardly replied, "You can see for yourself." With that, it sent the latest developments regarding Ban and you directly into Ing Zhao's mind. As she perused the sensual descriptions, a hint of embarrassment washed over her. The rapid progress of Ban and you indeed took her by surprise, but when she thought about her own relationship with Bai, it seemed rather similar. Glancing at the time, it was already afternoon. Bai should be awake by now. Upon entering her room, she found the beauty sprawled across the bed. Bai had yet to awaken. Her jet black hair sprawled across her back, while her porcelain skin bore ambiguous marks, and the small dimples at her waist tightened Ing Zhao's throat that as if sensing someone's presence. The beauty on the bed let out a soft hum, fluttering open her butterfly-like lashes to gaze directly at Ing Zhao with her drowsy, watery eyes that Bai, just waking, felt a slight chill, and then met Ing Zhao's fiery gaze. Looking down, she realized she was completely unclothed, with only a thin blanket covering her lower body. Everything that should and shouldn't be hidden was on full display for Ing Zhao to see. Bai's face instantly flushed crimson, and in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She pouted, "Sister, turn around." Ing Zhao let out a light laugh and obediently turned away. Bai bit her lip, her cheeks still flushed as she searched for her clothes, but upon seeing the shredded remnants, she couldn't help but shoot Ing Zhao a glare. "Sister, how unfair. This outfit is utterly unwearable." Yet she found it difficult to ask Ing Zhao for clothing, and after much internal conflict, she ultimately decided to revert to her beast form. So, when Ing Zhao turned back, she was greeted by a fluffy, large fox. Why have you transformed into your beast form again?" Ing Zhao approached the fox and gently stroked its ears. The triangular ears of the fox twitched slightly. In a playful voice replied, "Sister, it's all your fault. My clothes are ruined." Feeling a rare sense of embarrassment, Ing Zhao scratched her nose and replied, "Ahem, I have some other clothes. You can wear mine for now." With that, she retrieved a long leather garment from the wardrobe. This was a piece made from a crocodile that Li had specially hunted during his chieftain days, but Ing Zhao had never been particularly fond of beast clothing, so it had remained untouched. Now, it was just right for Bai to cover herself. Bai accepted it without hesitation. Once she donned the outfit, her flushed cheeks gradually returned to normal, though she still moved somewhat awkwardly. Considering her discomfort, Ing Zhao carried her to the table, where they commenced Bai's first meal of the day. After sleeping for so long and having been thoroughly exhausted the previous day, Bai's stomach was empty, and she devoured her food voraciously in front of Ing Zhao. Seeing Bai nearly finished, Ing Zhao spoke up, "I have already rejected Tai." Bai's eyes instantly brightened, her face radiating uncontrollable joy. "Really, Sister Ing Zhao?" "Yes, but my rejection wasn't solely because of you," Ing Zhao added with a hint of melancholy. Bai paused. Though Ing Zhao's words were as piercing as ever, she still felt elated, deciding that she would no longer bare her teeth at Tai in the future. Bai beamed a wide smile, her vibrant face creating a stark contrast. After admiring her for a moment, Ing Zhao continued, "Now, it's time we discuss our relationship." Upon hearing this, Bai's demeanor shifted to seriousness. She sat up straight, legs together, and looked at Ing Zhao attentively. "Sister, please go on. I understand that last night was your first time, but regrettably, I cannot commit to being with you solely because of that. I will compensate you in other ways." Bai's expression fell significantly upon hearing this, and she shook her head. "That I don't need compensation. I am willing. But there is no but. Sister, I have expressed my feelings for you, and I genuinely enjoyed spending that night with you." Bai replied earnestly that "I do not wish to pressure you. I simply want you to know that I am not the only one who cares for you. There is also Tai, and I hope for a chance." Bai added. Ing Zhao gazed at Bai for a long moment before slowly nodding. "All right, I understand. Now could you tell me how you suddenly transformed into human form?" Ing Zhao chose a lighter topic. Bai pondered for a while before hesitantly responding. "I was quite upset by what you said yesterday, and somehow I was able to change into human form. Emotional stimulation." Ing Zhao mused inwardly. "Had you not encountered anything that stirred such intense emotions before?" she asked. Bai reflected for a moment, then replied, "Not really. I was nearly driven mad yesterday." Thinking back, Bai still felt a pang in her heart. "Ing Zhao, unaware of her turmoil, had previously been curious why the beastmen in this world could assume both beast and human forms. It seemed likely that a certain hormone triggered such transformations, as Bai's answer differed from those of Tai, Li, and others, yet they all underwent some form of emotional stimulus before changing. For instance, Li had mentioned he fell into water and, in a fright, transformed. Tai had similarly transformed out of an urgent desire to prove himself to the hunting team. Regrettably, there were no experimental tools here. Otherwise, she would have loved to investigate how this unique power in the beastman's world compared to her own psychic abilities. Noticing Ying Zhao's contemplative expression, Bai quietly lowered her head. There were still things she wished to share, but for now, she opted to wait for the right moment to speak. Chapter 69. The delicate and innocent little beastman. Time flew by. And Ying Zhao had now spent 12 years in this world. Observing the stunning woman standing below, she couldn't help but marvel at the inherent advantages of the fox race. Ever since Bai had transformed into human form, the number of admirers had surged, some boldly declaring their affections while many expressed their feelings in private. Bai had undergone a remarkable transformation. Where she once blushed and felt shy, she now handled many situations with poise, her beauty blossoming more each day. Indeed, the saying a woman matures in 18 changes held true. Ying Zhao mused silently. Tai watched the pair of enchanting figures pass by, a flicker of unknown emotion crossing his eyes. But it was quickly overshadowed as he felt the hand of his companion, Ye, entwined with his. Tai looked at Ye, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, I have moved on. I was merely feeling nostalgic. After meeting you last year, with her gentle disposition and alluring looks, they grew close, eventually becoming partners in front of everyone. Now, with you expecting a child, Tai felt content with his life and was truly grateful. Ying Zhao remained, as radiant and dazzling as the sun, yet remained unmoved by anyone, even by the astute Bai, who still awaited her attention. Though Bai is still in her youth, she has remarkably risen to the position of Deputy Minister of Education within the tribe through her sheer determination and effort. As the tribe has flourished over the years under the guidance of Lord Ying Zhao, they have established 8 departments, including education, internal affairs, construction, justice, and war, to facilitate management. At merely 20 years of age, Bai's ascendance to the role of deputy minister, especially in the realm of educating the next generation, speaks volumes about her capabilities. Furthermore, Bai's striking appearance has garnered admiration from the young orcs in the tribe, making her quite the object of their affection. In contrast, Ying Zhao has increasingly withdrawn from public life in recent years, appearing only for significant matters requiring her judgment, rendering her a rare sight. Only 007 is privy to the fact that Ying Zhao finds the monotony of life here unbearable, compounded by the constant attention she receives wherever she goes, which inconveniences her greatly. Consequently, she often transforms into her beast form at night to seek some respite and adventure, as few recognize her in that guise, affording her a sense of freedom. Today marks the most significant day in the tribe, the sacrificial day. Ying Zhao has no choice but to return, as her role as a shaman necessitates her leadership in the rituals and the delivery of speeches. Thus, many of the tribe's younglings are witnessing the enigmatic and powerful shaman for the first time, as described by the adults. Bai gazes at the tall, slender figure on the sacrificial platform, her eyes ablaze with determination. Over the years, she has exerted all her strength to catch up to Ying Zhao, yet the latter remains as elusive as a dragon. Their encounters have dwindled to just a few each year. Both are busy, and by comparison, the time they spent together now pales in comparison to their childhood. Having finally caught a glimpse of Ying Zhao's return, Bai feels she can no longer wait, especially upon seeing the youthful orcs light up at the sight of Ying Zhao. Their gazes almost ravenous. She has waited so long for Ying Zhao's attention. These younglings shall not steal it from her. By the time the rituals conclude, even though Ying Zhao is exceptionally vigorous, she cannot help but feel somewhat mentally exhausted. Ying Zhao's dwelling has now transformed into a brick house, the only one of its kind in the tribe. After much effort, Li and the others had hastily constructed it for her. Had it not been for Li's mention, Ying Zhao would have been unaware of the changes to her home. That as she opens the door, she is barely able to react before someone yanks her collar, and a passionate kiss envelopes her. The intoxicating fragrance and warmth of the woman envelop her. Ying Zhao cradles the woman's hips, allowing her legs to wrap around her waist, and then wholeheartedly immerses herself in the fervent kiss. Bai clings tightly to Ying Zhao's neck, surrendering to the dance of Ying Zhao's tongue within her mouth. The sound of wet kisses fills the air. Ying Zhao is skilled in kissing, able to hold her breath for quite a while. But Bai can hardly endure it. She gently taps Ying Zhao's shoulder, prompting her to finally relent. Bai looks down at Ying Zhao, admiring her smooth forehead, striking brows, high nose, and those alluring peach blossom-like lips, each feature etched into her heart. No matter how many times she gazes upon Ying Zhao, Bai is always captivated by her beauty. Ying Zhao, too, observes Bai, noting how much she has grown more enchanting, with her fair skin, beguiling eyes that seem to carry an alluring hook. A delicately sculpted nose and lips that bear the marks of passionate encounters, Bai ignites a desire within Ying Zhao. Leaning in closer, Ying Zhao seeks to continue their embrace, but Bai gently blocks her. Ying Zhao softly kisses Bai's palm, her voice low and sultry. "What's the matter?" Bai points a finger at Ying Zhao's nose. "Sister, will you be leaving again?" After a moment's contemplation, Ying Zhao replies, "Not necessarily." Bai traces circles on Ying Zhao's chest, her lips curling into a smile. "Sister, if you leave again, I might just have to accept someone else's courtship." Ying Zhao raises an eyebrow. "It seems our little fox harbors quite a bit of resentment, but I have never placed any restrictions on you. I have always said you are free." To her surprise, Bai becomes upset upon hearing this, yet she quickly suppresses her anger and bites down on Ying Zhao's collarbone, pouting, "Sister, you know very well that I like you. Yet you continue to say such things that upset me." Ying Zhao gently holds Bai's chin. "All right, I won't say it anymore. Shall we engage in some pleasurable activities?" Bai, feeling slightly discontented, complains, "Sister, is that all you think about?" Ying Zhao chuckles. "Then why don't you let me go?" She refers to the rather intimate situation created by Bai's grip. Bai has grown increasingly bold in her actions upon the bed, much to Ying Zhao's delight. Though her cheeks flush, she does not relent, for Ying Zhao is adept at concealing her emotions. Bai cannot decipher Ying Zhao, yet the little thing in her hands, which she both loves and hates, cannot lie to her despite its size. "Sister, are you still unwilling to accept me?" Bai inquires. "All right, I agree." Ying Zhao finally concedes. Previously, she had consistently rejected this notion, and Bai had expected yet another failure in her confession. Thus, hearing a simple okay felt surreal, as if she were dreaming. "Sister, what did you just say? Could you repeat that?" Bai carefully sets aside her previous distractions, seeking confirmation once more, gazing at Bai's incredulous yet subtly joyful expression. Ying Zhao chooses to seal her response with a kiss. After a long moment, she releases Bai from her embrace. "Do you understand my answer now?" Upon hearing this, Bai's beautiful eyes brim with tears. "Was sister, you truly agreed? I have waited for you for so long. If you had not agreed, I would have really had to marry someone else." Bai pouts her tiny fist against Ying Zhao's chest, weeping as she speaks. She speaks untruths that as long as Ying Zhao has no other partner, she will continue to cling to her. She has no desire to be with anyone else. She only wants her sister Ying Zhao, from the very beginning. It was Ying Zhao who encountered her first. Ying Zhao can only belong to her. Ying Zhao understands that Bai is merely speaking out of frustration and gently comforts her in her embrace. She is also aware that she has inadvertently caused by some distress over the years. This return is not only for the rituals, but also to provide Bai with an answer point one day. While wandering outside, Ying Zhao heard various praises about Bai, and suddenly realized that the once innocent youngling had indeed grown, becoming both reliable and captivating. She finds herself missing Bai. When Ying Zhao announces her union with Bai, the entire tribe erupts in excitement. Over the years, both Ying Zhao and Bai have become prominent figures within the tribe, and the community has witnessed Bai's unwavering affection and determination towards Ying Zhao. Genuinely sharing in her J.O.Y.S. for Lady Ying Zhao, she is already regarded as a deity within the tribe, should she desire it. Every orc would willingly offer everything for her, in the realm of orcs. Ying Zhao's fame has soared alongside the rapid development of the Lin tribe, reaching a level of recognition that is truly unparalleled. While Bai has steadfastly remained by her side, the orcs of the Lin tribe have experienced births and growth, as well as the slow passage of time leading to the elderly. The first to depart was Li. By this time, Li's hair had turned gray, and he was nearing the end of his life. Observing Li's frail figure, the surrounding orcs were moved to tears. Yet Li gently stroked his great-grandson's fur. Surveying the gathered individuals before speaking slowly, "Do not mourn for me. My life has been fortunate enough that I encountered my beloved, bore two exceptional children, and most importantly, met Lady Inga L. I gazed reverently at Ing Zhao, who stood at the forefront, still radiant despite her age, and said earnestly, "My lady, I have always recognized your extraordinary nature and unmatched abilities from the moment I laid eyes on you. I resolved to remain by your side forever. Yet now I must go back on my word." Ing Zhao took Li's hands, which resembled weathered bark, and solemnly replied, "You have performed admirably, both as a chief and as a father and partnered. I am proud of you. You have toiled for so long, and now you may finally rest." Even after stepping down as chief, Li continued to contribute to the tribe's affairs, devoting much of his life to its welfare. Despite his shortcomings, Ing Zhao held him in high regard. Satisfied by Ing Zhao's acknowledgement, Li took the time to impart his final words to Tai, Ban, and others before gradually ceasing to breathe. Following Li's departure, Ing Zhao continued to bid farewell to many elders of the tribe. In truth, those who lived into their 60s and 70s were considered long-lived, as most orcs in this world only reach their 40s, with 50 being an exceptional age, by gazes at Ing Zhao, who sits alone by the lakeside, and gently drapes a thin shawl over her shoulders before taking a seat beside her. "Sister, what troubles you?" Ing Zhao gazed at her gradually graying hair, shaking her head slightly. "That it's nothing. I just feel that time truly flies. Although this world lags significantly behind others, it is, in fact, the warmest place Ing Zhao has ever known. Perhaps it is because most of the beast men are rather simple-minded, offering her genuine respect and admiration. They would willingly lay down their lives for her without question, a sentiment she had never experienced before, not even during her time as a general in the Federation. Bai tilted her body slightly, resting her head on Ing Zhao's shoulder, and clasped Ing Zhao's right hand in her own. "Indeed, time passes swiftly. You're aging, and so am I." Upon hearing this, Ing Zhao turned to her lifelong companion, a smile gracing her face as she replied, "Yes, we are both growing old. Bai, after all this time, I wish to ask you, do you regret being with me? The other beastmen have their own offspring, yet you do not." Bai paused, lifting her gaze to meet Ing Zhao's. Her expression earnest. "To say, I have no regrets would be a lie, but I do not regret it. What I have always desired is only you, Ing Zhao Jie, Aida. Do you remember our first meeting? I was nearly scared to death by you. A massive black panther suddenly barged into my home, and I thought you were going to devour me." Ing Zhao playfully tapped Bai's nose. "That of course I remember. You were just a little one back then, so Navi that you didn't even run away upon seeing me." "Humph. Who are you calling Navi? I wasn't foolish. If I had run away, I would have lost the chance to know you, let alone become your partner." All right. Not foolish at all. But even if you had run, I would have chased after you. Why? Because I was destined to come for you." "Well then, Ing Zhao Jie, I forgive you for saying I was foolish before. Please say more of such sweet words to me next time. I love hearing them." Bai clung to Ing Zhao's arm, acting coy. I shall consider it." Ing Zhao teased playfully. "You still need to think about it." "How annoying. But, Ing Zhao Jie, let me tell you a secret. Do you remember when you asked me why I could suddenly transform into human form?" Ing Zhao raised an eyebrow, replying, "I remember. Actually, what I didn't say was that I was once terrified of transforming into human form, that I had seen many beastmen who were quite harmonious before transforming. Yet once they did, they often found themselves at odds with each other, even criticizing one another for their human appearances, that I feared we might end up like that. That is so what made you no longer afraid." Bai pouted. "Isn't it because you and Tai became so close? If I didn't transform, I would have no chance at all." Ing Zhao chuckled, teasingly scratching Bai's nose. "Are you still jealous of Tai? That was all 800 years ago. And now he even has grandchildren. I am indeed jealous. Jealous of the fact that he was by your side during those 8 years when I had yet to grow up. But thankfully, from now on, you will only have me. Ing Zhao Jie, if in the next life we are to meet again, could you please wait for me to grow up? Don't be so quick to be with someone else." All right. Chapter 71. The Pure and Adorable Little Monk System Settling. Please wait, host. Upon returning to the pure white space, Ing Zhao felt a bit dazed, but quickly composed herself and checked her current point status. Host. Ing Zhao Gender. Female Alpha Physique. 88100. Your physique is exceptionally superior. Stamina. 85,100. Your stamina surpasses that of ordinary people. Willpower. 90100. Your will is unyielding. Points 140000 after reviewing the information. Ying Zhao, for once, decided to take a few days off. However, this so-called vacation merely consisted of watching movies and playing games in the pure white space, as she could not go anywhere else. She glanced at the white sphere accompanying her in the movie, who appeared to be more engrossed than she was, and curiously inquired, "Are there other systems besides you? If so, can systems communicate with each other? Can hosts communicate with one another? Do you all spend your vacations just staying here?" 007 struggled to detach from the movie, fluttering its tiny wings before responding earnestly, "There are indeed other systems. However, we are not commonplace, so the total number is not large. Generally, we do not communicate with one another, nor is it permitted, as it would violate regulations. Naturally, hosts are also not allowed to communicate with each other. Unfortunately, our vacations are just as such." Ying Zhao nodded in understanding. "All right." Although it was a break, she only rested for 2 days before prompting 007 to initiate the next world mission, observing Ying Zhao's diligence. 007 couldn't help but marvel at her tenacity. She claimed to want to relax, yet she was highly proactive in her tasks. However, Ying Zhao simply found the pure white space exceedingly dull and preferred to enjoy herself in the task world instead. In the dark and gloomy old residence, a shadow swiftly darted through the cobweb-laden beams. "Zhu Shifu, this way, please. The master has been waiting for a long time." The old servant, as if he had seen a savior, hunching his back, welcomed the young monk inside. "There is no need for such formalities, Elder. I am merely sent by the abbot to visit your esteemed household. Please lead the way." The handsome monk bowed slightly, speaking in a gentle tone. "Very well, please follow this old servant." Zhu Ming felt the heavy aura of negativity even before stepping inside the Meng residence, which explained why the abbot had summoned him. Led by Linda, the monk entered the mansion, the crimson door creaking shut behind them, sealing off the curious gazes from outside. "How many of these young monks have come now?" A man dressed in coarse cloth observed the Meng residence from a distance, trepidation evident in his demeanor. "I think this is the 5th one. The Meng master has invited so many Taoists and monks, yet the situation hasn't improved at all." Another shorter man, hands tucked within his sleeves, bore a look of fear. "Alas, let us go. We shouldn't linger here, though we can't afford to provoke such matters." The man in coarse cloth tugged at his companion, and they quickly vanished around the corner. Meanwhile, within the Meng residence, Zhu Ming finally met the head of the household, Meng Laoyi, a renowned silk merchant in the Jiangnan region. However, Meng Laoyi wore a troubled expression, pacing back and forth in the hall with his hands clasped behind his back. "Meng Laoyi," Zhu Ming called out first. "Zhu Shifu, you have arrived. Please take a seat." Upon seeing Zhu Ming, Meng Xiang's previously sorrowful countenance visibly brightened, but he clasped his hands together in greeting. After taking a seat, Zhu Ming declined the elaborate banquet Meng Xianghe offered to welcome him, opting instead to directly inquire about the recent circumstances of the Meng household. "To be honest, I have previously summoned many masters to investigate, but those masters were either charlatans or left without even entering, shaking their heads and claiming they couldn't resolve the issue, that I had no choice but to seek help from Abbot Fa Wu." Zhu Ming nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "The abbot has informed me of this matter, and I rushed over upon receiving the news. However, I only know the surface details. I would appreciate it if you could elaborate further for me." "Certainly. Initially, the servants and maids claimed they heard cat cries, which I did not take seriously, that I merely had them chase away the stray cats, but it proved useless. Later, people in the mansion began to hear the cries of a woman at night. Then, rumor spread that the house was haunted, as some had seen a dark shadow that vanished in an instant. Subsequently, people started dying, and my son, Meng Zuan, fell into a deep sleep from which he is yet to awaken." As Meng Xianghe recounted this, his face was filled with bitterness that he had always been kind-hearted, often helping the poor, and considered himself to act with integrity, never having committed any wrongdoings. Yet such calamities plagued his household, disrupting the peace of his home. Now, he faced the burden of this incident, which had severely affected his business, and more importantly, his only son lay inexplicably unconscious. Desperate, he sought help to exorcise the spirits and hoped to awaken his son. The Meng family had few heirs, and his only son was born to him in old age. With Meng Zuan's prolonged coma, he had grown frail, and his breath grew weaker with each passing day. He could not wait any longer. I beseech you, little master, please save my son. Meng Xianghe suddenly knelt before Zhu Ming, overwhelmed with emotion. Zhu Ming was taken aback and quickly stopped him. Rest assured, Meng Lao Yi. I will do my utmost to save your son. Thank you, little master. Meng Lao Yi, no need for such courtesies. This is precisely why I have come here, since Meng Gongzi is in dire straits. I kindly ask you to lead me to his chambers. Very well, please follow me. As they departed, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared in the hall, only to vanish just as swiftly. Once everyone had left, Ying Zhao finally revealed herself. T-007, is this the splendid identity you have found for me? Ying Zhao gazed at the fluttering little white sphere and teased. This is the first time I've experienced the sensation of being a ghost without a physical form. How shall I put it? It's quite nuanced. 007, feeling somewhat guilty, explained, since this is a supernatural realm, the power of the heavenly way is exceptionally strong that it took considerable effort to get you here. Becoming a ghost is already a testament to my endeavors. With a sigh, Ying Zhao grew weary of debating with 007 and instead began to immerse herself in the storyline of this world. Her mission target this time was none other than the little monk Zhu Ming. Chapter 72. The pure and adorable little monk too in a supernatural world. It is only natural for monsters and spirits to roam freely. Alongside various esteemed sects dedicated to exorcising evil, such as Zhengqing Temple, Sanyuan Temple, and Lingxi Temple. Among them, the male protagonist, Mo Xinghe, is a legitimate Taoist from Zhengqing Temple, while the female lead is the millennial-old vengeful spirit Feng Ruochu. Throughout his travels, Mo Xinghe has encountered Feng Ruochu on multiple occasions, yet has failed to exorcise her. Ultimately, after sharing numerous experiences and gradually improving their perspectives of one another, they find themselves entwined in a love-hate relationship. Zhu Ming, the little monk, hails from Lingxi Temple and is undoubtedly the destined successor to the abbot. With exceptional talent, he effortlessly banishes demons, but inadvertently becomes entangled in a tumultuous affair involving the protagonists. In the end, while the leads escape from peril, he remains forever shrouded in darkness. Zhu Ming meets his demise at the Meng residence. Ying Zhao's task is straightforward. Ensure Zhu Ming survives the demon exorcism incident at the Meng residence. With no other requirements. However, a lesser number of tasks does not imply simplicity. It indicates that this world is fraught with danger, likely more perilous than the previous ancient realm. For here, spirits truly exist. After gaining a rough understanding of the narrative, Ying Zhao fell into contemplation. Zhu Ming has already arrived at the Meng residence, but the protagonists have yet to appear, suggesting that he is safe at least until their arrival. Yet she faced a dilemma. As a ghost herself, how could she approach Zhu Ming and convince him of her intentions? Ying Zhao deeply suspected that the moment she manifested before him, he would attempt to exterminate her. Perhaps she could cleverly utilize that shadow. Resolutely, Ying Zhao decided that since she no longer required sustenance or rest, she would follow along and witness the unfolding events that in an instant, her figure vanished from the spot. In Meng Xuan's chamber, despite the brilliance of the sun outside, Meng Xuan's room was shrouded in an oppressive chill, as if sunlight could not penetrate its depths. Upon entering, Zhu Ming was immediately engulfed by a surge of dark, malevolent energy directed at Mr. Ming, prompting him to swiftly disperse it with his prayer beads. Meng Xianghe was startled by Zhu Ming's sudden action, but dared not move further. Noticing Zhu Ming's furrowed brow as he surveyed the room, he timidly inquired, "Little master, is something amiss?" Zhu Ming's expression grew grave. The malevolent energy here is more intense than in the hall. Prolonged exposure will inevitably erode the young master's vitality, leaving him weakened. Then I shall arrange for someone to move on to another room immediately. Meng Xianghe exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. "Please, Mr. Meng, remain calm. Allow me to assess the young master before taking any action." "There is no rush." "Very well." Zhu Ming approached Meng Xuan's bedside, casting his gaze down upon a face that resembled a withered visage. Once handsome and fair-skinned, Meng Xuan now lay with closed eyes, his features obscured by a shroud of darkness, bearing an expression of profound agony. After gently lifting Meng Xuan's eyelids to examine him, Zhu Ming turned to speak with Meng Xianghe when suddenly a piercing voice interrupted. "Xin, my dear son, how could you have come to this?" A woman clad in resplendent deep purple garments, her hair adorned with crimson hairpins, stumbled into the room, disregarding the assistance of her attendants. The woman bore a striking resemblance to the ailing Meng Ziyuan. Upon witnessing the newcomer, Meng Xianghe rushed toward her, confirming her identity as Mr. Meng's lawful wife and Zhon's biological mother. Alas, why have you come? I told you to rest. I would find someone to save our son. Meng Xianghe lamented, supporting the distressed woman. How can I rest when my Zon lies here, oblivious to life and death? She sobbed. Once the Meng matron had calmed somewhat, Meng Xianghe seized the opportunity to introduce her to Zhu Ming. Upon learning that Zhu Ming was a distinguished figure summoned by Meng Xianghe, she grasped his sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. Little master, I implore you to save our Ziyuan. He is still so young. I shall do my utmost, madam. Please rest assured. Currently, the young master is indeed entangled with a malevolent spirit, and I am determined to exorcise this evil, preventing it from wreaking further havoc upon the world. That is reassuring. Thank you, little master. To preserve Meng Zion's vital essence and prevent further deterioration, Zhu Ming placed his prayer beads upon the young man's chest, and the effect was immediate. Zion's complexion improved notably. This instilled newfound confidence in Meng Xianghe and his wife, as it seemed their son truly had a chance of recovery. Soon, Meng Zion was moved to another guest room, while Zhu Ming remained alone in the chamber he had previously occupied. Although Meng Xianghe intended to leave someone behind to assist Zhu Ming, he was met with refusal. Ordinary individuals cannot contribute here. In fact, they may become targets for the malevolent spirit. Seeing Zhu Ming's firm resolve, Meng Xianghe acquiesced and withdrew. Zhu Ming meticulously examined the room. While his task was to exorcise the spirit, he also sought to understand why Meng Ziyuan had become ensnared by it. The room, situated facing south, was spacious, arguably the finest in the residence aside from Meng Xianghe's quarters. That a bookshelf lined one wall, filled with various ancient texts and manuscripts, revealing Meng's honest dedication to scholarship. Apart from that, there was nothing particularly unusual about the room, save for the several floral and avian paintings adorning the walls of the bedroom. Most individuals prefer to display their art in studies or halls, making such an occurrence in a bedroom rather rare, though not unheard of. The brushwork of those paintings was exquisite, radiating clarity and brilliance, so lifelike they seemed to flutter with vitality, indicative of a skilled hand. Each bore a seal, and upon closer inspection, Zhu Ming noted they were all attributed to Meng Ziyuan, with an elusive fragrance lingering about them that it appears this young master truly possesses remarkable talent. As the rumors suggest, Zhu Ming murmured to himself. After surveying all the paintings without discovering anything further, he decided he must continue his investigation throughout the Meng residence. Subsequently, Zhu Ming exited the bedroom and made his way toward the back courtyard. To ensure Zhu Ming could conduct his examination without concern, Meng Xianghe had already sent everyone in the courtyard to the front hall. Zhu Ming selected the courtyard as it was the initial site of the disturbances. Ying Zhao trailed behind him, casting a casual glance at the floral paintings before departing, unnoticed even by 007. Chapter 73, The Pure and Adorable Little Monk 3007. One of the protagonists likely to arrive at the Meng residence. Ying Zhao inquired while floating along. Host, if all goes as planned, it should be within the next few days, 007 promptly replied. Very well, I must hasten to make Zhu Ming's acquaintance. The more people there are, the more complex matters will become. With that, Ying Zhao followed Zhu Ming as he meticulously investigated locations where peculiar occurrences had transpired, such as the kitchen and pond. Each of these places retained traces of malevolent energy. And with each step, Zhu Ming's expression grew increasingly grave. In addition to Ying Zhao, another shadow stealthily trailed Zhu Ming, though it remained oblivious to Ying Zhao, who had intentionally concealed her presence. Ying Zhao was astonished to discover that even as a ghost, she could wield mental energy with greater ease than ever before. Observing the indistinct, shadowy figure, she disdainfully queried 007. Is that truly a ghost? 007 nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. But it is merely an unformed little ghost, not to be feared. And if all little ghosts resemble that, then I must be a great ghost. Ying Zhao retorted, for I am certainly not merely a formless shadow. 007 fluttered before her, speaking with notable pride. Indeed. That is correct. It took considerable effort to ensure your safety. Otherwise, a little ghost could easily be consumed by a greater one. Is that so? Then I suppose I should thank you. Ing Zhao remarked with a bemused smile that, no need for that. 007 chuckled awkwardly. Point 007 swiftly concealed himself. It was evident from Ing Zhao's expression that she was displeased. She would not be foolish enough to genuinely believe that Ing Zhao wished to express gratitude. Glancing into the pond, Ing Zhao beheld her reflection. She was clad in a magnificent crimson robe, adorned with golden embroidery at the cuffs and collar, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, appearing no different from an ordinary person from the back. However, her eyes were devoid of white, entirely shrouded in darkness, her complexion a ghastly pale, and most alarmingly, she bore two elongated fangs that unmistakably indicated she was not a living being. This visage impeccably fused the essence of both allure and intimidation. Ing Zhao mused that had she still been in the modern world, she might have been able to pass as a cosplayer. Yet here, her mere presence would undoubtedly result in her being exterminated as a malevolent spirit, particularly by Zhu Ming, the little monk who was devoted to Buddhism and adept at vanquishing apparitions. However, should Ing Zhao be relegated to the role of an ordinary spirit, she deemed it best to avoid such a fate, especially as she observed the antics of the little ghost before her, which she found rather embarrassing. This shadowy little ghost seemed to lack intelligence, repeatedly attempting to lunge at Zhu Ming only to be repelled by the protective golden light surrounding him, rendering its efforts utterly futile. Ing Zhao found herself questioning whether this creature was truly a ghost, given its astonishing foolishness. Furthermore, with each futile attempt, its size diminished, clearly injured by Zhu Ming's protective aura, yet it remained envious of him. Upon closer inspection, Ing Zhao had to concede that Zhu Ming possessed a certain allure, awakening within her an unusual desire to consume flesh. However, this impulse was not as potent as her previous cravings, allowing her to maintain her restraint at that moment. Zhu Ming had spotted the ghostly figure standing dazed in the corner of the kitchen. Meanwhile, Meng Xianghe, upon learning of a ghost's presence in his kitchen, hurriedly gathered his servants, armed with brooms and sticks, to guard the entrance. Although they understood that these items could do little harm to a spirit, the young servants clung to them for a semblance of comfort. Those who dared remain in the Meng residence were either born into the family or had signed a death contract. All hired help had fled outdoors, unwilling to confront a ghost inside the kitchen. Only Zhu Ming remained. The towering black shadow, with a vacant expression and an aura of darkness tinged with a faint red glow, appeared far more formidable than the previous foolish little specter. Upon sensing Zhu Ming's presence, the shadow lunged at him like a famished tiger. Ing Zhao, positioned nearby, discerned the shadow's features. An unremarkable, simple face marred by a large mole on the chin, yet it bore a fierce demeanor towards Zhu Ming, fully utilizing its long claws and fangs. Ing Zhao silently examined her own hands. Fortunately, though her nails had grown long, they were not terrifying as for the fangs in her mouth. She had tried to retract them, but to no avail. So she decided to disregard them. After a brief period, the imposing black figure ultimately succumbed to Zhu Ming's exorcism. At this moment, Ing Zhao, alerted by 007, found her expression somewhat disconcerted. Contemplating the Buddhist scriptures recited by Zhu Ming and the glimmering golden staff he wielded, she inexplicably worried that she might also be exorcised upon their first encounter. That would be exceedingly unfortunate for her. Fear not, host, at present. Zhu Ming lacks the capability to exorcise you, 007 reassured her. Are you suggesting that he will possess such power in the future? Ing Zhao inquired, narrowing her eyes. Well, not necessarily. If the host also grows stronger, then Zhu Ming would not be his match, 007 quickly added. Ghosts grow stronger. Is it through consuming humans or devouring lesser spirits? Ing Zhao furrowed her brow, admitting her limited knowledge of the supernatural, most of which had been imparted by 007, as their interstellar era bore no records on such matters. Both are feasible, but I advise against the consumption of humans. After all, you inadvertently became a ghost in this world, that if you were to truly consume a human, it would lead to complications, 007 earnestly cautioned Ing Zhao. It was acutely aware of its host's temperament. While not categorically malevolent, she was far from the conventional notion of a good person, having mercilessly slaughtered entire families, sparing not even infants. Such deeds had been her most criticized actions during her time in the stars, and 007 genuinely feared she might resort to cannibalism. After exorcising the ghost in the kitchen, Zhu Ming had not encountered another malevolent spirit, yet he remained vigilant, sensing that something lurked in the shadows, waiting to strike. By the time he returned to his quarters, night had fallen, and he began to ponder whether he had overlooked anything. He had also uncovered the identity of the ghost he had vanquished. It was Zhang Hua, the nephew of the gatekeeper, who had been a lackluster kitchen assistant, notorious for his laziness and gambling habits, and thus not mourned even in death. The Ming residence now languished in an eerie silence. Yet the pervasive malevolence began to seep into the air that a gust of wind blew, extinguishing the flickering candlelight, that a vivid crimson figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Chapter 74. The innocent and pure little monk, for dense black mist seeped from an unknown source, swiftly enveloping Zhu Ming's entire room. Upon sensing the abnormality, Zhu Ming sprang from the table, deftly grasping his staff. The cold, damp air slithered around his feet like a venomous serpent that in mere moments, frost began to form on his brows, and a bluish hue crept across his complexion. Yet he remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering in the darkness. "Who goes there?" Zhu Ming demanded, furrowing his brow and fixing his eyes intently. Every fiber of his being screamed for him to flee. Yet he stood his ground. The approaching presence was undoubtedly that of a formidable spirit. Otherwise, his staff would not emit a resonant hum to alert him. Soon, he beheld the newcomer, an androgynous, towering spirit. To Zhu Ming's astonishment, this spirit seemed utterly unperturbed by his presence, drawing ever closer with an enigmatic smile. Clad in a magnificent red robe, the figure's features were strikingly divine, save for her pitch-black eyes, sharp fangs, and peculiar gait, which betrayed her true nature. Zhu Ming's expression hardened as he fixated on Ying Zhao, his grip on the staff tightening to the point of blanching, that he realized he was no match for this formidable spirit. The moment he laid eyes on Ying Zhao, this intuition struck him. Noting her lack of overt aggression, he refrained from making the first move that he had heard from the abbot that some ancient spirits regained their wits over time. And due to their longevity, they become exceedingly cunning, far surpassing the lesser spirits that at his current level. He was no match for these ancient entities. Should he encounter one, he would seek to evade and find alternative means of exorcism. Now, he faced an ancient spirit unlike any he had ever encountered. It was the first time he had seen a spirit in a red robe that continuously oozed dark crimson blood, both ghostly and enchanting. Yet curiously, the blood did not stain anything around it. Finally, Ying Zhao spoke. "Little monk, you shall perish here." Her ominous words sent 007 scurrying to a corner, unable to bear the dread. Zhu Ming, still youthful, instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of the fierce spirit. His throat bobbed nervously. "Who are you?" he managed to ask, not overly concerned about her ominous prediction of his demise in the Ming residence. He had prepared himself mentally since descending the mountain to exorcise spirits. That is, a disciple of the Buddhist order, he was inherently opposed to malevolent entities, despite the fact that this red-robed spirit did not seem inclined to kill him. Otherwise, she would have acted by now. He remained on high alert. Ying Zhao had anticipated the possible scenario of her appearance, and Zhu Ming's reaction was precisely what she expected. "I am Ying Zhao, sharing your goal of uncovering the mysteries surrounding the Ming residence. Perhaps we can collaborate," she said nonchalantly. Had she stated outright that she was there to assist Zhu Ming, not only would he be skeptical, but she herself would find it absurd. What ghost would aid a monk? Thus, she concocted a casual pretext, indifferent to whether Zhu Ming believed her or not. Naturally, Zhu Ming did not trust Ying Zhao's words. From the outset of his training in exorcism, the abbot had warned them that the most untrustworthy tales were those told by spirits. However, he did not wish to completely alienate Ying Zhao. While contemplating an escape route, he engaged her in conversation. "How can the little monk ascertain that the haunting in the Ming residence is not of your doing?" Ying Zhao raised an eyebrow at his inquiry, her tone casual. "If I had wished to kill the people of the Ming residence, I would have acted long ago. Waiting for your arrival would be unnecessary." Zhu Ming was momentarily taken aback by Ying Zhao's blunt and piercing words. Not expecting such unabashed candor, especially accompanied by a clear expression of disdain on her face, that was the first time Zhu Ming had encountered a vengeful spirit with such vivid emotions. Regardless of the truth in Ying Zhao's words, Zhu Ming felt a slight sense of relief, that he pondered that if this spirit claimed she was not responsible, perhaps she possessed some knowledge regarding the haunting at the Ming residence. Might he glean some information from this crimson-clad specter before taking further action? Zhu Ming's thoughts were all too transparent, allowing Ying Zhao to discern his musings with little effort. How curious it was that this little monk was even more naive than the innocent Bai. Unbeknownst to Ying Zhao, Zhu Ming had complied with the abbot's directive to descend the mountain and vanquish demons. Yet his time spent outside was brief. His inherently kind nature and previous encounters with benign families left him relatively unacquainted with the ways of the world, which was one of the reasons for his untimely demise at the Meng residence. Perhaps noticing that Zhu Ming, despite trembling from the cold, stubbornly refused to leave the room and even subtly blocked the door. Ying Zhao let out a soft chuckle before vanishing without warning before his eyes. She recognized that the little monk lingered out of fear that she might cause havoc, even though such behavior was utterly futile. It was indeed a futile endeavor to attempt to obstruct her. However, the overwhelming aura of malevolence surrounding her was palpable, and even though a golden light enveloped Zhu Ming, shielding him from the encroaching darkness, that protective glow was waning with the passage of time. Ying Zhao had no desire for her mission to be jeopardized due to a mere encounter. Yet as she departed, she took with her the little shadow that had been trailing Zhu Ming. As she gazed at the now crumpled shadow in her grasp, a distinct look of disdain and struggle crossed her features. Could consuming this truly enhance my spectral power? At that moment, 007 had also flown to Ying Zhao's side, pondering aloud that if she did not wish to consume humans, this was the only means to bolster her strength and rival the heroine. The heroine, Feng Ruochu, was also a millennium-old specter on the verge of ascending to a ghost king. Although 007 had crafted an identity for Ying Zhao as a millennium-old spirit, her strength was not enough to overpower the heroine. 007 was genuinely concerned that should Ying Zhao encounter Feng Ruochu, she might be devoured. The male lead, protected by the protagonist's halo and a sliver of chaotic golden light bestowed by the heavens, had narrowly escaped being consumed upon their first meeting. Ying Zhao, however, lacked such protection. Moreover, for a spirit of Ying Zhao's caliber, she would be a veritable feast for the heroine. After receiving confirmation from 007, Ying Zhao steeled herself and unceremoniously consumed the dark mass. Unexpectedly, the flavor was rather palatable. Not the foul stench one would anticipate, but akin to a chilling liquid. 007 had withheld from Ying Zhao that the taste was mild because the little spirit had yet to fully form. The flavors of fully formed specters, however, were another matter altogether. 007 had deliberately chosen the most palatable spirit for Ying Zhao, considering her psychological tolerance, but future considerations were to be addressed later. Chapter 75. The pure and adorable little monk. 5. Once that chilling liquid settled in her stomach, Ying Zhao did not perceive any significant enhancement in her spectral power, likely due to the diminutive spirit's weakness having little effect on her. After consuming it, she began to wander casually around the Meng residence, even manifesting her form. Given the circumstances at the Meng residence, no one dared to roam about at such an hour. If someone happened to catch sight of her, it would merely be unfortunate luck on their part. Uncertain whether the male and female leads would arrive the following day, Ying Zhao sought to seize the opportunity to thoroughly investigate the Meng residence's situation that very night. She returned to the bedroom once occupied by Meng Zhiyuan, where darkness enveloped the space. Approaching several floral and avian paintings, she recalled that during the day, while accompanying Zhu Ming, these paintings had piqued her interest. Now, without the presence of outsiders, she could study them meticulously. Leaning closer to one of the paintings, a faint, almost imperceptible exotic fragrance wafted from it. Ying Zhao, with her keen sense of smell, discerned that this scent was neither the typical aroma of ink nor the common incense favored by scholars. This unfamiliar fragrance struck her as strangely familiar. After a moment's contemplation, she finally recalled its essence. It was the scent of medicinal herbs. When she had been with Ling Huxiang, he had always carried the lingering fragrance of medicine, a result of his possession of various pills. The multitude and efficacy of those pills had truly broadened Ying Zhao's horizons. While it was quite normal for Ling Huxiang to carry medicinal pills during his travels, why would a frail scholar like Meng Zhiyuan's paintings emanate such a scent? Could it be that Meng Zhiyuan was in poor health and consumed medicine regularly? This would explain the presence of the herbal aroma in the artwork. She would need to verify this further. Each of the floral and avian paintings appeared vividly lifelike, crafted from exquisite paper that seemed extraordinarily smooth and refined, the material unknown to her. Ying Zhao reached out to touch them, finding their texture delightful, unlike the rough paper typically used. They felt as though they were made from some animal hide. Furrowing her brow, she meticulously caressed each of the hanging paintings, confirming that they all shared the same material, exhibiting little variation. Yet the tactile sensation, a vague suspicion began to form in her mind. After leaving Meng Zhiyuan's room, Ying Zhao made her way directly to the pond in the Meng residence, where she observed no fleeting shadows in the paintings. Zhu Ming had also visited this pond during the day, where a few plum trees were planted along its banks, and some lotus flowers adorned the water, though now only remnants of branches and leaves remained. Ordinarily, such a location would be the perfect place to conceal dirt and filth, yet Zhu Ming had found no abnormalities and had departed quickly. However, upon Ying Zhao's arrival, the pond presented an entirely different scene, almost lively. Dozens of writhing black shadows turned to her simultaneously upon her appearance, a sight that might terrify any ordinary person. Yet, Ying Zhao remained unfazed, even approaching with an air of curiosity. The moment those shadows caught sight of her, they trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed with dread. Upon closer inspection, Ying Zhao noticed that among these shadows were not only human forms, but also feline-like creatures, all bearing grotesque appearances, their common trait being the blood that stained their bodies. It seemed her suspicions had proven correct. Gazing at the quivering spirits, Ying Zhao licked her back teeth, choosing not to torment them further, and drifted towards the backyard. After witnessing the departure of the malevolent spirit, the pond erupted with whispers. Who was that person? Could they be a fellow unfortunate soul like us? I doubt it. Look at their noble demeanor and unmatched beauty. They could hardly be an ordinary commoner. Then why have they come here? Do they intend to consume us? Fool! If she wanted to eat us, she would have done so already. What is her true purpose? Will she encounter Sister Qing Dai? If she does, will Sister be able to handle her? Hard to say, but as long as she doesn't interfere with us, we can choose to ignore her. Thus, Ying Zhao boldly floated into the backyard, the area with the heaviest aura of negativity in the entire Meng residence. Yet upon her arrival, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated significantly. Ying Zhao pursed her lips in exasperation. It appeared she wasn't particularly welcomed here. No matter. Her mission was merely to ensure the little monk's safety. Everything else was of little concern to her. The following day, as dawn broke, the Meng residence welcomed a new guest, none other than the male lead, Emo Xinghe. Ying Zhao trailed behind Zhu Ming, eager to witness the unfolding drama that Emo Xinghe, while journeying through trials, happened upon the Meng residence, utterly astonished by the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from it. It was the first time he had seen an entire estate nearly transformed into a den of spirits. Moreover, the ghost that had been persistently haunting him had been urging him to visit, prompting him to intrude upon the residence. When Meng Xiang he discovered that the unexpected visitor was a renowned Taoist from the prestigious Zhengqing Guan, his demeanor lightened considerably. Initially, he had feared yet another charlatan attempting to deceive him. Unbeknownst to him, Emo Xing he was equally astonished upon seeing Meng Xiang he, who, despite appearing haggard, had not succumbed to the oppressive spirit energy. That it was well known that ordinary individuals dwelling in such a potent aura would be rendered weak and unable to rise. Yet Meng Xiang he was evidently not so affected. That you've chosen a rather splendid location this time, foul Taoist, Feng Ruochu remarked, surveying the dense spirit energy with a smile. That Emo Xing he feigned ignorance, though his heart sank. This female ghost had never shown such fondness for a place. Surely, a location favored by a vengeful spirit could not be a good one, that adding to the state of Meng Xianghe. It seems that there are hidden intricacies within the Meng residence. At this moment, Meng Xianghe had begun to introduce Zhu Ming and Emo Xinghe to each other. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Ying Zhao and the flustered Feng Ruochu exchanged glances. Both formidable spirits were clad in eerie crimson robes, though Ying Zhao's attire was of a darker hue, while Feng Ruochu's was somewhat lighter. The instant Feng Ruochu laid eyes on Ying Zhao, her previously subtle smile vanished, replaced by an expression of imminent threat. In contrast, Ying Zhao maintained a playful smile, her eyes glinting with mischief as she scrutinized Feng Ruochu. Chapter 76. The pure and adorable little monk 6 Zhu Ming began to recount his experiences since entering the Meng residence, including the matter of the malevolent spirit in the kitchen. To Emo Xinghe, on the other hand, Feng Ruochu did not remain by Emo Xinghe's side, but suddenly darted forward, her fingers curling into claws as she launched an attack toward Ying Zhao. Hey, how fierce is this female protagonist? Ying Zhao mused, yet her movements were not the least bit delayed. She stepped lightly to meet the oncoming assault. The clash between the two vengeful spirits created a tremendous disturbance, shrouding the already feeble sunlight in a thick blanket of darkness, causing the temperature within the Ming residence to plummet. The conversation between Mo Xinghe and Zhu Ming was abruptly interrupted, and both turned their gazes skyward. Ordinary individuals might have been oblivious, but as practitioners, they clearly perceived the movements of Feng Ruochu and Ying Zhao. Standing side by side, Zhu Ming and Mo Xinghe wore expressions of astonishment laced with confusion and wariness. What had come over Feng Ruochu? Why had she suddenly resorted to violence? And who was that towering female spirit? Why was she in the Ming residence? Zhu Ming's mind was as bewildered as Mo Xinghe's. He had encountered Ying Zhao before, but this newly emerged spirit clad in red. Where had she come from? Why were they now clashing? Both suppressed their uncertainties, focusing intently on the duel between the two formidable spirits. Regardless of the outcome, the defeat of either spirit would be a boon for them, as every malevolent entity eliminated brought them one step closer to their duty of exorcising evil. Since engaging with Feng Ruochu, Ying Zhao had experienced, for the first time, the sensation of an evenly matched confrontation. Despite having been endowed with the identity of a vengeful spirit by 007, her time as a spirit was still brief, and many of her tactics remained unfamiliar. For a moment, she found herself locked in a stalemate with Feng Ruochu. Conversely, Feng Ruochu grew increasingly alarmed. What had initially seemed like the clumsy attacks of a fledgling spirit soon revealed a remarkable agility, gradually gaining the upper hand. The battle between Ying Zhao and Feng Ruochu plunged the surroundings into chaos. After what felt like an eternity, the two spirits finally ceased their conflict, allowing the oppressive black mist in the Ming residence to dissipate. The inhabitants, unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the vengeful spirits, had long succumbed to unconsciousness that it was only through the intervention of Zhu Ming and Mo Xinghe that they were spared further contamination by the malevolent energy. Now, Ying Zhao and Feng Ruochu faced each other in midair, their expressions revealing stark contrasts. Ying Zhao remained composed, a hint of eagerness shimmering in her eyes, while Feng Ruochu exhibited a palpable wariness. After a prolonged silence, Feng Ruochu finally spoke, as fellow vengeful spirits, "There is no need for us to slaughter one another. Miss Feng, it seems you were the one who initiated hostilities," Ying Zhao remarked nonchalantly. Arms crossed, Feng Ruochu was taken aback, her brow furrowing in surprise. "You know who I am?" Ying Zhao raised an eyebrow, offering no response. Noticing Ying Zhao's silence, Feng Ruochu continued, "I apologize for my earlier aggression. May I inquire your name?" Ying Zhao. Ying Zhao. Feng Ruochu had never encountered that name before, nor had she heard it mentioned by other spirits. Could she be a newly awakened spirit from some remote wilderness? Before Feng Ruochu could ponder further, a sudden burst of golden light surged upward from below. Her expression darkened as she transformed into a plume of black smoke to evade the light. Reconstituting herself moments later, she turned her gaze downward to find an insufferable little monk brandishing a staff, his demeanor resolute. Ying Zhao, too, faced an attack, her adversary a yellow talisman inscribed with arcane symbols. The talisman targeted her directly, but with a swift motion, a dark spirit emerged from her, consuming the talisman entirely. In that instant, the two spirits synchronously directed their attention downward. The owner of the talisman was none other than Mo Xinghe. The atmosphere shifted into one of confrontation. "Zhu Ming, do you recognize this towering female spirit?" Mo Xinghe inquired, unable to bear the peculiar tension. Zhu Ming regarded the displeased Ying Zhao and nodded slowly. "This spirit is named Ying Zhao and appears to possess considerable knowledge about the anomalies within the Ming residence that I encountered her only last night. Then shall we join forces to subdue her and conduct a thorough interrogation?" Mo Xinghe suggested in a hushed tone that he understood Feng Ruochu's capabilities, and if she could not contend with Ying Zhao, he alone would surely be incapable of capturing her. Collaboration with Zhu Ming was the most prudent course of action. Moreover, since Zhu Ming had indicated that Ying Zhao was connected to the Ming residence's mysteries, capturing her for questioning would be the most efficient approach. However, to Mo Xinghe's surprise, Zhu Ming declined, "Did I find that inadvisable? After my encounter with Ying Zhao, Her strength is enigmatic and formidable, and she does not seem to be an irredeemably malevolent spirit. She retains some semblance of reason. Perhaps we can engage in a more amicable dialogue with her. I, on the other hand, find that mysterious female spirit rather suspicious. She attacked without explanation, displaying a volatile temperament that I fear she may pose an even greater danger than Ying Zhao, Zhu Ming added earnestly. Emo Xinghe felt somewhat awkward upon hearing this, clearing his throat before responding. Ahem, Zhu Ming, the other female spirit is named Feng Ruochu, and she accompanied me. Though her disposition is somewhat spoiled, she is not an utterly wicked entity. Zhu Ming turned to Emo Xinghe, contemplating for a moment before saying, I understand, what do you understand? And what is with that look of compassion on your face? Emo Xinghe felt a bit perplexed but refrained from probing further. He had previously inquired about the young monk, noting that he was younger than himself and had recently descended from the mountain, possessing an innocent countenance that made it difficult to press the matter. While their conversation reached a pause, Ying Zhao and Feng Ruochu simultaneously launched their attacks on Emo Xinghe and Zhu Ming. After all, as vengeful spirits, they could hardly tolerate initiating hostilities without retaliating. Ying Zhao acted swiftly. Upon sensing her approach, Emo Xinghe's expression hardened, and he drew his peachwood sword to confront her. Zhu Ming had already gripped his staff, remaining vigilant against the two vengeful spirits. Ying Zhao recognized that while she may lack an advantage in combat against a spirit, she certainly had an abundance of experience in dealing with humans. Yet, this male protagonist was no ordinary individual. He seemed to be adorned with numerous treasures, and wherever she struck, golden light erupted, leaving her utterly frustrated, unable to inflict any harm on Emo Xinghe. With a determined glint in her eye, Ying Zhao decided to unleash her prideful spiritual power. The good news was that her spiritual energy was indeed functional. Chapter 77. The pure and adorable little monk, 7 previously. Ying Zhao had relied solely on her ghostly power, as it was the most fitting method of attack for her current state. Thus, she had never experimented with her spiritual energy. Now, however, she found herself unexpectedly delighted. Yet, the vast reservoir of spiritual energy she once possessed had dwindled to a mere puddle, compelling her to conserve it. Nonetheless, it sufficed to contend with Emo Xinghe. Initially, Emo Xinghe felt a twinge of anxiety, but upon realizing that Ying Zhao could not harm him, he felt a measure of relief that it seemed that the strengths of the vengeful spirits. Ying Zhao and Feng Ruochu were indeed comparable, and his life was not in immediate peril. However, as the battle raged on, he noticed that the corner of the red-clad spirit's mouth curled into an unsettling grin. In the next instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and he felt himself plummeting into an abyss, as if descending into an endless hell. Emo Xinghe witnessed a scene he had never encountered before. Even his typically icy demeanor was replaced by sheer terror. Meanwhile, Feng Ruochu, who had been preoccupied with Zhu Ming, sensed Emo Xinghe's alarming change in expression and, in a panic, flew to his side, disregarding Zhu Ming entirely. What have you done to him? Feng Ruochu demanded, her tone laced with fury. Why does a vengeful spirit like you care about a Taoist? Ying Zhao retorted mockingly from the sidelines. Our matters are none of your concern. Now tell me what you have done to Emo Xinghe. Feng Ruochu's aura surged ominously, her tone brimming with the intent to kill. Zhu Ming observed the tense standoff between Ying Zhao and Feng Ruochu, his mind racing to comprehend the unfolding situation. What was happening? Seeing Ying Zhao remain impassive, Feng Ruochu's resolve solidified, and she declared, If Emo Xinghe dies, this little monk shall not escape either. Zhu Ming was left bewildered. What does this have to do with him? Ying Zhao shifted her stance, her expression still cold. Then go ahead and make your move. Evidently, Feng Ruochu had mistaken Zhu Ming for a compatriot of Ying Zhao, for previously, Zhu Ming had only directed his attacks towards her while refraining from any aggression towards Ying Zhao. It is likely that in her mind, she perceived herself and the young monk as having a relationship akin to that of her and Emo Xinghe, a notion that Ying Zhao surmised. Feng Ruochu licked her lips, her crimson robe rustling ominously as she shifted her stance, gritting her teeth before launching another assault on Ying Zhao. That it was apparent to her that Ying Zhao spoke the truth. She showed little concern for Zhu Ming's fate. However, she was deeply troubled by the well-being of Emo Xinghe, especially upon noticing his pallid complexion and weakened breath. She could no longer afford to wait. Once more, Ying Zhao and Feng Ruochu engaged in combat to that moment. Zhu Ming was the only one present who retained a clear mind and a relatively sound condition. Observing the two fierce spirits locked in battle and the nearly lifeless Emo Xinghe, he pondered for a moment before deciding to assist Emo Xinghe to a nearby chair. Yet, as he approached Emo Xinghe, the female spirit named Feng Ruochu let out a piercing shriek. "Do not touch him." This exclamation halted Zhu Ming in his tracks, and he indeed came to a standstill at that moment. Zhu Ming's emotions were quite tumultuous. It was his first encounter with such a situation, realizing that Feng Ruochu was genuinely protecting Emo Xinghe. It became evident that his master had been right to send him down the mountain for broader experiences, as he now witnessed a malevolent spirit aiding a Taoist, while he himself was perceived as the villain. As the standoff between Ying Zhao and Feng Ruochu persisted, Emo Xinghe's condition deteriorated further, prompting Zhu Ming to feel a pang of urgency that he could not restrain himself any longer and implored. "Ying Zhao, could you possibly spare Taoist Emo?" In truth, Zhu Ming understood that his most prudent course of action would be to ally with Feng Ruochu against Ying Zhao, compelling her to awaken Emo Xinghe.